Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 78. 78 Hashirama makes a move, wood style, the birth of the tree world. Shocked the audience again. Naval headquarters. Inside the marshal's office. Sengoku and 3 admirals were shocked when they watched the rebroadcast video. Look at that blue titan. Kizaru stared in horror under the sunglasses. Unique obscene slow voice. It's terrible, it's terrible. This is the guy who calls himself Shura. What is the ability to create a blue flame titan? Is there this devil fruit in the sea? Kizaru went back to his own mind. There is no way to combine any of the devil fruit abilities with Susanoo. The rest. Akainu and Aokiji are also thinking about it. As Marine Admiral, they have almost seen the most complete devil fruit illustrated book. But in the 3 categories of Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, the 2 failed to find the devil fruit ability corresponding to Susanoo. Marshal Sengoku also reflected in his mind. But at this time, even with the insight of the resourceful general, I have never seen this ability before. I have never heard of it. At this time, the complete body in the picture, Susanoo lightly waved the long sword in his hand, just swinging the sword casually. However, the huge office building of the G1 branch was directly slanted and cut off. Watching this scene, the 3 admirals gasped in unison. Kizaru didn't dare to pick lightly anymore, but said with a little panic, "Swinging a sword at will can cut through such a huge office building. This level of power is too strong," Kizaru said in surprise. Aokiji's eyes were full of seriousness. "Yeah, what exactly is this blue titan? If it's a phantom beast, that Shura didn't turn himself into a blue titan, but stood inside the blue titan. If it's Logia, what kind of natural ability is this? It can even evolve into a blue titan." As Aokiji said, he couldn't help rehearsing in his mind. Can he combine this blue titan? Create an ice titan yourself? At the same time, this is also what Akainu and Kizaru thought. But the 3 of them quickly shook their heads and sighed slightly. Although their development of Logia devil fruit has reached its limit. But I want to condense such a huge titan that can move freely, with incomparably powerful attack and defense power. Too difficult. This difficulty is in all aspects. The 3 thought they really couldn't do it. Sengoku behind the desk also has dark eyes. This time it's just about that old guy Garp. If he can't win this battle, I'm afraid there will be 2 dangerous figures comparable to the 4 emperors on the sea in the near future. Sengoku sighed deeply. Think again about Madara and Hashirama's attitude towards the world government. He just felt extremely worried. The race to the top has not yet begun. This leaves 2 futures who can be compared to the 4 emperors. Even guys who are now on par with the 4 emperors' threat. There won't be any troubles in this battle for the top, right? For no reason. Sengoku thought about it. But he quickly shook his head, and he hurriedly babbled in his heart, abandoning his own thoughts. G1 branch. Garp looked at the titan in front of him, burning with blue flames. He was surprised in his heart, thinking about how to deal with it. Judging from the punch he collided with Madara just now, the opponent's blue titan is extremely defensive. Even if it bears his punch, it is only broken, but not completely damaged. Now, Madara even summoned a more complete and powerful blue titan. This. Rao and Garp both found it extremely difficult. The Titan family already has the most powerful force on this sea. And Madara has more exaggerated strength than the Titans. Not to mention, behind Madara, there is always a Hashirama who has never made a shot. Garp frowned, the cloak of justice fluttering behind his back. The marine hero decided to show his full strength. In any case, he also wants to win this battle for marine. Wrap your fists around armament haki. Garp looked at Madara's complete body, and laughed a few times. Boy Madara, come on, let me show you this trick. With her arms folded, Madara standing inside the head of the full-body Suzo lowered her eyes. Not much to say, the huge complete body Susanoo went directly to the people. 2 huge swords waved towards Garp, the momentum was fierce. Ordinary great swordsmen may not be able to withstand Madara's blow. Garp brandished a pair of iron fists, and rushed straight to Suzuka. The two erupted into battle in an instant. The edge of the battlefield. Hashirama stood there, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Madara's incarnation is completely bodiless, but it is actually a tie with this Garp. There was back and forth between the two, and they couldn't take advantage of the slightest advantage. The strength of this Garp is a bit exaggerated. Hashirama's heart froze slightly. I thought of the words of my father Chu Xia. Chu Xia said that they are very explosive. In a short period of time, the strength is comparable to the powerhouses in this sea. But in terms of physical strength and endurance, the two are far behind. Certainly. It's not just Madara and Hashirama's weakness either. And it is almost the weakness of everyone in the entire Portkas family except Chu Xia, Natalia, and Belle. After all, they are too young. Even under the blessing of the time flow of the Island of Gods, their strength grew rapidly. But the time is still too short. Compared with these top powerhouses who have honed their bodies to the limit step by step. In terms of physical strength and stamina, it really does not have an advantage. Think about it. Hashirama couldn't help thinking about how to deal with it. If his fairy art is developed to the limit, he can do this. As long as he has the body of a real celestial being, then he can do chakra almost endlessly. And what about Madara? Madara does not have the body of a fairy, and although he has also mastered the magic, it is far from his specialization. Madara has more power, on top of a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan and Susan. His Mangekyo Sharinan ability is also related to Susan's strength. And Madara's eyes now are not eternal Mangekyo. Hashirama frowned. For a while, I couldn't think of a solution. And that's it. The battle between Madara and Garp lasted a full 30 minutes. But the two are still comparable. Madara can't help but Garp. Garp also had no choice but to completely embody Suzune's Madara. The two fell into a stalemate for a while. 30 minutes passed. Madara's face gradually changed from the initial arrogance to the current deep and dignified. Because, no matter how he broke out, no matter how to use pupil power, neither can take down the Garp in front of him. This made Madara feel very tricky. The people he met in the past, as long as he exploded, he would definitely be able to win in a short time. The Golden Emperor Tizero is. So did the kings of the two alliance countries that perished before. Can now. Madara hit a tough nut to crack. Garp's hard power is too strong. The background is too deep. This made Madara wonder how he should take down the opponent. And 30 minutes passed. Madara's pair of Mangekyo pupils are also somewhat unsupportive. He even began to overdraw his pupil power. His eyes were bleeding. But Madara still did not admit defeat. In his dictionary, there is no second minister who admits defeat. Only victory. Madara's pupil power exploded again. Garp, who was fighting with him, was accidentally blasted into the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, Garp walked out of the pit. Looking at Madara, Garp also said with a headache. Hey, boy! What is your blue titan called? A move? Or your natural ability? Why are you so strong? Garp puzzled. Because of the 30-minute fight with Madara. Almost spent 3 days and 3 nights of physical strength. This is exaggerated. Garp originally thought that a blue titan like Madara would be exhausted if he persisted for more than 10 minutes. But it's been 30 minutes. You, a kid who looks like a teenager, can't have such exaggerated physical strength. Garp was puzzled. Madara looked at him, still did not speak. He will not explain his abilities to the enemy in battle. That behavior is simply too stupid. Madara didn't say a word, but Garp couldn't help it either. But Garp was keenly aware. Madara's eyes were bleeding. Is it about those eyes? Garp noticed Madara's blood-red eyes. Frowning slightly, Garp charged again, fierce with a pair of iron fists. After fighting for 30 minutes, his combat power was still at its peak, without any decline. This is the stamina and exaggerated physical strength of top powerhouses. Madara frowned, her eyes thoroughly determined. However, he couldn't bring himself to let Hashirama do it. So Madara didn't turn her head to look at Hashirama at all. But he is still holding on. Eyes bleeding, Madara continued to fight Garp. But this time, Madara, whose pupil strength was overdrawn, just persisted for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Even if Madara is willing to pay the price of blindness, she wants to continue using Susan. However, the perfect body Susanoo dispersed by itself, and slowly returned to its original form. Madara's main Jikyo ability is related to Susan. So he was able to use Susan in the original form, Nyo Zhao Zhao, with almost no damage. But how could Susan in the original form be able to stop Garp? Garp saw the opportunity, laughed and punched. "Boy, are you exhausted? The old man is about to make a move." The pitch-black iron fist roared. In the next moment, it hit Madara, who was wrapped in skeleton ribs. Madara gritted her teeth, still having frantic S*X with Garp. But Susan in his original form couldn't stop Garp at all. Cracks slowly appeared on Blue's skeleton. Then, it is broken instantly. Madara was sent flying by Garp's punch. That speed was like a cannonball. Madara spurted blood in midair. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "I couldn't believe that I would lose like this. This is his Madara, since birth. Lost to an outsider for the first time." Madara refused to accept the defeat at all. But no matter how dissatisfied, he was also defeated. Garp landed with one blow. Looking at Madara, who was knocked into the air by him, he sincerely admired it. "It's really good power. If you give you some time, you will definitely become a strong man like this old man. Even surpassing the old man is not a problem." Unfortunately, Garp just wanted to say that it's a pity that he will be caught in Impel Down, and he has no chance to come out again. But at this moment, on the path of Madara's inverted flight, huge trees rose from the ground one by one. Accompanied by a voice resounding. Wood Style, the birth of the tree world. Chapter 79. G1 branch on the sea in the distance. There are many warships. Everyone watched as the blue titan dissipated and was crushed by Garp abruptly. Among them, Madara, the strong man who called himself Shura, was ruthlessly blown away by Garp. All the marines looked excited at this scene. On the largest warship, Belumbo jumped up directly. "Very good. Let me just say, Vice Admiral Garp is definitely the strongest. How could that Ashura be his opponent?" Kabi on the side also heaved a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. Since joining Marine, he was with Garp all the time. "I have also seen the opponent shoot many times. And all the time, the feeling that Garp gave Kirby was very strong. Basically, there is no crisis or enemy that the old man can't deal with. Now, Shura, who has risen to fame in the sea recently, lost." A smile spread across Kirby's face. Virgo also shrunk his eyes. "I sighed slightly in my heart. It seems that they are still too young." The young master still misjudged the person. Naval headquarters. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku and others who watched the live broadcast also breathed a sigh of relief. Kizaru said in a relaxed tone. "I thought that Shura was going to defeat Vice Admiral Garp. After all, the power of that blue titan is too strong. But it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Vice Admiral Garp's strength is still trustworthy, and he actually directly defeated Shura." Kizaru spoke lightly. Akainu's gloomy face also darkened, said. "This group of evil guys will naturally not be my Marine's opponent. No matter when, I, Marine, will be the righteous side of this ocean. And justice, when will it lose to evil?" Akainu said 573. Aokiji couldn't help but glance at him. Kizaru stared at the ceiling. Even Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore and coughed hard twice. "This is the marshal's office. You, Sakazuki Admiral, don't need to brainwash us, do you? Here comes the Marine Justice. Don't we know?" Feel the attitude of the three. Akainu ignored them at all. These people simply don't know what justice is. A few people didn't bother to talk to the self-proclaimed Akainu. Sengoku spoke slightly. "This time, we have a satisfactory answer to the outside world." But at this moment, on screen, Madara, who flew upside down like a cannonball, was slowly caught by one person. That person was Hashirama, who never shot. And after catching Madara, Hashirama stepped forward, his face serious. He clapped his hands. They were too far away, Sengoku and the others didn't hear what each other said. But instantly, in the entire G1 branch, big trees rose from the ground and grew wildly. Seeing this scene, several people in Sengoku were taken aback. Just now they were basking in the joy of Garp defeating Madara. I even forgot that there is a strong man who calls himself Senju behind that. Thinking of this, the four of them were a little dignified at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and didn't care too much. This Senju has also made a move. I remember, when Senju and Shura resounded across the sea, Shura should be in front and Senju should be behind. Kizaru spoke slowly and lightly. Think back to the information that came before. Aokiji nodded. Yes, in the information that was sent before. It's the Shura who took the most shots and was the scariest. This holding hand is not bad, but it's just a demon fruit power capable of plants. Vice Admiral Garp has already defeated Shura, defeated Senju, it should only be a matter of time. Sengoku also heaved a sigh of relief after hearing these words, and he was in a great mood. Sending Garp this time may be the best decision he made. Garp is also really awesome. Still, my old buddy is reliable. Sengoku thought so in his heart. G1 branch. Look at the big trees rising around you. Garp raised an eyebrow and smiled. Well, are you that Senju? This old man is a little curious. I can understand the origin of Shura's name. That blue titan, and that kid's character, are indeed the same as Ashura. But where does your Senju come from? Garp was curious. Protect Madara with trees and allow it to recover. Hashirama smiled mildly. Mr. Garp, you'll see later. Hashirama has a gentle personality. But it does not mean that he is not strong and has no fighting spirit. Madara has already consumed a wave of Garp's stamina first. He's now facing Garp again, if not winning. Even with Hashirama's gentle personality, it is somewhat unacceptable. Mr. Garp, I'm coming. After Hashirama said a word, he clapped his hands hard in front of him. Sage art. Well aware of the power of Garp. So first time. Hashirama used Sage mode. Erupting with purple chakra. Hashirama separated 3 wood clones and headed towards Garp together. He watched the 4 figures rush towards him. Garp's eyes narrowed slightly. The plant is devil fruit, with such a wide range of influence, it can also create exquisite clones. It seems that your use of devil fruit has reached the level of awakening. After Garp sighed, he fought with the 4 figures rushing up. The 2 sides fought back and forth. Hashirama plus 3 wood clone can fight with Garp in front of him. While constantly sparring, Hashirama also learned a lot from Garp. Such as combat experience, and the use of armament haki and so on. Armament haki is something he does too. Just not specialized. Now see Garp, a strong player who uses haki. Hashirama thinks that he should practice hard in the future. Madara in the rear thinks so too. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit it. Garp's armed color is really strong. And that exaggerated physical strength. If the two have the constitution and armed color of Garp. 1. Bikj, Black Senju Buddha. A pitch black complete body Susanoo. What the hell? Scary to think about. Determined in his heart that he must practice the armed color well, Hashirama did not give up on the battle in front of him. It's just that Garp is really strong. Hashirama's 3 wood clone was quickly resolved by the opponent. Only Hashirama remains. Hashirama used his esoteric power to barely fight against Garp for a while. But after just a few punches, Hashirama felt his arms go numb. Even with his resilience, it feels a bit exaggerated. Find a gap and fly back the card. Hashirama isn't going to do taijutsu with someone like Garp anymore. Seeing this scene, Garp didn't fly in pursuit. Instead, he looked at Hashirama curiously. Hashirama has yet to control the towering trees around here. He wanted to see what this kid could do. Naval headquarters, inside the division's office. Through the gaps in the trees, they can probably see some of the battle scenes clearly. Hashirama was overwhelmed by Garp's taijutsu and flew back. Watching this scene, several people in the office felt relaxed again. Akainu couldn't help it. Garp's battle should be stable. Although he and Garp don't deal with each other, but Marine's position will not change. Face off against villains like Madara and Hashirama. Akainu's position is very unified, supporting Garp. Sengoku, Kizaru, and Aokiji glanced at him again. Several people did not speak. None of them had that much faith in Garp. You Akainu, why are you so confident? Several people did not speak, and continued to watch the battle. Hashirama Garp pulled apart. Then he controlled the trees produced by the birth of the tree world, and crazily attacked Garp. But Garp's hard power is still strong. These little tricks can't help Garp at all. So Hashirama summoned the giant wooden golem. A hideous wooden dragon hovers above wooden golem's head. The two sides fought again. Look no further than Susanoo's wooden golem. Garp laughed and became more and more excited as he fought. The people around were getting more and more startled. Virgo already overestimated the strength of Madara and Hashirama, but did not expect the strength of these two people will be so strong. After a defeat, I thought Hashirama, who was inferior to Madara, would lose quickly, but did not expect. Hashirama's strength is also very good. Can also play back and forth with Garp. On the warship, Beru looked at Kibi and said, Kobe, which class or Hashirama do you think is stronger? Before Kobe could answer, he expressed his thoughts first. I still think that Madara is stronger, and that huge blue titan is really like Shura. This title is definitely not wrong. On the other hand, Hashirama, I think his title of Senju comes from the ability to manipulate trees, so that it seems to have thousands of arms. But, it should not be as strong as that blue titan. Kabi also nodded when he heard the sound. Yeah, I also think Madara is stronger. The name of Shura is higher than Kunmin. Listen to the discussion of the two little guys. Virgo couldn't help agreeing in his heart. Their analysis is basically the same. Several marine executives at naval headquarters thought so too. But just as they think, Garp will take this fight quickly. When defeating this Hashirama who is not even as powerful as Madara, Hashirama gradually hit the real fire. Face the all-around powerful Garp. His fighting spirit was fully ignited. Usually, Hashirama's character is extremely reserved. He is also very humble. But at this time, competitiveness makes Hashirama want to win the fight. The huge wooden golem is smashed by Garp. Hashirama also got punched by Garp. But his resilience is better than Madara's, so it's okay to resist this punch. Hashirama stood on the ground, looking at Garp opposite, his eyes full of seriousness. Mr. Garp, dead. The words fell under Garp's calm eyes. Hashirama clapped his hands again. Sage art, wood style, Shinsukyunmin. Hashirama shouted, and the whole person stood up. Smoke and dust filled the air. Not yet dispersed. Garp's complexion has changed drastically. The previous self-confidence, calmness, and complete control of the eyes suddenly changed. Instead, there was intense horror. Is this how the name Senju came about? Chapter 80. On the marine warship. Look at the smoky G1 branch. Virgo narrowed his eyes. His observation haki can't sense that far. So it can only be seen with the naked eye. But at this time and there, what happened? Kabi and Beru also had doubts on their faces. What kind of trick is that Senju doing? Why is there such a big battle? Kibi, you said they couldn't create smoke on purpose, are you going to run away? Listen to what Belumbo said. Kabi's expression changed slightly. Virgo was lost in thought. Even in the marshal's office. Watching the live broadcast of the G1 branch. Listen to the words of Belumbo over there. Sengoku and the others all looked at each other, their hearts skipped a beat. Madara has lost to Garp. And that Hashirama also fought against Garp for a while, obviously not against Garp. So, is Hashirama going to run with Madara? Sengoku looked slightly startled. Akainu's face was gloomy. The evil guy is like a mouse, ready to run away when he sees himself in a bad situation. This Senjo Hashirama, in my opinion, is not as good as that Madara, brave enough to fight head-on. Akaino's cold snort did not get a few people's answers again. Soon, the smoke and dust on the G1 branch gradually dissipated. Looking at the huge figure exposed under the smoke and dust. For a moment, the audience was silent. On the marine warship, Kabi and Barumebur stagnated for breath at the same time. The two looked at the things that appeared in the G1 branch at the moment. They all stared at each other with wide eyes. How can this be? Bellamebo said in surprise. What did he see? He wondered if he was blind. Taking off his glasses, what Barumebur saw was still that huge figure. For a moment, he froze. And Kirby is not feeling well either. Looking at the figure in the legendary, he muttered in shock. Isn't this the power only Marshal Sengoku possesses? Kirby couldn't say the whole thing in surprise. Virgo in front of them was no better. Even Rear Admiral, the head of the base of the G1 branch. He has never seen such a scene. Virgo couldn't help but feel that the diary's slap was slapped on his face. This feeling also exists in Kabi and Barumebur. Just now, they also think that Hashirama has produced so much smoke. Is he going to run away with Madara? But now, look at the scene of the G1 branch. A few people just thought how ridiculous they were just now. Inside the marshal's office, watching the broadcast screen of the G1 branch, Sengoku stood up from behind the desk. Looking at the picture, his eyes widened and his whole body trembled. 3 admirals were not much better. Kizaru, Aokiji stared wide-eyed. Akainu was stunned. Some time ago. He means that Hashirama is not as fierce as Madara. And in front of the other 2 admirals, and Field Marshal Sengoku. But now? Hashirama used his actual actions. Slapped them hard in the face. What escape? How is that possible? Hashirama gave Garp his strongest blow in response. On the G1 branch, Garp looked at the Senjo Avalokitesvara in front of him, and his whole body was breathing heavily. What did he see? What the hell? A Senjo cannon? Nima. Could this be the origin of Hashirama's Senjo title? Garp had thought the same as everyone else before. Hashirama's Senjo title is believed to be due to his ability to manipulate trees, which is equivalent to having 1,000 arms. But now, behold the gigantic, unimaginably imposing Senjo cannon. Garp was shocked. He simply didn't know what to say. At the same time, my heart is bitter. Who is weak with something like Buddha? Check out Sengoku's human fruit phantom beast Buddha form. That old guy has been the Marine Marshal for more than 10 years. And the position of Marshal Marine, is it easy to occupy? The messy chores all day can annoy Sengoku to death. A decline in strength is inevitable. See Sengoku. The strength didn't drop much at all. Even because of the development of the Buddha fruit. So much so that it is still comparable to him now. This left Garp speechless for a while. So, now look at the Senjo cannon in front of you. Garp's mood can be imagined. Look at Hashirama standing above the head of Senjo cannon. Garp said complicatedly. You kid, you really shocked this old man. Listen to this. Hashirama smiled. This is the first appearance of true several thousand hands in this sea. Mr. Garp, I am also honored to be able to use it in battle with someone like you. Garp nodded, fists clenched. The whole body is full of breath. Garp took his strength to the top. The armed color is released. That level of armed color is even more terrifying than the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong. Compared to empty. Garp is younger after all. But, just when Garp thought he was just facing this Senjo cannon, a voice sounded again above Senjo Guanyan's head. Hashirama, you are not his match. This time, I will forcefully join hands with you once. I don't know when. Madara, recovering a little, came to Hashirama. The duo stands together on top of the wooden Senjo cannon. Listen to Madara. Hashirama nodded with a smile. Okay, Madara. Why? Then let us bear witness to the meaning of father's words. Madara nodded. At the same time, the two remembered Chu Xia's words. Susatta Buddha, 2 people destroy the 4 kingdoms. The 2 of them didn't understand what this meant. But after destroying 4 countries and meeting Garp, the top powerhouse, the 2 understood a little. Blood flowed from the eyes, and the power of the pupils exploded again. Susanoo, prestige. On the original Senju Avalokitesvara, a layer of blue flame armor was slowly attached. Susanoo. Garp muttered, his eyes became completely serious. He had experienced Susanoo's terrifying defense and attack power before. Now put it on the Senju cannon. What the hell am I? For no reason. Garp also thought of a sentence. Susato Buddha, Garp is going to die. I thought of this possibility in my heart. Garp shuddered. No. Even if you can't win this battle. But you can't lose either. If he loses, where will he put Garp's face in the future? Haven't been laughed to death by those old guys at Whitebeard? There is a firm belief in victory in my heart. Garp will continue to adjust his own state. Armament haki, observation haki, 6 styles life back. All the power of etc. was carefully mobilized by Garp. The whole person is in an extremely terrifying state. In this state, Garp can crush a jack-like kid with 1 punch at any time. Madara and Hashirama did not stop too much. Led by Hashirama, Hosoku's one-shot was born. Sage art, wood style, prestige, true several thousand hands, Buddha on top. A long move introduction fell. Massive Senju cannon pushing forward. Like a huge meat grinder, it is unstoppable. Thousands of arms of Senju Guanyin clenched their fists and roared forward. Asking for flowers. Boom. Boom. Their targets are all Garp alone. Bang bang bang. Countless fist shadows exploded. Garp also exploded with all his strength to meet Madara and Hashirama's strongest blow. On a warship in the distance. Watch the battles happening on the G1 branch. Kabi and Barumebra only felt that their worldview had been refreshed. What the 2 had seen before was nothing but Garp throwing iron balls and other scenes. At this moment, seeing Madara and Hashirama incarnated as majestic Buddhas, the sudden outbreak almost destroyed the entire G1 branch. And Garp. It also turned into something they had never seen before. Powerful and extraordinary, just like a god of war. The battle between the 2 sides is too exaggerated. Virgo also stood there in a daze. He couldn't move at all. This moment. Just seeing the blow from Madara and Hashirama. Virgo had already made up his mind. After this battle is over. He had to call Dover the phone bug as soon as possible. Let the other party must seize this opportunity. As long as you can make a good relationship with that Senju and Shura. Their Dong Quixote family can really become the king of the underground world. Inside the marshal's office. Looking at the broadcast screen that has been shrouded in fist shadow. Sengoku slumped back to his chair. When that Senju Guanyin appeared. Sengoku is almost a sure thing. Garp can't take down those 2 today. These 2 people are bound to resound throughout the sea in the near future. Not Sengoku blowing that Senju cannon. But as a Buddha fruit ability. He understands very well. There are very few Buddhas like legendary in this world. But strong. Able to realize the integration of one's moves into the Buddhas. One can imagine the strength. And that Madara's blue flame armor assistant. This. Sengoku only prays now. Praying for Garp to draw. Otherwise, on the eve of this summit. If Garp, the marine hero, is defeated. Then how will we fight for the top stand? Marine's belief in winning was lost immediately. Slowly. On the island where the G1 branch is located. The war gradually came to an end. Hashirama and Madara are too young now after all. The staying power of the 2 is really lacking. What's more, Madara is still seriously injured, and Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power is still overdrawn. He was the first to fail. The Suzawa outfit on the Senju cannon is gone. This made Garp, who was taken care of by all the boxing shadows, heave a sigh of relief. That pinnacle attack will continue for a while. His defense is afraid that it will be broken. But even so. When Hashirama hit the top of the Buddha and fell. Garp stood on the ground, his clothes were ripped, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. The cloak of justice behind him flew to nowhere. Garp stood there, shaking, clearly injured. Hashirama looked at Garp with respect in his eyes. Mr. Garp's strength is really powerful. Although he has not yet fully transformed into a fairy body. Now true several thousand hands is not all victory. But, no prestige counts Senju. Garp's strength is really admirable. After leaving a sentence. Looking at the G1 branch that was completely destroyed by the two of them. Hashirama smiled and turned away with Madara. Garp didn't chase any more. Because of his current state, he can't catch up. Looking at the two leaving figures. Garp's eyes were full of seriousness and a smile. Sengoku, I'm sorry. The old man failed to win this battle. But these two people, the old man feels that they are not the kind of vicious people. You two boys will also resound through the sky and sea. Chapter 81. On the surface warship of the G1 branch. Watch this battle come to an end. Everyone's eyes widened. The marine soldiers whispered. My God, the battle is over. Who actually won? Yeah, how did those two people leave? Why didn't Vice Admiral Garp go after him? Yes, these two must have exhausted themselves, but why didn't Vice Admiral Garp go after it? No, Vice Admiral Garp is too seriously injured, so he can't catch up. What? Did Vice Admiral Garp draw with those two in this battle? My God, can't you? Although the voices of the marine soldiers were small, but full of shock. Everyone can't accept this result. Kabi and Barumeber, who are familiar with Garp's strength, are even more shocking. They once considered Garp the most powerful man in the marine. Also his own idol. Their goal in life is to become like Garp in the future. So they can't imagine it at all. Garp will actually have a day when he will draw with others. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp able to win against anyone? The two were shocked. Although Virgo was shocked. But more than happy. Watching Madara and Hashirama leave in midair. Virgo only felt it. They are like the light that the Donquixote 880 family is about to rise. It is so dazzling. Virgo ordered in a deep voice. Don't just stand there stupidly, hurry up and sail, and go to the G1 branch to see Vice Admiral Garp. All the Marines heard his order, and it was a relief. But naval headquarters on the other side, in the Marshal's office. Sengoku, 3 admirals, but they have not been able to slow down for a long time. For a long time. Sengoku took the lead with a deep sigh. Oh, I didn't expect Garp to be unable to take down these two. Aokiji's eyes were shocked. Allah, what two scary guys. I'm afraid there will be 2 more monsters in this sea. Even this kind of strength can be called the Emperor of the Sea, right? That's right. When I meet these 2 people in the future, one is okay. If both are there, I will be the first to turn around and leave. Mr. Sengoku, don't blame God when the time comes. Kizaru looked at Sengoku and said slowly. He said this very seriously. In case Madara and Hashirama are present at the same time. That Kizaru. It's really possible to just turn around and walk away. Listen to him. Sengoku was speechless. The last Akainu. He sits on the sofa. The whole person has become extremely gloomy. Akainu felt like he was being slapped in the face. I thought that Hashirama was much worse than Madara. But did not expect. Now the facts dealt Akainu a hard blow. Hashirama, this name is much worse than Madara? This is even stronger than Madara. There is really no one weak between these two. One exaggerated than the other. Akainu would like to say a word Garp this waste. But think about the strength of those 2 people. He swallowed the words back again. The relay phone bug hangs up. The phone bug on the Sengoku desk white the phone bug rings. The call bug was from the 5 elders. The war has just ended. 5 elders got the news and came to confirm. As soon as he picked it up, the unbelievable voice of 5 elders came from the opposite side. Sengoku, is it true that Garp failed to take down that dry hand and Shura? Sengoku, Garp, and those 2 have a tie. What are you kidding me about? Whether it's true or not, report it to us. Listen to the voice over there. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Your Excellency 5 elders, the information is true. Garp failed to take those 2, and tied with those 2. Senju and that Shura are stronger than we thought. As Sengoku spoke, the 5 elders fell silent. In the end, Sengoku said that after broadcasting the video phone bug to the 5 elders, 5 elders was willing to give up. Within rights. After watching the battle of the G1 branch, the 5 elders fell silent. After a long time, only one person spoke. What calendar are these 2 people using? I can understand that Senju Hashirama. It should be the plant system devil fruit, which has been developed to awaken the plant system. But that Madara, what is that blue titan? Witness the battle firsthand. Let the 5 elders be puzzled. They hadn't seen that ability either. This is exaggerated. 5 people don't say they know everything about this world. But definitely not much difference. Susanoo, what the hell is this? Is it because of those eyes? Think of a few pictures, but red eyes. And the eyes that bleed at the end. This made the pupils of the 5 condense slightly. 4 of them looked at Goatee 5 elders in unison. Goatee 5 elders, among them stewards history. He is the most powerful historian on the sea. If he doesn't know, those people don't have to think about it anymore. Several people looked at it. The Goatee 5 elders didn't disappoint, giving vague answers. I've seen this kind of eyes in an ancient book. But that is too long ago, and I can no longer find the ancient books. Listen to this. Several people sighed dejectedly. The blonde 5 elders murmured. Should we report this matter to Lord Im? All the people fell silent after hearing the words. In the end, they unanimously decided. Wait a little longer. If the battle at the top goes well, the blood of Roger, the Pirate King, will be executed. Then this sea should be stable for a while. If it doesn't work, we can only go to see Lord Im and see if a world cleansing is launched. Several people nodded at the same time. Seconded. Seconded. Several people discussed again for a while, and sent another order to Sengoku. That is the battle of the G1 branch, and Marine must suppress the news. It can be called externally. Garp won the battle. Hashirama and Madara escape in embarrassment. God of Senju and Grim Shura are a joke. Listen to the 5 elders' orders. Sengoku sighed. Although it is true that it is shameless to do so. But Marine is a symbol of justice in the whole sea. It is the spiritual pillar of all civilians. Marine hero Garp. It is also famous all over the world. He is the messenger of justice in the eyes of the people. If it's rumored that he fought that Senju and Shura, he didn't win. The sea will be in chaos. Therefore, Marine facilitated the release of such news. But even such news. The whole sea trembles at the same time. Holy Land Marie joys. Inside Shishabukai's residence. Doflamingo stood by the window. Just received the public information from the world government. He was a little shocked. The Dry Hand and Shura went to the G1 branch to fight the Marine hero Garp. In the end, though, Garp won. But Madara and Hashirama also managed to escape. This is not meant to be. Madara and Hashirama didn't beat Garp, but they weren't far behind. Who is Garp? Marine hero, known as Iron Fist by the sea. This is the man who teamed up with Roger to end the rocks, the overlord of the sea. Then, he chased Roger, who became one piece, all over the world. Enough to see how strong Garp is. And Madara and Hashirama are in his hands. Although defeated, he escaped successfully. This has proved the strength of the two. Definitely a very strong one. Doflamingo thought about this result, and the shock in his heart could not be subdued for a long time. One side was shocked. Dover felt that the Don Quixote family had an opportunity to take off. He had heard from Toribel. Both Madara and Hashirama have immature and young faces, and they don't look big. And so young. You can have this level of combat power. Madara and Hashirama are likely to become 2-4 emperors in the future. Dover sighed inwardly. Suddenly, the phone bug in his arms rang. Porp porp porp. In the silent room, the phone bug is very harsh. Dover glanced at it, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Virgo. In general. Virgo is an undercover marine and will not contact him directly. That's too dangerous. Easily eavesdropped by phone bugs. Now Virgo calls, knowing that he is in Marie Joyce. What does this mean? What happened? Surprised, Dover picked up the phone bug. Vigo's voice soon came from the other end. My lord, Madara's battle with Hashirama and Garp is over. Dover nodded. I know, the result is that Madara and Hashirama lost and fled in embarrassment. But even so, I've decided to go. They're still young. Before Dover finished speaking. Hearing his words, Virgo interrupted him directly. Young master, what is it? How did Madara and Hashirama lose? Virgo was also a little confused. His first-hand information, which he saw with his own eyes, has not been passed on to Dover. How did Dover just say that Madara and Hashirama lost? Afterwards, Virgo told Dover what he saw with his own eyes. By the window. Dover stood there. Listening to Virgo's report, the whole person froze there. Virgo, what did you say in 5.1? Madara and Hashirama didn't lose at all. Instead, they drew a tie and left in a grand manner. And also destroyed the entire G1 branch. Dover said FK in his heart. He was filled with disbelief. He even wondered if Virgo was lying to himself. Virgo didn't explain any more. Directly sent a copy of the content of the video phone bug to Dover. Stand by the window. Look at everything that affects phone bugs. Dover just felt utterly unreal. He watched the entire battle video over and over again. Finally, Dover, who was standing by the window, grinned. Foo 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 foo. Foo 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 foo. Foo 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 foo. Look at everything in that image. Dover understood everything. The government of the world is out of face. Twisting facts and publishing false news. Anyway, what Madara told Hashirama, the sea would not believe it. Even the two of them were unwilling to lower their faces to say anything. This kind of operation is too normal for 5 elders. But this time, looking at the footage, Dover laughed. He wants this video to spread. No one can discredit his Senju dad. Garp 1. Hashirama and Madara escaped in embarrassment? He. Chapter 82. Time passed minute by minute. The G1 branch battle took place in the early morning, when it was just dawn. Madara's battle with Hashirama and Garp didn't last long either. After the sky is fully lit, the battle has already come to an end. The news from the world government was sent out in the morning. At noon, it had already spread throughout the entire sky. Just when everyone thinks that Madara and Hashirama lost to Garp. But it's also very good, when they will definitely become 2 big pirates in the future. Suddenly, a video was circulated in the underground world. As soon as it appeared, it swept across like a spark. The Field of Beasts. Inside Wanakuni Onijima Palace. Kaido is drinking with Mikasa. With the top spot on the horizon, Beasts Pirates has 2 main things going on right now. One is to look for Yamato. Yamato has been missing for over a week. Kaido didn't say it though. But his concern about Yamato is obvious to all. Beasts Pirates in Kaido's mood. Everyone is trying their best to find news about Yamato. However, there has been no news from Yamato so far. Kaido doesn't have any breakouts for this either. So although this matter is urgent, it has not progressed. Second thing. Then the battle for the top is imminent. The Whitebeard Pirates battle Marine. No matter how you fight, it will hurt both sides. It is even possible that the Whitebeard Pirates will be wiped out. The Beasts Pirates are all ready. Once Whitebeard left Whitebeard Field with his men, rushed to naval headquarters to join the battle. Then the Beasts Pirates will also act in sync. Number 23 It. Go to the Whitebeard Pirates to grab territory. This is a great opportunity. On weekdays, Whitebeard's territory is guarded by Whitebeard and a group of captains. Even the Beasts Pirates couldn't get in easily. This time Whitebeard is gone. If they don't rob again, when will they shoot? And it's not just the Beasts Pirates who have such an idea. Another 4 Emperor's Regiment. Charlotte Linlin also ordered all members of the Big Mom Pirates to prepare. Once Whitebeard is gone, they do it. In addition to the 2 4 Emperors groups. Some smaller pirate groups, factions, gangsters, etc. than the 4 Emperors. They've all set their sights on the Whitebeard pirates' territory, too. It can be said that this battle for the top, now except for being harmful to the Whitebeard pirates. For everyone else, it's good. Everyone is contributing to this battle for the top. Think about the huge land and wealth that will be in your pocket. Kaido laughed. Jin, Quinn, Jack, have a toast with Laozi. Kaido holds an exaggerated blackjack. The three of Jin didn't refuse, and took up the same big wine glass one after another and drank it down in one gulp. While drinking, several people remembered the information that had just been sent. Kaido laughed. That Senju and Shura are really nice. That old guy Garp couldn't even take them down. Oh Lolo. Oh Lolo. It seems that Laozi still needs to appear in person. On the side, Jack blushed, looked at Kaido and shook his head. Boss, where do we need your help? Those two brats, the bounty is just for show. Afterwards, if I go alone, I will definitely bring you 5 billion back. Jack laughed and said that he didn't think Madara and Hashirama were strong at all. Kaido patted Jack on the shoulder. Jack, do you know what your greatest strength is? Jack scratched his head, smiling foolishly. Boss, what advantages do I have? Kaido laughed and looked at him. Your greatest strength is this momentum, oh Lolo. Watching this scene, Yin and Quinn on the side also laughed. At this time, Quinn suddenly picked up a phone bug. Hey, Master Quinn, something big has happened on the sea. Quinn and Yin fixed their eyes together. The two looked at the phone bug one after another, and Quinn asked in a deep voice. What's the big deal? The intelligence officer over there said. Master Quinn, do you still remember the information I reported to you not long ago? That Senju and Shura fought against Garp the Fist in the Marine G1 branch? Quinn nodded. What's wrong? He was keenly aware of the shock of the intelligence officer. Even his voice began to tremble. This made Quinn frown. The eyes under Yin's mask are also slightly condensed. Then, the intelligence officer continued, the voice came through the phone bug. Lord Quinn, the information I told you just now was officially released by the world government. And now, I have obtained a more accurate piece of information. From the underworld. In the battle of the G1 branch, Senju and Shura didn't lose at all, but drew with Garp. Heard this? Quinn narrowed his eyes, and exchanged a glance with Yin. That Senju and Shura, tied with Garp? How can this be? The two were surprised, and Quinn asked again. Is this information accurate? Although it comes from the intelligence of the government of the world. They just listened to the general idea. After all, the government of the world sometimes revises the facts to enrich their own image in the sea, which is quite normal. Even. This is just one of the dirty methods of the world government. The intelligence officer on the phone bug said again. Lord Quinn, the information is absolutely accurate. I have a video of this battle here, and I will send it to you. Quinn nodded. He took out the video phone bug that he carried with him. Open the image. Quinn and Yin watched, not disturbing Kaido and Jack who were drinking. Watch and watch. Quinn and Yin looked at each other with incomparably surprised eyes. FK. What did they see? Senju Cannon? That blue titan, Susanoo? Can these two get back together? Even Garp was beaten so badly that he couldn't pursue Song was able to end in a tie? FK. Is this news true? When the two were surprised, Kaido also looked over. Jin, Quinn, what are you looking at? Listening to Kaido's inquiry, the two finally recovered from the shock. They projected the video and showed it to Kaido and Jack. Not long after, several people watched the complete video. Kaido frowned and looked at Jack silently. He remembered, what did this kid just say? Do you want to bring 5 billion back alone? I really think you want to give your 1 billion to others. Sending someone's head thousands of miles away is less gift than affection, right? Kaido was speechless, sighed and looked at Jack. Jack, do you know what your biggest weakness is? Jack doesn't understand. That's right, you're too reckless. Kaido covered his face as he spoke, speechless in his heart. At the same time, Todo Land Sea Area, surface. Inside Cake Island Castle. The moment before receiving the video, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Pei Ross Parrot, also laughed and fried rice noodles. Senju and Shura said they were nothing more than that. The road to growth is over. But after receiving the video, read it. The smile on Ross Parrot's face stopped abruptly. The entire Cake Island castle was also silent. For dessert, the 4 generals and the Sun generals all don't know what to say. It was a little too shocking. Those 2 little devils who have recently gained fame in the sea. They were able to team up and tie with Garp. Are you kidding me, Nima? Everyone couldn't help but look at Charlotte Linlin secretly. An idea came to their minds at the same time. Take Charlotte Linlin. Who will win a one-on-one match with Garp? Although they all admire Charlotte Linlin. But Katakuri, Cracker, and Snug all felt that. Really fight. Garp and Charlotte Linlin's winning percentage. Let's open June 4th. Garp 6, Charlotte Linlin 4. That old man's strength really cannot be underestimated. That is Senju plus Shura, almost equivalent to a 4 emperors. Awesome, the 5 emperors of the sea are born. Everyone was shocked. Then Charlotte Linlin grinned and said with a big laugh. Well. Katakuri, try to see if you can contact these 2. Ask them if they'd like to marry my Charlotte family, if you can. Hearing this, everyone was in a daze. Moby DK aboard. The Whitebeard pirates first received information from the world government. All of a sudden, the Whitebeard pirates were extremely worried. Because at this time 890 hours. It was a blow to their morale not to see Marine win. The war is imminent, such news is not good news. Even if it spreads. Many pirate groups under the entire Whitebeard pirate group may be afraid of naval headquarters, so they don't want to go to the battle. Just when Marco and the others were worried. Suddenly, a video from the underground world came. Watch that video. Marco and the others gasped in unison. Father, the government of the world is really shameless. It's really for their face, and for the morale of my Whitebeard pirates, I have thought of any way. I really saw the dirty methods of the world's government once again. Yes, but what I want to say more is. This Senju and Shura are too strong, right? Yeah, they are too scary. The strongest blow that can beat Garp to the point where he can't even chase after him. It's so shocking. Everyone said in shock. Whitebeard Tiger Eye is also micro-condensed. In a daze, he seemed to see Natalia who had risen up not long ago. How Whitebeard thinks. This Senju and Shura's growth path are so similar to Natalia? Well, it looks more like Lin. Although the specific process is completely different. But they are all extraordinary in strength as soon as they appear on the stage. And these people are still very young. This is inevitable, and it is too coincidental. Whitebeard's eyes pondered. The other side. The war in the G1 branch is slowly fermenting in the underground world. On the second day, it had almost spread throughout the entire sea. Watch the video of Hashirama vs Madara vs Garp. Everyone just thinks. Madara and Hashirama, together they can almost be called the 5 emperors. Even these 2 are still very young now. If you give them some time, then these 2 people will definitely be the 2 top powerhouses in the sea. Heaven-defying. 5 emperors. The title of the god of Senju and the cold-faced Shura has been won in one fell swoop. Madara and Hashirama used to fight with Garp. Completely established their position in the sea. Chapter 83. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. Inside the Marshal's office. It was early in the morning. Sengoku got up early to go to work and deal with all marine matters. 3 Admiral also clocked in on time for work. The battle for the top is imminent. Even Kizaru, the strongest fisherman, worked hard. Clocked in a minute early for work. 3 Admiral sat on the sofa. Kizaru asked in a relaxed tone. Marshal Sengoku, how is the situation at sea today? Yesterday, Marine, announced the news of the first battle of the G1 branch. Although it distorts the facts a bit, it's a bit shameless. But the morale of the Whitebeard pirates has already been hit. Kizaru smiled authentically. The Whitebeard pirates will have a few fewer battleships at that time. He can save a little while. How nice. Akainu's face was gloomy at this time, and he sneered. Hee. Whitebeard pirates, it must be day now, right? There are even quite a few pirates under his command who must not dare to go to my naval headquarters to participate in the battle. Damn it, it's impossible to wipe out those evils in one fell swoop. Listen to what Akainu said. Both Aokiji and Kizaru glanced at him. The eyes of the two were speechless. Can you do a little more of that? But Akainu didn't care about the eyes of the two. In his opinion, what happened to distorting the facts and publishing fake news? As long as it can hit the morale of the pirates and make the competition lean towards the result of victory, it will be an effective blow to evil. Even if it wasn't for the fact that too many Marines saw the fight. Otherwise, Akainu wants to ask Sengoku to modify it directly. Post that Senju and Shura were nearly killed by Garp. Look at Akainu like this. Aokiji and Kizaru shook their heads inwardly. They also understand the purpose of this move. So although I feel a little ashamed of this behavior. But the two didn't say anything. People in the rivers and lakes must be involuntary. They have accepted. It's just not as decisive as Akainu. Behind the desk, Sengoku is also in a great mood. He has the same ideas as Aokiji and Kizaru. Although it's a bit shameful. But also understand that this behavior is necessary. Standing in his position, he can't do everything according to his own ideas. We must always consider issues from the perspective of the overall situation. Thinking of this, Sengoku read the information that was sent just this morning. But just glanced at it. Sengoku's smile froze on his face. Look at the information in your hand. His big hands were slowly clenched, and his whole body was shaking. The truth. The government of the world is really shameless. 5 emperors. Words such as God of Senju and Shura with a cold face appeared on the paper. Sengoku was shocked. On the sofa. Look at Sengoku like this. The 3 admirals were taken aback. Kizaru turned into a spot of light and came directly to Sengoku. Condensation of light spots. Look at the information on Sengoku's desk. Look at the words and so on. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and he suddenly felt bad. Akainu and Aokiji also got up and came to the desk. Take a look at the information on the paper. The two barely fell over each other. This is completely different from what they imagined. How could the truth be revealed? Or with that video, perfect strong evidence? This. Several people gasped. They all imagined the impact this news would bring to Marine. Morale, situation, etc. are all going in a direction that is not good for Marine. Akainu had a gloomy face, lava fell off his body. Marshal Sengoku, what is going on? How did that video get exposed? Didn't I, Marine, record that video? Among them, only one was passed to the 5 elders. As Akainu said, Sengoku slapped the table. Sakazuki, watch your attitude. Aokiji and Kizaru turned their heads and gave Nashi a surprised look. They didn't expect this guy to go crazy. How dare you doubt 5 elders? How reckless! Reminded by Sengoku. Akainu also realized his own problem. But he still had a gloomy face, thinking about where the video might have been leaked. Virgo? Not too possible. Virgo is one of his rear admirals. During this period of time, I did a good job in the G1 branch. His long-standing devotion to the Marine and to justice is one he has seen firsthand. So, Akainu thought of the many Marines who watched this battle. There are too many people. No one knows who secretly recorded the video with the video phone bug. Several people in Sengoku also thought of this. When a few people are worried, the marshal's office was pushed away. A figure wearing a cloak of justice walked in slowly. Several people heard the sound and looked. I saw Garp, who was covered in slow bandages and his face was still a little swollen. The G1 branch went through a big battle. It is completely destroyed and can no longer be used. A large branch was thus abandoned. So there is no way. Garp can only take all the Marines of the G1 branch back to the station. Look at Garp like this. Sengoku couldn't help covering his face and sighing. Garp, no matter how strong those 2 guys are, I can't blame you for this battle. Aokiji and Kizaru also spoke to comfort each other. Only Akainu kept a cold face and didn't speak. Garp laughed at this and didn't care at all. Sitting down on the sofa, Garp ate the senbei on the coffee table with big mouthfuls, and waved his hands nonchalantly. The old man's heart is not so fragile. What's more, it's not the old man who has a headache now. Garp said, looking at Sengoku. When you come back. He also heard the news from the sea yesterday. The real situation of the G1 branch war has been exposed. Although I don't know who did it. But now there is no need to worry about who did it. Important. How does Sengoku stabilize Marine's morale? How to fight for the top stand in the near future? And how to deal with it, the new god of Senju and cold-faced Shura? If these two are active in the sea, will they participate in the top station fish? With their malice towards Marine and the world government. Join the battle. That's definitely a big problem for Marine. Although Garp can still shoot at that time, helping Marine hold the two. But what about Natalia, the god of heat? Thinking of this, Garp sighed. He thought of something deeper. His eyes narrowed slightly. He thought about the looks of Madara and Hashirama. I don't know, is the old man really wrong? Garp shook his head. Looking at Sengoku, he waved his hand and said. Sengoku, I'm going to impel down. Say it. Without waiting for Sengoku to agree, he turned and left. Sengoku looked at his back and hesitated to speak. But in the end it didn't stop. Be a marine hero. Garp wants to go impel down, and no one can stop him. Although why did he go there, everyone said. Must be to see his grandson ace. But how to stop it? Let Garp think that he has worked hard for Marine for most of his life, and finally see that his grandson will not let it go? That would be too cold for the veteran. After Garp left, Sengoku is still worrying about how to deal with the rough sea. But before he could figure out a solution, the phone bug from 5 elders suddenly called. As soon as Sengoku picked it up, he was greeted with a lot of scolding. Sengoku, what do you Marines eat? Can this kind of intelligence information be leaked? Are you a dummy? Or you Marines are all idiots? Hang up bug. 5 elders pooed Sengoku once. This can be regarded as soothing a little anger. Every time I encounter something worrying, they called Sengoku right. After scolding Sengoku, I feel much better. This is not. Just after scolding Sengoku, the Golden Emperor Gilder Tetzalo called the phone bug. This guy must have heard about the power of that Senju and Shura, and wanted to seek protection from the world government. To this, the attitude of 5 elders is, satisfy him. After all, he is an awakened golden fruit ability user. For Tetzalo, they are quite conniving. After all, the benefits Tetzalo can bring to them are too great. He is an essential figure in maintaining the stability of the sea. But when the call bug picked up, the 5 elders were dumbfounded. Tetzalo, repeat what you just said. Mustache 5 elders said angrily with a gloomy face. On the other end of the phone bug, Tetzalo's indifferent voice came. Your Excellency 5 elders, you heard me right. My Golden Emperor, Gilder Tetzalo, the famous ruler of the Golden City, wants to sever all ties with your world government. And, I, Golden City, want to declare war on your world government. 5 old guys, surprised. Ah ha 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 ha. Finished. The Golden Emperor hung up the phone in arrogance. Within rights. 5 elders looked at the phone bug with expressions of growing anger. Even. All 5 of them were stunned. He didn't expect the obedient dog Huang Jindi at all. Dare to turn around and bark, Li Dihao, at them today? It's the other way around. It's just the opposite. The 5 elders yelled loudly among the rights, and the Golden Emperor Tetzalo didn't know it. On the Golden City at this time, Tetzalo felt comfortable with what he had just done. He actually wanted to say this to 5 elders a long time ago. Actually do it today. That was really relieving. It's so refreshing. And the person who gave him this confidence. It was his Shura father. Call Bar Carla, Tetzalo ordered. Quick, Bara Carla. Golden City starts at full speed and sails towards the target island. Hurry up. Talking. Tetzalo thought about Hashirama and Madara in that video. There were streaks of cold sweat on his forehead. If that cold-blooded guy from Madara knew about it. He kept watching on the sea, slowly flying towards the target island. Then he was beaten lightly. But as long as Tizalo has such thoughts. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded above him. Oh! Tizalo, you haven't reached that island yet. Tezuelo turned his head slowly, and saw Madara with a cold face in mid-air, and Jian beside him. Look at these two people. Tizalo shuddered all over, and fell down directly from the golden throne. He knelt on the ground and looked at Madara with a horrified face. Daddy Shura, I was wrong. Chapter 84. After leaving the G1 branch, Madara and Hashirama are ready to go to Carla's island. And even though I only saw one side, but Madara has already seen through the temper of the Golden Emperor Tizalo. In his absence, the other party will definitely wait and see above the sea. Let's see if he can survive this crisis. Really? Madara didn't guess wrong either. Just on the way to the target island, they bumped into the City of Gold. Looking at Tezuelo kneeling in front of him with cold sweat on his face, Madara smiled faintly. He stepped forward slowly, and a blue skeleton appeared around him. The skeleton grabbed the Golden Emperor with a big hand and pinched the opponent's body. Bar Carla watched anxiously from the side. Master Tizalo. What Tizalo-sama? Call Shura-sama and Senju-sama. Tizalo shouted angrily. His practice was discovered by Madara. If it's just a little bit of suffering, it's still light. What Tizalo fears most is that there is no room for sand in Madara's eyes. Afraid that the other party would kill him directly. Bar Carla, tall in a trench coat, nodded. Turning to look at Madara and Hashirama. Carla bowed her head slightly. Master Shura, Master Senju. Look at Tizalo's approach. Hashirama raised an eyebrow and smiled. This Golden Emperor is somewhat enlightened. Know how to save life at critical moments. As expected. Madara, who was about to kill Tizalo directly, looked sideways. He was quite surprised that the Golden Emperor was so smart. After all, if there is a smart person under his command, it will be very convenient for him to carry out his duties in the future. After thinking about it, Madara smiled coldly. Susanoo clenched his arms suddenly. Tizalo screamed, feeling that all his bones were about to be crushed. But just when he was about to be unbearable, Susan let go of his palm. Tizalo fell back to the ground. Looking at Tizalo, Madara said 557 lightly. This time, it's the last time. There will be another time. Before Madara finished speaking, Tizalo was already kneeling on the ground and kept kowtowing. His face was full of horror and fear. Grown-ups. Don't worry, there will be no next time. If there is any more, I will directly apologize with death. While saying this, Tezuelo didn't dare to have the slightest rebellious heart in his heart. Madara and Hashirama have already proven their worth. Together, the two are enough to be called the Five Emperors. With such a strong man staring at him, Tizalo can't surrender if he wants to. Besides surrendered, Tizalo thought he would get more. In the past, in the eyes of the world government, he was just a tool, a dog. Although now under Madara's hand, he is still a dog. But be Madara's dog, he can be the king of the underworld. It's an underground world that even the four emperors can't get in. For what Madara said, Tizalo really has no doubts now. So not long ago, after he learned the news of the battle of the G1 branch, he called 5 elders directly to the phone bug, showdown. Looking at the respectful Tezuelo, Madara looked at Hashirama and smiled. This Tezuelo is really a smart guy. The moment the news of the G1 branch war broke out, he has done everything in his favor. Showdown with the 5 elders. Sail at full speed towards the target island. After the two of them appeared, they put their posture extremely low again. This Tetzalo, nice. Madara felt somewhat satisfied. But there was no expression on the surface. For Tizalo, Madara is still so indifferent. The Golden City sailed swiftly. This time, it didn't take half a day to reach the target island. The Golden City is docked on the CDFC shore. Madara and Hashirama took Tizalo and Bar Carla to the island. As Tizalo walked, he felt uneasy. Madara had sent him to this island before. Find someone. But what are you going to do on this island? Tetsalo and anxiety. I can see his anxiety. Madara shook her head, looking at him with regret. Tizalo, if you come to this island before the end of the G1 branch war, then you will have an unimaginable opportunity to meet an adult that you can never imagine in your life. However, you chose to wait and see. Although I understand your approach better, you lack a little courage. So, you can only be a general, and you have nothing to do with handsome. As Madara spoke, Hashirama took over. There's nothing special about this island. Just take you to meet a sister of the two of us. When the Golden Emperor was watching from the sea, he has already lost the qualification to go to the Island of Gods. Madara and Hashirama will not let him meet Chu Xia. This time to meet Carla. It's just that I want the other party to go back to the Island of the Gods, send a message to Chu Xia, and take him with him. It didn't take long. Madara and Hashirama suddenly frowned. Both looked at the little black cat lying on a roof, basking in the sun. The little black cat is lazy and cute. Following the gazes of Madara and Hashirama, Tizalo and Carla also looked. See that little black cat? Both of them raised their eyebrows, and looked back at Madara and Hashirama. And at this moment, feel someone look. The little black cat was keenly alert, looked around and found Madara and Hashirama. The little black cat's eyes lit up. Turning around, the other party has already appeared in front of several people. Hashirama big brother, Madara big brother, are you back? The little black cat's stomach is soaring, obviously it has eaten a lot of food these days. Seeing this, Hashirama smiled gently. Carla, if you eat any more, you'll become a little fat man. The little black cat frowned humanly and frightened upon hearing this. Hashirama big brother, stop talking. I won't eat fat. Watching this scene, even the indifferent Madara had a smile in his eyes. Tizalo and Carla exchanged glances. The cat that ate the human fruit? Or the one who ate the fruit of Zoan? The two had this idea at the same time. Okay, Carla. Madara looked at Carla and said. This is Tetsalo, the famous Golden Emperor of the Sea. This is his subordinate, Bar Carla. This time, you take Bar Carla back to meet father. Heard the words. The little black cat looked at the two behind Madara and Hashirama. When I heard that Tizalo was the Golden Emperor, the little black cat's eyes lit up. Golden Emperor? Isn't that a lot of money? But she didn't care too much. After all, money is such a thing. In the eyes of the Porgas family, it is a number. No need. Unless the Porgas family established a country and officially appeared in the sight of the sea. But this is not a short-term consideration. But Madara and Hashirama see farther. They know the future development of the family. After standing on the top, the Porgas family will be more or less noticed by the outside world. At that time, Chu Xia will be able to establish a country no matter what. Golden City, Dongquixote family. It is Madara and Hashirama's preparations for the future development of the family in advance. If Chu Xia knew what the two of them wanted, that will definitely be satisfied with a smile. Madara and Hashirama are in their teens. Now he can actually consider everything from the perspective of the family. Too sensible. Up. Carla looked at Bar Carla again. She was a tall, red-haired beauty in a windbreaker. So. Carla turned her head to look at Madara and Hashirama, her cat face was full of bewilderment. So, Madara big brother, Hashirama big brother, you mean me? Watch mature babe Barbara Carla. Carla was dumbfounded. This Madara and Hashirama will give Ba Carla to his father. Why do you let yourself take it? This pot is so good. Carla cat's face was full of reluctance. Madara and Hashirama both smiled at this moment. Carla, it's not us who blamed you. It's because we still have things to do in this sea, so we can't go back. Carla heard the words. See, both Madara and Hashirama said so. She also nodded suspiciously. Finally, after Hashirama promised to take her out to play more in the future. The little black cat nodded. Okay, two big brothers, remember what you promised me. As she spoke, Carla looked at Carla, raised her cat paw and waved her hand. Follow me. Speak. Carla jumped on Carla, and with a wave of her little paw, the two of them left the island in an instant. When Carla looked dazed, she had already been taken away by Carla. Tetsuo was a little dazed, standing still. Just a woman. He didn't care. Think of the grown ups that Madara and Hashirama said they couldn't imagine. Tetsuo's heart was full of fire and excitement. Madara looked at him now. Let's go, continue sailing, the two of us will accompany you on a trip to the underground world. Tetsuo nodded excitedly. Yes, Master Shura, Master Senju. Carla's instant technique is very fast. So half a day later, she brought Carla to the Island of Gods. Inside the main hall of Sui Palace. Look down at the mature babe Carla. Chu Xia was dumbfounded. Although the Island of Gods has passed for a long time. But the outside world, it has only been a few days, right? A few days. My two sons went out for a trip, why did I send myself a woman? Nima. When did the Porgas family develop this family tradition? Why are you bringing women back to me when you go out? Looking at Carla, Chu Xia was really helpless. He wants to punish Carla. But looking at the cute and pitiful look of the little black cat, he gave up again. It's just that I haven't even married the empress I brought back recently. The body is not too much. Just the energy. Chu Xia couldn't fully focus on that kind of thing. There are many family matters waiting for him to deal with every day. Shake your head. Looking helplessly at Carla, Chu Xia said. Just stay on the island of the gods temporarily. When the time comes, I will summon you again. Listen to Chu Xia's words. Looking at Chu Xia, who was handsome and outrageously on the throne. Carla bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. After coming to the island of gods, she, too, experienced a wave of intense shock. It is completely unimaginable that there is such a terrorist force here. At the same time for Chu Xia. If it weren't for the other party's unwillingness. Carla is really like posting upside down now. At the same time, Carla also sighed in her heart. Tetsuo, what kind of thick legs are on the list? From now on, he is still walking sideways in the underground world? Chapter 85. There are only 7 days left until the summit. Early this morning, another shocking news came out of the sea. Because just last night, the famous Golden City controller, Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsuo. He first announced that he would sever all relations with the world's government, and retreated to become an evil force. Afterwards, a high-profile tea party was held, and many powerful forces in the underground world were invited. And just after those people went to the Golden City and attended the tea party, Tetsuo shot directly and ate all these people. And let out a harsh word. From now on, he will be the only king in the underground world. In an instant, the whole underground world was stirred up to be bloody. And according to many gamblers who were in the Golden City at that time, what they saw. Although it was the Golden Emperor Tetsuo himself who called the tea party. But the host is not him. It is Senju and Shura who have gained fame in the sea in recent days. Especially that Shura. Even the wounds from the fight with Garp are good. But in the face of those who are at the helm of the great forces in the underground world, all his shots are instant kills, and his strength is extremely terrifying. That's why only the Golden Emperor can eat all the big forces. Those who make them submit, and those who do not submit will die. As soon as this news comes out, many people think so. Marine and the world government are going to have a headache again. The day before yesterday, I just experienced a big battle with the marine hero Garp in the G1 branch. It's only been a day. The two of them can continue to do things in the sea and be active in the sea. And this unifies the behavior of the underworld. The two really want to challenge the position of the 5 emperors. All of a sudden, even the new world, which is usually turbulent. Many forces are also trembling for it. I am afraid that I will become the target of that Senju and Shura next. The field of beasts. Wanakuni Ghost Island. Kaido heard what Senju and Shura were doing in the underground world. Can't help laughing. What two brats like to make trouble. You just became famous in the sea, and then you attack the underground world. I really don't know what to say. While Kaido was laughing, Kaido's eyes were cold. After all, it was last night. There were also many forces loyal to the 100 Beasts group who attended the tea party. And a tea party will pass. All the forces loyal to the 100 Beasts fell to the Golden Emperor. Kaido is very angry that Madara and Hashirama's underground world is aggressively encroaching on territory. So that Kaido called Charlotte Linlin and asked about the situation of Charlotte's family. Just ask. It was at the tea party last night. Several big forces are supported by the Charlotte family. Because those forces have too deep a relationship with the Charlotte family, they dare not betray. That's why those forces were all wiped out by Madara. Oh Lolo! Old crazy woman, you must be mad now, right? Oh Lolo! Listen to Charlotte Linlin's heavy breathing. Kaido laughed out loud, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Originally, he was also somewhat affected, and he was in a bad mood. But it was learned that Charlotte and Linlin were more damaged. This made Kaido feel very happy and gloated. Charlotte Linlin's angry voice came. Kaido, if you guys dare to laugh at me again, I will go to Ghost Island on the anthem right now. If you don't destroy your weapon factory, I will never give up. Listen to what Charlotte Linlin said. Kaido didn't joke with her anymore. Old crazy woman, get down to business. That's Senju and Shura, you can't just let it go. Let's talk about Madara and Hashirama destroying the Marine Branch, destroying the alliance countries of the world government, and fighting against Garp. They can still wait and see, and even laugh. But at this time, what Madara and Hashirama have done has really affected their interests. Who is Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? They can rob others. Others must not touch their interests. The two are used to domineering. I never knew what it means to suffer. It was impossible for the two of them not to fight back after being messed up this time. Really? Charlotte Linlin also has this intention. But if the two want to do something to Senju and Shura, then the two of them must do it themselves. We have to work together. Otherwise, it would be useless to send others. Just look at the results of the big battle in the G1 branch. And now the battle for the top is imminent. The Whitebeard pirates are about to set sail and go to New World to attack naval headquarters. At this juncture, if they fight Senju and Shura, this is not in the interests of the two of them. After all, it was lost in the underground world. The two are still acceptable. Wanakuni is a weapons factory. Kaido makes money from this. And the underground world, no matter who is in control, must do the arms business. This is the same truth. What about Charlotte Linlin? The Big Mom pirates rely on intelligence. Relying on the huge influence in New World, Paradise, and Four Seas. Now Madara and Hashirama are just doing things in New World. It didn't particularly affect her either. The reason why the two are now angry. It's more about my own face. But since there is a huge cake in the Whitebeard field, it is not impossible for the two of them to let go of this face temporarily. So the two decided unanimously. Let's put the battle with Senju and Shura after the battle at the top. The imperative now. It's time to grab territory in Whitebeard field. Grab the treasure. Grab resources. That is an amazing cake. Finished talking. The two laughed at the same time. Whitebeard field. Moby DK aboard. The Whitebeard pirates are gathering on the deck. Whitebeard, still covered in pipes, sat on the mast. At this time, Marco read out the information from the sea that came this morning. Listen to what Senju and Shura are up to in New World. Although everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was a little worried about this. But they seemed to be powerless to manage this matter. Whitebeard slowly removed the tube from his body. He leaned on the big razor Kong Yunki and stood up. Looking at the endless sea. Whitebeard laughed twice. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. My sons, this sea, let them continue to make trouble. We, also have our business. Listen to Whitebeard. In the eyes of Marco, Jaws, Baista, Yizang, and others, fierce fighting spirit gushed out. Everyone waved their fists, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. There are still 7 days before the battle for the summit. The forces under the Whitebeard pirates are all ready. This time, not counting the Moby DK and the 2 escorting whale ships, the Whitebeard pirate group has integrated 50 battleships and 50 pirate groups. This is much more than the 43 warships in the original book. And this reason? Naturally because of Madara's tie with Hashirama and Garp. This severely damaged Marine's morale. Make the Whitebeard pirates' arrogance. The big razor Kong Yun cut to the deck, asking for flowers. Whitebeard looked at the turbulent sea and laughed. Cool la la la. My sons, let the waves of this sea be more violent. Whitebeard's words fell. The main ship Moby DK, and 2 escort whale ships. Everyone on the 3 big ships was in a warm mood. Ho 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 ho. Set off. Let's go to naval headquarters and rescue our brother Ace. Ho 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 ho. Let's go. Ace, here we come. Father, this is taking us to destroy naval headquarters, ha ha ha. Everyone's emotions were ignited. The Moby DK rides the wind and waves and sails forward. Every time they pass an island, there will be several warships ranging from following. These are all pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. When coming to the edge of Whitebeard's field, the forces of the entire Whitebeard pirate group have been fully assembled. This is a terrifying fleet so huge that any force would pay attention to it. Count the 3 Moby Dicks. A total of 53 warships sailed. The long line pulled up even exaggerated tens of thousands of meters. The number of people is also a terrifying 50,000 people. 0. Whitebeard pirates 16 teams and 50 pirate groups are all assembled. Leave the Whitebeard field. With the Moby DK leading, the Whitebeard pirates sailed slowly towards the Fishmen Island. This is the battle strategy developed by Whitebeard and the captains. It is too difficult to hit Marineford directly. Naval headquarters defense is overblown. There are too many cannons outside the Crescent Port. Although Whitebeard is not afraid of these cannons, neither are the captains. But for Whitebeard's pirate group, that is definitely a serious threat that will cause many casualties. So they are going to go to the coating first to go to the Fishmen Island. When the time comes, invade the Full Moon Port in Marineford directly from the bottom of the sea. Direct access to the inner harbor. Marine. At that time, you will directly face the 50,000 strong army of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck of the Moby DK, everyone is throwing a party. They celebrated the voyage. Watching my sons pushing cups and changing cups. Whitebeard smiled in his tiger eyes. As daddy, his mission is to protect these sons. Family. What a luxurious word. Want to protect well. Even for him, it is very difficult. But this time, the strongest man in the world will usher in his last shine. Marco did not know when he came to Whitebeard's side. With a bottle of wine in hand, Marco drank it down. Looking at the sea ahead, Marco murmured. Dad, tell me, will the big sister head come this time? Listen to Marco. Whitebeard flinched. But quickly reacted. The sons called Natalia the big sister. He knows this. After thinking about it, Whitebeard shook his head. Who knows? But Dad, I will definitely lead you to rescue Ace. You also understand that Kid Ace's temper. At that time, if any changes happen, just take him away, understand? Whitebeard's words fell. Marco thumped in his heart. Whitebeard told him this. Don't you say? Whitebeard already has the will to die. Marco looked at Whitebeard in shock, with complicated eyes. Big sister head, will you come? He really didn't want to die of old age. So Marco pinned his hopes on Natalia. 7. Chapter 86. Here's the news that all members of the Whitebeard pirates are sailing. The Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates moved quickly. The 4 emperors led the pack, and many big and small pirates flocked to the Whitebeard pirates like sharks that smelled fishy. New World gradually has a chaotic rhythm. The government of the world, within the power On the white and bright expensive floor, 5 elders are sitting or standing around the sofa. Listen to the information coming one by one. 5 elders looked serious. One of them is Madara and Hashirama. Listening to Madara and what gradually did last night, the 5 elders frowned together. What the hell are Senju and Shura going to do? It's really lawless to start a war tea party with the intention of integrating the underground world. 5 elders slapped the table angrily. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. None of the 5 elders could come up with a solution. What's more, there is something more troublesome for them right now. Mustache 5 elders said helplessly. Let the pirates solve the matter of New World by themselves. Our current focus is still on the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. The other 4 nodded. Several people looked at the bald 5 elders. How's Naval Headquarters preparing for the big fight? How is the progress? There are still 7 days left before the execution of Fire Fist AI-703. Will he be able to summon 100,000 elite marines to join the battle as scheduled? A few people asked me one by one. The bald 5 elders Tianyu nodded. Currently, the call for 100,000 marines is almost complete. Within 2 days, this matter should be completely over. However, it will take some time to prepare for the various deployments of the standing competition. Tactical discussions, formations, and all that take time. However, before the execution date of Fire Fist Ace comes, all preparations will be completed, so there will be no problem. Get an affirmative answer. The rest of the 5 elders all heaved a sigh of relief. Finished talking about Marine. Several people talked about 7 warlords of the sea again. Regarding politics, Mustache 5 elders said. The compulsory recruitment for 7 warlords of the sea has been completed. Currently, Heavenly Yaksha Quixote Doflamingo, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Moria, the 4 are already in the Holy Land. The remaining 3 are Shishibukai, Sand Crocodile Lockdoll, Hyxia Jinbei, Empress Boa Hancock. Sand Crocodile was defeated by Straw Hat and has been removed from Shishibukai. And Hyxia Jinbei, because of his relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, refused to participate in the war and was imprisoned in Impel Down. As for the Empress. Speaking of this, Mustache 5 elders became more and more angry, with a gloomy face. The other 4 also knew about it. Empress Boa Hancock has no reason. But you just don't accept the compulsory recruitment from your world government? Think about it. The bald 5 elders slapped the table. What a disgusting fellow. For so many years, 5 Snake Island has relied on the location of Shishibukai to survive safely. This Empress is really an ignorant fellow. I think, after the battle at the top, send Marines to destroy 9 Snakes Island. You can even initiate a buster call on it. The words of the bald 5 elders were unanimously agreed by the other 4. Second, let's mobilize Guoquiling. It's time for us to frighten this sea. Several people nodded one after another, and finally talked about standing on the top. Everyone, if there is only one Whitebeard pirate group in this battle, then we have a high probability of winning. However, I'm afraid that the Whitebeard pirates will not be the only ones coming at that time. Fluffy Who 5 elders said, with a dignified tone. The other 4 people also ordered their eyes to be fixed when they heard the words. Just after Marine released the execution ace. Just in this short period of 10 days. How many things happened at sea? Natalia, God of Heat. First generation Kenpei Kagai Serene. Hashirama and Madara who call themselves Senju and Shura. Each of these gave them a headache. In the threat of first generation Kenpei Kagai Selene was dealt with. But Natalia, the God of Heat, and Senju and Shura. These 2 threats, 5 elders cannot ignore. If ignored, it will become a source of variables at that time. Several people frowned. They first thought of Senju and Shura. Everyone, this Senju and Shura. They almost only make trouble in New World, which I think is easier to deal with. Goatee 5 elders rode. The other 4 nodded. Agree with this. But even though Madara and Hashirama are making trouble in New World, they basically don't go to Grand Line. This also cannot guarantee that the 2 will not come to participate in the top stand competition when the time comes. If it comes, it will be a great threat. The bald 5 elders said. These two people are less of a threat, let them unify the underground world in the near future, we will treat it as invisible for the time being. At that time, even if the two of them go to the top stand, Marine can handle it. Finished. Everyone thought of the hot god Natalia again. Although the opponent disappeared into the sea after defeating Blackbeard, has been notorious. But the threat cannot be ignored. The bald 5 elders said again. As for that Natalia, I'll be on call at any time. As soon as the opponent appears at naval headquarters, let Kong go to support. The bald 5 elders didn't take Sora personally at all. It is directly where it needs to be moved. But this didn't make the other 4 people feel anything. In their eyes. Except Lord Im. Everything else is just tools. At last. The blonde 5 elders laughed. Don't worry, everyone, there won't be any changes in this battle for the top spot. I will also make CP and all intelligence agencies pay close attention to the other 3-4 Emperor's regiments. In case there is a change, just kill the minister in the bud. The other 4 nodded their heads one after another, feeling relieved. After talking about these worries, the blonde 5 elders smiled broadly and was clearly in a good mood. Look at him like this. The other 4 were a little curious. Why are you so happy today? Several people looked at each other. Remember the last time the blonde 5 elders were so happy? Still because of the appearance of Bell in that CPO. What is it again this time? I saw a few people who saw his strangeness. The blonde 5 elders didn't hide it either, laughing. You guessed right. Bell is back, having successfully completed her mission to protect the celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. Hearing this, the 4 of them raised their eyebrows at the same time. The blonde 5 elders continued. Okay, I won't tell you any more, I'm going to meet him and see him promoted to official CPO. With that said, the blonde 5 elders stood up. But suddenly, Mustache 5 elders stopped him. Etc. The blonde 5 elders turned his head and looked puzzled. Mustache 5 elders said. Since Bell has become the official CPO, you value him so much. Then it's better to let him come here and meet us directly. Listen to Mustache 5 elders. Blonde 5 elders is a little upset. But the displeasure quickly dissipated. He understood the meaning of Mustache 5 elders. After all, being 5 elders, they rarely have mood swings. But the blonde 5 elders himself had several mood swings because of Bell. The other 4-5 elders, afraid that something might go wrong with him. The blonde 5 elders nodded. Kin. The highest office building in the world. Notified by the blonde 5 elders. There was a smile in Bell's eyes. Send him to meet the 5 elders? It's really interesting. It seems that these old guys have some doubts about themselves. Quite sharp. But this is also normal. The smile in Bell's eyes quickly subsided and turned expressionless. Put on that faceless mask. Bell straddles Kyōka Suigetsu, wearing a CP0 white windbreaker and walking towards the right. Push open the door. Bell calmly walked into the right room. Standing in front of the 5 elders, Bell bowed respectfully. Master 5 elders. Although through a mask. But just looking at Bell's eyes. Faithful words from the old star. Bald and armed with swords, 5 elders raised an eyebrow. Looking at the Kyōka Suigetsu on Bell's waist, he keenly sensed that it was a famous sword. Looking dignifiedly at Bell, the bald 5 elders said. Show me that long knife. As he spoke, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his tone. They have always treated their subordinates like this. Bell didn't refuse either. I sneered from the bottom of my heart. He was still thinking about how to shikai Kyōka Suigetsu in front of the 5 elders. After all, they need to see their blades. And if he drew his sword as soon as he came up, it would be a bit of a problem. With the keenness of the 5 elders, it would be bad if they noticed something. But the bald 5 elders actually asked to see the knife. This is right in his arms. Bell smiled inwardly. Slowly drawing Kyōka Suigetsu, Bell brought the long knife forward with both hands. Just when the 5 elders looked over together, the long knife in Bell's hand flashed a faint light. Kyōka Suigetsu's shikai doesn't require any shikai words. Crack it, Kyōka Suigetsu. It's just a way to confuse others. It's like the classic quote from Aizen. 2.1 When did you have the illusion that I am not using Kyōka Suigetsu? The bald five elders took on Kyōka Suigetsu. His eyes suddenly became sharp. This is a famous knife that is no less than the supreme fast knife. It's just that he has never seen it, nor has he appeared on this sea. The bald five elders looked at Bell with a questioning look. Bell responded, words without a trace of emotion. Your Excellency five elders, this knife was specially made for me by my family. Listen to this. The bald five elders no longer doubted it. It's a good knife, cherish it well. Saying that, the bald five elders returned the long knife to Bell. Bell sheathed the knife. He stood up again. The blonde five elders spoke at this moment, saying that he had completed the task. Has been promoted to the official CPO thing. Bell nodded lightly, as if he didn't care, and only had loyalty to the world's government in his eyes. Look at him like this. The five elders grew more and more satisfied. What a nice kid. Several people had such an idea in their hearts at the same time. But they don't know the actual situation at this time. It was Bell who looked at five elders with a sneer in his eyes. Everything the five people saw. It's just an environment created by Kyōka Suigetsu. But they were brushed around. But I don't know it. Chapter 87. After finishing speaking, Bell became an official CPO member. The blonde five elders said something else. Including becoming the official CPO, Bell needs to take the next poison. This is the means by which the world government controls the CPO. Of course, this was child's play for Bell. He who played Kyōka Suigetsu, tricked the five elders simply. When Bell leaves between rites, the five elders are already smiling. This Bell is really good. The identity is clean, and he is so loyal to the government. Yeah, you guys really found a good heir. The four of them looked at the blonde five elders in unison, with envy and jealousy all over their faces. The blonde five elders smiled. Bell. Among all his bad things, the only thing that makes him happy. And Bell hasn't been idle since leaving power. The blonde five elders informed him. After becoming an official CPO member, his subordinates can have an exclusive intelligence team. Good to help Bell complete the task. The squad can be selected from among the CPO reserves. It is also possible to have Bell pick from all CP organizations. Come to the archives. Bell retrieved the files of all potential members of the CPO. Looking up and down, he didn't find anything that could make his eyes shine. In desperation, Bell looked at the profiles of members in other CP organizations. When turning to CP9, Bell frowned slightly. Rob Lucci, CP9's strongest talent in the past 800 years. Seeing this, Bell became interested. He continued to look. After seeing the various evaluations of Lucci by the government of the world, Bell is sure. This Lucci is definitely a genius. Not surprisingly, he will definitely grow into a genius at the top of the CPO in the future. 23 Not only because of his talent, but also because of his loyalty to the world government. But loyalty to the world government? A plus in the eyes of five elders. But for myself, this is a minus item. If Lucci is really completely loyal to the world government, then it's useless for him to accept the other party under his command. He wants a person who is completely loyal to himself. Bell looked again at the files of the rest of CP9. After watching the whole change, Bell suddenly felt that CP9 was still a good candidate. This group after losing to the Straw Hat Pirates at N-Ice Lobby. Because of the Dandy Spondum. The fate of CP9 is almost a dead word. At this time, several people showed their desire and stubbornness for survival. They disobeyed the orders of the world government and escaped. After that, there is an endless pursuit. Today's intelligence agencies are still chasing and killing several members of CP9. Thinking of this, a smile appeared in Bell's eyes. Put on that faceless mask. Bell left the world government. He is fast. In just one day, according to intelligence, they have arrived at the island where CP9 may be hiding. On this island, there is a team chasing and killing CP9 one by one. It was the spy team led by former CP9 chief Spondam himself. Although not very strong, but they occupy the official status of the world government and can mobilize all resources. Therefore, even CP9 is very strong, none of them are weak. But they can only live in hiding. From time to time, it will be injured by Spondam. In an ordinary 3-story building, Khalifa, dressed in common clothes, turned over and entered the small building from the 2nd floor. Leaning against the door, several companions in the room looked at her. After Khalifa shook his head, several companions felt relieved. Khalifa then walked to the sofa. Lu Qi was lying on it. It has been more than half a month since the Ice Lobby incident. So Lu Qi and Luffy's injuries from the battle have not healed yet. Because of having no money, and being hunted down by the government of the world, CP9's life is tough. They traveled to several islands and plundered several gangsters. This is considered enough money for Lu Qi to treat his injuries. But it's a pity. They had just arrived on this island and found a doctor who was willing to treat Lu Qi. But several people were caught up again by the spy team led by Spondam. A fierce battle came down. Not only did the doctor die, but the money was lost. Even a few of them were seriously injured. Snuggle and Fukura dying. Keiku, Jabra, and Khalifa all looked anxious. Lu Qi's face was indifferent, although he didn't show it. But he is not in a better mood than Keiku and the others. For those who have grown up from childhood to adulthood, they have gone through many trials and eventually became partners of CP9 together. Lu Qi still cherishes it very much. Look at Fukura's injuries. He was really helpless and desperate. Several people are waiting for the last hope. That is to have the fruit of the door. Bluno is out looking for a doctor. Not long after, a circular air door was suddenly pushed open in the room. Bluno stepped out of it. Looking at the companions who looked forward to it, Bluno sighed deeply and shook his head. Sorry, I couldn't get a doctor. Spondam has seen all the doctors on the island under control. They don't let go of some folk doctors. It's forcing us to show up. And once we show up... Bluno shook his head. The rest of the people couldn't help but see despair in their eyes. They were defeated, expelled from the government of the world, and then hunted down. Several people really felt the indifference of the world's government. They really don't treat these spies as human beings. It is completely used as a tool, and it is thrown away when it is used up. Even, they chased and killed them, trying to destroy them. Watching the two Fukura who are about to die. Everyone in CP9 was desperate. Jabra frowned, and strode towards the door. Keiku stopped him. Jabra, what are you doing? Jabra turned his head and gritted his teeth. I fought them. Desperately, I want to get back a doctor. Keiku gritted his teeth. Though they watch over death. But to his companions, Keiku still couldn't bear it. He also followed Jabra's footsteps, preparing to fight Spondam. Although Spondam brought a lot of spies to protect itself. But the opponent's strength is too weak. Given a chance, it would not be difficult for CP9 to kill him. But for a long time, few people dared to do it. After all, Spondam is the head of the world government's spy department. He also has a father named Spandane, who is a senior official in the spy department of the world government. If Spondam is killed, Spandane will be attracted. Even more terrifying words of chasing and killing. Then they are really finished. But now, facing the death of two companions, Keiku decided to fight. Khalifa and Bluno also came to their side. The four looked at Lu Qi in unison. Although Lu Qi's injury was serious, but with his vitality, he is now able to act. And it is a force that cannot be ignored. If only Lu Qi joined in. There are many possibilities for their success. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Qi's expression was serious, and he looked at the few people who hesitated and struggled for a long time. In fact, all the time. If he abandons the CP9 people and goes to the world government alone, then the government of the world will definitely stop the pursuit of him and let him enter the CPO as a reserve member. With Lu Qi's qualifications, this has always been a certainty. But if he did that, then CP9 and the others are really doomed. Lu Qi really couldn't just sit back and watch something like that happen. But at this moment, facing Genzao Genfo, he tore his face apart. Lu Qi hesitated. Keiku, Jabra, Bluno, and Khalifa also understood Lu Qi's hesitation. Several people smiled, looked at Lu and said, Lu Qi, if you want to go back to the world government, you can go back. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. We only hope that when you come to hunt us down as a CPU in the future, you can release some water. Several people laughed and said. Listening to what they said, Lu Qi became more and more hesitant. He knew that these people wanted him to leave without any worries. Lu Qi sat on the sofa with a calm face, but he was struggling in his heart. Didn't think long. Looking at the two companions who were about to be unable to hold on, Lu Qi got up. With a pigeon on his shoulder, he silently came to the side of the four. Let's go and grab a doctor together. Looking at Lu Qi's choice, several people couldn't help laughing. Lu Qi is the strongest among them. At the same time, it is almost their leader. Now there is Lu Qi joining. They will be able to snatch back the doctor and rescue their two companions. But just when a few people are about to go out, a figure appeared directly in the room. It was a figure wearing an expressionless mask, a long white dress, and a long knife across his waist. Look at the man's attire. Suddenly, the expressions of the 5 members of CP9 changed drastically. CPO. Formerly known as CP9. Although they have never seen CPO. But the other party's name is absolutely heard. In this group of guys, the strength of every official member is extremely terrifying. At least at the quasi-admiral level. And now, ACP0, is this here to hunt them down? Even the reserve members of CP0 in front of them are not something they can deal with, right? The expressions of several people were filled with panic for a moment. Bell looked at several people. Looking at their choices, he smiled. First, Bell looked at Lu Qi with satisfaction. Bell swept the remaining 4 again. Looking at their panicked faces and vigilant fighting postures, Bell slowly pulled out the long knife at his waist. Several people were shocked again when they saw this, and they were all ready to fight. But how can Bell use any effort to deal with their group of trash fish? Just for an instant, everyone including Lu Qi, he was cut by Bell at the same time, fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Damn it! Is this the power of CPO? Horrible! Several people thought in horror. And Bell didn't care what they thought. You want them to be completely loyal to you. So now they must completely destroy their psychological defenses. Thinking about it, Bell raised his long knife and slowly lowered it towards Lu Qi's head. The faces of the other CP9s changed drastically. Lu Qi. Chapter 88. Boom. Bluno tried his best to use his door fruit ability at this moment to pull Lu Qi to his side. Keiku, Khalifa, and Jabra were all relieved when they saw this. But an even more desperate scene appeared. Bell's figure appeared beside Lu Qi at the same time without knowing when. One foot on the other. Bell slashed straight down. This time, no one can save Lu Qi again. But the miracle happened again. Keiku, Khalifa, and Jabra all shot together. They used their last strength. They hit Bell one after another with the 6-style kung fu. See? The corners of Bell's mouth under the mask turned up more and more, and his heart became more and more satisfied. He needs not a heartless machine. It is affectionate and righteous, but completely loyal to him, to the people of the Porgas family. It is also necessary to destroy the psychological defense of these people. However, Bell's knife was also successfully missed by the 3 of Keiku. He slashed at Bluno beside Lu Qi. Bluno was undoubtedly slashed in the back. Blood gushed out from that broad back. Bluno's face turned pale in a short time, which was a sign of excessive blood loss. It's too late, CP9 and the others are in a hurry. Bell raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. You guys are quite united, and you like saving people. Then, Lu Qi, I'll give you a chance. You claim to be the strongest genius of CP9 in the past 800 years, and you are qualified to join CP0. If you choose to return to CP0 with me now, then I can take you away and cancel the killing order for you. But your group of companions will all die here today. Of course, I'm a very fair man. You have another choice, and that is to die with them." Bell's indifferent words resounded loudly. Immediately, the expressions of everyone in CP9 changed at the same time. Is riding a horse a choice? This is fair? What the hell? The expressions of several people changed drastically, and they all turned to look at Lu Qi. All of a sudden, Keku, Jabra, Khalifa, and Bluno spoke without hesitation. Lu Qi, agree to his conditions, join CP0, and return to the world government. That's your goal and dream all along. That's right, Lu Qi, don't worry about us, we are already dying. And you, have a bright future. As long as you grow up, you will be able to kill that Spondum for revenge. Several people spoke up to advise. But Lu Qi remained expressionless. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Bell, who was wearing a mask. Look into those indifferent eyes. Lu Qi did not speak, but expressed his choice with practical actions. 6 styles. He was going to use his remaining strength, overdraw his vitality and use the 6 styles 6 King Spear. This creates opportunities for the companions to escape. But his strength is not enough in front of Common's CP0. Let alone Bell. Looking at Lu Qi's choice. The mouth under Bell's mask smiled again. Seeing Lu Qi rushing towards him, Bell said slowly. Heido no 90, Black Coffin. The indifferent voice fell. In an instant, the audience was silent. Khalifa and the others all stared wide-eyed, filled with horror. Lu Qi at the moment, being wrapped in a huge mouthful of black coffin. That black coffin gave them a strong sense of threat. Even if it was their complete victory period. Facing this black coffin, the few people couldn't think of any resistance. Next moment, the black coffin shattered. Lu Qi's figure covered in blood rolled out of it. He is dead and can no longer be penetrated. CP9 looked at this scene in despair. Bell didn't talk nonsense anymore. Turn around, open the door and leave. In the end, it was in the ears of several people in CP9. The sound of the entire building collapsing was heard. Their consciousness also fell into infinite darkness. But in this endless darkness, there is a light. At first it was insignificant. But it gradually became dazzling. Several people thought that they had come to the afterlife. But when they opened their eyes, but found out, the small building did not collapse. None of them had any wounds on their bodies. And Bell was standing quietly among them. At this point Bell has taken off his mask. Childish, indifferent, confident, aloof, indifferent. Waiting for the temperament mixed with his face. But it doesn't feel inconsistent at all. On the contrary, there will be inexplicable admiration for Bell. In the eyes of everyone in CP9, Bell is like a god. Look around. Looking at the few people whose faces were still dazed, Bell smiled. My ability is to go back in time. So everything just now is a test for you. Now, all of you are welcome to pass the test, join CP0, and become my team. Bell's words fell. The eyes of CP9 and the others widened at the same time, looking at him in disbelief. After a while, the 4 other than Lu Qi half kneeled on the ground at the same time. They gasped for breath, recalling the scenes they had just experienced. Even Lu Qi, the body standing there, was also trembling, and the pupils trembled. During this period of time when several people were relieved, Bell came to Fakura's side. Looking at the 2 dying of serious injuries, Bell shook his head, stretched out his hand, and cast the healing Kido. These 2 are too weak. He is not going to be under his command. But as the companion of everyone in CP9, he will save the 2 of them. After the healing Kido is cast, the Fakura 2 didn't wake up directly. Bell turned his head and clapped his hands, attracting the attention of 5 people from CP9. The way the 5 of them looked at him had completely changed. It never occurred to them. Bell wasn't here to hunt down their CP0 at all, but to redeem them. Lu Qi also smiled bitterly. The situation was too urgent just now, and he didn't have time. But now, if you think about it carefully, you can understand. They are just a few former CP9s. Just a bunch of losers. Shpondam leads people to hunt them down, which is considered the highest standard. Send CP0 to hunt them down? Feel sorry. It's not that Lu Qi looks down on himself and others. It's that they really don't have that qualification. So the adult in front of me. Surely it must be to redeem them? Lu Qi felt as if he had received amnesty. They had just experienced a death. Now I just feel that I have seen the god I want to follow all my life. Look into the look in their eyes. Bell smiled, very satisfied in his heart. From now on, the 5 of you will become my exclusive team. What you are loyal to is not the world government. It's me alone, understand? Bell's faint voice fell. The 5 of CP9 looked at each other again, their eyes shrunk slightly. But I remembered Bell's method just now. Ability to go back in time. Time class devil fruit. The hearts of several people were once again shocked. At the same time, they also understand that Bell came to redeem them. It is not an order from the world government. It's Bell, the CP0 master himself. As for making them completely loyal to this lord, what are they going to do? Then they don't know. No need to know either. This lord has redeemed all of their CP9 members. Before CP9, they were just abandoned sons who were abandoned by the government of the world. Now fortunate enough to be redeemed by this lord, they are extremely grateful. Several people nodded one after another, looking at Bell with determination in their eyes. My lord, we will be completely loyal to you. Bell nodded and put the mask back on. My code name is Aizen, and that's how I'll be called from now on. This thing, you eat it. After Bell finished speaking, he threw out 5 balls of light casually. Look at these 5 light spheres. The 5 of CP9 didn't hesitate in their hearts. Now that I have decided to be loyal to this lord, then they would naturally not have the slightest hesitation. Watching several people eat decisively, Bell turned around and pushed open the door of the small building to let the sun shine in. Let's go, next, it's time to deal with your previous affairs. Hearing this, the expressions of several people changed slightly. They quickly figured out what Bell meant. All of a sudden, think of the former chief of Shpondam. Several people's faces were full of anger. Even Lu Qi's face was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Formerly known as CP9, how much did they do for Shpondam? The opponent treats them like a dog. But they were forced by each other's status and had to obey. Now, an ice lobby lost a campaign. Shpondam pressed the golden phone bug by mistake. So much so that the ice lobby was destroyed by Marine's own buster call. Afterwards, the world is looking into this matter. Shpondam directly dumped the blame on them. So much so that they were expelled from the government of the world, and then hunted down. All of this is because of that Shpondam mutton. With anger in their hearts, several people followed Bell all the way. Lees, soon. They arrived at the base of Shpondam's spy team. Turning to look at the 5 people, Bell said. How about it? Do you feel that your injuries have recovered? Several people nodded one after another, while their eyes were full of doubts. The light ball that the adult gave them just now. What exactly is it? But few people asked this question. They know what to ask and what not to ask. Bell nodded slightly. Then, just rush in and vent your anger. The 5 looked dazed. Khalifa asked with a slightly changed face. Lord Aizen, let's rush in like this and kill the spy personnel of the world government. Won't it cause you trouble? Bell shook his head. Go. Got this answer. Several people did not hesitate any longer. They have seen this lord's strength and methods before. It's just a CP9 chief Shpondam. Even if it is killed, it should not have any impact on this adult. Several people turned around and rushed in. Bell stood on the roof. Hearing the screams of the whole building, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Awaken CP9's feelings. This is the most important step in getting them to follow themselves thoroughly. After all, what he needs is not a machine. But at any time, they all know how to be flexible, can seriously consider the pros and cons, and are loyal to themselves. This makes him qualified to be his follower on the road to becoming a god. Chapter 89. Boom. World Government. Right between the doorway. A tall man who looked somewhat similar to Spandam walked in through the door. This scene caused the 5 elders who were discussing to stop discussing. The 5 people frowned slightly, and they all looked at the person coming out of the room. Between the huge door to the right, Spandine came in. He is the father of Spandam. Thinking of this, 5 elders probably already understood the purpose of the other party's visit. But I understand that it doesn't mean that a few people won't be angry. The blonde 5 elders looked at Spandine with a sullen expression on his face. Spandine, what are you going to do? They knew that Spandam was dead, and Spandine would definitely react. But a few people didn't expect it at all. Spandine dared to come directly to the power room to find them, and still had such a strong attitude. What's the matter, don't you take the 5 old men seriously? Spandine bowed slightly to the 5 elders. But when he got up, his face was full of anger. Your Excellency 5 elders, I demand that you hand over the CPO who killed my son. Sure enough, this is the matter. The 5 elders glanced at each other secretly. After Bell came back with CP9 yesterday. Just met Xingjian, the blonde 5 elders. Reported the matter to him in detail. The blonde 5 elders was non-committal about how many people Bell valued CP9. Because he only felt that Lu Qi was worth something. But since Bell wants to accept 5 people as his team, the blonde 5 elders had no problem either. After giving Lu Qi and the other 5 people the same pill, the 5 members of CP9 successfully became the CP0 team under Bell. Originally, the blonde 5 elders didn't think there was any problem with this matter. Even if Spandam died, he didn't care. I even think that kind of waste should not be kept at all. After telling this matter to the other 4 people, the 4 of them had the same idea. As for Spandam's father, Spandine? Give him a chance, he's the chief of Cypherpole. If you don't give him a chance, he's just a dog. At this time, they watched Spandam appear in front of the 5 people. The 5 of them didn't even bother to talk nonsense to him. The blonde 5 elders waved his hands and spoke seriously. Spandine, get out. Master 5 elders. Before he finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders grew impatient. Get out. The anger and arrogance on Spandine's face dissipated immediately, and gradually turned into panic. He knelt down on the ground with a plop. Master 5 elders. I was wrong. Master 5 elders. I was wrong. However, you must make the decision for me. Listen to this. The blonde 5 elders were outraged. He looked at a CP0 at the door. Throw him to me in the Holy Land as a slave. Hear this. Spandine's eyes widened and his whole body trembled violently. Don't wait for him to speak. The CP at the door has already made a decisive move. They are machines, they just need to obey orders. Soon, Spandine was taken out. But in the wide corridor outside, Spandine was taken by that CP0, but his expression was a little dazed. Until he was thrown into Marie Joyce, into the dwelling of the celestial dragons, and told that he would be a slave from now on. Spandine didn't even think about it. How could he do such a thing? Contrary to 5 elders, does he not want to live? However, he had no chance to think about it again. Bell, who was hidden in the dark, was inconspicuous, with a smile on the corner of his mouth under the mask. Naturally, he would not forget the threat of Spandine. Even if he can erase this threat at will, he doesn't need to care about it. But with Bell's cautious character, still started. Even directed a perfect drama. First, I came back yesterday and fully reported the matter to 5 elders. Then, using Kyōka Suigetsu's ability, Spandine was tricked into thinking that he really did those things. And actually, the Spandine in front of the 5 elders. He pretended it with his ability. Otherwise, Spandine is an executive of the intelligence department. He is definitely not a fool. Impossible to contradict the 5 elders. Because of a son? Do not be silly. Such a thing as a son. One dies, another is born again. How could a politician like Spandine fall out with 5 elders because of a son? He's not that stupid. But under the power of Bell Kyōka Suigetsu, everything worked seamlessly. The top floor of the World Genfo office building. Lu Qi and the five listened to the story of Spandane being thrown into the Holy Land as a slave. The five people were full of admiration for Bel. Here, their threat is completely resolved. In the future, no one will trouble them again. Think of that grown up. The five of Lu Qi trained harder and harder, just for themselves to be able to help each other one day. And just 5 days before the battle for the summit. Impel Down, inside Impelton prison. Wearing the cloak of justice, Garp finally mustered up the courage to go to the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. He has actually been here for 3 days. But after coming here Impel Down, Garp suddenly lost the courage to meet Ace again. After 3 full days of struggling, Garp mustered up the courage to meet Ace. With heavy steps, Garp walked towards the Eternal Hell alone without anyone accompanying him. Just entered the Eternal Hell. Garp felt the dampness, darkness, oppression, and suffocation here. It's here. Even the monsters of the sea in the past. Stay for a while. There are also various problems in the mind. In other words, Eternal Hell is a place that can drive anyone crazy. The only difference is that it takes a long time to drive crazy. Garp had a complex expression on his face, and walked forward with heavy steps. Eternal Hell is very dark. But there are still many people who recognized Garp's identity. All of a sudden, all kinds of mocking words came. Let me see who this is. So it was the Marine hero who caught me in Impel Down, Garp the Fist. Is Marine so bad? After Roger was executed, you never came to Impel Down. No. Dab, Garp you old guy, why did you come to Impel Down empty-handed this time? BD Garp, talk. A series of hideous voices sounded. But Garp didn't pay attention to them at all, and went all the way to the depths. Not long after, Garp has come to the deepest part of the Eternal Hell. All the prisoners here are big pirates who have lived in the sea. For example, the Red Earl Bellori Clydefield, the Frozen World Destroyer Burndy World, the crew of the former One Piece Roger, and Bullet, the descendant of the Devil. Further down, there are Shishibukai, Sand Crocodile, Locke, Hyxia Jinbei, and Shiryu, the Impel Down Watchman. When these people saw Garp coming, their expressions changed a little. They quickly figured out what Garp was up to. Locke Doll sneered. I didn't expect the grandson of the Marine hero to be imprisoned in this Eternal Hell just like us. Ha 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 ha. What a sarcasm. Bullet laughed too. Old man, you have spent most of your life on the sea, and Roger was chased all over the world by you. However, although you old guy has a strong iron fist, you are really not good at teaching your grandson. Fire Fist Ace is a pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, awaiting public execution. Another grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, seems to be active in the sea for a while. Ha 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 ha, Garp, are you sad, old man? Facing the ridicule of the people around, Garp frowned, trying not to touch them. He came to the deepest part of an iron prison. Watch Ace sitting in the shadows. Garp's eyes were full of complexity, and his arms were gripping the 2 railings of the iron prison. Even if the railing is made of sea stone, but Garp can still easily bend it. Watching this scene, many people screamed strangely. Yo yo yo! Garp, are you going against Marine's justice to save your grandson? Ha 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 ha, Laozi said. How can there be any justice in this sea? It's just the jungle of the jungle. Look at this Marine hero, when faced with the execution of his grandson, he also let go of his own justice. Impel Down Watchman Shiryu's eyes burst with murderous intent. In fact, he really wanted to torture and kill a top expert in the sea like Garp, to see what it felt like. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough. It's really going on. The biggest possibility is to be tortured and killed by the other party. He ignored the mocking words of those around him. Garp entered the iron prison and looked at Ace, who was sitting in the shadows. His tiger eyes are full of complexity. Marine hero, Garp, who insisted on justice all his life. At this moment, he couldn't help but waver. How much he thought. How directly I want to take Ace with me. Don't doubt it. He really has this strength. Magellan and the defenders of Impel Down couldn't stop him. 18. Pulling out a phone bug, Garp flipped a switch on it. The phone bug quickly came into play, isolating the cell from outside sounds. Others can only see the scene inside this cell. Can't hear the sound here. Of course, these big pirates are not without lip language. But eternal hell is too dark. They can't see anything. Everyone yelled at each other for a while. Inside the cell, Ace raised his head and looked at Garp, who was slowly sitting cross-legged. The two sat opposite each other for a while. Tears welled up in Garp's eyes. Ace, you brat, why can't you listen to the old man and become a marine? In Ace's eyes, Garp at the moment. No more marine heroes. It is no longer an iron fist that crosses the sea. But just an ordinary old man. It's my grandfather. Ace's tears flowed down without disappointment. When he was young, didn't he want to be a marine and make Garp proud? However, when he learned of his own life experience, Ace understands. You must not be a marine yourself. If it becomes marine, once his identity is exposed in the future, it will definitely bring serious danger to Garp. For this old man who raised himself, Ace would rather put himself in Uzumaki, danger. He also didn't want Garp to get into this dangerous Uzumaki too. After all, the blood of One Piece Roger. If this is known by the world government, that is absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 90. Under the dark prison of eternal hell. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other through the faint light. Ace watched the hesitant struggle on Garp's face, and the tears desperately contained in those eyes. Ace fell silent. He opened his mouth complicatedly, but couldn't say anything. Garp too. Watch Ace not talk back to him for the first time. Garp's heart was also unimaginably uncomfortable. How could he not understand what Ace was thinking? In the past, he still thought that Ace was rebellious. It is because of his identity as the son of the pirate king Roger that he is so rebellious and wants to be a pirate. But now, Garp fully understood. Becoming a marine. Although there will be no freedom. But with him Garp, no matter what, Ace will not be treated by the government of the world. His name as a marine hero. Sometimes it still works. But the child Ace is too sensible. At a young age, he understood everything he was carrying. Understand that I can't be a marine at all. Even if only Garp knows his identity. Even if the probability of being exposed is very small. But once exposed, that world government, in the marine, there will be no room for Garp. And once something happens to Garp, this also creates danger for Luffy. All in all, before Ace decided to go to sea, it must have been thought through. My heart is complicated. Garp looked at Ace, tears streaming down his face. The same goes for Ace. Looking at the grandfather in front of him who he has always called the old man. Ace shed tears, showing his strong emotions for Garp for the first time. Old man. Ace spoke hoarsely. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other. Suddenly, he raised his hand at the same time and wiped away the tears on his face. Watch this amazingly synchronized action. All the big pirates in eternal hell couldn't help raising their eyebrows. It seems that there is a tacit understanding between the old guy Garp and his grandson. Yet, it's a pity this time. Even as a Garp marine hero, Ace can't be kept. Who made Ace Whitebeard's son? Yet, but seeing Garp being so entangled in this old guy's scene, my heart is really happy. Ha 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 ha. This old guy also has today. I still remember the arrogance he had when he got me in Impel Down. Ha 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 ha. The pirates laughed. In their eyes, the marine hero looks like this today. It's really ridiculous. Only Seaman Jinbei. Look at Ace's cell. His expression was full of worry and concern. Ace is the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. And the Fishmen Island is the site of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard has been protecting the Fishmen Island. Over time, Jinbei has a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. Also has a good relationship with Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Caught in Impel Down this time. It was he who, as the 7 warlords of the sea, rejected the compulsory recruitment of the world government. But he was very happy to be caught in. At least I can chat with Ace here. In a dark prison. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and laughed after wiping away their tears. Ace covered his eyes to prevent Garp from seeing his tears. Ha 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 ha. Old man, you still have today, ha 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 ha. I still remember your iron fist of love back then. Why isn't he as proud as before? Ace said with a laugh. But it's just a joke. But the tears in his eyes could not be stopped. So is Garp. Watch Ace's banter. He was also laughing in response. But the tears in the eyes kept flowing. Be a marine hero. The sea people call it Iron Fist. There are countless pirates defeated by him. People have been in marine for so many years. Garp has no idea how many lives he has saved. But when facing his grandson Ace, facing Ace's impending public execution, Garp was helpless. The two looked at each other and cried for a long time. At last, the pirates watching around were too lazy to taunt. The tears of the two were crying dry. Garp and Ace chat about homework. Speaking of childhood, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo are doing weird things in the woods. Listen to those things. Both Ace and Garp laughed. Think of Luffy and Sabo. Half of Ace's eyes were smiles, and the other half were regrets. The smile is for Luffy. Luffy is now out to sea. Even in just 2 months, he made a name for himself in East Blue and Grand Line. This makes him a big brother very gratified. Unfortunately, it is for Sabo. After Sabo disappeared, he still hasn't heard from him. Although in this sea, missing is tantamount to being buried. But Ace has been holding on to the last glimmer of hope and never gave up looking for Sabo. Think about it. He looked at Garp, and asked. Old man, after all these years, there is still no news about Sabo. Listen to what Ace said. Garp also shook his head regretfully. Well, the sea is still too big. Although this old man is Marine Vice Admiral, he hasn't found any news about Sabo. As he spoke, strong anger appeared in Garp's eyes. That group of celestial dragons smashed. Think of Sabo. Garp was furious in his heart. Had it not been for the celestial dragons, Sabo and their ships would not have been shelled. Sabo isn't missing either. Think of the tragic fate of that child. Garp finally sighed deeply. Ace is also immersed in the nostalgia for Sabo. Look at Ace like this. Garp was going to talk to him about something else. Don't let Ace be so sad again. Ace, it's been almost a month since you were caught Impel Down. Would you like to know what's going on in this sea during this time? Talking. A fart grin spread across Garp's face. Look at his smile. Ace was really interested. Old man, if you have something to say, hurry up and don't keep it up. As he spoke, Ace thumped in his heart. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates came to rescue him? The heart is joyful and warm at the same time. Ace didn't want to hear about it. After all, the government of the world wants to execute him publicly. A smart person can see the calculations of the government of the world. If the Whitebeard pirates came at that time, they would definitely be in danger of being destroyed. In order to save him alone, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was pulled into danger. That's not what he wants to see. At the same time, Ace also felt deep guilt. Ashamed of his lack of strength, he failed to win Blackbeard. I also feel ashamed that I didn't listen to my father Whitebeard's words, and made the other party and all the partners worry. Even more guilty of pulling the Whitebeard pirates into an extremely dangerous situation. Ace's bad premonition is naturally correct. Asking for flowers. Garp looked at Ace and smiled. One thing first. Ace, I can tell you exactly. That fellow Newgate is here to save you. Hear this. Ace's eyes suddenly widened, and then revealed strong emotions. Looking at Garp, his eyes were burning. Old man, no, Grandpa. Grandpa, can you help me tell my father that he must not bring anyone to rescue me? This is my last request before I die, okay? I'll hide. Listen to Ace. Garp frowned slightly, grinning. You brat, you usually don't say a word about Grandpa. Why, when you meet that Newgate guy, you're willing to call me Grandpa. It seems that Newgate is more important to you than me. Saying that, Garp shook his head. You and I know that Newgate guy's temperament very well. What he decides, do you think I can change it? Unless you escape Impel Down yourself, New Gate HQ. B. Garp said, sighing again. Ace heard the words, although his eyes were still full of complicated emotions. 0. But he also understood Whitebeard's temperament. Once the other party has decided on something, nobody can change that. Because he is the strongest man in the world. Shaking his head in his heart, Ace was also powerless to gamble on this matter. Garp didn't say much on the matter either. Soon, Garp mentioned near-off time. Just after the world government announced that Ace would be executed publicly. All kinds of big things happened on the sea. Stinky boy, after the official government of the world announced your public execution. A lot of things happened, which made me unexpected, and also made me very puzzled. Hearing this, Ace slowly raised his head and looked at Garp. Old man, what's the matter? He was a little curious. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. What else will be born because of myself? Garp summed up in his mind for a moment, and began to slowly talk about the major events that happened on the sea during this period. First. Naturally, a group of human traffickers suddenly appeared on the sea. This group of traffickers is extremely rampant. Actually kidnapped Kaido of the Beast's daughter Yamato, and 3 other beautiful women of Beast's pirates. And soon after, in all nations, 4 beautiful daughters of the Charlotte family were kidnapped. Among them is even Charlotte Tesmaji, one of the 4 stars of dessert. Listen to what Garp has to say. Ace's eyes widened for a moment. Old man, what did you say? There are traffickers, took many daughters and roads when Linlands. FK. Ace groaned in his heart. He was arrested in Impel Down for more than 20 days, less than 1 month. That's less than a month. This kind of thing happened at sea. Are you sure you're not joking with him? This human trafficker is really too rampant, right? How can there be such a trafficker? Ace was so shocked, he couldn't imagine what happened in the sea during the time he was away. Is this still the sea he is familiar with? And speaking of which, Garp's words weren't quite finished yet. Glancing at Ace, Garp shook his head and said disdainfully. That's the thing that shocked you. Listen to Garp. Ace stared sharply. What? Anything else? He was shocked. Chapter 91. Look at the surprised Ace. Garp smiled. He couldn't help but think of his office in Sengoku. And the scene where Sengoku and others were shocked when they heard the news. Now this shocked expression finally appeared on other people's faces. Garp felt secretly refreshed. There is a feeling that my own bragging has shocked others. And the pirates around. Through the dark prison. They can roughly see Ace's face in the prison. I was still crying there before, feeling sorry for each other with Garp. Why did this crying turn into shock just after a while? What happened? Let this Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace be so shocked? Garp is going to get him out? It shouldn't be possible. Don't look at everyone looking down on Marine. But for Garp's character, they still know very well. He will not violate his own justice at will. Thinking of this, all the pirates looked at Ace's shocked expression. Everyone just felt itchy in their hearts, as if someone was scratching crazily. And inside the prison, Garp put away the smile on his face, and continued to talk to Ace about the next thing. Ace, apart from that group of traffickers, the next incident has a lot to do with you. With Garp saying this, success has already whetted Ace's appetite. He raised his head and looked at Garp with dimly lit eyes. Is it related to 007? Ace was a little dazed. I don't understand except that the Whitebeard pirates set sail and came to rescue him. The rest has nothing to do with him. Could it be Luffy? Ace looked at Garp and asked. Garp smiled and shook his head. It's not about Luffy, it's about you. Ace was puzzled. The pirates in the surrounding prisons looked at Ace's curious and puzzled expression. They were almost crazy with curiosity. They all lay on the cell door. Even Demon Fruit Power. He also forced his head against the prison with that sense of powerlessness. In front of Ace, Garp didn't hold his appetite too much. After all, he has a lot of goods here. I must take a good look at this kid's shocked expression today. Smiling, Garp directly stated the result of this matter. The old man will tell you the final result of this matter first. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach you are familiar with. Ace narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He is certainly no stranger to Blackbeard. Eyes burst into anger. Ace looked at Garp and asked anxiously. Old man, that Blackbeard guy, can't do something again. No wonder Garp said it had something to do with him. It turned out to be something to do with Blackbeard. This made Ace very nervous. I'm afraid that something happened to Blackbeard again, which is not good for Whitebeard pirates or Luffy. After all, that guy told himself that the original goal was to capture Luffy and exchange the position of 7 warlords of the sea with the world government. Thinking of these, Ace was extremely anxious. Garp didn't give too much away, and said directly. Don't worry, Ace. This thing is not a bad thing for you, but a refreshing good thing. The Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach who defected from the Whitebeard pirates was defeated suppressed by a mysterious strong man who suddenly descended on Banaro Island. When Garp said this, his heart was full of joy. Blackbeard kind of guy. Even if there are many in this sea. But it's okay to look down on him, right? And Ace listened to Blackbeard being defeated and suppressed. He just froze in place. Old man, what did you say? Ace couldn't believe his ears. After recovering, Ace's eyes were surprised. Could it be that Brother Marco made a move? Or did Dad do it himself? Blackbeard that guy? Ace said in surprise and anger. Garp was speechless about it. He shook his head. Ace, I just said that Blackbeard was defeated and suppressed by a mysterious strong man. That mysterious strong man is also related to what I just told you. It's the group of human traffickers who kidnapped the daughter of the 4 emperors. Now the identity of the other party has been found out, and the name is Natalia. Her purpose in kidnapping the daughter of the 4 emperors is still unknown. But after she landed on Banaro Island, she used an extremely powerful flame ability. It was using this flame ability that Blackbeard was burned half to death by her and taken away. In that battle, even my 2 admiral candidates in Marine only dared to watch the battle from a distance, even. Garp was about to say something about Momozagi being taken away. But it turned out to be a disgraceful affair for Marine. So he shook his head and didn't continue to speak. But even so. Listen to what Garp said. Ace was already shocked. There is a mysterious strong man named Natalia. After the opponent landed on Banaro Island. Suppressed Blackbeard with dark fruit directly with powerful flame ability. How is this possible? Ace's expression was full of astonishment. He is a Maramara fruit capable user. When it comes to flames, he should be the strongest in this ability category. Of course. It can't compare with 4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. But when Ace grows up in the future, he will definitely be the king of the flames. Ace still has this confidence in his Maramara fruit. But it was him. When facing Blackbeard with dark fruit. But lost. Of course, Ace's own strength is not enough. Plus why Blackbeard hides too deeply. But more. It is dark fruit's suppression of all other fruit-capable users. This is the most important reason for Ace's defeat. But what did he just hear? A person using flame ability crushed Blackbeard with absolute strength? Ace's eyes widened, not knowing what to say. This really shocked him. There is no such thing. In comparison, isn't he just like a piece of trash? Garp continued as if he didn't see Ace's mood. After that battle, the little girl named Natalia was called the god of heat by the sea. Garp gave Ace another crit. Ace stiffened on the spot. Little girl? He was completely bewildered. That Natalia is actually a woman? Oh my god! A deep horror rose in Ace's heart. But at the same time, he was also defeated by Blackbeard. It still feels good to be defeated with the same flame ability as himself. Finish this matter. Garp talked to Ace about the battle between Guy Celine and the Red Hair, and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army. After listening, Ace was shocked and numb. And it's not over yet. Finally, Garp talked about his battle with Madara and Hashirama. Finished listening. Ace sat there. His whole body was like a sculpture. He almost dropped his jaw in shock. He is very clear about Garp's strength. The strength of Hungfa and Sora is also recognized by Dahai. These are the absolute top powerhouses in the sea. But during this time, Natalia, the god of heat, will not talk about it. She has no record of fighting against the top powerhouses in the sea. But the opponent can easily crush Blackbeard, and almost burned the opponent to death in just a few minutes. This strength is the same as the terror of the wind. No matter what, he is also atop of the sea. And Guy Celine. Although it is only to defeat the red hair in swordsmanship. In the end, he was defeated by Kong and died in the sea. But the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, no matter what, he is also an emperor's deputy. The last Madara and Hashirama. The duo fit together. The strongest attack power of the Susanoo Buddha. Even Garp can only call himself a Tai. The most important is, according to Garp's description, Ace noticed an extremely terrifying point. It is also the common point of Natalia, Guy Serling, Madara, and Hashirama. These four people are all so young, they look like they are over 20 years old. This riding horse is too scary. Ace suddenly felt that he was living on a dog by praying so much. Before, he thought he could be complacent. I feel that I am young, and I can have the strength of a general at the age of Urshan. But now it seems. Compare yourself with those few people. Really nothing. Feel Ace's thoughts. Garp coughed awkwardly. Because if Ace thinks so, then he, Garp, had just joined the Marine when he was 20 years old, and he wasn't even a rear admiral. This horse-riding man is more popular than people. It cannot be compared. Garp's cough managed to interrupt Ace. Subsequently, he slowly frowned. While talking to Ace about the sea affairs during this time, Garp is also detailing how these things are connected. Slowly, Garp really found something special. Look at Ace. Garp opened his mouth slowly, and said something that shocked Ace to the extreme. In the surrounding prisons, all the pirates were lying on the sea stone railing of the cell. They watched Ace's expression change in Ace's cell. Everyone is almost numb. Ace's expression. In this short period of time, the change is wonderful. There will be surprises, shocks, suspicions, and stunned moments. Unbelievable again. They are really curious. That old Garp guy. What exactly are you talking to Ace about? All the pirates were almost dying of curiosity. 2.9 Garp is an old thief. Knowing we can see, but not hear. He was still talking about some big things with his grandson. This horse rider, this old guy will die. Yeah, the old guy is really mad. It really freaked me out. Garp, if you let go of Shizun now, let's hear what you're saying, I'll do whatever I want. Yeah. The pirates around were going crazy. Eternal hell is boring. Here, time passes by every minute. They seem to live like years. It's a fun thing to yell at each other every day. Otherwise, newcomers from the sea were caught in. They can hear some things that happened on the sea during this time from the mouths of the newcomers. It's pretty much their only fun. But today, Garp was clearly telling Ace some big news. But not to them. I'm so. All the pirates were about to die of anger. And at this time Ace. Listen to what Garp just said. He froze there, Beiji murmured. Old man, what are you talking about? Maybe I still have relatives on this sea. This is impossible. Chapter 92. Garp looks at Ace. His eyes were also dubious. But I have personally experienced so many things on the sea during this time. Also saw Madara and Hashirama with his own eyes. Garp really couldn't help thinking in that direction. So, he found Ace and was going to ask him about it. In this sea, does he have any relatives? Although when I took over Ace from Rouge back then, Ace is still just a baby. But so many years have passed. Whether anyone ever found Ace, Garp didn't know. You can see Ace's expression at this moment. He didn't seem to know about it either. Garp was puzzled by this. Ace was even more surprised. The chain of things Garp said. Especially about Natalia. The other party does seem to have something to do with him. This made Ace very suspicious. After all, the first time Natalia appeared was active in New World. But somehow, he went all the way to the Grand Line to shoot Blackbeard. Is there no reason for this? Don't tell Garp to think that way. Even Ace himself couldn't help thinking about this. But Ace thought back to everything he had experienced from childhood to adulthood. He had never heard of or seen any relatives he had. Not to mention, he is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Roger, that BD, only stayed with his mother Rouge for a while before he died. It was also during that time his mother Rouge was pregnant with himself. After 10 months of suffering, his mother, Rouge, gave birth to him. Also died because of it. Because of this matter, Ace grew up hating Roger. He hated his own bloodline. I hate myself for being Luoji's son. At the same time, he also hated why Roger was with his mother Rouge. At this point, Ace can be said to coincide with Chu Xia. Think about it. Ace shook his head. Old man, you know that I can't possibly have any relatives. What's more, if I have relatives, wouldn't you know? Heard the words. Garp nodded with complicated eyes. Ace is right. He didn't worry too much about this matter. Eventually, after spending some time with Ace again, Garp leaves Ace's cell and straightens the bars of the cell. I didn't care about the crazy curiosity of the pirates around. He left eternal hell straight away. And in the cell, Ace sat there, his face still full of surprise. The pirates who didn't get a response from Garp set their minds on Ace again. All eyes turned to Ace. Many people asked directly, wanting to know what Garp said to him just now from Ace. But Ace doesn't respond to them at all. He sat there by himself without saying a word. No matter what people say, how much they curse, Ace seemed to be back to the way it was before, just sitting quietly. Watching this scene, all the pirates were suddenly helpless. Jinbei looked at Ace with concern in his eyes. Garp came to visit. But he is Ace's grandfather though. Can be a marine hero, facing the justice that has been upheld for most of his life. Garp can't make the move to take the Ace. This Jinbei is understandable. Looking at Ace, Jinbei consoled. Ace, it's fine. I knew it before I came in. Father, he will come to save you. Jinbei said to Ace with a smile. Ace still didn't respond. Just thinking about those things on the sea. When there are only 5 days left before the battle for the summit, Whitebeard had left the field with his pirate group for 2 days. This has completely eliminated the possibility of them turning around and killing their carbine. Then, the big and small New World pirates who had been sharpening their knives finally launched an attack on the Whitebeard field. The 2 Four Emperors regiments did their part and occupied the dominant position in the attack. In the Beast's pirates unleashed 2 disasters. One is Jack the Drow. The second is Plague Quinn. In front of Quinn, Jack's younger brother naturally couldn't grab the commanding position. He doesn't love it either. So Jack, as the vanguard of the Beast's pirates, charged forward. Quinn is directing the actions of the entire Beast's pirates. In addition, communicate with the rest of the forces and divide their territories. The other side. The same goes for the Big Mom pirates. The Charlotte family dispatched 2 general stars, plus the eldest son Peyros Parrot. The 2 stars are Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Tesnag. The eldest son Peyros Parrot took the command and unified the troops of the entire Charlotte family. This time, Katakuri, known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, did not come. It is true that the Whitebeard pirates basically left all their forces and went to naval headquarters. A total of 50 battleships and pirate groups were mobilized. Even the territory of the Whitebeard pirates is extremely empty at the moment. Katakuri is not used at all. A group of big and small pirates also surrounded the 2 Four Emperors groups, dividing the big cake in the Whitebeard Sea area. Another day passed. New World was in full swing and really chaotic. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Malin Luo. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku called 3 admirals to continue the battle meeting. Garp sat on the sofa beside him, very silent. After a trip to Impel Down, he has always been like this. Falling into silence, falling into hesitation and struggling. Sengoku ignored Garp. At this time, they received information from New World. hearing that the Whitebeard domain was invaded by many pirates and divided up the territory. Akaino's face was gloomy, and he sneered again and again. This group of pirates is really like a group of bloodthirsty ants. The Whitebeard field is in chaos, and the pirates are killing each other. This is really good news for me, Marine. Kizaru also raised his eyebrows, smiled and said slowly. Yes, Sakazuki. In this marine battle, just by capturing Ace, I can force the Whitebeard pirates to do so. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose this battle, when they go back, the territory has already been snatched away. It's really interesting. Kizaru smiled. Aokiji's face was ponderous and he didn't speak. Sit behind your desk. Sengoku smiled at the information. The more the pirates fought, the happier he was as a marine. After all, who doesn't like sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight? Sengoku was in a great mood, and asked the adjutant about Madara and Hashirama, two people who have become famous in the sea recently. The new world is so chaotic, the big cake in the Whitebeard Sea area, the Senju and Shura, are there no actions? Sengoku was a little curious. According to common sense, after Madara and Hashirama fought against Garp, they completely stabilized their identities. What they should do is to expand their territory aggressively. But these two just reached out their hands into the underground world. This period of time, the underground world of New World was almost integrated by the two. With the Golden City, the sea center, as the core. The underground world was reshuffled by the two, weaving a new big net. But a few days ago, not long after the duo drew with Garp, they were almost driven by the 5 emperors by this sea. As the 5 emperors, but only as a stinky mouse in the 2 underground worlds? This is a bit out of character, right? Sengoku was very surprised and curious. The 3 admirals also raised their eyebrows together. The adjutant shook his head at this. Marshal Sengoku, 3 admirals. Senju and Shura haven't been too active recently. They don't seem to care about Whitebeard's territory, they are still active in the underground world. Listen to this. Sengoku frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. But he couldn't think of a reason. I had to ask the adjutant to pay more attention to these 2 people. In order to prevent them from making any mistakes and unexpected things. The adjutant nodded, turned around and went down to Enchuanyu. New World. The Endless Sea. There is a huge golden ship floating here. This is naturally the famous Golden City, Grand Tetzalo. The highest point in Grand Tetzalo. On the 2 chairs where Madara and Hashirama are sitting. The Golden Emperor Tezuolo stood respectfully behind the 2. Further on, there are many forces in the underground world that the 2 of them integrated in this short period of time. At this time, listen to a lot of news from the Whitebeard waters. Many bigwigs from the underground forces behind Tezuolo looked at each other and discussed in low voices. You say, Senju-sama and Shura-sama are already called the 5 emperors, 400. Why don't we take a piece of the big pie in the Whitebeard field? Yeah, it's just that the minds of the 2 adults are hard to guess, and it's puzzling. Everyone ahead. Tetzalo thought the same way. They now affect almost 80% of New World's underground forces. With such terrifying strength, why not take action against the Whitebeard field? Are Madara and Hashirama afraid of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? This is impossible. Madara and Hashirama are not even afraid of Marine and the government of the world. Afraid of 4 emperors? Tetzalo didn't understand. He took a few steps forward, came behind the 2, and stepped out of his own doubts. Listen to his questions. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. Hashirama smiled softly. Tezuolo, where are the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates attacking? Hearing this, Tezuolo thought for a while and quickly gave an answer. Master Senju, at present, all forces, large and small, are following the 2 4 emperors' regiments and attacking the Whitebeard Sea or together. They attack very fast. In just 2 days, they have crossed dozens of islands and are about to approach the Edward Sea area. Hearing this, Hashirama raised his eyebrows. As the veteran 4 emperors, Whitebeard's field is very large. It is divided into core and non-core areas. In the non-core area, Whitebeard planted a flag to protect them. Core Zone. Once attacked by others, the Whitebeard pirates will go out in person. This is their real turf. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the core hinterland. Hashirama turned his head, and the eyes met. Madara turned her head indifferently and glanced at Jindig. Tizalo, let's go to Edward Sea. As he spoke, Madara's eyes were full of murderous intent. The thing about Whitebeard being Daddy Ace. Both he and Hashirama were a little unhappy. Isn't this taking advantage of my father? But think of Whitebeard's love for Ace. Give it all to fight Marine and save Ace. Madara and Hashirama are not allowed. No one is allowed to occupy the core area of Whitebeard when the Whitebeard pirates are on an expedition. So, they are about to move. Chapter 93. Behind the two chairs. Tizalo and a group of underground world powerhouses listened to Madara's words. Everyone's expressions were suddenly excited. Madara finally gave the order to go. It's finally time to go to the Whitebeard Sea area to plunder the territory together. Ha 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 ha. Master Shura is wise. Yes, Master Senju and Master Shura are too wise. Under the leadership of the two adults, we will definitely win the largest territory in the Whitebeard field. Yes, the two adults were known as the Five Emperors before. From now on, the identity of the Five Emperors will be established directly. Ha 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 ha. Listen to the words from behind. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. Smiles appeared on the young and immature faces of the two of them. The Golden City set sail and headed towards the Edward Sea at high speed. Edward Sea area. The two teams of the Four Emperors Regiment. One of them has come here at this moment. That was the ship of the Big Mom pirates, and Parrot, Cracker, and Snug were standing on the bow of a ship. The fleet of the Charlotte family is enormous. This time, 10 large warships were dispatched. There are countless small warships escorting them. Every time you pass a site, the Charlotte family will destroy the resistance there, and then plant Big Mom's pirate flag on it. By the way, pack a copy of the sweets and desserts on that island and bring them back to Big Mom. Certainly. This work is done by Parrot. His eldest son has not yet become a 4-star dessert general. Come out this time to invade the territory. He has to seize the opportunity and bring back some sweets for his mother. He turned his head and looked at the cabin behind him. Ross Parrot grinned. When he returns this time, he will challenge Snug's position and push him out of the 4 generals. The position of the top cotter. How could there be no place for his big brother? With these in mind, Parrot led the fleet to move on. On the side of the boat, a biscuit soldier suddenly jumped out. Parrot Ross Parrot, we've entered Edward Sea. This is the core site of the Whitebeard pirates, we have to be more careful when we get here. After all, this is Whitebeard's stronghold. When we invade the territory, we must eliminate all resistance forces. Listen to Cracker's tone of lesson. Parrot stuck out his tongue and licked his chin, and said indifferently. Cracker, I am the eldest brother, and also the commander appointed by my mother for this operation. Are you teaching me how to do things? Parrot looked at the biscuit soldier with an ugly expression on his face. The biscuit soldier glanced at him upon hearing this. On a battleship not far away, a biscuit soldier at the bow also turned his head to look. Parrot turned his head and looked at him. Cracker hid among the biscuit soldiers and sneered twice. Hee, I want to see how your big brother will direct this operation. With that said, the biscuit soldier beside Parrot jumped back to the original warship. Cracker and Parrot snorted at the same time in their hearts. Neither of them looked down on the other. Cracker is the dessert 4-star, powerful. But the commander of this operation is not him. Charlotte Linlin instead appointed Ross Parrot. Their big brother can't do anything else. The strength is also average. But it's flattering, and Charlotte Linlin is close to that. Ross Parrot can be described as a well-deserved king. For this, Cracker is very disdainful. If it is Katakuri who came together this time. Katakuri directed, he didn't complain at all. But you are a parrot Ross Parrot, why do you? Ross Parrot has the same disdain for Cracker from the bottom of his heart. He has a good relationship with his mother. Mom asked him to direct, which he snatched by his ability. Even if you Cracker refuses to accept it, you can only recognize it. The fleet of the Big Mom pirates continued to sail forward. Shortly after, they then encountered a pirate group left guard by the Whitebeard pirates. This is a small pirate group. After all, the main force has now gone to naval headquarters. So this little pirate group can't resist the attack of Big Mom pirate group at all. In just 30 minutes, the battle was completely over. This is the case when Parrot, Cracker, and Snag didn't make a move. And within these 30 minutes, a lot of New World big and small pirate groups came to the side of the Big Mom pirate group. They are also the ones eyeing the big cake in the Whitebeard waters this time. On the outskirts of Edward Sea, they still dare to act sporadically. But entered the Edward Sea area, these pirates started to get a little scared. After all, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard's name is too loud. The feeling that Whitebeard brought to the sea in the past is also very powerful. In the New World, except for the 4 emperors, no one would dare to challenge him. Although the other party left this time. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even the main force of the Whitebeard pirates is leaving. But stay with the garrison. It is definitely not a group of them who can fish in troubled waters. If not united, then I don't know how to die later. The little pirate group has the way of survival of the little pirate group. Everyone followed behind the Big Mom pirates, preparing each other to eat meat. They can also have some soup. Parrot, and Cracker looked at this scene with a disdainful smile. The two didn't care about these people. Instead, continue to sail with the fleet. This time an attack on Whitebeard territory. The only thing that makes their Big Mom pirates care. That is, the Beasts pirates of the same 4 emperors regiment. The two are allies to a certain extent. Another kind of enemy. Right now, their Big Mom pirates arrived in the Edward Sea area first. The biggest piece of cake in the heart of Whitebeard. Of course it will be theirs. Ross Parrot showed a smile on his face, as if he saw Charlotte Linlin crushing him back. But just when the Big Mom pirates led the surrounding pirates, large and small, to continue their preparations to go deeper. Suddenly, right in front of the fleet, an extremely huge shadow appeared. Even if the shadow is on the vast sea, it makes people feel a little exaggerated. Parrot frowned. Cracker in Biscuit Soldier is also staring. Many big and small pirates don't even understand what this is. But when that shadow approached, they finally saw the face of that shadow clearly. It was a huge golden ship whose whole body was made of gold. Many people looked at the giant golden ship in a daze. But the next moment, they returned to their senses one after another. Grand Tetzalo W. This is the Golden City, Grand Tetzalo. What? What did you say? Grand Tetzalo. Doesn't this mean that the person who came was those two? Think of the two who have risen to fame in the New World underground world in recent days. All the pirates froze, their eyes terrified. Those two were the ones who could draw a tie with marine hero Garp. It is also called the 5 Emperors by the Sea recently. Although their power is not a bit worse than the old 4 Emperors regiment. But if anyone dares to underestimate that Senju and Shura, that absolutely does not exist. This moment, even the 3 members of the Big Mom pirates, Parrot, Cracker, and Snug all changed their expressions drastically. Parrot's eyes were a little frightened. Look at this huge golden ship. He thought of who it was. At the same time, he also remembered the terrifying record of the two. Just calling out one at random is enough to scare Parrot. Suppress the Golden Emperor T0 within 10 minutes. His strength is almost equal to that of the Golden Emperor T0. Even slightly worse. So I confronted that Shura. Will it be suppressed immediately? Parrot panicked. On the side of the bow, the Biscuit Soldier looked over. Cracker sneered. Ross Parrot, are you freaking out now? I can give you a chance, now hand over the command to me. Otherwise, if something goes wrong later, you can wait to go back to Cake Island to receive the punishment. Listen to Cracker. Ross Parrot's expression changed again. What Cracker said is actually true. Although he has the command this time. However, once he got off to a bad start. Back to Cake Island after that. definitely Charlotte Linland's punishment awaits him. Think of the pain of the soul being drawn. Parrot flinched a little. But at the critical moment, he still forced himself to calm down. Now it's just the Golden City, and Gulen Tetsalo appears. It also doesn't necessarily mean that the Senju and Shura are on board. And even if the two are really on board, then the purpose of the two coming here at this time must be the same as theirs, to attack the Edward Sea area, and to focus on the big cake of the Whitebeard Sea area. And that being the case, the two sides are almost friends and foes. There is no need to fight to the death. It's even possible to see each other completely. At worst, he can give up some of the benefits, Liao Nyohao, to that Senju and Shura. That part of the interest was originally left by him to the Beast's pirates. So wait for the Beast's pirates to arrive. Maybe he can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Two dogs fight, play off. Think about it. Parrot has a big smile on his face. He twitched his mouth and licked his lips with his tongue. Look at Parrot who doesn't respond. Cracker sneered and shook his head. The idiot. And at this moment, in the Golden City, next to Gulen Tejuelo, more than a dozen warships suddenly launched. As soon as those battleships appeared, they went straight to the fleet led by the Big Mom pirates. Watching this scene, Parrot's eyes narrowed. What are they going to do? Many small and large pirate groups surrounding the Big Mom pirate group also became nervous. Maybe for the Big Mom pirates, that Senju and Shura are nothing and can be treated equally. But for them, that Senju and Shura are well-deserved great people. They didn't even dare to talk to each other. Not long after, more than a dozen warships came to the Big Mom fleet. Headed by a battleship, the Golden Emperor stood at the bow of the boat and led a group of people from the underground world. Looking at the Big Mom fleet on the opposite side, the Golden Emperor sneered and ordered. Bombardment! Snatch everything they robbed. Chapter 94. Around Tizalo, more than a dozen powerhouses in the underground world screamed and ordered the bombardment simultaneously. Boom! Boom! When the Big Mom fleet on the opposite side hadn't reacted yet, the cannons on Tizalo's side were already roaring, causing the opponent's first wave of attack. And as the Golden Emperor, the last thing Tizalo lacked was money. The Golden City battleships are equipped with the best and most sophisticated artillery. Under the roar of large-caliber artillery, for a short time, the fleet on the opposite side has already suffered a lot of damage. Although several large battleships of the Big Mom pirates are fine. But this shelling. But it also beat the Big Mom pirates to the wrong side. Opposite. Standing on the bow of the battleship, Parrot watched this scene with a frozen smile on his face. Pick up the amp phone bug. P. Rospero growled. Golden Emperor, what the hell are you doing? Everyone is here to fight for territory in the Whitebeard waters, so there's no need to fight each other. The Golden Emperor twitched his mouth when he heard Parrot's words, but did not respond. The shelling continued. Parrot had no choice but to fight back. After all, you can't do it and get beaten. The huge roar of shelling from both sides lasted for more than 10 minutes. Under this round of large-scale artillery strikes, the Big Mom fleet lost a lot. But for them, every large warship is guarded by strong men. But for the strong, no matter how powerful the artillery is, it is just a decoration. So the Big Mom fleet is somewhat damaged at best. But if you want to hurt your muscles and bones, that's not what artillery can do. As for the big and small pirate groups that were originally surrounded by the Big Mom fleet, under this round of shelling by the Golden Emperor, they really screamed again, and almost suffered a catastrophe. Although some pirate captains are also very good at 297, at least they are not afraid of shelling. But the Golden Emperor was shocked this round. It also made this group of pirate captains retreat. Perhaps on the outskirts of Whitebeard's field, they can fish in troubled waters and grab some good things. But in the Edward Sea area at the core of the Whitebeard Sea area, here, it may really not be a place for them to set foot. After all, it is the core of the 4 emperors, and there are also 4 emperors-level figures and forces staring at it. If they want a piece of the action, it will be too difficult. Hardly qualified for that. All the big and small pirate groups were terrified, not knowing whether to retreat or stay. At this time, standing on the bow of the Big Mom fleet, Parrot continued to speak, ready to persuade Gold for a while. Tizalo, you also had a lot of friendship with our Charlotte family before. It's fate to attack the Whitebeard Sea together this time. I don't think we need to fight, do we? Ross Parrot's persuasion had some effect. Huang Jindi temporarily ordered to stop the shelling. Seeing the effect, Pero Ross said loudly. Tizalo, I have a proposal. Ask Senju and Shura behind you, if they would like to cooperate with my Charlotte family. The Beast's pirates haven't arrived yet, we can join forces and see them drive them out of Edward's waters. In this way, our two families will be able to divide the Edward Sea area independently. Also, Mom is very interested in that Senju and Shura, and invited them to Cake Island. Listen to Parrot's words. Tizalo frowned slightly. But regarding the fact that the other party said that he would join forces with himself and others to drive the Beast's pirates out of the Edward Sea area, Tizalo was non-committal. Did Ross Parrot fool him for a fool? Do you really think he's out of his mind? Hey, the Big Mom pirates have a lot of business dealings with the Beast's pirates. They might just turn around and work with themselves? Also, are the Beast's pirates weak? Not bad at all. This time the team was led by two disasters. Although the Master Yin, like Katakuri, did not appear. But just Quinn and Jack. It's already completely comparable to Parasparaha Cracker Gasnag's team. Even Golden Emperor is more optimistic about Beast's pirates. The strength of Big Mom pirates is compared to Beast's pirates. Especially in advanced cotters. Except for Katakuri, the rest are worse. That's all. Big Mom pirates want to join forces with them to get rid of the Beast's pirates? It's just a joke. I'm afraid it's time for the Beast's pirates to arrive. They turned around and wanted to drive away themselves and others, right? The Golden Emperor sneered at this. As for asking Senju and Lord Shura, that's purely Parrot's test of himself. Test whether Madara and Hashirama are coming or not. Come. Parrot Ross Parrot is a cop. Not coming. That's another coping. Think about it. Tizalo looked around. Looking at the crowd of underground world powerhouses around. He smiled. Master Shura has already issued instructions. We are people from the underground world. And since what we have mastered is the underground world, then don't meddle in the bright side of this sea. It's not what we should do to grab territory. The steps are too big, and it is easy to fall. This is the original words of Master Shura. Listen to Tizalo. The expressions of all the powerhouses in the underground world changed slightly. They thought that they and others also came here to grab the territory. But now they are told that they are not here to grab the territory. This made this group of underground world powerhouses a little uncomfortable. Think of Madara's words. They also find it reasonable. The people in the underground world are placed in the underground world. Don't always think about meddling in the bright side of the sea. Still grabbing land? Even if it really grabs the site in the core area of Whitebeard today. In the future, if Senju and Shura are not here, can they hold it? Can't keep it. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Tizalo continued. In addition, let me tell you about the purpose of Shura and Senju-sama's attack this time. Here we are, at the edge of Edward's Sea to intercept anyone who dares to charge into the heart of Whitebeard. These people have already plundered the waters outside Whitebeard, and there must be a lot of treasure on board. We just need to eat all of these, and that's enough. As for the territory, those are not things we should covet. Stand by and wait. Everyone had this idea at the same time. Although they don't understand why Madara and Hashirama ordered to intercept all those who attack Edward's Sea area. However, as long as there is something to do, there are treasures to share in this battle, then they are willing to fight. Underground world. Profit first. The strong are king. Talk to everyone around you. Tetsalo looked up at Pero Rospero. He chuckled twice and continued to order the shelling. The cannon roared. Seeing this scene, the corners of Parrot's eyes twitched. I ride a horse. Parrot's heart is about to explode. Everything he said just now, although there are temptations and deceptions. But it's not entirely false. But the other party didn't listen, and directly started. I am Nima. Watch those shells fly by. Parrot Ross Parrot angry. How should he say, he is also the eldest son of the Charlotte family. A little face is still needed. Ross Parrot raised one hand upwards, releasing a thick transparent candy in his hand. The clear candy is covered with armament haki. Ross Parrot erected a wall of candy on the sea. Accompanied by Ross Parrot's hands on. A signal seemed to be sounded. The fleets of both sides sailed at the same time, heading towards the opposing ram. The roar of the cannon ceased. The real battle begins. The biscuit soldier looked at Ross Parrot and sneered. Ross Parrot, the hand is not fit to command. The purpose of this group of people from the underground world must be different from ours. Do you really think these stinky rats dare to really surface? Is that Senju and Shuro like such fools? You idiot! Cracker was furious at Parrot. This annoyed Parrot even more. Ignoring Cracker, Ross looked at the Golden Emperor on the opposite side, and directly shot himself, fighting with the opponent. At the same time, Ross Parrot didn't panic too much. Because so far, neither the Senju nor Shura appeared. This may mean that these two are not in the Golden City at all. So, it's nothing more than the Golden Emperor, and their big mom pirates can still eat it. When you catch the other party, dedicate it to your mother. The Big Mom pirate group also possessed almost endless wealth. At this time, Charlotte Linlin will definitely be happy. The battle between the two sides lasted for a long time, and a full 3 hours passed. After all, there is no deep hatred. So when we fought, we didn't really get serious. Most of them are still testing each other. The four generals, Cracker and Snug, didn't even make a move. Just stood there watching the fight between Ross Parrot and Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor didn't do his best. Just dragging Ross Parrot. Just in this short period of 3 hours. The people he brought had already looted all the big and small pirate groups except the Big Mom pirate group. This also made those pirates look red-eyed. I put all the money in my trouser pocket. Are you taking it away from me now? Who can stand this? So even if this move is provoking Senju and Shura, these pirates, big and small, couldn't take it anymore. Outside the battle between Golden Emperor and Ross Parrot, all are fierce battles of blood and fire. Many people fell to the ground bleeding and were buried in the sea. The sea was dyed a little red, and soon dissipated. This bit of life. In this vast sea, there is no ripple at all. And at this moment, the bow of the Golden City Gulen Tetsalo. A figure appeared there with folded arms. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down. Looking at the chaotic battlefield. The brows on the figure's cold and proud face were tightly frowned, and there was a strong displeasure in his eyes. Next moment, the figure jumped directly from the Golden City. When it was still in the air, it had already transformed into a huge blue titan. Blue Titan has wings on its back and a huge samurai sword on its waist. Full body Susanoo. Madara is still in the air. But that powerful momentum directly swept the audience. Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations on the full body Susanoo, the audience was silent for an instant. Parrot raised his head suddenly, and panic appeared in his eyes for a moment. Chapter 95. Look at that Susanoo I've only seen on video. Parrot's face was terrified. He didn't expect that Azura was really there. And, the shot was the blessed Blue Titan again. He knew it after watching that video. This Blue Titan is called Susanoo. It is a very powerful force of that Shura. Before Ross Parrot could react, Madara had already arrived on his boat in a complete body. All the fighting in Jose subsided. Go on. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Madara. He looked at this cold-faced Shura. After Susanoo left, Madara stepped on the deck with a haughty expression on her face. Such arrogance! As if it originated from the bottom of the bone, people don't feel disobedient at all. Instead, just feel. This person has been such an arrogant person since he was born. Seeing this, Cracker and Snug felt their hearts sink. Ross Parrot was even more shocked by Madara's temperament. That kind of arrogance is like looking down on all living beings. In Madara's eyes, these people seem to be all ants. The Golden Emperor tactfully retreated to Madara's side. Madara glanced at him and said coldly, "It's been more than 3 hours, and I still can't win the Big Mom pirates. What a waste." Listen to Madara's scolding. Tetsalo wasn't the least bit annoyed. Just bowed his head deeply. Madara didn't make things difficult for him either. With Tetsalo's strength, it is really impossible to take down this Big Mom pirate fleet. After all, there are 4 generals. Plus this good parrot Ross Parrot. Think about it. Madara turned to Ross Parrot. An indifferent voice sounded. "Are you the leader of the Big Mom pirates this time?" Ross Parrot nodded, looked at Madara and wanted to say something. But he didn't know what to say. In the end it was just a self-introduction. "I am the Charlotte family, mother's eldest son," per Ross Parrot. Madara simply ignored his words. Looking at Ross Parrot, Madara said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance. Now, leave everything that was looted from the Whitebeard site, and take the Big Mom pirates and leave here. In this way, I can let you go and not shoot you." Listen to Madara's arrogant words. Parrot and everyone were stunned. Even Cracker, Snug. They didn't even expect Madara to want their Big Mom pirates to leave when she came out. Parrot struggled with hesitation on his face. He spoke. "Sura, with you alone, I'm afraid there's no way for Xia to leave, right? What's more, the entire Edward Sea area is so big. Your Golden City wants to monopolize it, so it can't be justified." Ross Parrot could not accept Madara's conditions anyway. Let them leave the Edward Sea area directly, and leave all the things they robbed. It's almost like a joke. Parrot can't take it. If he goes back like this, he will definitely be scolded to death by Charlotte Linlin. And only Madara appeared in front of him. Just wait until the Beast's pirates arrive. They joined forces with the 4 Emperor's regiments. Plus a group of pirates, big and small. If there is only Shura alone, then they win. Even if that Senju is there, it's not impossible to fight. Madara saw the small calculation in Ross Parrot's mind. But he didn't care at all. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Madara looked at Ross Parrot, nodded and said, "Then, I know your choice." Originally came before. Hashirama had told him. After all, the Charlotte family has 4 daughters in the Isle of Gods. In the future, she will definitely become the concubine of her father Chu Xia. They have a marriage relationship with the Charlotte family. Although they don't care about the strength of the Charlotte family. But as for Chu Xia, the 2 cared very much. To Big Mom pirates, and Beast's pirates. Neither of them were prepared to go too far. Just intercept the opponent in the Edward Sea area. But how arrogant Madara is! He gave Parrot a chance to step back. The other party doesn't appreciate it. Then don't blame him for taking the shot directly. In this sea, the strong is king. Even if the Big Mom pirates have a marriage relationship with them. However, the Big Mom pirates really messed with them. The Portkas family will also take action without hesitation to destroy the Big Mom pirates. After all, in getting along with the Big Mom pirates, the Island of the Gods is undoubtedly the dominant one. With a sneer on Madara's face, she looked at Ross Parrot with bloodshot eyes. Pupil power exploded. Madara used an illusion directly on Ross Parrot. Ross Parrot's body suddenly stiffened on the spot. It was as if he had been pulled directly into a sea of Uzumaki. He who is a demon fruit power. Feel the strong curse and malice of the sea. Feelings of powerlessness rise up in the body. Little by little Uzumaki pulled his body into the bottom of the sea. Parrot nearly suffocated. Next moment, his spiritual world collapsed. Parrot knelt directly on the deck. Leaning on the ground, he looked up at Madara again. Looking at those indifferent scarlet eyes. Parrot was utterly terrified. "You." Looking at Madara, his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak at all. What was that scene just now? Illusion? But in this sea, there are still people who know such powerful illusions? What exactly is the fruit ability of this cold-faced Azura? Parrot can't figure it out. Around Looking at Pero was frightened to kneel on the ground by Madara's eyes. The unknown pirates looked at each other. Cracker sneered instinctively. This parrot, although the eldest son of the Charlotte family. But this strength is too weak. Facing Shura. One look, and you are almost scared to death? Can't it? Cracker just thought of this. I thought things were weird. No matter how weak Ross is. The bounty offered is also more than 600 million big pirates. He is also very clear about his strength. Although not 4 generals. But compared to Snag at the end of the 4 generals, it is still similar. The strength of the two is evenly matched. So it seems. How could Ross Parrot be intimidated by a look? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Cracker in the Cookie Soldier frowned. He can no longer sit still. Snag thought so too. The two came to the battleship where Ross Parrot was located in an instant. Stand by Parrot's side. Cracker and Snug and Cookie Soldier look at Madara at the same time. As soon as Cracker appeared, he summoned many biscuit soldiers around him to form a big biscuit house. Snag drew out his long sword and entered a state of concentration. Facing Madara, the cold-faced Shura. The two directly entered their strongest fighting state. Ross also stood up from his half-kneeling, looking at Madara cautiously. Seeking flowers 0. It should have been an illusion just now. But just an illusion can be cast to this extent by Madara. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube is enough to show Madara's powerful strength. But if he, Cracker, and Snug join forces, it shouldn't be a problem to fight this Madara. Seeing how cautious the 3 advanced cotters of the Charlotte family were towards him, the Golden Emperor stood up. Attached to Madara's ear, he introduced the abilities of the 3 to Madara. Pero is the ability of Paramecia to lick fruit and use candy. The 4-star Snug is a top swordsman, armament haki and observation haki are very good. The last Cracker, he is the strongest. Cookie fruit can create many cookie soldiers. These biscuit soldiers are inherently hard and also cover the armament haki for strength. Listen to Tizalo's introduction. Madara's face was as flat as ever, and she didn't care. Although the battle with Garp has greatly overdrawn his pupil power. Without the eternal Mangekyo, his binocular vision is somewhat blurred now. In this state, every time he turns on Susan, he is overdrawn. But facing Cracker and Snag, plus a Ross Parrot, Madara has confidence. Even if I don't open Susan, I can easily win. His Susanoo is the strongest. But that doesn't mean he can only be Suzuki. But without waiting for Madara to continue, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Look at the man. Everyone's pupils shrank again. It was a boy with the same youthful face as Madara. But boy compared to Madara, there is no arrogance on the face. More of a gentle calm. The hairstyle is also normal, not as crazy as usual. But look at this man. But no one dared to underestimate him. That battle video has been circulated throughout the underground world. The god of Senju is no less powerful than the cold-faced Shura. Even the last duo's tiebreaker with Garp. The god of Senju is also the dominant one. The sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands still make them feel shocked. Such things as Buddha is the legendary of the sea all the time. It can be awe-inspiring without realizing it. Hashirama took a step forward and glanced back at Madara. Leave this battle to me. Don't overdraw your pupil power easily. Madara did not respond to requests for comment. But he folded his arms again. Hashirama smiled and stepped forward. Facing the 3 advanced cotters of the Charlotte family, Hashirama was the first to look at Cracker with a smile, and said, "Before I came, I read the information about the 3 of you. Charlotte Cracker, Dahaya used to call you Senju, just like me." Hashirama's words are gentle, making people unconsciously despise. But a few people reminded themselves all the time in their hearts. This is a terrifying existence that can summon Senju Guanyin, so don't be careless. Therefore, even Cracker who likes to be arrogant and underestimate the enemy. For Hashirama, he did not dare to be careless. Tell the other party about your nickname Senju. Cracker just felt embarrassed. His Senju, because he can summon thousands of Koki soldiers. But Hashirama's Senju. It is the riding horse Senju cannon. The two are not on the same level at all. Cracker didn't respond to Hashirama, he didn't know how to respond. Watching this scene, the Golden Emperor Tetsalo laughed. He he he. Master Senju, who dares to call himself Senju in front of you? Then, it's tantamount to playing tricks. He 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 force. Chapter 96. Compliments to Tetsalo the Golden Emperor. Hashirama smiled, not paying attention. He looked at Cracker and the many Koki soldiers beside him. Hashirama raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Cracker. This Koki soldier gave me some inspiration. Saying that, Hashirama clapped his hands in front of him. Wood style, beast clone. Hashirama's words fell. Beside him, there appeared beasts made of wood. There are wolves, there are tigers, there are bears, and there are leopards. They grinned fiercely at Cracker's biscuit soldiers one by one. To say that Cracker's Koki soldiers are a bit dull. If they all look the same. That Hashirama's wood clone. Just like real beasts. Wood style not only gave them a hard body, but also seemed to give them a soul. Hashirama waved. The beast clones attacked Cracker's Koki soldiers. After a short time, Cracker's Cracker soldiers were completely down on the ground. Even when he uses armament haki, it's like holding his own Koki soldier. But these beast clones of Hashirama are too powerful. His Koki soldiers are no match for them. Watching this scene, Parrot's heart sank again. Cracker is the strongest of the three of them. But face the god of Senju. Cracker's performance was also mediocre, pale, and weak. How to fight this? Parrot couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat in his heart. But this attack Whitebeard Sea area. If they just stop here, they will go back to Cake Island. That Big Mom is definitely the first to blame him. This is a scene that Parrot doesn't want to see. Let him fight Hashirama and Madara. He doesn't have the courage yet. He added Cracker, and a snug. Definitely a far cry from Garp. If there is a fight, there is a possibility that they will be directly buried in the sea. Parrot was stuck on a tiger for a while. Just when he was in trouble. Hashirama didn't give them a chance. Although Hashirama reads the factors on the part of his father Chu Xia. He will not shoot to kill. But it is inevitable to repel them and suffer a little bit. Hashirama clapped his hands again. He was halfway through. Suddenly looked up to the distance. Madara also sensed it and looked up. I saw a large fleet coming from the sea in the distance. In terms of quantity and quality, it does not belong to the Big Mom pirate group. Even more than that. Headed by two large ships. One, of course, is the mammoth with a huge elephant head. This is Jack's car. The last mammoth was burned by the opponent while chasing Natalia. But it doesn't matter. Jack went back and rebuilt one. Sip's head and Kim Rummy were also the only survivors of the disaster. All they eat is artificial devil fruit. So I am not afraid of sea water. Another big ship. It belongs to Plague Quinn. Quinn also brought a lot of people with him when he came out this time. First of all, Ling Kong Lu is his subordinate. When he came out this time, Peggy Wan and the three of them were brought by him. At this time the fleet of beasts pirates. Two major disasters led. 3 of the 6 sons of Ling Kong are there. This scale already has the strength far surpassing the fleet of Big Mom pirates. Watch the fleet of beasts pirates arrive. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly. He sighed inwardly. Ben also wants Madara to rest and not use pupil power in overdraw. But now it seems that there is no way. The 2 major fleets of the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group. It is a bit difficult for him to deal with it by himself. Hashirama is very clear about his strength. Now that he is half a sage body, he still can't forcefully suppress anyone he meets. It's okay if you have a full sage body. But that takes time and opportunity, not so fast. Madara also understands the current situation. He took 2 steps forward and came to Hashirama's side. Senju and Shura are side by side again. This time, facing the 2 major fleets of the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group. Among them, there are 2 from the 100 Beasts Regiment offering a reward of over 1 billion for disasters. There are also 3 Volley 6 Sons with an average bounty of 400 million. The Big Mom group is a little worse. 2 General Stars, Cracker and Snug. Plus a Parrot Ross Parrot. But such a lineup is already extremely large and luxurious. It can be said. The 2 fleets of the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group were combined. It is a real 4 Emperors group. There is no 4 Emperors regiment where the 4 Emperors themselves are. Madara and Hashirama, can they win? The Golden Emperor Tetsuo couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. The same goes for all the underground world powerhouses. Although Madara and Hashirama have a draw against Garp. But now facing a real 4 Emperors group. It is not known whether the 2 have recovered from the state after the war. Is it too hot? Everyone is suspicious. The fleet of the 100 Beasts has gradually approached. Parrot was overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. He turned his head directly and jumped onto Quinn's boat. Looking at the not-so-strong eldest son of the Charlotte family. Quinn frowned slightly, speaking in mockery. Why did you come to see us? Could it be that you want to hand over the Edward Sea area to us? Quinn was smoking a cigar, looking at Parrot disdainfully. Pero Ross Pero did not care about his disdain. Turning his head, he pointed to Madara and Hashirama on his candy boat. Quinn looked in the direction of his fingers. I saw Madara with her arms folded and her face full of arrogance. And Hashirama with a calm face. Quinn froze. He quickly raised his hand and took off the sunglasses he was wearing. Take another look. After confirming that it is really the 2 Senju and Shura. Quinn's 2 small eyes stared like copper bells, and his mouth grew simultaneously. His body trembled slightly, and he said slowly. My God! God of Senju and cold-faced Shura! Why are they here? FK. It's over, take the pills today. Quinn said in shock. Peggy Wan, Fuzifo and Sasaki also saw Madara and Hashirama. The pupils of the 3 shrank, a little dignified. But with so many people from the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group, there is no need to be so afraid. #Kanti. All 3 looked at Quinn speechlessly. The boss of my family just likes to make such exaggerated expressions. At the same time. Boom. Boom. Next to the mammoth. Jack walked out with heavy steps. He looked at Quinn and sneered disdainfully. Quinn, you are so mean. Are you afraid of becoming like this when you see the 2 of you? Brother Jin still asked you to conduct, I think you are really not qualified. Jack taunted Quinn relentlessly. Seeing this, Pero grinned at the corner of his mouth, and licked his chin again with his long tongue. Really? In the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group, there is such a thing as fighting for power and profit. Quinn was very angry at Jack's words. He regained his composure, looked at Jack and cursed. Jack, if you dare to provoke me again, I will beat you unconscious and throw you into the sea. Aren't you immortal? I won't save you, just to see if you feel uncomfortable. Jack curled his lips when he heard this, and didn't care. Scolded Jack a few words. Watching the little brother become honest again. Quinn turned his head and looked at Parrot. Ross Parrot hurriedly opened his mouth and told Quinn about the alliance. Right now, facing natural enemies Ganshao and Shura. As long as the Beasts and Big Moms want to invade the interior of Edward Sea. Go for the heart of Whitebeard's territory. So. They must unite. Quinn understood this too. He nodded. Alliance is fine. If they are repelled, then we will compete with each other at the core of the Edward Sea area. Ross Parrot nodded. The 100 Beasts group has so many strong people here this time. He definitely wouldn't be willing to share the Edward Sea area equally with them. Pero Ross doesn't care that much anymore. He just wants to fight off Madara and Hashirama. Grab your share of the action in Edwardian waters. Otherwise, just go back in such a mess. Charlotte and Linlin can eat him. The 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group hit it off quickly. The 2 sides formed a temporary alliance against Senju and Shura. After all, the purpose of their trip is to attack the Whitebeard Sea area. It is to carve up the Whitebeard land. But Senju and Shura blocked the way and prevented them from moving forward. Who can stand this? Blocking people's money is like killing your parents. All the pirates of the 100 Beasts had red eyes, excited for the upcoming battle. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku has received information from New World. Hearing that Senju and Shura set off and appeared in the Edward Sea area, blocking the attack of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments. The atmosphere in the office was silent. Sengoku frowned. The three admirals also had surprised and puzzled expressions. They couldn't figure it out. Senju and Shura. A shot is a shot. But it's not to invade the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. They instead. To block the attacking footsteps of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments. This is equivalent to changing directions to protect the Whitebeard pirates' territory. What is this going to do? Sengoku and 3 Admiral unknown so. Several people couldn't figure out the reason for this. Only Garp, who has been sitting on the sofa, raised his eyes without saying a word at 3.6. Listen to the intelligence sent back from New World. Garp's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but think of a guess of his own. Looking at Sengoku, Tianpu looked worried. If his guess is true, then it is likely that the Whitebeard pirates were not the ones who were destroyed in this battle for the top 2. Garp doesn't want to see Ace executed though. But Naval Headquarters was destroyed, and Marine was seriously injured. This is also what he does not want to see. If something goes wrong with Marine, who maintains justice at sea? How many creatures in this sea will suffer tragic disasters? It was unimaginable. Look at Sengoku. Garp felt the need to remind the other party. Even if it's just his guess. Sengoku, I have a guess. Garp complex opening. But before he could say anything, Sengoku cut him off. Garp, I'll talk about speculation later. The New World War is about to begin, and we must concentrate on observing this war. The 3 admirals nodded in unison. Senju and Shura are in the New World, fighting with the Beast Group and the Big Mother Group. Although Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the 2-4 emperors, were not involved. But this is almost a battle that can affect the entire sea. Marine has to concentrate. Chapter 97. Inside the Marshal's office. Listening to Sengoku's words, the 3 admirals nodded in unison. Garp shook his head inwardly. That's all. He still didn't say anything. After all, I was just guessing. And even if he said it, Sengoku and others might not believe it. Even if he talks badly. Eventually Sengoku believed. But what can he do as a Marine Marshal alone? If you want to deal with this matter, you need the participation of 5 elders. May 5 elders? Garp shook his head. Well, this is just his guess. Very unlikely. At the same time, when Marine learned that a war was about to break out in the New World Edward Sea area, 2 groups of 4 emperors, the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, also received information from various Edward Sea areas. All Nations Cake Island. Inside the castle, Charlotte and Linlin are wearing a pink dress and sitting on a huge chair. Listen to the information sent back from the direction of Edward's Sea area. Charlotte Linlin's face was gloomy for a while. She slapped the table with one hand. This Senju and Shura, isn't it a bit too much? You actually want to monopolize Edward's waters. It's really overpowering, Di. Charlotte Linlin said, and even had the idea of rushing directly to Edward's Sea area by boat. That's Senju and Shura. No one taught them a lesson. Do they really think they are invincible? But thinking that there are only 4 days of standing on the top. Charlotte Linlin shook her head again. Edward Sea area is not close to Wonguo. Now it will take 3 days at the fastest to rush there. When she arrives, the 23rd battle there is basically over. There's no point in going. Furthermore, today's Edward Sea area can only be regarded as an appetizer for the top stand. The real feast has yet to be staged. Marine concentrated on preparing for the top fight. Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido, the 2-4 emperors, are they not? Just thinking of my lineup in Edward Sea. Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly, a little worried. Cracker plus Snug, and a Parrot Ross Parrot lineup. A bit too bad. Compared to the Beasts Pirates' 2 disasters, 3 volleys, and 6 subs. Much worse. Charlotte Linlin regretted it at this time. Regret why I didn't send Katakuri too. Wrong. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin's face turned red and she was very angry. Katakuri is the strongest of the Charlotte family besides her. Naturally, it cannot be sent out easily. This is the same reason that Kaido didn't send the flame calamity embers. And this time, if it wasn't for Smoothie's absence, she would definitely send him out. But Smoothie was caught by the traffickers. Natalia. Charlotte and Linlin's eyes were spitting fire, and she was full of atmosphere. Wanakuni Ghost Island. Kaido sits inside the palace. Zhang and Jin drank wine with each other. At the same time, he was constantly listening to the information from the front line. Here Quinn and Jack encounter Senju and Shura. Kaido and Yin looked at each other. Ember frowned slightly. Boss, the strength of Senju and Shura should not be underestimated. Should I go there myself? Just Quinn and Jack. I'm afraid that something big will happen to those two idiots. Kaido fell silent upon hearing this. Beasts Pirates 3 disasters. Among them, Yin is relatively normal. Quinn and Jack remained. First of all, Jack is not normal. This kid is real iron. There is no fight he dare not fight, no boat he dare not rely on. Wrapped in slow bandages, that is his symbol. And Quinn? It usually looks normal. Kaido also put him in charge of the 6 Sons of the Valley, and was responsible for the intelligence of the Beasts Pirates. But this product is because of the reason of following Vegapunk. Very confident in his technology. Not only is the body a transformed person, but even the personality seems to have been transformed. That kind of flirtatious and exaggerated character is often more speechless than Jack. Think about these two problem children. Kaido really wanted to send Yin there. Then he can be completely at ease. But, thinking of the battle for the top with only 4 days left. Yin is going here. Even if it keeps flying, it may take more than a day. Arrived, all battles are over. What's more, the top is imminent, and he, the 4 emperors, needs to be ready to deal with this battle at any time. Yamato once asked him to help rescue Ace. Kaido wasn't completely indifferent either. After all, it was his daughter's wish. And now the daughter doesn't know where she went, and there is no news from her. So Kaido has basically nailed his naval headquarters line. Whether Whitebeard died or not, he didn't care. But his daughter asked him to help save Ace. He will save. So Yin is a big Kanban. After he leaves, he must stay on Ghost Island. Otherwise, something will happen to Onijima and Wanakuni. Thinking of this, Kaido finally shook his head. Jin, you better not go. Quinn plus Jack, plus that old crazy woman. Facing Senju and Shura, who have just experienced the battle with Garp, they should be able to fight. Kaido said. Yin also thought about it, then nodded. 4 or 5 days have passed since the battle between Senju and Shura and Garp. And those two people are obviously not Kaido's monster constitution. For 4 or 5 days, for the 2 top powerhouses, they still can't recover. In other words, the current Senju and Shura are half disabled. Adding the 2 together, this is a semi-disabled 4 emperors. Although still extremely terrifying. But in the face of a complete 4 emperors group configuration, it is not impossible to fight. After all, Quinn and Jack are both half-deputies. Outer waters of Edward. At this time, the collision between the forces of the Golden City and the 2 4 Emperors' regiments has been completely revealed. All the people around are rushing towards this sea area. Even if you dare not approach. But they also want to get closer to this side and see the battle with their own eyes. Among these many warships, there is an ordinary merchant ship. Merchant ships are insignificant and do not attract anyone's attention. On the deck, Long, the leader of the Guiming army, wore a black cloak. Look ahead to the Edward Sea. The dragon's eyes were slightly condensed, and there was a little expectation in the eyes. The Marine G1 branch wars started and ended too quickly. He couldn't catch up. These days, dragons have also been wandering the New World in search of Madara and Hashirama. But Madara and Hashirama's actions are not secretive. But the sea is too big. Whenever he gets the news, rushes to the time. they will find that both of them have left. This made Long very helpless. So, I just heard that 2 people appeared in the Edward Sea area. He rushed towards this direction in a hurry. After all, these are 2 top powerhouses, and together they are comparable to 4 emperors. If this is the revenue of the Cabinet Order Army, how much enhancement would it bring to the pavilion commander? My heart is hot. Long ordered the merchant ship to continue moving forward. For this reason, he even started to use his abilities secretly. Many pirate captains around found it. A light wind blew around his own boat. It's not very windy, but it blows them aside. And the center. The merchant ship where Long was on braved the wind and waves, and sailed alone to the Edward Sea area. It has not yet approached the core area. Dragon's observation Haki sensed the ongoing battle in the core area. 3 large warships moved closer together. One of them is Parrot's Candy. The other 2 belong to Beast's Pirates. One is the Mammoth. The other is Quinn's Plague Tech. The 3 big ships approached and were entangled by thick trees. Those thick trees grew wildly on the sea again, entangled all the warships on both sides in a short time. All warships are connected by a large net. The holes in the big net are also quickly filled with trees. In an instant. With his own ability, Hashirama has created a battlefield for people to settle down. The size is like a small island. Observation Haki perceives this scene. Perceive the surging life force in Hashirama. The dragon's eyes were both excited and shocked. Such an exaggerated vitality, and the use of fruit ability. This person's future achievements must not be inferior to his own. Shocked with such excitement, the dragon accelerated towards the center of the battlefield. At this time, the center of the battlefield. The Golden City is docked not far away, like a fortress. Teams of people from the underground world kept pouring out of it. The Battle of Edward Sea Area 983 is about to start. Look at the temporary island of trees. Quinn's eyes brightened. Such a terrifying vitality. What kind of monster is this Senjo Hashirama? Aboard the Mammoth. The younger brother Jack also raised his eyebrows. Bang! He stepped off the Mammoth directly and stepped on the island of trees. Quinn watched his movements and cursed. Jack, are you an idiot? How can this tree support you guy? UBD, you still want to fall into the sea and let someone fish you? What the hell am I? Looking at his teammate who cheated, Quinn was speechless. But Jack ignored it. Lift the foot you stepped on. Looking down at the unscathed trees. Jack raised an eyebrow. So strong. It occurred to him that the tree should be able to bear him. But didn't expect it to be so strong. Not damaged at all? Quinn was also taken aback when he saw this. Eyes wide, Quinn turned to Hashirama exaggeratedly. FK shit. Are you so hard? All the beasts? And listening to Quinn's funny words. Even Hashirama almost missed the jump. He smiled gently, and glanced at Quinn and Jack. Don't worry, the trees I created are pretty solid. Confirmed by Hashirama. Quinn's face changed slightly again. At the same time, he also thought of Hashirama's exaggerated vitality. This is simply perfect research material. As a scientist on PAR with Vince MOK Judge, Quinn has a passion for the stuff, too. Not. Quinn temporarily suppressed his excitement. Looking at Hashirama, he glanced at Jack who had already walked up the tree. This little brother really trusts the other party. If Hashirama disperses the trees directly, it throws you into the sea. I'll see what you can do. Shake your head. Quinn doesn't think Hashirama is that kind of person. He also got off the boat and came up to the trees, looking at Hashirama opposite. Hashirama smiled at this. Beast's Pirates 2 major disasters. This can indeed give him a lot of pressure. Chapter 98. Looking over there, Hashirama is about to start a battle with the 100 beasts. Madara lowered her arms, and looked at the big mom pirates. His indifferent eyes swept across the faces of Cracker, Snug, and Parrot. With just one glance, one can basically analyze the strength of the 3 of them. Among them, Cracker should be the strongest. That kind of biscuit soldier is already tough, plus armament Haki, this is a tough guy. Followed by Pero Ross Pero, although he is not very good in Madara's eyes. But that candy ability can also cause him a lot of trouble. The last one, of course, is Charlotte Tesnag. Although he is also one of the 4 stars. But Madara didn't feel any strong breath in his eyes and body. The feeling of swordsmanship is not strong, at best a top swordsman. That being the case, Madara has prepared his own strategy for this battle. Although he is arrogant. But before each battle begins, Madara will analyze the strength gap between the enemy and the enemy. To find out the best fighting strategy for yourself. Madara is cold and arrogant, so he is very concerned about winning or losing. Madara never allowed herself to lose easily to others. When encountering outsiders, Madara will not allow herself to lose even more. Hashirama, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. Hashirama, this person. He usually looks gentle, as if he doesn't have the slightest bit of competition. But Hashirama's heart of competition is not weaker than Madara's at all. Before the battle, he will not analyze the combat power of both sides too much. Instead, it will rush straight up. Certainly. Hashirama's strength is too exaggerated. Almost no one can withstand his wave. Even Madara is choking on herself. After all, Hashirama's strength lies in wood style and sage body. The focus is on resilience and endurance. But most of his strength lies in Susanoo. And he has no eternal Mangekyo now. This fights, one ebbs and another ebbs and flows. He will naturally be worse. But this was after he got the eternal Mangekyo. It is bound to directly change this situation. Withdraw your thoughts. Madara looked at the 3 Charlotte family members in front of her. Big Tongue Pei Ross Parrot looked at Madara, and was about to persuade him. Sura, if you agree, we can turn around and deal with the beast's pirates together now. 2 disasters, and 3 volley success. Together, we can win easily. Parrot's voice is very small. His behavior made Cracker and Snug very disdainful. Madara as well. He really didn't expect that Parrot could be so shameless. Just made an alliance with the beasts. On the other hand, I want to be the 2nd or 5th son, and turn back to deal with the 100 beasts. This battlefield situation can be regarded as understood by you. Knowing that his side is the weakest, he directly wants to be the strongest on the list. But he chose the wrong person. With Madara's arrogance, she would never do that kind of thing. Hehe, why should I ally with you? Take a step back, I want an alliance, so I should also drive your big mom pirates out with the beast's pirates, right? Madara looked at Parrot with a sneer. Listen to him. Parrot's expression froze. Madara sneered again. I didn't expect the eldest son of the Charlotte family to be such a street rat. It seems that Katakuri is the crowning masterpiece of the Charlotte family, and there is a reason for that. Madara said. I can't help but think of big sister Natalia and second brother Bell. Knew it. In this sea, even the strongest family on the surface, the Charlotte family. It is also completely incomparable with his Portkas family. With pride in my heart. Madara folded her arms again, her face indifferent. Parrot stood where he was. He was driven mad by Madara's words. Especially the one from Madara. No wonder Katakuri is the crowning masterpiece of the Charlotte family. There is a reason for this. These words directly gave Parrot a crit. He lived nearly 50 years. I have always been worried that Katakuri is the highest masterpiece of the family. But his strength is not as good as Katakuri at all. No way. Parrot had no choice but to hold his breath, his face flushed red. Angry, he mustered up the courage to take the lead in attacking Madara. Candy waves. Pero Ross Pero usability. Beside Madara, a large piece of pale purple candies emerged, frantically rushing towards him. As if to wrap him around directly. Madara had no expression on her face. The pupil power was released, and Susan in the initial form was summoned directly. However, Ross Parrot's strength is also good. The strength of the 700 million pirates is still there. His candy wave managed to trap Madara's initial Susan. This made Ross Parrot's eyes brighten up, and he looked at Cracker and Snug excitedly. Quick, hurry up. As long as his defense is broken, he is finished. Listen to Per Ross Parrot. Cracker and Snug looked displeased. Is Ross Parrot still commanding them in battle? But the two didn't bother with it too much. They also understand that as long as they break Madara's Susanoo, then Madara will definitely lose. The duo took advantage of a good moment when Madara's Susanoo was held down and went straight for it. Cracker ordered the biscuit soldiers to rush towards Susanoo. Snug doesn't have that many fighting methods. He directly grasped the long knife in his hand, and rushed forward with a step of both feet. Although the knives of the top swordsman are not as good as those of the great swordsman, but also extremely sharp. If this knife hits the target with confidence, Snug broke through Madara's Susanoo defense. And this knife. He was also beheaded. A huge roar sounded, making Snug's face change slightly. His knife shouldn't cause such a big momentum, right? Between surprise and doubt in my heart, Snug's pupils shook violently. Because, right in front of his eyes, the Blue Titan, which originally only had a skeleton, suddenly skyrocketed. In a very short time, the full-body Blue Titan that only appeared in the image has already appeared. A hand was stretched out behind the opponent's back to hold Snug's long knife. The other two hands pulled out the samurai swords around their waists, and slashed at Snug fiercely. Snug was caught off guard. He was slashed by the perfect body Susanoo. At the critical moment, he had to desperately use armament haki to defend. But even so, Snug was still cut straight by Madara's knife and crashed into Cracker's cookie soldiers. Cracker's expression changed drastically inside a biscuit soldier. Snug. With a panicked expression on his face, he quickly manipulated the biscuit soldiers to hold up Snug. Looking at the huge wound in front of the opponent, and that completely comatose consciousness, Cracker was stunned. Ross Parrot was also taken aback. It looks like just a knife. Just killed a 4-star Madara in seconds. Parrot's eyes were terrified. And Madara? At the beginning of the battle, he basically determined his own fighting strategy. After his pupil power was overdrawn last time, every time he used it, he felt a heavy burden. If you use too much, you will lose your eyesight. So Madara's battle must be resolved quickly. To take the lead, the weakest Snug needs to be dealt with in a very short time. So Madara showed the enemy first. Get entangled in Ross Parrot's candies. Then when Snug rushed over, he directly used the complete body to kill him instantly. Snug, one of the 4 generals, was instantly killed by Madara. All the big mom pirates around widened their eyes. No matter what Snug said, they are also 4 stars of their Charlotte family dessert. A big pirate with a bounty of 600 million. Now he was instantly killed by that Shura. It's scary, isn't it? Does this Ashura really have such glands? Everyone was shocked. Cracker quickly asked the biscuit soldiers to carry Snug away for treatment. Snug was badly injured. Hurry up and treat him, he is afraid that he will lose a younger brother. Send Snug away. Cracker gave Ross Parrot an angry look. In this battle, he is not bad for Madara. The two sides are opponents, and it is normal to play multiple dead hands. But he hated this elder brother who was not very strong but was still in charge. Really, riding a horse is a broom star. Cracker was furious. Ross Parrot, you're such an idiot. Cursed. He summoned the biscuit soldiers again to fight with Madara's full-body Susanoo. Parrot stood there dumbfounded. Usually scolded by Cracker, he must have cursed back angrily. But now, he was shocked by Madara's instant kill of Snug. I really can't bring up the fighting spirit against Madara. Plus the illusion that Madara used on him before. Ross Parrot was terrified. To Madara, there is a deep fear. And the fear soon spread again. Out of combat in Snug. When Ross Parrot was afraid to play again because of fear. Madara's opponent is only Cracker. Although Cracker's strength is not bad. Cookie soldiers are tough again. But Madara doesn't only know Susanoo. What are you most afraid of about biscuits? Of course it is water. The biscuits will soften as soon as they come into contact with water, Dinyo Zhao. Madara directly released a wave of water style, which drenched all the biscuit soldiers. Cracker's body suddenly had nothing to hide, and he was forced to show up and fight Madara. Can face the full-body Suzuo. That Madara who can fight Garp's peak power for 30 minutes. Cracker is totally not enough to watch. He persisted for 10 minutes, but couldn't hold on any more. After being hacked twice by Madara, he couldn't get up again. Perospero looked at the scene in front of him. Completely chilled from head to toe. Looking at Madara, he really doesn't know what he just went through. He knew Madara was strong. The name of Shura is not blown out. It was typed out. However, Parrot didn't expect the other party to be so fishy at all. How long has this been on? The battlefields of Beasts and Hashirama are still in full swing. It's less than half an hour here, so it's almost here? Is this Nima still human? What monster? Parrot was shocked and fearful. Madara didn't let him go. Tsunade Suzo took a big step and came in front of him. Stand inside Susanoo. Madara gave Ross Parrot a cold look. Because of his father Chu Xia's relationship, Madara didn't kill Snug and Cracker. But this Parrot Ross Parrot. It's really disgusting. Madara didn't look at it. Under Pero's terrified expression, he slashed down mercilessly. Chapter 99. Facing Madara's knife. Ross Parrot was directly frightened. At critical moments, survival instincts overcame fear. Ross Parrot created a thick wall of candy. This is what he created with all his strength. In normal times, even Cracker and Katakuri have some difficulties breaking through. After all, it is a life-saving method, and it is very important for a timid person like Parrot. But this hard wall of candy, in front of the complete body Susanoo's sword. It's really just like paper. Madara slashed obliquely. Parrot screamed. Ah! His left arm was directly chopped off by Madara. And it's not over yet. With the shattering of the candy wall, complete body Suzo punched, directly hitting Ross Parrot's body. Ross couldn't even scream anymore, and he flew upside down, his bones shattered. With Madara's knife and punch, Ross Parrot was almost destroyed. Although the vitality of the people in this sea is exaggerated. But Parrot can even recover. It will take at least a month. And the left arm, don't even think about connecting it again. Look at just half an hour. The battle on the side of the Big Mom pirates has been ended by Shura. Everyone around looked shocked. Everyone in the Big Mom pirates was completely speechless. Cracker gritted his teeth. Now the advanced cadre of the Big Mom pirates. He was the only one who was still awake. Both Snag and Parrot were seriously injured and unconscious. Looking at Madara, Cracker stood up and said, "Lord Shura, our Big Mom pirates are willing to withdraw from the competition in the Edward Sea area." After saying this, Cracker was actually very nervous. He was afraid that Madara would not let their Big Mom pirates go. More than Cracker expected. Madara looked at him, nodded, and slowly dispersed 060 Susanoo. He didn't mean to kill the Big Mom pirates. Repelling the opponent is enough. Seeing this, Cracker felt like he was being pardoned. Sorry to Madara. Cracker led the Big Mom pirates back to the battleship. And let people hand over all the treasures they robbed to the Golden Emperor. They were defeated. The defeated must have the consciousness of the defeated. Watching the Big Mom pirates defeat in a very short period of time. Many people around were stunned. The Golden Emperor Tejuolo came to Madara who had dispersed Susan and stood proudly on the spot. He was shocked and smiling all over his face. Although I have seen Madara's shot. He was also suppressed by the opponent himself. But see you every time. Tejuolo would be shocked. Because that power is too strong. Really too strong. All the underworld powerhouses also looked at Madara in awe. This Lord Shura. Although arrogant. However, he is not as good as those idiots in the first half. Lord Shura is arrogant though. But he has the capital of arrogance. His arrogance. It just makes people feel shocked. Outer waters of Edward. Many pirates who came to watch the battle were also shocked. I didn't expect it at all, only half an hour. Where do Shura and the Big Mom pirates live? It's completely over. This is also too fast. An unremarkable merchant ship. The dragon under the ink-green cloak looked at the battlefield with shock in his eyes. I have seen the battle video of the G1 branch. Long already knew Madara's strength very well. After all, he was able to fight that old man Garp for half an hour, and he still broke out with all his strength. Such strength will definitely not be bad. At least it is also the top of the Emperor's deputy. But Jin Long didn't expect it to be. This Shura. Not only powerful. The combat IQ is actually so high. His arrogance is not mindless arrogance. It is the pride that controls everything in the hands. Others can't see it. But the dragon is a top powerhouse, so he can naturally see Madara's thoughts just now. Most of his strength seems to be on the Blue Titan. And that Blue Titan is powerful though. But just think about it. The consumption of Blue Titan must be extremely exaggerated, unimaginable. Once the fighting time is too long, it will cause a huge load on Madara itself. Even, looking at those scarlet eyes. The dragon remembered that Madara's eyes were bleeding when she cast Susanoo. When using Prestige Susanoo with Hashirama at the end. His eyes were also bleeding. Could it be that the ability of the Blue Titan has something to do with those scarlet eyes? The dragon groaned in his heart. Thinking about what Madara did to the enemy parrot and Ross parrot just now. He was somewhat sure of his guess. First, he showed his weakness to the enemy and took the opportunity to instantly kill Snug, the weakest of the three. Then find out the flaws of Cracker and Parrot in the battle, and quickly defeat each other. I'm afraid Madara herself didn't even think of it. Pero Ross Parrot is so bad. After he killed Snag in seconds. Pero Ross just lost his fighting spirit and couldn't cooperate with Cracker at all. Long thought of this and shook his head. One way or another. Madara's strength is really strong. Look at his immature face. This gives him a period of time, and he will definitely grow into a top powerhouse like him. There is no doubt about it. Dragon thoughts. It was gradually interrupted by roars in the battlefield. After a brief warm-up trial, Hashirama finally broke out with Quinn and Jack. Jack turned into a giant elephant, charging towards the adults in front of him. And the giant wooden golem played with Jack's giant mammoth like a small toy. Seeing this scene, the three Fei Liupeo were a little surprised. Peggy Wan's eyes widened. Nima, isn't this Senju a bit exaggerated? Master Jack is an ancient mammoth. It's in his hands, being treated like a little toy? What the hell am I? Peggy Wan really didn't know what to say. Fuzaifu and Sasaki also had shocking eyes. Sasaki looked at Jack and Quinn who were fighting, and reminded. Master Quinn, Master Jack. The Big Mom pirates have already lost, and if we lose again, then this battle. Heard the words. Quinn, who turned into a Brachiosaurus, glanced at the Big Mom pirates. I don't know when. The fighting over there is completely over. Everyone, goodbye, is paying attention to the battle on their 100 Beasts side. Quinn's eyes widened. What? Did you read that right? How many sons of the ants are so inferior? Nima. Quinn said and looked at Jack. Jack, if we lose this battle, we will never be able to invade the heartland of Whitebeard again. Be careful. Jack's huge elephant head nodded. Looking at the wooden golem in front of him, the unyielding energy in Jack's heart immediately came up. Look at Lao Zi's. Upon hearing this, Quinn suddenly felt something was wrong. I saw Jack transformed into a human and animal form, and took off the two elephant knives on his shoulders. In this regard, the field control adults are still indifferent. Quinn also joins Hashirama in the fight. A wooden golem. An elephant man. A dragon man with a sense of technology all over his body. The three fought together. But even being besieged by Quinn and Jack, Hashirama still looks comfortable. Haha Senju, try my unique moves. Quinn played more and more happily, and gradually fell into madness like Jack. Its mouth is aimed at the wooden golem. Hashirama looked puzzled, and wooden golem made a defensive posture. But Hashirama thought Quinn was going to open his mouth to use the dragon's breath. But he was wrong. Quinn is just a Brachiosaurus, and he doesn't know the breath of a giant dragon at all. Instead, it opens its mouth and fires machine guns and laser cannons. Watching this scene, Hashirama was dumbfounded. Wooden golem froze for a moment. Quinn laughed out loud, while crazily pouring pills to the wooden golem. While laughing, Senju, it was fun fighting you. It made me feel the excitement that I haven't seen for a long time. How about it? How about my great scientist Quinn? Listen to Quinn. Hashirama's expression froze again. Mention scientists. He thought of a younger brother of his. The younger brother showed a strong desire for science since he was a child. When fighting with anyone, he will feel all the skills of the opponent first. Then start the analysis, analyze the shortcomings and advantages. He will grasp the shortcomings. He will put the advantages on top of his own research. Think of that brother. Hashirama looked at Quinn in front of him again. He couldn't help but catch his breath. Let these two meet together. What would a battle between two scientists look like? Think about that scene. Hashirama just couldn't help being interested. The battle between the two sides lasted for 3 or 4 hours. During this period, Hashirama has never used any big moves. Because fighting these two is really fun. Jack is an iron boy, no matter how he hits, the opponent will pick up any tricks. And Quinn was completely insane. The technical means of this scientist emerge endlessly. Make Hashirama feel good. But suddenly, right next to the ears of the two of them, a voice sounded. Fourth brother, fifth brother. Father has an order to convene a family meeting. The fourth and fifth brothers must come back before tonight. Listen to this voice. The expressions of Madara and Hashirama changed one after another. All family meeting? The two looked serious. Madara stepped forward. My lord father has already ordered. He wasn't going to go on watching the show anymore. Hashirama is equally serious down. But looking at Madara, he shook his head. Madara hesitated, then finally nodded. Plague Quinn and Jack the Drow are just that. If Hashirama is serious, it will be resolved soon. It's not too late to rush back before tonight. Put away your thoughts. Hashirama turned to look at Quinn and Jack. He clapped his hands and entered Sage mode directly. Before Quinn and Jack could react, Hashirama had already unleashed his strongest power. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Right in front of everyone, a huge Senju cannon slowly emerges. Feel the exaggerated power fluctuations. Quinn's complexion changed. Withdrew from that frenzy of fighting. He looked at the Senju Guanyin with fear in his eyes. This thing is simply too scary. Seeing it in the video is the same thing. Seeing it with my own eyes now, and facing it head-on, is another matter. Quinn quickly pulled away from Hashirama's true several thousand hands. But when he backed out for a distance, but suddenly found out. The BD Jack turned back into a giant mammoth. Look at the true several thousand hands in front of you. The eyes of the mammoth transformed by Jack are full of stubborn and unyielding fighting spirit. What the hell am I watching this scene? Quinn nearly exploded with anger. You BD Jack, why don't you rush to true several thousand hands? Chapter 100. Quinn's words were drowned in the roar of the battle. Jack turned into a mammoth. Looking at the terrifying Senju cannon in front of him, he rolled his eyes. Lousy, it's Jack the Drow ah! Limbs exert strength. After simply accumulating power, Jack fell directly to Hashirama's Shinsukyunmin. Hashirama's eyes admired. Dare to run straight at him true several thousand hands. Not yet a top player like Garp. How to say? Jack, you are too confident in your own strength, right? A smile appeared on his face. Hashirama looked at Jack and didn't use the stronger top Buddha. Just make true several thousand hands move forward and dash. But even so, under a huge roar, the mammoth transformed by Jack was directly knocked into the air. Although Hashirama has not yet achieved a complete sage body, the true several thousand hands used are not as high as the top true several thousand hands hundreds of meters high. But his true several thousand hands also has hundreds of meters. The mammoth transformed by Jack is also huge in the eyes of the common people. But the highest is more than 10 meters. In front of the hundreds of meters of true several thousand hands, it is really not enough to see at all. Like a cannon hitting a mosquito. The huge mammoth transformed by Jack was directly blasted away. Fly upside down in midair. Quinn's sharp eyes saw Jack's rolled eyes. For the occurrence of this scene, Quinn was speechless. It is impossible to imagine who gave Jack the surge just now. Nima. Face off against the terrifying True several thousand hands. How dare you take the initiative to rush forward? This little brother's head is really iron. Quinn was speechless. Hashirama stood on True several thousand hands, turned his eyes and looked at him. Seeing this, Quinn withdrew from the dragon form. Before Hashirama uses True several thousand hands, he thought he would be able to fight Hashirama with Jack. But when the opponent True several thousand hands uses it, Quinn understood. The two of them didn't have to fight at all. Although Hashirama's True several thousand hands, such a terrifying move. The consumption load on himself must also be huge. But Quinn is not stupid. He still has a clear understanding of himself. If the two of them fight hard again, fearing that they could not last the moment Hashirama was exhausted, the two of them were killed first. This is the case now. Except for Kaido personally doing the dojo, Yin has nothing to do when he comes. Shaking his head slightly, Quinn sighed inwardly. Senju and Shura really deserve to be the fifth emperor of the sea. We beasts pirates, throw in the towel. As he spoke, Quinn waved his hand. Ask your subordinates to carry out all the treasures that were plundered in the Whitebeard Sea area and hand them over to the other party. Winners and losers. Law of the jungle. Surviving at sea for so many years. Quinn is well aware of this. So he won't hold back. Since I lost this time, then lose. In the future, let Kaido help them call back. The immediate setback is only the immediate. In the near future, Boss Kaido will definitely help them feel proud. Watching Quinn's witty approach, Hashirama nodded. If it weren't for the summons from the family, he was planning to fight these two for a while to enrich his combat experience. Also see more of their moves. It's just that things have changed. He had no choice but to quickly resolve the battle. After all, family affairs are the top priority. Tizalo ordered people to put away those treasures at the same time. The direction of the Big Mom pirates. Cracker stood up with his injured body, watching the battle of the 100 beasts come to an end. He shook his head, his expression full of bitterness. This sea actually thinks that Senju and Shura, the combination of the two, can match the strength of the four emperors. It's ridiculous. Cracker, who has seen a two-person shot with his own eyes, understands. The combination of these two people is definitely not what can match the strength of the four emperors. But the explosive strength of these two people is no less than that of four emperors. Perhaps their stamina and endurance are some distance away from the top of the sea. But this is also compared to the four emperors of the same level. Fight with Kaido, Charlotte, and Linlin. The physical strength of these two people may be exhausted. But fighting these quasi-admirals? Fearing that it was the strongest attack by a person, he would kill them instantly. This is the terrifying combat power of the Emperor class and Admiral class. Below the royal level, even quasi-admiral, they can all achieve crushing defeats. This is the top powerhouse in the sea. Shaking his head slightly, Cracker fully understood the defeat of the Big Mom pirates and the beasts. There are no real four emperors characters sitting at the beginning of facing Senju and Shura. They are already doomed. These two are called the five emperors, and they are definitely not overestimated. Rather underestimated. In Cracker's heart. Give these two some time. I am afraid that there will be an unprecedented force in the sea. A new royal group with two top powerhouses in the sea. Just like the Red Hair Pirates, with Shanks and Ben Beckman at the top. And watching this battle, the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group were all defeated. The big and small pirates watching the battle were also shocked. The pirates surrounding the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group were full of regrets. The two groups of four emperors lost. It means that they will no longer be able to invade the hinterland of Whitebeard's core, the Edward Sea area. This big piece of fat is destined to miss them. But they can't help it. The four emperors' regiment was defeated. What are they doing? Are we going to continue to form an alliance and challenge Ganshao and Shura beyond our limits? It's ridiculous. Everyone shook their heads with regret, and slowly sailed away. Hashirama also dispersed the improvised battlefield and let the warships go. Quinn stood on his boat, looking back at Hashirama. He couldn't help smiling. Senju, Shura. If you two are interested, you can come to my Wanakuni and talk to Master Kaido. He will definitely fight you. And we can also renegotiate the business of many underground worlds. You can also call the Big Mom Pirates. This new world's underground world will belong to our three parties from now on. I think this kind of discussion is very necessary. As Quinn said, he was not angry at all because of losing this battle. Instead, after World War I, he fully recognized the strength of Hashirama and Madara. For Quinn's words, Hashirama nodded, smiling softly. If we have the opportunity, we will visit more. With a big smile on Quinn's face, Hashirama improvised. This made Huang Jindi and others laugh out loud. Everyone from the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group drove away slowly. But it hasn't waited for them to go far. Looking at Hashirama and Madara, who were about to leave in a hurry after explaining things to the Golden Emperor. Suddenly a merchant ship approached at an extremely fast speed. Sailed to Madara and Hashirama. Watching this scene, many people around raised their brows slightly. What a brave ship! Actually at this time, dare to rush to that Senju and Shura. Asking for flowers. Just defeated the 4 Emperor's regiments, isn't this deterrent enough? The 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group that were leaving were also taken aback. The 3 of Quinn's men, Fuzifo, looked at each other in surprise. Quinn also stared wide-eyed at this, and said in an exaggerated tone. FK shit. Go and find out for me, what is the name of this pirate group? It's like a family with Jack. Think of that tough guy Jack. Quinn was full of helplessness. Looking at the merchant ship, Fuzifo said suddenly. Lord Quinn, those 2 ships don't seem to have sea flags, do they? It was a merchant ship. What? Quinn's eyes widened again as if he had been hit by a critical blow. Seeing his funny character, Fei Liupeo and the other 3 were very speechless. That's it. Quinn is still speechless to Jack? I am not a normal person myself. There is no point in my heart. Peggy Wan looked at Quinn at this moment. He saw Quinn's desire to befriend Senju and Shura. Master Quinn, do we want to take action and sink a merchant ship? Quinn thought about it. It's just a small pirate group that is overwhelmed. Shoot them directly and sink them into the sea. At the same time as Quinn ordered. The Big Mom pirate group not far away. Charlotte Cracker also issued the same order. Although they all lost this time in the Battle of the Edward Sea area. But lost to Senju and Shura. These 2 marines are rivals. The 5 emperors who have risen to fame in the sea recently. Several people felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Such is the world of pirates. And think of what Madara and Hashirama have been doing in the underground world during this time. Cracker felt it too. Madara and Hashirama are necessary to win over. So the Big Mom pirates are also shelling. All of a sudden, the small merchant ship was bombarded by 2 regiments of 4 emperors at the same time, and it was tottering in the waves. Madara and Hashirama watched the scene. Neither stopped nor interfered. They were also surprised. Just defeated 2 groups of 4 emperors. At this time, someone still dares to rush towards them? What kind of blind man is this? But, under the bombardment of 2 regiments of the 4 emperors, although the small merchant ship was crumbling, but it was still driving steadily towards them. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. Will the gunners of the 100 Beasts and Big Moms be different? After firing so many shells, will it miss a small merchant ship? What a joke! Then the problem can only appear in one place. That's the little merchant ship. The eyes of the 2 were fixed. Both Quinn and Cracker also noticed that something was wrong. The 2 ordered the shelling to cease. At this time, the small merchant ship was approaching Madara and Hashirama. Deck. A figure wearing an ink green cloak also appeared. The figure covered the figure with a cloak, making it difficult to see the face clearly. Watching this scene, Quinn and Cracker looked puzzled at the same time. But it didn't keep them wondering for long. The dragon on deck took off his hat. The tattooed face was revealed. Immediately silenced the audience. Chapter 101. Since it has been decided to invite Madara and Hashirama here, then the dragon is ready. Him today. I will definitely expose my identity here. Although this will bring him a lot of trouble. Comparable to Madara and Hashirama. The trouble caused by the world government is nothing. As long as you successfully recruit Madara and gradually invite the army to join the cabinet, then his trip today was definitely not in vain. Even if these two people don't join the cabinet order army, just have a good relationship with them. This will have many benefits for the future development of the cabinet army. Thinking of this, I looked at Madara and Hashirama on the opposite side. Madara and Hashirama also looked at him. The two looked at each other. Some did not recognize this person. Although the island of the gods has a lot of sea information, almost everything is correct. But Madara and Hashirama have been in the island of gods for so many years. Almost never took the initiative to understand the sea intelligence. 4 emperors, Shishibukai, World Shofo, Marine Admiral. These are still what they heard in the discussions among their younger brothers and sisters. So for the leader of the cabinet army in front of him, the two don't know each other. But this does not prevent the two from seeing how powerful this dragon is. That kind of temperament, at first glance, is not something common people can possess. And at this time, except Madara and Hashirama, all the people in the audience who paid attention to the 953 merchant ship had their eyes widened, and their hearts were full of shock. On the plague technology number, Quinn's eyes widened in surprise. The pupil shrunk into a dot. Coupled with his fat body, Quinn is now like a humanoid egg duck, very interesting. What's more interesting is Quinn's cry at this time. He screamed out, looking at the dragon's face full of surprise. The leader of the pavilion commander, Long, the most ferocious criminal in the world, how could this guy appear here? Quinn screamed and looked at the three of Fuzifo. Fuzifo, Sasaki, and Peggy Wan looked confused. Master Quinn, what do you think we are doing? We don't know why he came here. For this revolutionary who offered a reward of 10 billion. Everyone was really shocked. Because in this sea, there is no one with a higher bounty than the dragon. The rewards offered by the 4 emperors are all for his younger brother in front of him. An astonishing reward of 10 billion is offered, which is beyond the reach of all pirates. And don't look at the Ge Mingjun who has been staying in the dark. Not active at sea. But look at what they are doing. That's subverting the government of the world. It seems ridiculous. But Ge Mingjun is really doing it step by step. That's surprising enough. And the dragon in front of him who is the leader of the pavilion commander. Although he hasn't fought against anyone in the sea, his records are pitiful. But no one dared to underestimate his strength. This is definitely a real top powerhouse in the sea. What is he here for? Is it going to do something to Senju and Shura? As Quinn spoke, he couldn't help silently making the departing warship stop slowly. Because of his guess, it is really possible. Ge Mingjun is notoriously poor. Because of what they did. There has always been a shortage of funds in the organization. So, the dragon comes to find Madara and Hashirama. Could it be because of the 5 billion bounties on the two of them? Quinn ordered the warship to stop leaving. The rest of the pirates also saw the opportunity. Big Mom pirates, and the rest of the pirates also stopped. The strongest in this sea is King. Just. Together, Madara and Hashirama forcefully drive them out of Edward's waters. There is nothing anyone can do about it. After all, the 4 emperors' regiments were defeated, and if they didn't leave, they would die. But now, someone stronger appears. Then they will naturally have to wait and see. In case the dragon will defeat Madara and Hashirama later, then they will still turn their heads and rush into the Edward Sea area. After all, that piece of cake is too plump. Next to Madara and Hashirama, the Golden Emperor Teijulo didn't dare to underestimate the dragon on the merchant ship. Although it was just an ordinary merchant ship, there was only one person on the deck of the merchant ship. But this is the guy. But too scary. Tizalo came behind Madara and Hashirama and saluted quickly. Master Shura, Master Senju. The person here is the famous leader of the pavilion commander in the sea, Long Government Army. Hashirama glanced sideways, and exchanged a glance with Madara. Although the two of them don't know the name Long, but they still know a little about the Ge Mingjun. That is, although some may shake the tree. But it is like a group of people like Jingwei filling the sea and Yugong moving mountains. Although the goal of this group of people is a bit wishful thinking. But it is also worthy of awe and caution. And the person in front of him. It's actually the leader of the pavilion commander, Long. Madara and Hashirama's faces darkened at the same time. Tezuo also said in a concentrated voice again. My lords, the strength of this dragon should not be underestimated. Although there is no shot record in the sea. But his strength is unfathomable, at least he is also a top powerhouse in the sea. Tezuo frowned. He also thinks that the purpose of the dragon coming here is to set a bounty on Madara and Hashirama. This made Tezuo very nervous. Now, Madara has completely become his backer. Had Madara as a backer these days, Tezuo can be said to be elated. In the underground world, he just walked sideways. This feeling of being under 2 people and above 10,000 people. Tezuo is obsessed. Isn't this much better than working hard on your own? Hug your thigh, how fragrant he is. So Tezuo didn't want anything to happen to his 2 thighs. The kings of the underground world behind Tezuo thought the same way. With Madara and Hashirama leading these days, their underground world is unprecedentedly united and powerful. Can even harden a 4 emperors regiment configuration. This is something they never dared to think about before. Now it does. No one wants to lose this dreamlike feeling out of thin air. But even if they don't want to, the dragon rode a merchant ship and came to the battleship where Madara and Hashirama were. There was a smile on Long's face. Alone, he got off the merchant ship and came to the battleship. Come to Madara and Hashirama. Long first glanced at the two with admiration. The two are really younger than I thought. Let me introduce myself, my name is Monkey D. Dragon and I am the leader of the cabinet army. Monkey D. Hashirama raised an eyebrow at that. He remembers Garp the Fist, full name Monkey D. Garp. Long Fang seemed to see what Hashirama meant, and said with a smile. Yes, Garp is my father. Listen to this. Hashirama understood. It's no wonder that Guy Garp is so careless all the time. But there has been no news of his son. There are only his 2 grandsons in Dahai. An ace, a Luffy to fame. Turn out to be. Dragon is actually the leader of the pavilion commander? Madara looked cold. Listen, the dragon is Garp's son. He instinctively felt that the dragon had come to avenge the 2 of them. Or challenge the 2 of them to find a place for his father. Because Madara thinks in another way. If Chu Xia gets old one day, after going through a big battle, she will draw with someone, or even lose. Then all of their sons and daughters are going to go crazy. Although the godlike father will never lose. But the result of Madara's empathy is that the dragon came to seek revenge from the 2 of them. In short, just don't accept it. Looking at Madara's eyes that gradually began to fill with indifference. The dragon's eyes froze. Looking at Madara, he smiled helplessly. You 2 brothers, it is true that one is slow to fight and the other is gentle and humble. It's really admirable. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to you for revenge. That old man Garp is tied, if he wants you to get back the game, let him do it himself. I don't have time for this kind of thing. Long talk inside and outside, talking about Garp all day without business, just no eating senbei and wandering in the sea. Madara's face softened. Hashirama also laughed when he heard this. Then why did you come to find me too? Long smiled. This Hashirama looks, really is unusually easy to get along with. That way he can rest easy. Even if the invitation fails later. It shouldn't be against the 2 of them. Long took a deep breath. Looking at Madara and Hashirama, he said sincerely with his eyes. Are you 2 interested in joining my cabinet's commanding army? The dragon's words fell. Madara and Hashirama froze. The Golden Emperor Tezuolo and the others were also taken aback. I didn't expect the leader of the pavilion commander to come here at all. Is it to invite Madara and Hashirama to join the cabinet army? What is this all about? When did the Ge Mingjun recruit people so blatantly? But I thought about it. They probably figured it out too. Madara and Hashirama have since appeared in this sea. It is full of malice towards the world government. It is definitely a deadly enemy with the world government. And this aspect of Madara and Hashirama is very young and immature. That is to say, although they are all very strong, but not very old. The young boy 4.4 is the most likely to be influenced by the will of the Imperial Army. Everyone turned their attention back to Long, Madara, and Hashirama. Seeing that the two did not respond at this time, Long hurriedly continued. As the leader of the Pavilion Order Army, I can assure you that it is. Once you agree to join the Imperial Commander, I can promise you 2 positions in the Imperial Commander Admiral. Although it's not a big deal for my cabinet's army to be in this sea now. Admiral is nothing compared to Marine Admiral. But I believe that with your participation, it must be an honor for the Ge Mingjun, and the Ge Ming army will definitely prosper. We will surely succeed in overthrowing the world government. The more Long Xuangmu said, the more excited he became, and the saliva flew everywhere. There was something magical about his voice. Unconsciously make people feel good. After hearing this, Tezuolo felt that there was a lot to do. After a while, he regained his composure. Patted his face. How did I fall into the dragon's voice just now? What is this devil fruit ability? Master demagoguery? Tezuolo was extremely surprised, and looked at the dragon with fear. At the same time, Tezuolo couldn't help but think interestingly. The dragon actually promised Madara and Hashirama the position of admiral. If this news spreads out, the government of the world will not be able to jump in anger. Chapter 102. Among the onlookers. Although neither Quinn nor Cracker could hear what the dragon was saying. But just look at the expressions of Tezuolo's group of people. This must be talking about something big. Besides, the dragon's expression was still smiling. Could it be? What kind of cooperation is the Ge Mingjun talking about with this Senju and Shura? Didn't he come to fight these two? Everyone's heart sank, and they continued to watch silently. Quinn stood on the plague technology. Can't help clenching his fists secretly. His nervous palms were sweating. Hurry up and fight! Hurry up and fight! Quinn murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. This is the case now. Going back to the 100 beasts is just returning empty-handed. Kaido won't say anything though. But Quinn made the trip in vain. I also feel a bit at a loss. So only dragons fight with Madara and Hashirama. Only then can they have a chance. But reality is doomed to disappoint Quinn and the pirates. Dragon's trip. Regardless of whether Madara and Hashirama can be invited to join the cabinet, he will not fight with these 2 people. Joke. Is he a fool? To provoke 2 people who have enemies with the world government? He is not sick. Enemy's enemy is friend. He is still very clear. The dragon looked at Madara and Hashirama with burning eyes. And the 2 looked at each other. I didn't expect that the purpose of the dragon was this. But let them join the cabinet army? Will you work hard to overthrow the world government in the future? Not to mention how unrealistic this goal is. Simply being a member of the Porgas family. The 2 couldn't agree to the dragon. But the cabinet ordered the army to overthrow the world government 23. This goal can be regarded as somewhat overlapping with their Porgas family. Since they have the same goal, it is not impossible to travel together for a period of time. Madara and Hashirama thought of this at the same time. Madara shook her head and directly refused. It's absolutely impossible for us to join the cabinet army. Even if you hand over the position of leader to us, it's impossible. Madara's words sounded, and Hashirama nodded. After Long listened, there was no feeling of anger. He knows the arrogance of Madara and Hashirama. It is very difficult to invite them. Fortunately, didn't keep the dragon waiting long. Madara uses Susanoo. The 3 were wrapped in blue skeleton. The purpose of doing this is to isolate the sound of the outside world. Even, to keep them from lip reading. Hashirama also erected several large trees with dense leaves beside several people. After doing all this, the field is the way. Although we can't join the cabinet army. However, the goal of the Ge Mingjun and ours is similar, both are the world's government. But we can't decide this matter. Listen to Hashirama's words. The dragon's eyes narrowed. What do the words Madara and Hashirama mean? The Ge Mingjun is almost the same as their target, they are all the government of the world. The dragon can understand this sentence. Madara and Hashirama have been in the sea since this time. It has always been shown that they have enmity with the world government. But, that last word. What is this thing, they can't do it. Behind Madara and Hashirama, is there someone else? Long surprised himself at the thought. There was some shock in his heart. All of a sudden, the dragon's brain was in a mess, and he thought of many things. God of Heat Natalia, first generation Kenpei Kagaisaline. The god of Senju, Hashirama, is cold-faced Shura Madara. The four appeared at sea after the Summit War. As soon as they appear, they are extremely powerful, and all of them have at least a quasi-admiral level. And they have one thing in common. That is, they are all young, all in their teens. Once upon a time. Long did not connect the four. Because these four people have no intersection at all. There is no evidence to link them together. But, at this moment, knowing that there is someone behind Madara and Hashirama, this made Long think of many things. Look at Madara and Hashirama. Long opened his mouth in shock. What do you two mean? Hashirama smiled at that. Your Excellency doesn't need to know about this right now. Your Excellency handed us a phone bug for contact. We will contact you later. Hearing this, Long thought for a moment and nodded. Good. Take out a phone bug and give it to the two of them. Long did not do any tricks. Positioning, recording, everything. Because he knows. Using those methods will only turn against these two people. Watch as Madara and Hashirama try to remove the barrier. Long spoke hastily. You two, I have one last question. Both Madara and Hashirama raised eyebrows at him. The dragon opened his mouth in a complex manner. Do you two know Natalia, the god of heat who has become famous in the sea recently, and that first generation Kenpei Kagaisaran? Long thought for a long time, and Tuan decided to ask this question. After all, this matter made him too curious. Listen to the dragon question. The pupils of Madara and Hashirama shrank slightly. It seems. As long as they appear in this sea. Even if there is no intersection at all. But it will also be noticed by others. Shaking his head heartily, Hashirama shook his head with a smile. Your Excellency, guess. Got a response from Hashirama. The dragon was shocked again. Hashirama's response, though, is tantamount to no response. But it seemed to respond. This made Long very confused. There are only two possibilities before him now. 1. Madara and Hashirama have nothing to do with Natalia and Gaisaline. 2. Madara and Hashirama are related to Natalia and Gaisaline. At least it is related to one of them. And if this is the case, BB. Only appearing in the sea. This mysterious force owns 4 deputy emperors. This is exaggerated. The dragon was excited. He thinks. The Madara and Hashirama I met today are probably people with hidden forces in the sea. And once you make friends with these two people successfully, that pavilion commander will usher in a great ally of his own. The dragon was excited. But although he can think that there may be a mysterious sea force behind Madara and Hashirama, but he couldn't even dream of it. The mysterious forces behind Madara and Hashirama, named the Porgas family. It is the Power 3 at the center of Uzumaki who stand at the top this time. After carefully putting away the other contact phone bug of that phone bug, Long looked at the two of them cautiously. Please, both of you. If possible, my cabinet commander is willing to show the greatest sincerity. Madara and Hashirama nodded. Dragon, the top powerhouse. I really put down my face and talked to them. Even this attitude is a bit humble. That kind of people. Either it will happen in a short while, and it will be muddled. Or once it happens, it will definitely be a big event that will shake the sea. Madara disperses Susan, Hashirama disperses, and the trees block it. Long left the battleship and returned to the merchant ship. He put on the cloak, and the merchant ship was blown by a unique breeze, and quickly drifted away. Watching this scene, everyone watching the battle around felt sorry. Cracker shook his head and continued to leave with the Big Mom pirates. On the plague technology number, Fei Liupeo and 3 people, Fuzifo, Sasaki, and Peggy Wan also shook their heads and sighed. Unfortunately, there was no fight. We have no chance. Yeah, boss, shall we go back to Wanakuni now? Several people spoke and looked at Quinn beside him. And Quinn at the moment. He leaned on the side of the boat with both hands, half of his body was outside the boat. Looked towards Madara and Hashirama. Tears flowed from Quinn's eyes, and the whole person was going crazy. Oh my god! What did they just say? Why don't you listen to me? Really, it's driving me crazy. Quinn said, the whole person wants to get sick. Seeing this, Fei Liupeo and the others shook their heads. It's over, Quinn is sick again. Several people ordered the beasts to leave Edward's waters. Watching the waters of Edward calm down again, Madara and Hashirama also returned to the Golden City on the battleship. Come to a palace at the highest point of the Golden City. The two only called the first person in gold. Look at Tetsalo first. Madara gave 357 instructions. Next, we'll be away for a few days. It's up to you to be stationed on the edge of the Edward Sea these days. If there are those who don't have eyesight and want to invade the interior of Edward's Sea area, let's directly sink them. If Kaido and Charlotte and the Linlan 4 emperors come in person, you run. Listen to Madara. Tizalo tensed up. Master Shura, Master Senju, you. The question was just halfway through. Facing Madara's cold and murderous eyes, Tetsalo swallowed the second half of the sentence. He shook his head and gave himself 2 mouths. Master Luxio, I was wrong. Madara nodded. Okay, let's go. No need to ask anything else. You just have to do what I tell you to do. Say it. Madara and Hashirama performed the light and heavy rock technique, and flew straight into the sky, and they didn't know where they went. This scene was not seen by anyone. Everyone thought so. Senju and Shura are 2 terrifying existences. Now he still leads the Golden City to station at the edge of the Edward Sea, blocking the way and robbing everyone. This made all the pirates frightened. Even the pirates who want to take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates to go out and fish in troubled waters. They also dare not invade this core hinterland again. And Madara and Hashirama. Under the darkness, the 2 hurried back to the Island of Gods. An order issued by Chu Xia himself. Hold a family meeting. This is definitely a big deal for the entire Porgas family. And this meeting, Madara and Hashirama feel, it should be about the battle for the top. After all, it is their uncle who will be executed in the battle for the top. He is also Chu Xia's younger brother. Even if they are not very familiar with that uncle, even feel that uncle is too weak. But, after all, they are members of their Porgas family. He is the younger brother of their father. Everyone has an inexplicable emotion for Ace. It was an emotion that, no matter what, no one could move. It's something everyone in the Porgas family has. Because they are united. Chapter 103. Shortly after Madara and Hashirama leave the Golden City. The outcome of the Battle of Edward's Sea. It also spread throughout the entire sea in a short time. All of a sudden, 2 groups of 4 emperors. Beasts Pirates double disaster. The news that the 2 generals of the Big Mom pirate group were defeated together shocked the whole sea. What's even more frustrating is, after this battle is over, the most ferocious criminal in the world, the revolutionary Long unexpectedly appeared. Although Dahai didn't know what he was going to do with Senju and Shura. But the dragon actually came out of the shadows to meet Senju and Shura in person. This has already shown that he attaches great importance to the 2. The sea was churning. New world. Realm of beasts, Wanakuni Ghost Island. In the huge palace. Listening to the Edward Sea area battle report brought back by Yin, Kaido covered his eyes and cried bitterly while drinking. Quinn and Jack, did they lose? Ah, that Senju and Shura are really powerful. Laozi really wants to fight them, I wonder if they can kill Laozi. Kaido is emotional and has fallen into madness. He didn't care that all the loot from Whitebeard's land was turned over to the City of Gold. Instead, Kaido only cares about the strength of Madara and Hashirama. The strength of the two made him very excited. I can't wait to rush directly to the Golden City to fight with those two. Yin looked at the crazy Kaido and shook his head slightly in his heart. This battle. It was Jack who gave him the most headache. That little brother has done something serious this time. He actually rushed straight up against Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. That's what the Senju didn't mean to kill Jack. Otherwise, if he hits his head, he will definitely die. Yin sighed in his heart, wondering what kind of pirate group he was in. An iron baby. A mad scientist who is not normal at all. Plus a boss who is completely out of tune. Yin said that this team is too difficult to lead. IWC, Tato Land. Inside Cake Island Castle. Received the news that Parrot and others were defeated. Charlotte Linland's eyes turned red, and she exuded a terrifying aura. Katakuri. What did you say? Per Ross Parrot, they lost the battle. With the addition of 2 generals, how could he not last half an hour under that Shura's hands? What a bunch of trash sons, trash! Charlotte Linland growled coldly. Let the children of the Charlotte family, such as Bree, look terrified. Only Katakuri could barely resist Linland's terrifying aura on the road. Nodding his head, Katakuri said helplessly. Mom, that Shura and Senju really seem to be invincible to the top powerhouses in the sea. While saying this, Katakuri analyzed in his mind how he compares with Madara and Hashirama. Although he has the top observation haki, he can predict the future. But, Kotaku thinks, if I fight with these two, I may be able to hold on for a while. But if they want to defeat themselves, then I must not be able to stop it. He is the strength of the Emperor's deputy level. But those two, it has completely surpassed the Emperor's deputy. Although it has not reached the top of the real sea. But they competed against the top of the sea for a short time, and even joined forces to defeat a top of the sea in a short period of time. This is not a problem at all. Charlotte Linland on the throne grinned. Suddenly, she wasn't angry anymore. Katakuri, you said that in this battle, Cracker didn't completely turn against the opponent, right? Katakuri nodded. Yes, mother. After the battle, Cracker wrote Shura to Senju. Charlotte had satisfaction in Linland's eyes. It's not even complete rubbish. In this way, Katakuri, after the battle for the top station, you personally bring gifts and visit that Senju and Shura. Ask them if they would like to marry my mother's daughter. If you are willing to marry my old lady, then this matter will be considered forfeited. After Whitebeard's death, Tu Niang could acknowledge their new 4 emperors' position. Katakuri nodded respectfully. Yes, Mom. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Inside the Marshal's office. As usual, Sengoku called 3 admirals to open a battle meeting on the battle for the top. Garp was also present, but just like a transparent person, sitting on the sofa without saying a word. He is the chief staff officer of the headquarters. It is to do real combat deployment with the T-Dolphin. Receive the results of the Battle of Edward's Sea. Sengoku stared blankly. 3 admirals' expression is also as if expected. In fact, they had long thought of the outcome of the Edward Sea battle. After all, that Senju and Shura are guys who can tie with Garp. And how strong is Garp? No one here is unclear. Therefore, the result of this battle did not make a few people too unexpected. It's just that Sengoku suddenly felt. This battle for the top position seemed to be meaningless at all. No. If there is something meaningful to say, there are still some. Just the original. They are to destroy one of the 4 emperors in the sea. Plus punish the most evil blood of the sea. In this way, the whole sea is deterred, and the goal of reducing pirates from the source is achieved. It would be even better if it could be used to end the era of great pirates. Although that's unlikely. And now, they haven't gotten rid of Whitebeard, the veteran 4 emperors. There was actually a 5 emperors popping up in the sea. They are still 2 guys with such strong strength. He is still full of malice towards the world government. This worried Sengoku. He's punishing Ace now, what's the point of fighting the Whitebeard pirates? He shook his head and sighed. Sengoku rubbed between his brows. There is no turning back when you open the bow. Not to mention the execution of Ace, the end of Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. This is a historic battle. This battle must be fought and must be won. In this way, the situation of their marine will be better in the future. The 3 admirals were sitting on the sofa, thinking about these 2. Akainu's expression was gloomy and determined. He is firm. Never wavered from his position. Akainu's idea is simple. This time at naval headquarters, no matter how many pirates come, he will bury these sins here with his own hands. Snort. The strongest man in the world? God of Senju? Cold Shura? It's just a group of guys who are about to die. As long as they come. Akainu dared to let them all be buried in Marineford. The difference from Akainu is Aokiji and Kizaru. Aokiji's insistence on justice is unquestionable. It's just that he doesn't hold a very optimistic attitude towards this battle. After all, the enemy should not be underestimated, there are still so many variables. But all in all, Aokiji will fight with all his might. The last Kizaru. He is different. His first thought at all times is, I'll fight, that's what Marine Admiral does. But it is not certain how much effect it will play. Behind the desk. After thinking about the impact of the outcome of this war, Sengoku thought about the dragon again. Read this. Sengoku looked at Garp sullenly. Garp, look at your son. Sengoku gets angry just thinking about it. Long guy. He was a genius in marine back then. But, well, think about it. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sengoku's cold eyes watched. Garp laughed foolishly. Sengoku, don't look like you're getting old. When the son grows up, I won't let the old man take care of it. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Kizaru on the couch gives a well-timed taunt. Vice Admiral Garp, it's not that my son can't help himself when he grows up. Your 2 grandchildren, Ace and Luffy, you didn't take care of either. Vice Admiral Garp, if you want me to say that you are okay as a marine, but in terms of teaching the back, you are really far behind the French teacher. Garp frowned when he heard that. But he really couldn't refute Kizaru's words. Because in teaching the back, correcting thinking, he's really not good at it. I have no right to speak. Aokiji lowered his voice at this moment, interrupting Garp's embarrassment. What I'm more curious about now is what exactly did that fellow Long go to Senju and Shura? Several people fell silent after hearing the words. Sengoku looked at what was written on the information and said, according to the information from our marine inside the Golden City, Longjian Senju and Shura are not fighting. Instead of inviting the 2 of you to join the cabinet commander. And also took out the position of Admiral of the Cabinet as a bargaining chip. What? Akainu's eyes widened when he heard this, it was cold. This dragon is really lawless. Also Admiral. Do you think his imperial army can rival my marine in the future? It's really overwhelming. Akainu blew up. And he, of the money, is the same. At this moment in the world government, within the power. 5 elders rode the night, jumping angrily when they heard the news from New World. This dragon usually stays in the dark, so it's okay if we can't catch him. Now, you actually dare to show up openly and recruit powerful pirates to join his army. Returning the commander Admiral. A bit of 5 elders air blast. Dragon move. No doubt writing shit on their heads. And they have nothing to do. Just ask if you are angry. The next day, there were only 3 days left before the battle for the top station. On this day, the depth of the seabed is 10,000 meters, on the Fishmen Island. 3 whale boats dock on the shore of the Fishmen Island. Whitebeard stepped off the Moby Dick, leaning on a large razor. After declining the banquet invitation from King Neptune, Whitebeard led a group of captains straight into the depths of the Murloc forest. Looking ahead at the red hair pirates who are still having a party, Whitebeard watched the scene with a grin on his lips. Hello. Red hair pirates, you red hair pirates have been holding parties here, aren't you tired? Listen to Whitebeard's bold words. Redhead Shanks turned to look over. Looking at Whitebeard, his sleepy eyes lit up slightly, and he laughed. Of course not tired. Banquet, isn't this one of the most meaningful things for pirates in this sea? Chapter 104. Listen to the redhead's answer. Whitebeard laughed too. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. As he spoke, he handed the big razor Kong Yunki to Josie, and walked forward by himself. Not far from Shanks, Whitebeard sat cross-legged on the ground. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirate team brought several large wine barrels to Whitebeard to lean on. Look at this picture of Whitebeard. Shanks frowned slightly, eyes serious. Whitebeard, are you really thinking about it? Although I asked a question before. But Shanks wanted to ask again. Whitebeard really decided. Are you going to storm naval headquarters with the entire Whitebeard pirates? After all, that's naval headquarters. Except for the government of the world. Marine is almost equivalent to the number 1 force in the sea. The strength is almost comparable to the 3-4 emperors. This time also summoned the 7 warlords of the sea. The strength of naval headquarters is unimaginable. Look at the somewhat serious Shanks. Whitebeard smiled. He didn't respond directly. Instead, asked rhetorically. Red-haired brat, what is Xiao Da's significance? Is it invincible? Is it freedom? Is it killing? Is it a battle? Whitebeard asked a series of questions. Listen to him. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Baista, Yizang, and others all looked dignified. Although everyone doesn't say it. But all captains also understand. This time Whitebeard led them to naval headquarters to rescue Ace. Whitebeard was ready to die. He went with the idea that he would end up in naval headquarters. All the captains looked dignified. Only Kyōka smiled foolishly there. Everyone from Shanks and Red Hair Pirates fell silent after hearing the words. What does it mean to be a pirate? Several people have thought of this question 740. They thought for a long time, but they couldn't give an accurate answer. Only the redhead lowered his head, as if thinking of something. See Red Hair Pirates, everyone has been unable to give an answer. Whitebeard smiled. Cool la la la. Wandering on this sea for most of my life. Laozi believes that the greatest meaning of becoming stronger is family. Ace is Laozi's son and an important family member of Laozi. He will be executed, Laozi will of course save him. No matter how much you have to pay, even if Laozi goes, you may not be able to rescue him. But stand over that brat Ace. If Laozi is going, he will be happy. Whitebeard's words. For a while, everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Whitebeard, full of awe. Shanks looked up, too, with complicated eyes. Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the complexity in his eyes, and smiled. Red-haired brat, speaking of it, Laozi is also curious about something. Shanks raised an eyebrow. Is there anything about me that would make you Whitebeard curious? After thinking about it, Whitebeard said. Red-haired brat, you inherited Rogersville and searched for that seed in this sea. This time, why did you go to Sabayati land and threaten the world government with celestial dragons for a girl? Whitebeard's voice fell. All of a sudden. Shanks, and everyone else in the Red Hair Pirates fell silent. Ben Beckman, Lajilu, Yasop, and others looked at each other. As a like-minded partner of Shanks. They know everything about Captain Shanks. I also understand the significance of Red Force driving on this sea. CDCC, Whitebeard asks them now. How could Shanks go to Sabayati land for the sake of gasoline, threatening the government of the world? Everyone looked at Shanks in silence. Shanks looked up now, eyes full of sadness. To say why he did this for gasoline. In fact, there is a fundamental reason. In the past, because more than 10 years ago, on board the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks picked up a child. Just like when he was picked up by the Roger Pirates. Shanks adopted the kid for it. The child was a girl, whom he named Yuta. JA#ZE. Thinking of this, Guke's heart was filled with silence. All the crew members looked at his silence and thought of Yuta. Reminds me of the musician from their Red Hair Pirates. It was a past that none of them wanted to recall. And not long ago. They docked at the small island at the entrance and exit of New World, ready to deal with the storms and waves on the sea at any time. Suddenly they met a little girl again. Her name is Glyceline. She is a genius girl and a kendo lunatic. Young enough to beat Shanks at swordplay in his teens. Therefore, Shanks has great appreciation for Glyceline. So do Ben Beckman et al. They also understood why Shanks admired Glyceline so much. Because Yuta. On Glyceline. Shanks seemed to see his original daughter Yuta. Then, when Glyceline went to the world's government, it was time to challenge Hawkeye. Shanks was desperate to take the Red Hair Pirates to threaten the world government, because Glyceline escorted them. But an unexpected accident happened. During the fight with Kong, Glyceline was buried in the sea. This put Shanks on the verge of going berserk. And he actually ran away. If it wasn't for that CP. Think of this as something only you know. Shanks looked up slowly, confounding Whitebeard. He opened his mouth and responded hoarsely. I also have a daughter the age of Glyceline. Listen to Shanks. Suddenly, the Whitebeard pirates fell silent. Marco, Baista, Yizang, and others stared wide-eyed. Jaws didn't jump right away. FK shit. 4 emperors have red hair, what the hell do they have? As Jaws said, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Although the rest of the people did not speak, they were equally astonished. This news is indeed a bit explosive. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but look slightly sideways. Nod. He understood why Shanks valued Glyceline so much. It turned out that it wasn't just the year-end friendship between the two. And this relationship. Shanks sees things and thinks about others. Whitebeard's eyes were complicated. Shanks didn't wallow in grief all the time. Looking at Whitebeard et al. He asked. Is the coding work almost finished? There are still 3 days left for the battle at the top, are you going to naval headquarters soon? Whitebeard nodded. I came to the Fishmen Island first with the Moby DK. The rest of the ships are also being coded. It will take about 2 days to complete. After that, we'll go attack naval headquarters. Shanks looked at Whitebeard and smiled. Come on, then let us hold a grand banquet for you. Whitebeard laughed too. Cool la la la. Okay. The two hit it off. The two sides quickly prepared for the banquet. The banquet was huge. Whitebeard also invited Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island Kingdom. But the core area. But also later the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the cotter of the Red Hair Pirates. Banquet atmosphere and lively. Everyone drank happily for 3 or 4 hours. Everyone drank and got up together. Josie and Lakilu hooked up. A strong man, a fat man drank so happily. As Jaws drank, he got a little drunk. So much so that Loggy Road told him to be more careful during this trip to naval headquarters. Jaws patted his chest and laughed loudly. Lakilu, let me tell you, this time our Whitebeard pirates will attack naval headquarters, we will definitely win. Hearing this, Lakilu shook his head while gnawing on the chicken legs. Oh, Jaws, protect yourself when the time comes. 21. I don't want to be able to drink with you again in the future. Jaws blushed when he heard that. Why don't you believe it? The Whitebeard pirates, are really sure of winning this time. Lakilu nodded and said with a smile. Yes, I also wish you victory. Although it is a blessing. Lakilu's eyes were full of worry. Seeing this, Jaws immediately became anxious. The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't turn his brain around. Look at Loggy Road. Jaws stood up straight away. Pulling his neck and looking at each other with a flushed face. Although naval headquarters is strong, it's really not easy for me, the Whitebeard pirates, to rescue Ace and escape unscathed. However, Ace was executed, because Sister will definitely come this time. Jaws said this. Suddenly, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked over. Marco rolled his eyes. Baista took 3 steps and made 2 steps, came behind Jaws, and gave him a hard blow to the back of the head. Jaws, what nonsense are you talking about? For Natalia. Whitebeard had an order not to disclose it to outsiders. But hear the first 3 words of Big Sister. Red hair pirates also seemed to have been touched by some nerve. Ben Beckman, Yasop, Musician Monkey, Ship Dr. Hongo and others all looked at Ans at the bow of the boat. Yasop asked with bright eyes. Big Sister Head. What did you say, Big Sister Head? Seeing this, Jaws was about to cover up. He also thought of what he said he shouldn't have said. But how could the red hair pirates just let Jaws go? Even the redhead looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard sighed. Forget it, red-haired brat, let me tell you about this matter, you must keep it a secret. Shanks had a weird expression on hearing that. They red hair pirates have big sister heads. It's Glyceline. But Glyceline is dead. Yes, Whitebeard pirates. Now how can I make a big sister head? And also participate in the top stand competition? What's going on here? At this time, Whitebeard looked at the redhead, and talked to the red hair pirates. The big sister gimmick in their mouth is Natalia, the god of heat. Whitebeard fell behind. In an instant, everyone in red hair pirates was petrified on the spot. Chapter 105. Now that the words have been said, then there is no need to deliberately conceal it. Instead, say it openly, so as not to arouse too much suspicion from the red hair pirates. And that's about as much as Whitebeard can say. As for more, Natalia's last name, and the relationship between her and Ace, Whitebeard couldn't say that. But even so, I learned that the big sister of the Whitebeard pirates is Natalia. This also surprised everyone in red hair pirates. Lagilo looked at Jaws, and the chicken leg in his hand seemed to be smelly. Jaws, is this true? That Natalia is the head of your Whitebeard pirate's big sister? Could he be one of your Whitebeard pirates? This moment, Lagilo and the red hair pirates thought of one thing. That was when Natalia deliberately rushed to Bonaro Island in the first half of the Grand Line to attack Blackbeard. Once upon a time, they lack key information, so they don't know why Natalia went to Blackbeard. There is absolutely no reason for this. Can now. Once the news broke that Natalia was the head of Whitebeard's big sister, Lagilo and the others immediately figured out something. Jaws realized he had said the wrong thing. No longer dare to say more. It was Vista who took over. Kaido. The big sister is not a member of our Whitebeard pirates. But it also has a lot to do with our Whitebeard pirates. Vista thought about it like this, Kaido. Neither will make the red hair pirates think in a wrong way. It will not fail to respond, but attract suspicion. Not a shallow relationship, oh. Lagilo suddenly realized. No wonder. No wonder the god of heat made a special trip to Bonaro Island in the first half. It turned out that it was because of the hatred of Ace. Understood. It seems that Blackbeard's defeat was not wronged, and it is true that he died well. Lagilo said this. Vista and the others suddenly became tense. At the back, they relaxed again. Jaws patted Lagilo on the shoulder and laughed. Yeah, because elder sister just can't see the various ways of Beard. That's why he shot and directly crushed Blackbeard with that terrifying flame ability. Ha ha ha, just think about it and relieve your anger. Talking and talking. Jaws raised an eyebrow. By the way, the head of the big sister of our Whitebeard pirates is Natalia. Your big sister head of the red hair pirates, is that Glyceline? Bring up Glyceline. Lagilo was immediately excited. He looks like a kid who shows off how powerful his parents are. The head of the big sister calls himself first generation Kenpake. Do you know the origin of this title? Lagilo said braggingly. Everyone around the red hair pirates laughed. The Whitebeard pirates looked curious. The 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Shanks, laughed and watched the fight of the crew. And Jaws was obviously interested by Lagilo's words. First generation Kenpake, why is this title? Vista is also very interested. He was originally a strong swordsman, nicknamed Foil Sword. Because after he became a great swordsman, the sword intent he comprehended was flowers. That's why it's called foil. Glyceline, the first generation Kenpake, is something he has never been able to figure out. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates, everyone has been interested by himself. Lagila was full of farts, and was just about to explain to them. But suddenly, the red-haired Shanks slapped the table and laughed. The reason why Glyceline calls herself first-generation Kenpeki is because she has a self-created 8000 flow swordsmanship. That sword technique is very powerful, ha 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 ha. Saying that, Shanks couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, he turned his head. Then I saw Lagilo's resentful little eyes. Captain Idiot, can you stop grabbing my words? Ha 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 ha. Everyone watched this scene and laughed again. Jaws couldn't believe it. Speaking of Lagilo, is that Glyceline really that strong? Fighted your Captain Red Shanks at swordsmanship? Jaws said. Vista also looked at the red hair, his eyes full of prudence. The red hair is also a great swordsman. He can often compete with Hawkeye in swordsmanship, and the redhead's swordsmanship is also top in the sea. Stronger than him. But in this way, he lost to Glyceline? That 8000 stream swordsmanship is really so amazing? Hearing Jaws' question, Lagilo immediately became unwilling. Jaws, what are you talking about? You actually doubt the strength of our big sister head. She rushed to Marie Joyce alone, just to challenge Hawkeye. Even if the big sister lost his head, he managed to cut off Kong's arm. Who is Kong? Our captain may not be able to win. The big sister head can do this, just think about how strong she is. Lagilo blushed from the contention. For Glyceline's strength, she even became a little dissatisfied with Josie. Jaws laughed when he saw this. Don't be mad, Lagilo. I'm just in disbelief. Lagilo waved his hand. Forget it, big sister head, she probably doesn't care about these things. Of course, if you say that her sword skills are inferior to anyone else, then she will definitely be impatient with you. As Lagilo said, his eyes were filled with regret. Jaws patted him on the shoulder again. If there is a chance in the future, I will introduce our big sister head Natalia to you. After all, I have a very good relationship with our big sister head. Jaws said. Vista, Izan, Marco, and even Whitebeard all looked at him. Everyone almost couldn't hold back their laughter. The relationship in Jaws' mouth is very good. Does it refer to the incident when I met Natalia for the first time and was instantly killed by Natalia's black coffin? Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates burst into laughter. But I had to hold back a smile. After all, he couldn't lose face to his brother in front of the red hair pirates. But watching Kiazi and Lakilo have a big meal, they really couldn't hold back. Puff. Bram Ank was the first to laugh. Then came Baista, Yizang, and others. Everyone laughed loudly, looking at Jaws, laughing like crazy. Watching this scene, everyone in Red Hair Pirates was confused again. Yasopp looked curious. Everyone, what Jaws said wrong? This time, Marco, who was more stable, responded to the opponent. Half of what Jaws said was right. What should I say about the strength of the big sister head? We haven't seen her full shot so far, but there are only a few hands-on records. Given a glimpse of the leopard, the strength of the big sister head is absolutely unfathomable, at least surpassing all of us. At least far ahead of all of you? This word. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates always felt something was wrong. But can't find where is the problem. Yasopp asked curiously again. The other half is wrong, what is it? Listen to this question. Marco couldn't help laughing. Just tell you one thing. Jaws said he has a good relationship with the big sister boss. It's really good. When the big sister head and our Whitebeard pirates met, we felt like a big enemy. I was the first to be suppressed by the head of the big sister. Of course, I was suppressed by her flame ability. As for Jaws, he was the second to be instantly killed by the head of the big sister. But Josie, undefeated on the flames of the big sister's head. Marco said this. In an instant, In's face turned green. He just had a big blow with Lagilo and the others. How good the relationship between me and Natalia is. Asking for flowers. But now, this was dismantled in a blink of an eye. This made Jaws, a big man, want to find a crack in the ground to get in. Ha 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 ha. At first, it was just the Whitebeard pirates laughing. But gradually, the red-hair pirates also joined in. Look at the way they laugh. Both captains, Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks, laughed too. At the moment before the waves of the sea are about to surge, it is also very good to see them laughing in such a relaxed way. Jaws and the others were still chatting with Lajilu and the others about their big sister. Everyone says that their big sister's head is very strong, and that their big sister's head is stronger than the opponent's big sister's head. The two sides fought red-faced. Just one game away. Let's tell each other that our big sister is stronger. But fight to the end. The momentum of the red-hair pirates suddenly let out. Because they thought of Gaisoline's death. What's the point of arguing with the Whitebeard pirates anymore? Their big sister, Gaisoline, has already died in this sea. But Natalia, the head of the big sister, is still alive and well. What's the point in arguing again? Everyone in the red-hair pirates fell into sadness for a moment. Even the captain with red hair fell into this mood. So did Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. Thinking of Gaisoline, they were going to be very excited at first. But think about it. In the end, they will just be silent. This is the process that the red-hair pirates go through every day when they come to the Fishmen Island. Watching the red-hair pirates go silent, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates also stopped showing off Natalia. Look at the red-hair pirates crowd. They sighed deeply. Whitebeard also looked at the redhead Shanks. Red-haired brat, don't be too sad. Gaisoline, at such a young age, she possessed that level of swordsmanship, and at the last moment of her life, she fought against a top expert in the sea. Her life is worthy of admiration. Shanks nodded. Yes. Gaisoline's life, although we don't know much. But it's been an absolutely wonderful life. By the way, Whitebeard, that Natalia, is she really going to participate in the top stand? Reminds me of the fact that Natalia is Gaisoline's older sister. The redhead just misses the other side. For nothing else. Just wanted to chat with Natalia. Gaisoline, know something? Whitebeard frowned slightly at Shank's words. I'm not sure either. But, it should come. Whitebeard didn't say anything dead. Because in that case, it will be easy to think of the relationship between Natalia and Ace. Whitebeard wouldn't talk about it without Natalia's permission. Shanks nodded. That's good. Stand on the top, we will go there too. Of course, it's not to help you, that would make this sea chaotic. I just want to meet Natalia. After all, she is Gaisoline's older sister. Whitebeard heard that the redhead was going to fight, but he wasn't going to help them. He was not in the slightest displeased. Because he understood the accusation on the redhead. Once the two four emperors' regiments attack naval headquarters together, that will inevitably cause a chain reaction of the other two four emperors' regiments. Either attack their territory together, or directly attack naval headquarters together. That would mess up the sea. Neither Whitebeard nor the redhead wanted to see it. Whitebeard was about to nod, admiring the redhead's approach. But suddenly, he caught a word from the redhead. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he turned to look at Shanks suddenly. Red-haired kid, what did you say? Is Natalia Gaisoline's older sister? Chapter 106. Accompanied by Whitebeard's exclamation, the bustling banquet fell silent. The red-hair pirates are all fine. But everyone in the Whitebeard pirates turned their heads directly, and all eyes were on Shanks. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts were full of disbelief. What did they just hear? Redhead Shanks. You actually said that Natalia is Gaisoline's sister? That is, Gaisoline is Natalia's sister? And Natalia's identity is? All of a sudden, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates gasped. Whitebeard's tiger eyes are also full of shock. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the red-hair pirates were all taken aback by the reaction of the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks looked at Whitebeard, frowning slightly. Whitebeard, don't you know? Shanks' words immediately stopped Whitebeard. He was full of surprise and uncertainty. But think about it. Whitebeard thought again. Shanks can't lie to himself. So, he directly confessed. Natalia really didn't tell us about this matter. Listen to this answer. Shanks was also taken aback. Turning his head, he exchanged a glance with his vice-captain, Ben Beckman. The eyes of both of them showed a little bit of 240 doubt and surprise. Looking at Whitebeard, Shanks confirmed again. Natalia is Guy Celine's sister for this matter. It was Guy Celine who told us in person. Talking. Shanks talked about how he met Guy Celine at the beginning. They first mistook Guy Celine for Natalia. But after a fight, Guy Celine introduced himself at the end. His name is Guy Celine, not Natalia. This made the red hair pirates directly confused. And Natalia is Guy Celine's sister for that matter. It was also what Guy Celine told them. With Guy Celine's temperament, this can't be fake at all. Listen to Shanks talk about the whole process. Whitebeard froze. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was also stunned. What Shanks said seems to be true. Whether it's Four Emperors Redhead, or Guy Celine. Both of them are strong. And the strong have their own self-esteem. You can get them to admit their inadequacies. But let them lie. This is unlikely. Take all factors into consideration. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates thought of an extremely unbelievable fact. Their big sister heads, Natalia, the hot god. It's that first-generation Kenpake, Guy Celine's sister? This news is so amazing. All of a sudden, Whitebeard looked at Shanks, unable to speak for a while. Shanks just watched Whitebeard silently, waiting for the other party to react. It seems that this incident is shocking news for the Whitebeard pirates. But why? The brains of the red hair pirates. Vice-Captain Ben Beckman's eyes flickered. And Whitebeard? He didn't want to express too much shock about this matter. But listen to the fact that Guy Celine is Natalia's sister. He really lived in Bengbu. His mind is in a mess right now. Natalia, when he first came to the Whitebeard pirates, claiming to be the eldest daughter of the Porgas family, daughter of Ace. In other words, Ace has an extra big brother character. And Ace's big brother has cultivated Natalia, a very talented daughter. It's not over yet. That Guy Celine defeated the red-haired Guy Celine in Kendo. Is it Natalia's daughter? That is. The other party is also a member of the Porgas family, one of Ace's nieces. Thinking of this, Whitebeard was even more astonished. Because he thought of one more thing. Just last night, something spread across the sea. That is the Battle of Edward Sea. The two boys called Five Emperors, Tianmin and Shura. The two stopped the road to collect money in the Edward Sea area outside the core territory of his Whitebeard pirate group. Repelled the combined forces of the other two Four Emperors regiments. There are countless pirates driven away. When Whitebeard learned of this, all he had in his heart was gratitude. But I don't know why that Senju and Shura did this. Is it really blocking the way to collect money? This made Whitebeard deeply suspicious. And at this time, after learning about the relationship between Natalia and Guy Celine, guess that the big brother of Ace probably has more than one daughter, Natalia. Whitebeard seemed to catch some inspiration. Although it's just a guess. But will there be a huge monster that has been hiding in this sea? That terrorist force, named the Porgas family? Founded by Ace's big brother? Even that Senju and Shura are from this family? At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to have figured everything out. His eyes grew brighter. The whole person is getting more and more shocked. And the rest of the Whitebeard pirates? They don't have Whitebeard's big picture. They couldn't think of that much. Jaws and the others knew they were lying there. One by one said things like, "Damn it, our big sister is your big sister's older sister, and the big sister is bullshit." But there is one person. Whitebeard Pirates King Vice, First Team Captain Marco. His pair of dead fish eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had thought of something. Thinking about it, Marco looked at Whitebeard. Looking at the tall, but obviously old Whitebeard. This battle for the top. Marco was actually worried about Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard is determined to die for this station. This made Marco both sad and helpless. Even if Natalia should come to fight at that time and rescue Ace together. But naval headquarters is still too strong. It's too difficult to break through. Can now. Think of Marco with the same content as Whitebeard. Suddenly, I felt that this was a battle for the top. Isn't it their Whitebeard pirates pill? But the Marine pill? Marine wants to execute Ace and end the Whitebeard pirates. Didn't think of it at all. They unknowingly provoked an extremely difficult behemoth? Think of Natalia, think of that Senju and Shura. Marco's eyes were filled with excitement. And Whitebeard himself. He didn't care much about whether someone came to help him and others. Because he already had the will to die. He is the strongest man in the world. Although old. But drain his aging body. It should still be possible to save Ace from naval headquarters, right? But there can be Natalia, and even the Porgas family behind it, to help and rescue Ace together. Why would Whitebeard not want to? Feeling better, Whitebeard looked at Shanks. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking of many things. Glyceline, the sword genius. Is it really dead? Thinking sideways. Whitebeard thought of Natalia's overbearing character. When we met for the first time. Directly attacked the members of the Whitebeard pirates without hesitation. He almost even got into a fight with himself. Then, it was because Blackbeard Teach harmed Ace. Traveling thousands of miles to the first half, crushing Teach and smashing the opponent's ambition. Such a domineering Natalia. If her own sister, Glyceline, really died at Kong's hands. Natalia, will you really let it go like that? Read this. Whitebeard looked at the redhead and suddenly laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Laughing. Whitebeard took a swig from the bottle. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates looked at him with a very puzzled smile. Shanks and Ben Beckman, two smart people, also looked at Whitebeard, wondering why he suddenly laughed. Whitebeard laughed for a long time this time. Until he drank all of the bottle of wine. Whitebeard was looking at Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates. Looking at the deep sadness in Shanks' eyes. Whitebeard laughed. Red-haired brat, the death of that little girl, Glyceline, seems to have hit you hard. Listening to Whitebeard bring it up again. Shanks' eyes darkened. Look at the laughing Whitebeard. His eyes were slightly cold. Whitebeard, I don't like people making fun of my dead friends. Shanks' voice was slightly cold. Hearing this, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates also sank. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates stopped breathing and became nervous. Conqueror's haki is unconsciously revealed on Shanks. To Glyceline, Gux really treats her like a daughter. Because the experience is the same, so empathy. Whitebeard looked at Shanks annoyed. He doesn't care. Opened a bottle of wine again and drank it. After finishing another bottle, Whitebeard looked at Shanks and laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Red-haired kid, Lao Zi can't tell you the reason yet. However, it is quite possible. Your year-end friend, your big sister of the Red Hair Pirates. Probably did not die at sea. Heard the words. 5.1 The atmosphere was silent again. The red-haired Shanks let off steam. Looking at Whitebeard, who leaned on the stone with one hand, his eyes excited. What did you say? Glyceline may not be dead. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Gux was really shocked. He didn't understand what Whitebeard meant by saying that. But judging from Whitebeard's reaction just now, the other party seems to have agreed on this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell him. And Glyceline didn't die. Glyceline is not dead. Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates were all excited physically and mentally at the same time. After the fight with Kong, the world government said that Glyceline was killed by Kong on the spot. But the Red Hair Pirates haven't been doing nothing all this time. Shanks used all his contacts to find out about the battle. Eventually they learned. Glyceline was shot down into the sea by Kong. Although he received a heavy punch from Kong, he was almost certain to die. However, she fell into the sea. Back then the Red Hair Pirates didn't think Glyceline would survive. Because it was exactly what Kong thought. After receiving a heavy punch from him, it is still in that state, and normal people will definitely not be able to survive. But who would have thought? Isn't Glyceline a normal person? Chapter 107. Mermaid Forest. Learned everything Whitebeard said. Redhead Shanks is in a great mood. during the eve of the battle between the four emperors' pirate groups. Enjoy the banquet. It's also a game. A banquet held for the Whitebeard Pirates Grand Tour. Marine aspect. The 100,000 elite Marines have all been mobilized to the headquarters, and the next step is to deploy troops and deploy them for drills and battles. Both sides are in full swing. And almost the entire sea is also paying attention to this peerless battle. But when the sea outside is turbulent, the Island of Gods was as calm as ever. Madara and Hashirama flew in midair and finally rushed back to the Island of God. Falling down, the two walked through the woods where they used to fight every day. Looking at this Island of Gods that hasn't changed at all, Hashirama had a relaxed smile on his face. Even Madara, who has a cold personality, they are all in a good mood. The Island of the Gods is like a Geniki, a paradise isolated from the world. Here, it has always been so peaceful. So peaceful. The two walked forward all the way. Suddenly, they found the two fighting in the woods. Both of them are wearing white Haori and Siba outfits. They also held a long knife in their hands. The long knives of the two collided continuously, splashing sparks one after another. Madara and Hashirama stopped and watched the two teenagers fight not far away. One of them has a stern face and meticulous hairstyle, like a proud nobleman. The other is like a country boy. His face was dark, and there was a pair of horns on his head. Only in the battle between the two, the stern aristocratic young man was somewhat inferior to the dark-skinned boy opposite him. If I want to write a novel, the story about these two people. That's absolutely fantastic. Hashirama smiled at the thought. And the cold boy in the battle. Facing the violent attack of the dark boy, the grim young man clenched the long knife in his hand. Ryūjin broke out on his body. Scatter, Senbonzakura. He used Shikai. The long knife in his hand quickly scattered into a handful of pink sakura flower blades. If this scene is seen by other girls, it will definitely fascinate everyone. Madara and Zu-23 were also interested in watching it. But their interest is not in the cold boy, but to the dark boy. I saw that the dark boy met the cold boy Ryūjin soaring and used Shikai. Not only did he not flinch. On the contrary, the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. Looking at the stern boy, he lifted the Zanpakuto full of jagged teeth in his hand and charged forward. Those sawtooths are all left over from his many years of fighting. The dark boy fought stronger and stronger, like a fighting madman. Sakura flower blades flying all over the sky can't make him retreat from Fenfu. Instead, he broke through the barriers of Sakura's flower blades and rushed to the cold boy. This scene happened. It also means that the cold boy has lost again. The long jagged knife rested on the cold boy's neck. The dark boy laughed. Byakuya, you've lost again. Byakuya's eyes sank when he heard this, and he looked at Zaraki opposite. His eyes are full of indomitable and fighting spirit. Byakuya nodded silently. Zaraki, your fighting instinct has improved again. Looking at the younger brother in front of him, Byakuya was really dissatisfied and helpless. Dissatisfied. He was born more than half a year earlier than Zaraki. But so far in the battle with Zaraki, he has not won once. This made Byakuya very dissatisfied. But he was also helpless. Because Zaraki's talent is too pervert. And that exaggerated fighting instinct. He was like a beast, like a madman. Just fight. Zaraki can fight entirely with his fighting instincts. That fighting instinct has completely surpassed observation haki. Not even everyone's observation haki can predict where the next bigger blow will hit. Plus his Ryūjin that grows every day. This made it impossible for Byakuya to catch up to Zaraki. In the past few years, the two have fought against each other almost every day. But in all the battles, Byakuya never won. He has always had such a fighting spirit to fight Zaraki every day. Just to beat his younger brother once. Not far away, Madara and Hashirama looked at the two younger brothers. They looked at each other and smiled. The two came hand in hand. Hashirama smiled softly. Byakuya, your strength has grown stronger again. It's really nice to be able to use Shikai now. Listen to Hashirama's voice. Byakuya turned his head and looked at Hashirama in surprise. 4 brothers. 5th brother. Facing Hashirama and Madara, he called out in turn. Zaraki also turned his head and looked at the two with a smirk. Madara stepped forward and touched Zaraki's dark head. Zaraki looked at him, and suddenly it sounded that he was just born. After running out, he was about to make a scene like a demon king in chaos. But unexpectedly, he just ran out of the delivery room. He was educated by his group of big brothers. Especially this 5th brother. He was still a child. Madara hit him directly with Susan. What the hell? Madara seemed to remember what happened back then. Smiled faintly, looked bigger. Zaraki, if you want to take revenge on me, feel free. 11. It is impossible for Zaraki to be afraid when he heard the words. The whole family. Except for his father and big sister, he was never afraid of anyone. Good. Ah, the word has not yet been exported. A giant blue palm appeared around Madara's body. The swarthy Zaraki was sent flying with a slap. Although his strength is very good now, the talent brought to him by the 4-star template is terrifying. This made him grow very fast. But Madara is not only a 4-star template. He also practiced so many years earlier than Zaraki. Zaraki was in front of him, naturally not enough to look at. Suzo slapped him and sent him flying again. It was exactly the same as the original scene. The dark Zaraki bounced on the ground several times before landing like a small leather ball. Watching this scene, both Hashirama and Byakuya couldn't help laughing. Zaraki stood up straight, and looked at Madara with small eyes aggrieved. 5th brother. You don't talk about Wyud. Looking at Zaraki who ran back again. Madara smiled and said lightly. This is called soldiers never tire of deceit. After his words fell, Zaraki stood there lost in thought. Gradually his eyes lit up, and his fighting instinct welled up in his heart, always on guard. But this time, his fighting instincts suddenly sounded alarming. But the warning was a warning, and he didn't have time to react. He was slapped and sent flying by Madara again. Puff! Look at Zaraki who was shot flying again by Madara. Both Hashirama and Byakuya laughed out loud. But Zaraki was still fine and got up angrily. 5th brother, I think you are just looking for a reason to beat me up. Zaraki ran back, drew his long knife and looked at Madara, ready to challenge him. Seeing this, Madara shook her head and said calmly. You understand well. However, let me teach you another truth, the strongest in this world is king. The weak can only be bullied. Madara's words evoked a greater moment of contemplation. Byakuya was also standing there, with unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes. Hashirama looked at this scene with a smile and said gently. Okay, Byakuya, bigger. Madara and I have to go to see my father, you can continue to practice here. Byakuya nodded. Brother Hashirama, go, father should be in the main hall of Sui Palace. By the way, after you left God, father gave birth to a younger sister for us. Her talent is stronger than mine and Zaraki. I heard from sister Gaiseline that her talent is on the same level as the big sister's second brother. Hear Byakuya's words. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. Curiosity appeared in the eyes of the two of them. Natalia and Belle are talented, they both know how strong they are. So many years of exchanges between them. The duo never managed to win over Natalia and Belle. Natalia's flame is too strong. Belle, on the other hand, is a Ryūjin monster. At such a young age, Ryūjin is already massive. Although Kyōka Suigetsu can't play a particularly big role in fighting them one-on-one. But that Ryūjin alone was enough for them. This is the terrifying exaggeration of cultivating a basic ability to the strongest. The two quickly left the woods and walked towards Sui's huge hall. Not long after, they came to the main hall of Sui Palace. Looking at Jin Xia on the throne as always, people are unconsciously awed. The two saluted together. Even if it is Madara in front of Chu Xia. All respectful and serious. Looking at my two sons who went out to sea and made a big deal. Chu Xia smiled with satisfaction. Madara's character is a little uneasy though. But having Hashirama with him limits Madara's uncertainty somewhat. Therefore, he felt at ease when the two went out together. And the facts also confirm this point. During this period of going out to sea, all kinds of things the two of them did. Although they are also very shocking, jumping repeatedly on the edge of danger. But they have been able to keep themselves safe, so that they are very worry-free. Looking at the two, Chu Xia smiled. Leaving the island of the gods this time must have contributed to your growth. I call you back this time. One is for the highest family meeting. Second, you can stay in the family for a period of time and enter the Tower of God to practice once. Tower of God? Hear this thing. Madara and Hashirama looked at Shendu with some doubts, not understanding what it was. Chu Xia explained to the two of them. Tower of God. It is a spatial treasure rewarded by the system after his descendants reach a certain quantity and quality. Everyone can enter the Tower of God trial. And those who enter the trial of the Tower of God will get the best training for themselves, according to their level of clearance. The Tower of God will also give everyone different rewards. Now, Gaiseline has entered the Tower of God and successfully cleared all the levels of her current level. And Natalia has also entered. But she hasn't come out yet. Have been in there for a year. Belle is in. After returning today, I learned that the Tower of God also entered the trial. Listen to what Chu Xia said about the various magical functions of the Tower of God. Both Madara and Hashirama were startled. The two looked at each other, their eyes were a little hot. This Tower of God is simply the best place to cultivate them. At this stage, if you enter once, you may get a huge blessing. The sage body that Hashirama has never been able to master. The eternal Mangekyo Sharinan that Madara has been unable to obtain. Maybe you can get it in this Tower of God. Look at the fire in the eyes of the two of them. Chu Xia smiled. Go ahead, you should be impatient. There are still 3 months left before the highest family meeting. So, you should be able to take this opportunity to enter the Tower of God once and improve yourself in all aspects. And then, after the highest family meeting, it will be the most important moment for my Portkas family. Listen to Chu Xia's words. Hashirama and Madara nodded in unison. They really couldn't wait to enter the Tower of God. But the two still have something to tell Chu Xia. Looking at Chu Xia, the two first asked about the younger sister that Byakuya mentioned. In the Porgas family, the children of Hashirama and Madara, although they do not have a clear understanding of the talents of themselves and their brothers and sisters. However, Yunjia also has an approximate range. The first echelon is Natalia and Belle. The second echelon is Gaiseline, Hashirama, Madara, and Zaraki, who was born not long ago, is also counted among them. The third echelon is Carla, Byakuya, and Rukia. The talents of Byakuya and others are placed on the outside world, which is already exaggerated. Practice hard, coupled with the resource cultivation of the Porgas family. It is not a problem to become an admiral-level powerhouse in the future. But this can only be regarded as a young genius in the Porgas family. Compared with the real evil monsters, it is much worse. As for the fourth, and even the fifth echelon, in the minds of Hashirama and Madara, etc., there is no such division. 950. Brothers and sisters like that are too mediocre. Although there is still family affection, they can also do a lot of things for all aspects of the family. But the degree of importance is naturally not as strong as the children of the first 3 echelons. Thinking of this, Hashirama and he thought of the sister that Bai Zhan said. The same level of talent as Natalia and Belle. First tier monster? Listen to the questions of the two. Chu Xia smiled. For this matter, wait until you get out of the Tower of God and meet your younger sister with your own eyes. Her name is Tija, I can tell you my wish now. Her talent is indeed stronger than yours. It belongs to the same level as Natalia and Belle. Chu Xia's voice fell. Both Hashirama and Madara were shocked. Really? Byakuya was not lying. His Porgas family has really produced another top monster like a big sister and second brother. The two nodded in unison, accepting the news Chu Xia said. Later, the two reported another incident. That's about Long, the leader of the pavilion commander. Listen to them. Chu Xia on the throne was lost in thought. Ryu went to meet Madara and Hashirama, and also invited them to join the imperial army? In fact, let's talk about the Gemmingjun and the Portgas family. The two sides do have a common enemy. That is the government of the world. But the two sides also have conflicting positions. Chu Xia's thoughts all along. It is to make the Portgas family the first family. But to overthrow the world government? He didn't have that idea. Because that makes no sense. After overthrowing the government of the world, do you want to create another one yourself, and then slowly watch him decay? Chu Xia is aloof, she has no intention of directly controlling the world. And if it is given to his descendants to control, the previous generations were fine. But the more you get to the back, the decay of people is uncontrollable. For example, the world government 800 years ago. The 18 kings who created the world's official palace never imagined the scene today. The celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, are so rampant that they have become the people they hated the most. If those 18 kings knew, they might all be able to come back to life directly from the coffin. So overthrowing the world government and letting the Portgas family directly control the world is such a thing. Chu Xia never thought about it. He thinks more. It is for the Portgas family to be feared by everyone as the most powerful. Then, directly control the world government. Although the corruption of the world's government also happened from the root, it is difficult to solve it. But this kind of difficulty is better than creating a new one, carefully cultivating it, establishing prestige, and establishing an army, right? That's what Chu Xia thinks. Therefore, this family supreme meeting. Not just about the top. More. It still involves various developments of the Portgas family. Wave your hands. Chu Xia let Hashirama and Madara go out first. He himself was sitting on the throne, quietly thinking about this highest family meeting. Chapter 108. Island of Gods. In a blink of an eye. The 3-month period has passed. This day is the time for the highest meeting of the Portgas family. The scale of the people involved in this meeting is enormous. Almost everyone in the entire Island of Gods was allowed to enter. The Island of the Gods is a very large island. Although there are no civilians living here, everything is from the Portgas family. But at the beginning Chu Xia established the Portgas family. I also found many peripheral members in the sea. None of these peripheral members are particularly strong. So the Island of the Gods has gone up and down for more than 100 years. These peripheral members are now also settled in the Island of God to give birth and multiply. More than 100 years have passed. The number of peripheral members of the Portgas family is an extremely large number. Basically, the first batch of peripheral members reproduced the 4th generation. Some are fast, even 5th generation, 6th generation. Yes. Although Chu Xia's second daughters are now more than 20. Count his wives and concubines. The core members of the Portgas family are only around 50. But the number of peripheral members has already exceeded 100,000. This is the case when Chu Xia ordered to ensure the quality of offspring and control the quantity. So this family plenary meeting is huge. The venue of the meeting is naturally the Sui Palace. Once upon a time, the place where the Portgas family lives is the core hinterland of the Island of Gods. It is also the back of Sui Palace. And today's meeting place. It is the front of Sui Palace. This is an extremely large, majestic, and sacred white palace. It is even more exaggerated than Marie Joya's World Government Office building. Chu Xia sat on the top throne. The rest of the children were sitting aside. On the other side are his wives and concubines. Tiffany, the main wife, sits firmly in the center with a dignified manner. On the square in front of Sui Palace at the moment. Standing full of people. These people are all peripheral members of the Portgas family. 3 months ago, they learned about today's Portgas family plenary meeting. So everyone get ready for today. Although Chu Xia's opening of this meeting may not necessarily have anything to do with them. But everyone is still ready. Come to this meeting at your best. At this time, there was not much time before the official start of the meeting. Can Chu Xia children's side of the seat. The eldest daughter, Natalia, ranked first, has not come yet. Yes. Natalia hasn't walked out of the Tower of God yet. This means that she has not yet passed her own unique trial. Glyceline and the others were not worried about Natalia's safety. The Tower of God has a protection mechanism. Even if you can't pass the customs, you will be sent out safely. But that's what they're thinking right now. If Natalia, the eldest daughter of the family, is absent from this meeting, will father be angry? This made all the children a little nervous. The direction in which wives and concubines sit. Tiffany also focused her eyes slightly, looking in Chu Xia's direction. Although Chu Xia seldom gets angry, she usually dotes on her wives, concubines, and children. But today, this is the first time that the Porgas family has held such a large-scale supreme meeting since its establishment. Natalia has not arrived yet. Even Tiffany, who knows Chu Xia well. Now there is no guarantee that Chu Xia will not be angry because of this. When Tiffany was nervous, a very beautiful woman sitting beside her smiled. Sister, don't worry. My husband doesn't care about these things. Don't we know him yet? What's more, Natalia knows about the supreme meeting, she won't be so disrespectful. Sister, don't worry. The person who spoke was named Kni, and she was Chu Xia's side wife, second only to Tiffany in status. And she is also the mother of Hashirama and Madara. It was the second concubine that Chu Xia married at the beginning. The gentle and generous Tiffany also shook her head when she heard the words. I hope my husband won't be angry because of this. She felt. Natalia couldn't get out of the Tower of God today. Tiffany sighed. With her sigh, the girls sitting beside him were also a little nervous. Momuzagi, Kojiki Hiri, Black Maria and other women. Everyone has now become Chu Xia's concubine. But in front of such occasions, they unconsciously dare not discuss in a low voice. Even the Empress of the Sea, Boa Hancock, is the same. All the girls looked at the center of the high platform, where Chu Xia sat there calmly, like a god. Feeling the tense eyes of his wives and concubines, as well as his children. Chu Xia couldn't help but feel helpless. Natalia went to the Tower of God to practice, but she hasn't come out yet. As a father, he was also a little worried. And why would you be angry about this? Although this time is the highest meeting of the whole family. But how can a meeting be as important as his daughter? These people still don't know him well enough. Chu Xia shook her head inwardly. Xiao Wu, who was standing beside him, had no expression on his face. Watch the time approach. Xiao Wu turned to look at Chu Xia and asked. Father, do you want to start the highest family meeting? Chu Xia thought for a while, then nodded. Let's get started, don't wait for Natalia. Although this meeting has a lot to do with Natalia. But Chu Xia cannot show too obvious favoritism towards Natalia. But it didn't wait for Xiao to send the news that the family's highest meeting started. A fiery red figure came quickly from a distance. A few simple moments in the air. Natalia came to Chu Xia. She saluted with guilt on her face. Father, I'm late. Chu Xia looked at Natalia. Watching his eldest daughter come out of the Tower of God. Natalia is still wearing a red trench coat. Long fiery red hair draped over her ears. The two pairs of fiery red eyes are full of domineering. A light purple long knife is slung around his waist. With Chu Xia's keen perception. Naturally, one can see the difference between Natalia's journey from the Tower of God. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Ryūjin on Natalia at the moment. Could it be that he has reached the level of Bankai who can barely use Ryūjin Jakka? And how does this Ryūjin feel a little different? Hotter and more blazing. Natalia stood in front of him, looking like a little sun. This made Chu Xia frown slightly, feeling a little surprised in her heart. He waved Natalia to his seat. Xiao Wu officially announced the start of the highest family meeting. At the same time, next to Natalia, Glyceline smiled and approached Natalia's ear and asked. Big sister, why did you go to the Tower of Gods for more than 3 years? What the hell did you do in there? Didn't you complete your own trial and fail? Glyceline had a smirk on her face. Natalia didn't raise any eyebrows about this, and said with a smile. Hee. I let you down, third sister, I have completed the trial. For me now, beating your little BCH is easy. I think of the time when Glyceline returned to the island of the gods and challenged her. Natalia was very angry. At first Glyceline was hung upside down for 7 days. She also stayed with him for 7 days under the sacred tree. And these 7 days, the two of them naturally had a scolding battle. After finishing the punishment of hanging upside down for 7 days, Glyceline directly proposed to challenge Natalia. As a big sister, Natalia naturally couldn't retreat, even if Glyceline has Bankai. But that battle, Natalia was really educated by Glyceline. Master Bankai, plus Glyceline, who has greatly improved his swordsmanship, actually won Natalia's move. After Shikai, Glyceline couldn't be burned. This surprised Natalia very much. In the end, Natalia unexpectedly lost a move and gave it to Glyceline. This directly made Natalia unbearable. So many years as a big sister, except for her father Q. That was never a failure. But lost to Glyceline who knows Bankai. This directly aroused Natalia's unyielding fighting spirit. She felt that she had lost face and must get it back. So after that, Natalia has been practicing in closed doors. After Chu Xia got the Tower of God, she directly entered the trial in the Tower of God. This trial is the 9th of 3 years. After coming out now, she has really become stronger. In the trials of life and death, blood and fire, she successfully mastered Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai. Although it is only a preliminary mastery, it is possible to exert a little bit of Bankai's power. But even so, Natalia is also sure to burn Glyceline to death. Glyceline was stunned when he heard Natalia's tough tone. Even Bell looked over. His eyes with black-framed eyes were fixed. Real or fake? Natalia has such a big tone, casually defeating Glyceline? She couldn't have mastered Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, could she? Bell was a little surprised in his heart. Not to mention Hashirama, Madara et al. Several people behind. Carla, Byakuya, Rukia, Tija, and others even exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone's discussion did not interrupt the process of the family's highest meeting. After Xiao Wu announced the official start of the highest family meeting, Chu Xia got up slowly and came to the edge of the high platform. Seeing this, all the peripheral members below immediately looked at Chu Xia with admiration, all with excited expressions. And Chu Xia stood up. Naturally no one dared to sit down. His wives, concubines, and children all stood up. Watching the grand occasion of the Porgas family, all the women who became Chu Xia's concubines recently were shocked. Especially Momuzagi. Looking at the descendants of the family headed by Natalia on the opposite side. She really does. This battle for the top position, Marine is afraid that it is a real pill. But now, Momuzagi's thinking has completely turned around. Marine pills, be done. She was, after all, a member of the Porgas family. It is Chu Xia's concubine. And look at the family heirs. With soft eyes, Momuzagi saw her son born to Chu Xia. That's a standing shy TJ body. Next to a little boy. The little boy has white hair and a short knife on his waist. Looking at her own child, Momuzagi looked proud and relieved. Yin, this family meeting, you must shine brightly and get your father's attention. Momuzagi blessed in his heart like this. And the rest of the girls. Kojiki Hiri, for example, is also watching her two children, Shiro and Rukia. Black Maria also looked at Zaraki. Pudding also looked at Tija. The eyes of all the girls are full of anticipation. Chu Xia, who was standing on the high platform, pressed her hand to make the peripheral members below stop cheering. Subsequently, his high-pitched voice filled with magnetism resounded. Today, this summit meeting concerns the future development of my Porgas family. There are 3 important things. Chu Xia spoke lightly. He was a man who didn't like ink blots. You won't come up with a whole speech at a meeting. That's pointless. Therefore, he went straight to the point. The first important thing is that I, as the Porgas family, announce something. From now on, the 3 major academies of the Porgas family will be formally established to train talented juniors from the core of the family and peripheral members. The three major colleges are Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, Ninja Academy, and Physical Arts Academy. I will be the dean personally, and the teachers will also be served by powerful people in the family. After graduating from the three major colleges, anyone with excellent grades will have the opportunity to join the Gaudi 13th squad. Chu Xia's voice fell. In an instant, the peripheral members of the audience were in an uproar. Gaudi 13 Division. This was formed by Chu Xia, the only force group of the Portgas family. Sui Palace is his personal guard, not a force group. In the past, the Gaudi 13th Division was joined by Chu Xia's descendants. Natalia, Belle, Celine, Hashirama, Madara, and others are all members. Among the 13 divisions of the Gaudi, there are 3 levels. Common member, vice captain, captain. For so many years. Although Chu Xia proposed these 3 levels. However, no one has been awarded the captain and vice captain positions. Therefore, the Gaudi 13th Division has always been in a semi-formed state. Today Chu Xia brought up this matter again. He also directly founded the 3 major colleges, and he personally served as the dean. The younger generations of these peripheral members can also join in and learn. Even after graduation. If the result is excellent, there is a chance to enter the Gaudi 13th team. That's the real core of the Porgas family. At the same time, all peripheral members are all boiling. Even Natalia and the others were shocked by Chu Xia's order. The complexions of the older and stronger ones changed slightly. For example, Belle. He thought of the deeper intention of Chu Xia's order. This is the highest meeting of the Porgas family. In fact, it can be said that it was opened because of the competition for the top station. Because of this standing contest, their Portgas family will inevitably be exposed to a certain extent. So, the establishment of the 3 major colleges and the formal formation of the Gaudi 13th squad, is this Chu Xia's response to this? Looking at his father, Belle thinks. Porgas family. Is it really time to start attacking this sea? Finish this matter. Chu Xia pressed her hand again to stop the boiling crowd. The second matter is also about the Gaudi 13th Division. In the past, I was always the captain of Gaudi 13th Division. But today, I want to select a candidate for the captain in the family. From now on, this captain will lead the Gaudi 13th Division with full authority. Listen to this. This time it was no longer the peripheral members who were boiling. But Chu Xia's wives, concubines, and children were all shocked in place. The Porgas family is not without an army, guards, and the like. These are there. But all of them were formed under the instruction of Chu Xia. These troops, the guards are all peripheral members, and they are only responsible for the simple task of guarding the Island of Gods. It can be said that they are not considered the core force group of the Porgas family. The only armed group of the real Porgas family. Only Gaudi 13th Division. Apart from Chu Xia, this is the strongest strength of the Porgas family. But Chu Xia now wants to give up the position of the general captain. A general captain is selected to take full charge of the Gaudi 13th Division? This. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Especially Chu Xia's children. Natalia, Belle, Celine, and the others all stared wide-eyed. Gaudi 13th squad commander? This is too shocking. If you become the captain, doesn't it mean that he can command all the brothers and sisters in the Gaudi 13th Division? Natalia's face was full of surprise. If she becomes the captain, does that mean she can hold Celine's head all the time? This little BCH, let's see how we can compete with her in the future. Ha 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 ha. Natalia laughed madly in her heart. Chapter 109. While Natalia laughed heartily, Celine next to her couldn't help but her eyes were shocked. After a while, the shock slowly turned into joy and surprise. If she becomes the captain, will he be able to keep Natalia on top from now on? Ha ha ha. In that case, will Natalia have to be blown up? Thinking of such a scene, Celine couldn't help laughing. Although Natalia looked like a stinky fart after she came out of the trial of the Tower of God. Who the hell thought she had directly mastered Bankai? Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, remnant sword. That's how difficult Bankai is to master. Gaisoline thinks, it's a bit simpler than Bell's Kyōka Suigetsu. And Kyōka Suigetsu's Bankai? Bell said it himself. He asked Chu Xia. Chu Xia doesn't even know Kyōka Suigetsu's Bankai. In other words, their godlike father didn't even know Kyōka Suigetsu's Bankai. What does that mean? Bankai of Kyōka Suigetsu doesn't exist? Although it's puzzling. But just think about it. How buggy is Kyōka Suigetsu's Shikai? More bombastic and scary than most of their Zanpakuto Bankai. Simply a pervert. So it's normal to not have Bankai. And Natalia? Want to master Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai? Is she thinking of farting? Gaisoline didn't believe it at all. So she turned and looked around. His opponent in this battle. There are only big sister Natalia, Bell's second brother, fourth brother Hashirama, and fifth brother Madara. Coupled with that smiling all day long, his face is indifferent and boring at a young age. As if he was already dozens of years old, full of pessimism about life, he was happy. Of course, the sixth brother, Jingle, probably won't participate in this battle for the captain. Counting it down, she had a total of 4 or 5 opponents competing for the captain. But although there are not many people. But look at these opponents. Gaisoline's heart was full of dignity. It's a little tricky. The thoughts of the rest of the people are the same at the moment. Jingle wears a straw hat. Young with stubble, he looked at Wen Yi and smiled directly. He looked at Chu Xia on the high platform, and said with a smile. Father, you also know my temperament. I chose to give up competing for the position of the captain and let it go to my brothers and sisters. With that said, Jingle glanced at the crowd and waved his hands. It's like waving your sleeves without taking away a cloud. Seeing this scene, Madara frowned slightly. Jingle, give it to us. What do you mean? Are you stronger than all of us? Madara's eyes were filled with displeasure. This Jingle. He looks calm on weekdays, but at the critical moment, he shows off the limelight. What do you mean you give it to us? 553. You are stronger than all of us? Natalia and Gaisoline also looked over. He was watched by several people. Jingle's expression tightened, shaking his head and laughing. Several big brothers, how could I have that meaning? Fifth brother, you think too much. Look at Jingle's sneer. Natalia and the others let him go. Madara snorted lightly. If you have time, let me test your current strength. Don't think about life all day long. There's a reason Madara talks so much about Jingle. Him, Hashirama, plus Jingle. All three were born to Chu Xia's side wife, Kni. So to my fellow brother. Madara is really a hater. Know how to think about life all day long. At a young age, he pretended to be an uncle. Who are you showing it to? Are you living out the meaning of life? Look at Madara's displeased look. Jingle smiled indifferently. His character, speaking of it, is quite similar to that of Red Hair. In general, don't care about anything. That's when you're faced with something you really care about. I'll get serious. Shaking his head, Jingle muttered something. This Madara. Why are you still so angry after going to the sea? Didn't you get a good education by some strong man? Jingle's mumbling was not heard by Madara. Instead, it was heard by the younger brothers and sisters behind Jingle. Byakuya's complexion changed. Rukia's eyes widened in shock, looking at Jingle in astonishment. Is this Jingle dead? So taunting with Madara? Chu Xia didn't let the children discuss for long. He first waved his hand to let all the peripheral members of the family disperse. The first thing today is about them. The remaining 2 things have nothing to do with these peripheral members. In addition, the upcoming battle of the captains is not something they can watch. The peripheral members were not at all unhappy when they heard this. Instead, they happily completed the tasks assigned by Chu Xia. After all the outsiders left, Chu Xia sat back on the throne again. He chuckled and looked at his children. More than 20 children. Among them, there are 5-star template monsters like Natalia. There are also 4-star template monsters like Glycerine. There are also Samsung template geniuses like Byakuya. And of course, There are also quite a few 2-star and even 1-star ordinary talents. Of course, even if it is 2 stars and 1 star, the talent in the outside world is still very strong. Samsung will definitely be able to grow to quasi-admiral, and there is a high probability of growing into Emperor Vice, or even Admiral level. So 2 stars and 1 star. That is, they can all become the level of Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Looking at his children, Chu Xia chuckled lightly. All of you should participate in this captain's battle. It doesn't need to be too much trouble, just go directly to the Tower of God and have a big melee. Let me also see the specific performance of each of you. Chu Xia's words fell. The faces of all the children moved in unison. Some people are excited, some are dignified, some are full of confidence, and some are empty-minded. However, no one flinched. There is a battlefield in the Tower of God. Can accommodate many people fighting. And this also has a wonderful effect on the battlefield. That is, all the injuries suffered inside will be recovered after leaving the Tower of God. No matter what kind of attack they receive inside, they will not die. Therefore, this pair of battlefields allows them to let go of everything and fight. This is what Chu Xia wants to see. The group quickly returned to Sui Palace. Come to the Tower of God next to the main hall. Chu Xia walked in with everyone. A gigantic battlefield was formed, Fang Yuan was 10,000 meters around. Chu Xia and his wives and concubines sat on a nearby viewing platform. Everyone watched the battle of the captains together. But for Xiaowu, Chu Xia didn't force it either. Xiaowu is only loyal to him and just wants to stay with him. This Chu Xia knows. Therefore, he did not force Xiaonayo to join the battle. Soon, accompanied by a group of children, they all stood firm on the battlefield. Tiffany, Coney, and all Chu Zhen's group members watched nervously. This battle is a great opportunity for Chu Xia to pay attention to her children. At the same time, it is also some children with insufficient strength and talent, who rarely have the opportunity to show their faces in front of Chu members. Wives and concubines are naturally nervous. Everyone is also looking forward to this big melee and the performance of the Porgas family alone. At this time, many children of Chu Xia on the battlefield also turned their eyes over. Natalia carries a great deal of self-confidence. She is too confident in her own strength. The position of the captain will definitely be hers. Glyceline clenched the long sword at her waist, calmly analyzing the battle. Belle, with a flat expression, watched all this silently with Kyōka Suigetsu on his waist. Like Jingle, he is actually not interested in the position of the captain. After all, his path is not in the Gaudi 13th Division. It's okay to name a captain. But what about the captain? He is not suitable for that kind of errand with many trivial matters. It's not as fun as playing with the 5 elders in the world government. And Hashirama and Madara, 2 people. Hashirama has a gentle personality though. But faced with the post of captain of the 13th Division of Gaudi, he is also inevitably tempted, wanting to compete. After all, this is an opportunity to stand out in front of his father. It is also an opportunity to do better for the family. Madara thinks the same as Hashirama. He felt that he must win the position of the captain. No matter how difficult it is, take it. Jingle looked at Chu Xia, the minister of Rizao. Except for these Chu Xia's particularly powerful children. Some children who were born soon, or whose talents are not strong. Everyone is full of fighting spirit. Although they knew that the position of chief captain was definitely not for them. But it is also a rare opportunity to shine in front of Chu Xia. Not long after, Xiaowu issued the order to start the battle instead of Chu Xia. Many people in the audience instantly became tense and dignified, CDDJ. However, Natalia and the others did not come up and did it directly. Instead, several people stepped on the air and slowly flew up. Stand in mid-air. Several people looked at the brothers and sisters below and smiled. If they attack these younger brothers and sisters, they will not be able to achieve the effect Chu Xia wants in this duel. All the brothers and sisters also understood what the big brother-sisters meant. So, they fought excitedly together. Like Zaraki. He was the most excited of the bunch. Fight. The fight he desires most. This time, there were so many people fighting together. It's even like raising a gu. It was just too exciting for him. Zaraki drew the long serrated knife he carried on his back. Wielding a long knife stronger than his own body, Zaraki picked a direction directly and went on a rampage. And the direction he chose. Coincidentally, it turned out to be Tig's direction. How strong Zaraki is, the entire Porgas family is obvious to all. When he was just born, his strength and talent were extremely terrifying. And what about Tig? All the time. In everyone's eyes. Tija is a very shy and timid little sister who needs their protection. But Zaraki this time. To rush towards Tija first? This made many people lose their colors. Beside Chu Xia, Pudding clenched the corner of the skirt with both hands. Watching Zaraki rush towards Tija. She couldn't stop it. There is no way to say anything. This made Pudding anxious. It seems to have seen Pudding's anxiety. Black Maria looked at her and smiled comfortingly. Sister Pudding, don't worry. Zaraki is not ABD, he knows what to do. Pudding forced himself to nod. Now, she can't stop it. I have to pray that Tija is stronger. Listen to what Black Maria said to Pudding. Feel Pudding's worry about Tija again. Chu Xia couldn't help but smile in her heart. Tija was seen by almost everyone. Both are just timid girls who are easily shy. But her template, after all, is the terrifying 5-star Atsuki Kagaya. Now 2 or 3 years have passed in the Island of Gods. Even if Tig doesn't practice, the strength in the body is also skyrocketing every day. Although the reincarnation Sharinon above the head has not been opened. But, I'm afraid they have already advanced to the main Jikyo level, right? Thinking of this, Chu Xia shook her head. And on the battlefield, looking at Zaraki as if he was red-eyed, he rushed towards Tija directly. Rukia's expression changed. But she was too far away from Tija. Not to mention Zaraki, who even Byakuya can't stop, can she stop it? Seeing that Tija was about to be hit by Zaraki, a small black shadow came to Diji's side, stepped on the cat's paw, and asked Ji to leave immediately. Shot officially Carla. Her instant technique is the strongest among all Chu Xia's children. It was too easy for her to take people away. While Carla took Tija away in an instant. A white-haired little boy also seriously took out his short sword, aiming at Zaraki who was still charging there. Shoot him, Shinso. Silver's voice fell. The short sword in his hand extended rapidly, and arrived in front of Zaraki in a very short time. Seeing this, Zaraki not only has no intention of retreating. Instead, he straightened his chest and rushed straight towards the blade. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people changed slightly. But soon, a jingle made many people's expressions shocked. Zaraki's attack on Yin was directly blocked by his body. His fighting instinct told him that he didn't need to dodge this knife. Instead, Yin was sent flying by the anti-shock force on the knife. Fell to the ground. He watched Zaraki grit his teeth. He is the son of Momuzagi. So after the birth, Yin and Tija had a very good relationship. He swore to protect his timid sister. Silver is also a genius. Known in the family as a genius not inferior to Byakuya. Mastered Shikai at only 2 years old now. But, facing Zaraki, his Shikai couldn't even break through the passive defense of the opponent's body. This. Silver gritted his teeth. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Looking at Zaraki, he did it in vain. Meanwhile, Rukia is at his side, also using Shikai. Ling dance, Sode no Shirayuki. It's not over yet. Watching Zaraki find a direction at random, he actually moved towards Tija, the only favorite of the Porgas family. Many people can't stand it anymore. A little boy with white hair about the same size as Silver also opened his mouth. Sit in the frosty sky, Hiren Meru. It's Shikai again. The person who made the move was Garrett's son, Turang, who was born to Chu Xia. His character template is self-evident, and he is also Samsung. And Byakuya, Silver, Toshiro. The 3 of them are almost called the gifted teenagers of this generation. Their mothers have always told them that you are men and you must protect your younger sisters or older sisters. Several people kept these words in mind. So, watch as Zaraki shoots Tija. This directly aroused their desire for protection. Byakuya, Silver, Toshiro, and Rukia made their moves together. Byakuya is the strongest of them all. Senbonzakura frantically suppresses Zaraki. Toshiro and Rukia play support duo. The two freezing abilities annoyed Zaraki. There is also a Silver holding a Shinso Chug in the distance. It almost didn't break Zaraki's mind. No matter how strong his fighting instinct is. But that is also the case of dealing with one person. Now facing 4 with 3-star templates, each of them is a certain degree of genius. How does he fight this? Finally, the fight between the little guys lasted for a while and ended. Zaraki can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. He wasn't the grown-up Zaraki Kenpeki after all. Although the strength is not bad now, he has the courage to make the air day by day. But Byakuya also had a hand in it. In the previous battle with Zaraki, he never showed it. I have actually mastered Bankai. So in this siege of Zaraki, Byakuya used Bankai in the end and managed to defeat and eliminate Zaraki. However, after the 4 of them defeated Zaraki, they were all exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Watch this result. Chu Xia smiled. This is just a few of his young children who can fight such a wonderful battle. So what's next? Chapter 110. In the battlefield. Watch below as Zaraki gets 4-man eliminated by Byakuya. Natalia and the others had helpless smiles on their faces. Zaraki the brat. No one is really convinced except Chu Xia. Fighting is like a complete lunatic, and even, will not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. It was only at a critical moment that he realized that the person in front of him turned out to be his family member. Only at this time will he make a move. But at the beginning of the battle, Zaraki's mind will be completely occupied by excitement, and the whole person will just ignore it. It is really helpless. Think about it. Natalia turned her head and looked at Kay. Look, Guy Celine. This is your double. I said, why are you not so crazy now? It turns out that I passed all my madness and sickness to Zaraki. Listen to Natalia. Guy Celine was almost out of breath. The scolding battle between the 2 girls started immediately. Belle, Hashirama, and others watched the show calmly. Everyone thought of Byakuya just now. Several people turned their heads to look at the young man who looked like a stern nobleman. There is a look of satisfaction in the eyes. This kid is really nice. Don't look at the fact that he has always lost in the battle with Zaraki in the past. But this time, he really shined once. If he hadn't mastered Bankai. Afraid of Byakuya, Rukia, Silver, Toshiro. The 4 combined are not enough for Zaraki to fight alone. It surprised me that. It's a little too surprising that Byakuya, who is only 5 years old, has mastered Bankai. On the viewing platform. Watch the scene where Byakuya masters Bankai, using Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Kojiki Hiri looked shocked. She never expected that her son would give her such a big surprise. Only less than 5 years old. Actually mastered Bankai. This means that his Ryūjin has approached the captain level. This is so surprising. Next to Kojiki Hiri, Momuzagi and Yamato's sons and daughters also looked over with admiration on their faces. Byakuya is really good, Ju and sister have raised a good son for Tianjun. Yet, compared to Byakuya, Silver is really a lot worse. Several people chattered and chirped. Kojiki Hiri was all smiles. While thanking the girls, she looked at Byakuya, who had been eliminated from the sidelines and was exhausted, with a smile on his eyes. She has always placed high hopes on her son. Although the Wanakuni thing she has put down. But she learned from getting along with Yamato, Black Maria, and Runty for so long. Wanakuni is in the hands of the Beast's pirates though. But in fact, the Beast's pirates are not the actual leaders of Wanakuni's ostensible appearance. The group of Wanakuni obeyed the Kurozumai Orakai. Because Kurozumai Orakai is their native of Wanakuni, it is reasonable to inherit Wanakuni's general. So Wanakuni people will obey him. Will always be subservient to the Beast's pirates. And if Kaido is going to be General Wanakuni, that will inevitably meet strong resistance from Wanakuni. Because the brain circuits of those warriors are really hard to understand. They can endure the oppression of General Wanakuni Kurozumai Orokai without revolting. But they couldn't bear that General Wanakuni was an outsider Kaido. Yes. Kojiki Hiri if want to remaster Wanakuni. Revival of the Kojiki clan. Then all her high hopes are on Byakuya. Byakuya is his son. Although his surname is not Kojiki, he is a boy. And the talent and strength are still so strong. It is not difficult to inherit the position of General Wanakuni in the future. At that time, it is only for Kaido to replace a general of Wanakuni. After Byakuya succeeded to the throne, the two parties continued to cooperate. Even more closely related. Why not? So watching Byakuya is so excellent. Bankai is now mastered. This made Kojiki Hiri very happy. Feel her message. Chu Xia who was sitting at the front also smiled. Chu really dotes on his wives, concubines, and children. So if Kojiki Hiri really has that obsession, he wants to revive the Kojiki family. It's not a bad idea to let Byakuya take over the position of the general himself. Take control of Wanakuni. This can also strengthen the strength of many Portgas families. Not to mention. Now, Kaido seems to be his father-in-law. Although Yamato has not yet given birth to a child. However, Kaido is already his father-in-law. With Kaido's temperament, it is better to cooperate with your own family than with outsiders. Take a step back. Does anyone dare not give him what the Portgas family is eyeing? Hehe. Chu Xia smiled and continued to look at the battlefield. In the battlefield at this time. The elimination of Zaraki and Byakuya. It seems that the war has also been ignited. Those children who have 1-star and 2-star templates are the first to do it, wanting to show their strength to Chu Xia. And the way they choose. It is to join hands and go to besiege people who are stronger than themselves. Jingle, for example, is one of those under siege. Zelons, the 10th son of the Portgas family, was also one of the besieged. This Zelons was when Hashirama was fighting Quinn. Think of the pervert scientist brother. He has the character template of Kurotsuki Mayuri, and his personality is very morbid and crazy. Mostly his morbid madness. And Guy, Serene, and Zaraki are totally different types. This is a kind of madness of scientists that normal people cannot understand. Like now. Take advantage of this great opportunity to fight in the Tower of God. Zelons was unable to use some experiments done by his brothers and sisters on weekdays, and now he can start a war. He first directs Bankai. A giant gold baby is summoned, killing Jizo. He also paralyzed everyone with the help of Jisha Jizo howling. Afterwards, he directly launched various experiments of his own. Finally. Still, Jingle couldn't stand it anymore, so he gave Zelons a knife and was about to be eliminated. Zelons appeared on the sidelines. There is still a strong madness in the eyes. Chu Xia looked at her son full of helplessness. This son is really crazy. As long as it's not something he expressly forbids. Even Zelons dared to do this. Such as conducting human experiments. Good thing those are damned people. But it's also dangerous. Chu Xia found out in time. It was only in time that Zelon's research was stopped. But even so, my own son is also very abnormal. Feeling helpless, Chu Xia shook her head. After the highest family meeting is over. Just let this son go to sea to do research. Since he wants to go, let him go. As long as his research doesn't endanger the commons. As for some damned people, just give him research. I thought so in my heart. Chu Xia looked at the few remaining people in the battlefield. Natalia, Belle, Glyceline, Hashirama, Madara, Jingle. Worth to talk about. Neither Carla nor Taja were eliminated. But at this time, the second daughter also offered to admit defeat. Chu Zhen had no choice but to agree to the second daughter's surrender. He actually wanted to inspire Tig's indomitable will this time. Let her know how to resist. But did not expect. Facing her group of brothers and sisters, Tig really couldn't bring herself to do anything. Chu Zhen had no choice. Had to think again. If it is not necessary in the future, let TIG continue to be happy like this. Although there is a 5-star horror character template. But who made her have the character of Hinata? Well, on the battlefield. See, most people have been eliminated. Only Natalia was left. Several people also lost their stature, and started the highlight of this battle of captains. Before the war started, Jingle raised his hand and also abstained. But Chu Xia ignored his abstention and directly refused. It is understandable for Carla and Tija to abstain. But what do you, Jingle, wave? You are not weak-tempered. You are so lazy. Chu Xia decided to take care of the lazy Jingle. See? Jingle's face was full of helplessness. Father, you can't be like this. But Chu Xia ignored it. Finally, he reluctantly accepted his fate. It seemed that he didn't want to fight this battle. I have to fight too. The atmosphere among the 6 suddenly became tense. Several people looked at each other. None of the 6 people present was weak. Natalia, Ryūjin Jakka's flame is almost invincible. If you want to get close to her, you must first resist the terrifying flame. Bell. When did Hishikai Kyōka Suigetsu? No one knows. Maybe by now, they're all fighting among Bell's Kyōka Suigetsu. Guy Serene. Although her Shizuka cough has no attack power. However, that kind of endurance and resilience is extremely amazing. Guy Celine also mastered Bankai. Those terrifying Bankai, once released, are difficult to deal with. And Hashirama and Madara. 3 months ago, they returned to the Island of Gods together and entered the Tower of Gods for trials. The trial lasted for 3 months. Just 2 days ago, the two came out of the Tower of God. No one knows how strong they are now after going through a trial in the Tower of God. Asking for flowers. Jingle looked at these people. He decides. I will touch the fish directly later. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to fight with these big brothers. Looking for a beating? He's not that stupid. And Guy Celine at this time. Natalia gave her a very bad feeling. The other party's previous words made Guy Celine feel a little terrified. The other party can't really master Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, right? If that is the case, they still spanking? If you don't unite, deal with Natalia together. They are bound to lose. So, although the chances of Natalia mastering Bankai are slim, but Guy Celine is still prepared to respond. She competed for the captain for nothing else. It's just to show off to Natalia in the future and see her devastated expression. Then, Guy Celine looked around and said, Second brother Bell, Hashirama, Madara, Jingle. Guy Celine tried the Tower of God, and the trial went straight for 3 years. So, I doubt she has Bankai. You all know how strong Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai is. So, don't I need to say more? Let's go together, let's eliminate Natalia first. How about we compete again? Guy Celine said with a smile. Bell, Hashirama, Madara, and Jingle heard the words. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, showing interest. Simple analysis. Natalia is indeed too strong. If you don't join forces to deal with it, it will be difficult to fight. Hashirama hesitated. This is just a discussion among brothers and sisters. If they team up to bully Natalia, isn't that a little too? Hashirama was a little hesitant. Looking at the hesitation of his big brother, Madara snorted coldly. My lord father set up this battle, can't you see it? Hashirama, you are just too indecisive. Since my father put us all together to fight against each other, he tacitly agreed that it happened that we worked together to fight against one person. So, is there any need to hesitate? The words fell. Madara's pupils exploded with power. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharinan suddenly transforms into a Mangekyo Sharinan. Not even Kamen's Mangekyo this time. Rather, Eternal Mangekyo. Pass a trial in the Tower of God. Gave Madara direct access to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. His current pupil power has skyrocketed. With Susanoo, there is no longer the limitation of vision loss. See what Madara looks like. Hashirama didn't hesitate any longer. He clapped his hands and entered Sage mode directly. He also gained a lot from the Tower of God trial. The most important. That is, Hashirama has achieved the full sage body. His constitution, chakra, and resilience are not the same as before. In other words, formerly Hashirama and Madara. It just has the top combat power of the sea, but its stamina is seriously insufficient. But now the staying power has been improved. They, like the current gasoline, have completely become the top powerhouses. The two brothers looked at Natalia together. Big sister, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Natalia remained calm, put her hands in her pockets, looked at gasoline and nodded with a smile. Okay. You're smart enough. It seems that I am really afraid of my sister. Gasoline, when you proposed joining forces with them, you already lost to me. Ha 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 ha. Natalia laughed out loud. Her words made Gasoline stunned on the spot. She just wanted to be afraid of Gasoline. Let's join hands with everyone to defeat Natalia. But Gasoline never thought of that. When she had this idea. In fact, he had already lost to Natalia in his heart. And all this. Both are derived from Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, which is really, really strong. The final bell and Jingle. Jingle is determined to paddle. Bell, on the other hand, has no interest in being the captain at all. However, the two looked at Natalia with curious eyes, ready to try to roll each other. They are also very interested in Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai. Feeling the gazes of the five people looking at each other, Natalia pulled her hands out of her pockets. He gripped the simple long knife at his waist. Natalia smiled. Then I'll let you take a look. Bankai, Remnant Sword. Chapter 111. Natalia fell silent. On her, massive Ryūjin suddenly appeared. Natalia is wearing a fiery red windbreaker. Standing there, a faint flame continued to glow around his body. That's the expression of Ryūjin condensed into substance. Natalia at this time. It feels very hot. Like a little sun. Keep them out of sight. This moment. The gaze under Bell's black-framed eyes turned from indifferent to cautious. Hashirama and Madara trembled slightly. Jingle couldn't help but backed away, looking at Natalia's palpitations. Last Gasoline. She looked at Natalia, and she was stunned. After a while, pointing at Natalia, Gasoline's pupils vibrated. You. Have you really mastered the remnant sword? Gasoline looked at Natalia in shock, full of surprise. Natalia glanced at them and said with a faint smile. It's just a preliminary grasp, and the temperature of the blade can be raised to the Bankai level in front of you. If I want to use real Bankai skills, I can't do it yet. But, burning your little BCH, isn't that enough? After Natalia finished speaking, she directly pulled out the simple long knife with a bright red blade. Once the blade was pulled out, the ancient long knife was released from the air, and a touch of ashes clinged to it. That's why the temperature is too high. And watching this scene, not far away on the viewing platform, all the wives and concubines around Chu Xia were greatly shocked. The Empress, Momuzagi, Kojiki Hiri and other women looked shocked. It has been a long time since the girls came to the Island of Gods. So they gradually learned about everything about the Island of Gods. Here, there are 3 power systems. Just like the 3 colleges founded by Chu Xia. Shinigami, Ninja, Taijutsu. These 3 systems, each descendant of the Porgas family can freely choose according to their own interests and talents. And so far, the internal martial arts system of the 883 family of Porgas is more of an auxiliary. Because Chu Xia's children have not yet practiced Taishu alone. Of course. This is because they are still young. Wait until they are older. If you want to eat devil fruit, then Chu Xia will not be stingy. This happens to improve the strength of those less talented children. As for his children who have more than a 3-star template, almost everyone has their own strengths. Or Ryūjin, or chakra. So they will practice physical arts. But he doesn't focus on practicing. Because there are stronger ones, who wouldn't choose. A comparison of the Shinigami system and the ninja system. The Shinigami system is even more superior. After all, there are only 2 famous strongmen in the ninja system in the family. That is Hashirama and Madara. But what about the Shinigami system? Natalia, Belle, Guy Celine are all. Natalia and Belle are scarier monsters than Hashirama and Madara. Yes. For some abilities of the Shinigami system, these wives and concubines of Chu Xia also have a lot of understanding. They know that Shinigami once performed Shikai. That power will skyrocket 2 or 3 times. And if you do Bankai, that would even increase the blessing tenfold. Natalia right now. It feels so exaggerated to everyone. Even if it's far away. They could all feel the heat on Natalia's body completely. Too hot. The goddesses were shocked. Tiffany sat in the center of the women, looking at Natalia with soft eyes. She also didn't expect Natalia to control Bankai now. It's simply too excellent. Tiffany is really happy for Natalia. At the same time, she also glanced at Chu Xia. Thinking of the rules Chu Xia set for Natalia to leave the island. Without achieving Bankai, you can no longer leave the island of gods. Original. Chu Xia should think that Natalia is still a long time away from mastering Bankai, right? He thought that in this way, Natalia could be restrained and let the other party practice honestly in the island of gods. But I'm afraid he didn't even think of it. Natalia has mastered Bankai so quickly. Judging from the time flow of the island of gods, it's only been 4 years. Tiffany looked at Chu Xia with a chuckle. Unexpectedly, my husband, you also have a day of miscalculation. Feel Tiffany's half-smile look. Chu Xia couldn't help but looked at the other party and smiled helplessly. To say that Natalia has Bankai in her hands right now. He doesn't believe it. How can it be so easy to master Bankai because of remnant fire Tadeo? But look at Natalia. Chu Xia was also extremely sure. What Natalia is using now is Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai. That blade temperature has reached the terrifying core of the sun. The Ryūjin Jakka at this moment is a terrifying weapon that can burn everything with just 1 drop. But looking at Natalia, Chu Xia still shook her head deep in her heart. Natalia is still young. Even at the time flow rate of the island of gods. She has only practiced for more than 120 years. If this time is placed on Chu Xia's heirs, then 120 years, they have almost grown to the upper limit. To master Bankai, that is the most basic. But Ryūjin Jakka must be different. Natalia's current Ryūjutsu is too far behind. It is impossible to exert the full strength of the remnant fire Tachi. Now, she just has the temperature of the remnant fire Tadeo. As for all the moves, she couldn't use them. Even Natalia's Ryūjutsu consumption at this moment is definitely an extremely terrifying amount. Natalia, it shouldn't take long to use the remnant sword. But even so, this is Bankai too. It also has the core of the sun, that terrifying 20 million degrees. Chu Xia smiled at this thought. Now that Natalia has mastered Bankai, he will naturally fulfill the contract, allowing the other party to leave the island of gods. And today's battle. While Natalia has mastered the Bankai, the remnant Achi. But if the other 5 people really tried their best to besiege Natalia. So. There was an inexplicable smile in Chu Xia's eyes. Just 1 bell is enough for Natalia. Not to mention the other 4. Guy Serene, Hashirama, Madara, Jingle. These 4 people are all monsters with 4-star templates. This battle, Natalia is also a sure win. Of course. That's if Belle, Jingle, and others are all serious. Look into the battlefield. There was anticipation in Chu Xia's eyes. He really wanted to see the performance of his children. And around the battlefield. Feel the terrifying high temperature coming from the center. All those who were eliminated stepped back. Look at Natalia. These little guys all looked shocked. With a stern face, Byakuya stretched out his hand to hold the long knife at his waist, and comforted him. Senbonzakura, it's fine. That's the big sister. Listen to his comfort. Senbonzakura was slowly calming down. And everyone else's Zanpakuto isn't much better. Scientist Zelons, Black Cat Carla, Silver, and others are all soothing their own Zanpakuto. Even Zaraki, the madman. His jagged long knife trembled constantly, as if in fear. But Zaraki, the lunatic, is not afraid. watching Zanpakuto tremble slightly. He made a fuss and gave his Zanpakuto a mallet. As soon as Zanpakuto was bumped by him, he immediately became honest. Do it all. Zaraki looked up, looking at Natalia with wary eyes. It's a pity that he has been eliminated now. There are rules restrictions on the battlefield, he can no longer join the battle. Otherwise, he must learn and experience his big sister, this smoldering knife. For all kinds of reactions of this lunatic, other people pretended not to see it. The life of a madman. Can it be the same as normal people like them? And the most exaggerated among the children? I'm afraid it should be Rukia and Toshiro. The two stood there, holding the Zanpakuto around their waists, their eyes widened and they were completely stunned. The bodies of the two trembled violently, their eyes frightened. Byakuya etal found the difference between the two. Byakuya turned his head and looked at Rukia worriedly. Rukia, what's the matter? It slowed down for a few seconds. Rukia raised her head gradually, looked at Byakuya and said. Brother, big brother. Sode no Shirayuki, can no longer be used. Rukia's words fell. Byakuya and others were in an uproar instantly. What? And at this moment, elementary school student Toshiro also spoke. Hirin Meru, can't use it either. The words fell. Instantly. Everyone's eyes widened. Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai. Not only fear in their Zanpakuto. Even the two major ice and snow systems, Zanpakuto, cannot be used directly. This is too exaggerated. Several people were shocked. They turned their heads to look at the battlefield again. Just stand on the sidelines. They have already felt the horror of the remnant fire Tadeo. What about the other big brother sisters at the center of the battlefield? Everyone stared wide-eyed. The center of the battlefield at this time. Feeling Natalia's Bankai. Feeling the hot temperature of the house that is just standing next to it, it is a little bit dry. The rest of the people were completely dignified. Glyceline just felt cold. Her heart was filled with shock. It's really Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, too scary and exaggerated. Simply a pervert. How do you fight this? Crucial moment. Glyceline pursed her lips and looked at her big brother Bell. From small to large. She never asked Natalia for anything. Because she didn't get along with Natalia. But with Bell, Glyceline has an excellent relationship. Feel the eyes of my sister. Bell's eyes under the black-rimmed glasses were full of helplessness. Bankai facing Natalia. Almost everyone around him panicked. Even Hashirama, Madara, and Jingle are no exception. Glyceline is even more confused. But have they ever thought about it? Natalia casts Bankai, overwhelming all? Now she can barely display this Bankai. I can't even use the moves. Although still afraid. Terror. But in terms of Ryūjutsu consumption, it is an extremely scary figure. And Natalia is not his Ryūjutsu massive monster. Remnant Fire Tadeo. Although the opponent can be released, but the maintenance time will not exceed 5 minutes. If Bell wants to. With his strength, it is not difficult to survive these 5 minutes. But he really has no interest in the position of captain. He just wants to open after this meeting. Continue to go back to the world government and train the 5 elders well. So face Glyceline's gaze. Bell didn't even look at each other. Glyceline's heart tightened when she saw this. What happened? The second brother who has always doted on him, but this time he doesn't look at him? Could it be? Glyceline is no fool either. He quickly thought of Bell's character. Bell is strong. But he never took the initiative to show his strength. Everything Bell does. Everything is moist and silent. When you find yourself in a situation, then you are already dying. Glyceline seemed to have guessed Bell's thoughts. He has no intention of competing for the position of captain. Or, because Natalia is his big sister. Bell didn't want to fight. All in all, this battle, Bell won't do much. Glycerine thought about it. That end. Natalia also knew that she couldn't hold on for a few minutes. Her Ryūjutsu is massive though. But it's far from Bell's monster. It is simply not a level. So, 5 minutes is the limit for her to maintain this residual fire and sword. And now? Natalia plays handsome to look cool. A minute has passed. There are only 4 minutes left, and she must be everyone in these 4 minutes. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly fail. Thinking. Natalia looked at Belle. After seeing that there was no fighting spirit in the opponent's eyes, Natalia immediately felt relieved. Really? Her guesses have been good all along. Belle, a freak, has no interest in being the captain at all. Thinking of this, the corners of Thalia's mouth curled up. Glyceline, what else are you fighting me with? Leave a sentence calmly and confidently. Natalia held a long knife covered in ashes, and was the first to rush towards Glyceline. Glyceline drew his sword to resist. The moment he drew his sword, everyone present felt the difference. It seems that it is a kind of understanding of swordsmanship and knife ultimate. Chu Xia on the high platform looked sideways slightly. It seems that after Glyceline lost the battle with Kong, up to now, her growth is not small. Bankai facing Natalia. Glyceline naturally didn't dare to be careless. Looking at Natalia, she also directly chooses Bankai. Not Bankai's words. There is no way to deal with the kind of residual fire sword that is about to be dried just by standing beside it. The moment the two swords collided, Glyceline's voice has also fallen. Bankai, it's all over. The words fell. Glyceline's face and body were scorched by the long knife in Natalia's hand. 1.2 It's just a moment of getting close to Natalia. Her body could no longer support the extremely high temperature, and began to turn into ashes and collapse. However, Glyceline advances Bankai. Around her, large patches of bloodline began to appear. Those bloodlines gathered on and around Glycerine, forming a bloody field. In the bloody field, Glyceline was able to restore herself all the time. The all-out ability is the ultimate enhanced version of Shikai's ability to recover and heal. Before Glyceline Ryūjin runs out, she is invincible. Big sister, let's have a real fight. The words fell. Glyceline, who was feeling the pain, really went into that madness. Great swordsman. There is a state of forgetfulness. And now Glyceline. Her swordsmanship has been mastered. Yachiryu's name is completely worthy of its name. Today's Glyceline. Comprehend a new fighting state. Only me. Between heaven and earth. I am the only one with one sword. Ding ding ding. The two swords collided. In just a few seconds, they have fought dozens of times. Natalia's swordsmanship is not as good as Glyceline, a lunatic. However, her destruction. That's gushing temperature and Ryūjin on it. Already able to suppress Glyceline purely by brute force. Just these few seconds. Glyceline has been beheaded by her many times. Those wounds were all horrific injuries that could kill Glyceline on the spot. But, in a state where all Bankai are exhausted, Glyceline was able to recover all the way. This made Natalia feel very tricky. Just a Glyceline. She has to fight for such a long time? How would she deal with the rest? Natalia stared. The remaining fire sword in his hand became hotter and hotter. A Ryūjin broke out. Natalia wants to use this sword. Burn up Glyceline's Bankai. Chapter 112. Facing Natalia's knife. Glyceline was concentrating, and the whole person was extremely serious. Her Ryūjin burst to ultimate. Zhou spread Fang Yuan 100 meters in the scarlet field. At the same time, she was also speaking, trying to disturb Natalia's mind. Natalia, does the remnant fire Tachi only have this power? As long as I can't break everything, I will be invincible. Your remnant sword should have a time limit. As long as I support the past, you will lose. Glyceline smiled. Natalia glanced at her. Little bch. The words fell. The terror she condensed fell with a single blow. This knife. Nothing fancy. Only the purest knife. Glyceline raised her long knife to block. But the next moment, something happened that shocked her. The quaint long knife covered in ashes in Natalia's hand. At the moment of contact with Glyceline's long knife, Glyceline's face and body were turned into ashes first, only the skeleton was still supporting. Everyone has seen this scene before. Let them startled. It was Natalia's knife. After a short contact with Glycerine's long knife, Glycerine's Zanpakuto cut straight down the middle. Then, it went straight into Glycerine's body. Also, cut off her bankai. This scene happened. Not only is Glycerine wrong, everyone around did not respond. On the high platform, Chu Xia's pupils shrank slightly. There is something about Natalia's knife. Although she is still unable to use the various powerful moves of the remnant fire Tadeo, this Zanpakuto seemed to have multiple liberations for Natalia. But Natalia can bless things on the residual fire sword by herself. For example, that bell, Glycerine, and others developed Ryūjin winding like Conqueror's winding. Natalia's knife at the moment has exactly such an effect. And that wrapped Ryūjin is extremely strong. Plus that horrible temperature. Glycerine's Zanpakuto was cut off directly. The knife was cut off. Bankai naturally relieved. Glycerine was also directly divided into two by Natalia and turned into ashes. 423, even Chu Xia was a little surprised by this scene. Glycerine's bankai is not weak. On the contrary, it is very strong. Cooperate with her powerful Yakian Liu swordsmanship. Glycerine is now fighting any top powerhouse on the outside sea. That's all to win. It's not too difficult for Glycerine to kill the opponent even if it's all turned on. This means that Glycerine has firmly stood at the top of the sea. He is all gone, and basically no one can break it. Except that Bell can kill Glycerine with a monster Ryūjin. For the rest of them, it is almost impossible to defeat Glycerine head-on. But Natalia did. Remnant Fire Tadeo is still too strong. Even if Natalia is only initially grasping and initially liberating. However, the core temperature of the sun is still too terrifying. Look at Natalia. Feel the power of synchronous growth in your body. Chu Xia couldn't help but feel it. The establishment of the Island of Gods should be put on the agenda. His thoughts are: first, gradually develop the Island of Gods. In the near future, let the Island of Gods be established. Then, as a hidden superpower, he is slowly making plans for the world. See if you can directly replace and control the world government. For him, this is much easier than overthrowing the world government and establishing a new regime. Back to the present. On the edge of the battlefield, the light condensed and turned into Glycerine's body again. She stood there in a daze, in disbelief. I was instantly killed by Natalia. From small to large, Glycerine and Natalia never won a fight. Not long ago, after she mastered Bankai, she beat Natalia once. Glycerine was so elated and extremely rampant. But how long has it been? Just 3 years. This Natalia actually mastered Bankai. And she was defeated by Thalia, who can barely beat Bankai now. This is not meant to be. From now on, she will return to the way she used to get along with Natalia? Glycerine was full of unwillingness. She looked at the remaining big brothers in the battlefield. Second brother Bell, fourth younger brother, fifth younger brother and sixth younger brother, fight for yourselves. Kill that BD. Glycerine turned into a cheerleader on the sidelines. Natalia put away the knife and stood there again. He glanced contemptuously at Glycerine on the sidelines. Disdain lightly. Seeing this, Glycerine was furious. But she has already been eliminated, so she can't use her strength. Hashirama and Madara looked at each other now. There was a strong solemnity in the eyes of the two of them. But he also has the will to fight for the position of captain. Hashirama is already in sage mode. He now has a full sage body. That's him in his prime. Hashirama stomped his feet and the ground crumbled. The punch rushed towards Natalia with a terrifying force. He didn't use moves like true several thousand hands and wood style. Because Hashirama thinks that those who are in front of Remnant Sword are a bit gimmicky. It's hard to win. So Hashirama used his strongest physical fitness to display his strange power, plus armament haki, etc., to attack Natalia. Madara also fixed her eyes. Natalia at the moment. It is no longer something they can defeat alone. Although the other party is just a real man for 5 minutes. But trying to be undefeated for 5 minutes is still astonishingly difficult. Madara's pupils exploded with power, and quickly opened the complete body. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Take his pupil power to another level. Complete Susanoo becomes even more powerful. The breath, defensive power, and attack power are all different from before. Pull out the katana. Perfect body Susanoo slashed towards Natalia with a sword. Hashirama's punch is also extremely strong. The air quivered. The punch has not arrived. The floor beside Natalia exploded first. Everyone knows that Senjo Hashirama is strong. But where is his strength? Wood style? No. Take a look at Yamato, it's not strong at all. Relationship between Senjo Hashirama and wood style. Like Whitebeard and Shock Fruit. Shock Fruit leaves Whitebeard, which is the fact that 10 is not bad. It is not impossible to develop a garbage like a dish. And Hashirama is exactly that. He is the one who is strong. Not wood style. The strongest power on Hashirama. It is the body of a fairy. The immortal body gave him a massive amount of magic chakra. This is stronger than common chakra. At the same time, it also gave him amazing resilience and 10,000. Plus the strange force technique developed by Hashirama himself. His physique is now comparable to those monsters in the sea. So the two shot together. Equivalent to Whitebeard plus Kaido, this heaven-defying combination. Can face this blow. Natalia remained calm. The residual fire and sword gave her strong self-confidence. Natalia smiled domineeringly. Challenge my big sister position, you are still far behind. The words fell. She fell with a knife. The long knife covered with ashes cut through Hashirama's forearm too. The complete body of Suzo was broken, and Madara suffered extensive burns all over his body. An unpretentious knife. But it's like art, it's extremely strong and exaggerated. The pupils of everyone watching the match shrank. All the little ones were very excited when they saw the big sister making Kamui. And Madara and Hashirama. Both were eliminated at the same time. Although Madara can stand up and fight again. But seeing the power of Natalia's remnant fire Tachi. He gave up. He really can't compete for the captain. What's more, there are Bell and Jingle on the side. After eliminating Natalia, Hashirama, and Madara, Natalia only spent a total of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Plus the 1 minute of being handsome before. She now has 2.5 minutes left. Natalia gives Jingle 30 seconds. The remaining 2 minutes are all for Bell. It was the only song that she wasn't sure about winning. Even if the other party didn't have the fighting spirit for the position of captain just now in the eyes of the other party. However, Natalia also had to be cautious. She turned to look at Jingle. Jingle, do you want to try the edge of the remnant sword too? Natalia smiled broadly. Seeing Jingle, thick eye filters flowed from his eyes. He hastily waved his hands. Big sister, big sister. Just let me go. I admit defeat and give up the competition for the captain. It's better for you to fight with the two monsters of the second brother. Natalia smiled. Look at Jingle's selection. Chu Xia was also very helpless. But the battle has already begun, and Le also has the right to admit defeat. He can't force it. Soon. Jingle was eliminated and appeared in Mai. Everyone turned their attention to Bell in the field. Although the original 5 people dealt with Natalia. Now there is only 1 person left. But no one dared to underestimate Bell. Because he is the only monster in the family who can be as famous as Natalia. Rumors of Kyōka Suigetsu. They have more or less heard of it. Everyone has heard of Bell's horror Ryūjin. Involuntarily. Everyone in the audience turned their heads to look at the high platform. Looking at Chu Xia on the high platform. They remember. Once there was a fight, Chu Xia pointed Bell. Then. Chu Xia uttered a sentence that was widely circulated. The battle between the Shinigami is the battle of the Ryūjin. Many people have deeply remembered these words in their hearts. But none of them knew what it meant. Such a long time. Almost no one really understands it. Even the understanding of Glyceline, Natalia, and others is biased. They think. The stronger the Ryūjin, Bankai, which is stronger than Shikai, can be used, and moves with larger scale and power can be used. But this is clearly wrong. Only Bell was comprehending Chu Xia's words. Chu Xia also looked at Bell. He sort of guessed what Bell was thinking at the moment. So this fight. Can't see you today? Really? Just under the attention of the audience. Bell looked at Natalia, and smiled gently under the black-rimmed glasses. Big sister, remnant fire Tadeo is very strong, I admit defeat. Bell's words fell. Natalia looked at him, frowning slightly. But she didn't reject Bell's surrender either. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because Truth got into a fight with Bell. She really didn't know if she could beat the opponent. Even when she started Bankai, Bell was the only opponent. She didn't know if she could beat the opponent. Bell's Ryūjin is too scary. He is in the middle of discussing with everyone in the family. He has never used his true power. So, Natalia really doesn't know whether she should be lucky or regretful now. And Bell looked at Natalia with complicated eyes. He smiled lightly. Chu Xia and Natalia had a good idea. He is now very sure of taking Natalia. Competing for the position of the captain. But that meant nothing to him. That's not his goal. What is the use of this captain? Bell turned into a streamer and was eliminated. So far, the battle of the captains is over. In the arena, there was only one person standing there. That's Natalia. She is dressed in a flaming windbreaker, flaming long hair, and flaming red eyes. Dispersed Bankai. The ashes on the blade of the ancient long knife faded, and the luster returned to each cut. Natalia put the knife back into its sheath, and domineeringly scanned the audience. Chu Xia couldn't help but smile when she looked at her satisfying eldest daughter. He suddenly thought. Natalia masters Bankai. It means her ban is lifted. After waiting she went to the sea, to stand on the top. She is so terrifying. How much shock will it bring to the world? But, go make trouble. He the poor gas family. It is destined to stir up the sea and turn it upside down. Who let it be, his goal all along? What about the Supreme, the throne of God? Poor gas family. From now on, he will become the only god race in this sea. Behind Chu Xia, the 860 wives and concubines relaxed. This battle. They don't really care who will be the captain. Because the result is the same for whoever it is. Not too bad. Who became the captain? It is a good thing for the Gaudi 13th Division. They can protect the entire Gaudi 13th Division. Protect the Island of the Gods. Become the leader of the most powerful force group in the Island of God. And they were nervous and shocked. It's just this battle. Natalia, the eldest daughter of the family. Let them see an extremely exciting battle. Although Bell, the monster, didn't make a move, it's a pity. But, can see Natalia shine today. We can see how powerful the entire Porgas family is today. They are enough. Sit in the center. First wife Tiffany looked at Natalia with a smile on her face. She looks nostalgic. So many years. She follows Chu Xia. From nothing at the beginning to now. Tiffany had a hard time, and she's living the life she's living now. She worked hard and silently supported Chu Xia in everything behind her back. Today I saw my eldest daughter's face radiant becoming the captain of the Guardian 10 Kings team. It is also an honor for her. Seeing Natalia really grow up can help Chu Xia solve her problems. She is really happy. But, if Chu Xia learned of Tiffany's idea, definitely smiled helplessly. Natalia these sons and daughters. Is it to relieve him of his worries? This way of solving problems. Could it be the Empress, Momozagi, Yamato and other women? In Chu Xia's heart, that was helpless. After the turmoil in the audience subsided slightly, Chu Xia stood up slowly and appeared in the battlefield in an instant. Stand by Natalia's side. He took his daughter's immature little hand. Chu Xia looked around the audience with a smile on her face. Natalia, today I become the Gaudi 13th Division, the captain of the 1st Division, and the general captain. His voice fell. Behind Natalia's fiery red windbreaker, a large gold frame slowly emerged, and inside the large frame was the word Long Fei Feng Wu. This represents Natalia's identity. It is also the symbol of Gōdai 13th Division. There was an unprecedented uproar in the audience. Chu Xia's children, wives, and concubines were excited like never before. Everyone looked at Natalia, happy for each other. So is Natalia. Being held by Chu Xia, I felt the warmth of my father's palm. Natalia was all smiles. She felt, after today, I must develop the Gōdai 13th Division well. In a very short period of time, the Gōdai 13th Division resounded throughout the sea. At the same time, she has to go out again quickly. Not long ago, Celine brought back the Empress, the most beautiful woman in the sea, and she is now married to Chu Xia. Then she can't fall down. My father has so many trivial matters. He must be assigned more people who are responsible for solving problems. If only Chu Xia knew what Natalia thought. I'm afraid that if she draws the knife on the spot, she will have the heart to educate her. Chapter 113. On the battlefield. After Natalia became the captain, Chu Xia looked around at the crowd and spoke with a smile. The candidate for the position of captain has been born. Next, I will announce the third thing. Chu Xia's words fell. Everyone in the audience looked at him. This is the highest meeting of the family. The first thing is about the development of the entire Porgas family. It is an extremely forward-looking decision to establish the 3 major colleges. And the second thing. It also involves the selection of important candidates such as the captain of the 13th Division of Gōdai. So this third thing? At the same time, many people's expressions changed slightly, and they all had some guesses in their hearts. Since the outside world announced the top stand, God's Island was forced to be helpless, and gradually revealed some of its strength in the sea. And now, there are still 3 days left before the top stand. 3 days later, it was the period when the peerless battle began. In this battle, Marine will execute Chu Xia's younger brother, an important member of their Porgas family. This is absolutely not acceptable. No one will let it go. This is the solidarity of the entire Porgas family. Yes. Looking at Chu Xia, everyone guessed that he seemed to be talking about it. Natalia's eyes brightened slightly. Celine, Hashirama, Madara, and others also moved their eyes slightly. The Porgas family has always had a ban on Chu Xia. And one of the most important of these prohibitions. It is not allowed to expose the identity of the Porgas family at sea. But this ban is clearly in conflict with the top stand. Want to go to the top of the battlefield and rescue Ace. So, part of their Porgas family is bound to be exposed. So, Chu Xia, the third thing. It should be about standing on the top, who will go to the battle, right? Where are the wives and concubines? Yamato looked at Chu Xia, and couldn't help but glow. As a friend of Ace, she will definitely save Ace. At this point, became Chu Xia's concubine. After Ace became her younger brother, Yamato strengthened his thoughts even more. Therefore, she must go to the top of Zhanfeng. Facing the eyes of many people full of expectations, Chu Xia smiled on his handsome, indifferent face. He spoke slowly, with a calm tone. The third thing is about my former ban on the Porgas family. Since this period of time, I have initially lifted part of the ban. Now, the ban will be completely lifted. Every one of my children, as long as you pass the test of the Tower of God once, then, you can go to the sea and experience the life you want to experience. The Porgas family will be behind you, and will be your most solid backing. Chu Xia finished. The whole place was a little silent. Everyone looked at him and didn't react for a while. Natalia frowned. Hashirama and Madara's eyes widened slightly. Over? Is Chu Xia finished? What he wanted to say was actually this matter. Not about the top? And just lift the family ban? This. Everyone was a little surprised and didn't react for a while. But soon, everyone thought of another point. Fight for the top. At best, it's just a battle between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. These two forces. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, they are two extremely terrifying forces. This battle is even the biggest battle they have ever experienced in their lives. But In the eyes of Chu Xia, this fight for the top position? In the eyes of the Porgas family? Everyone is very clear about the strength of the Porgas family. Rescuing Ace from Marine was simple and easy. The Porgas family has always been targeting the world government. It is not a mere Marine under the government of the world. So, Chu Xia never paid attention to this fight for the top spot. Maybe watch a little. But it's all just a playful heart raised because of Ace. It is their godlike father. A husband like a god. Standing on the top is a trivial matter in his eyes. It's not as big as lifting the family ban. Everyone's expression was full of shock. Gradually, they also thought of the meaning of Chu Xia lifting the ban. As long as you pass the trial of the Tower of God once, your mood will be slightly passable. Then you can go to the sea and experience your own adventure. Rather than chaining them all to the island of gods like before. Bel's eyes flickered, looking at his father. What does Chu Xia want? Is it really starting to permeate this sea? Could it be that he is really going to attack this sea? Think about it. Bel couldn't help being filled with interest. He has been looking forward to it for a long time, and even made arrangements in advance, just to cooperate with Chu Xia. Did not expect. Chu Xia is so fast, is she about to start doing it? Bel was right. Chu Xia lifted the ban. Part of the reason is that after the battle for the top station, the Porgas family is bound to be partially exposed. So, he took advantage of this shareholder wind and directly launched an infiltration into this sea. Let his sons go on an adventure above the sea. When the world government reacts in the future, how terrifying the Porgas family is. Chu Xia might have defeated killed all the celestial dragons, and took control of the world. Leave the battlefield. Chu Xia came to the main hall of Sui Palace. He called Tiffany alone. Looking at Tiffany, who is generous and noble. A gentle smile appeared on Chu Xia's face. Madam, Zhonghe, Momuzagi, Pudding and the others have been coming to my God's Island for a long time. At the beginning, I was kidnapped inexplicably. How do you think this matter should be handled? Think of the meaning of Chu Xia's words. Tiffany smiled. Husband, since the family ban has been lifted. Then let them go back to their respective homes and report that they are safe. Even taking the descendants of my Portgas family, it is logical to infiltrate into the sea. Seeing Tiffany completely understood what she meant. Chu Xia smiled. Let's leave this matter to Madam and talk to them. Tiffany every gift. Yes, husband. Nanyo Zhao. With a smile on her face, she left the main hall of Sui Palace. Tiffany personally used this to find the female emperor, Momuzagi, the beasts, and the daughters of the Big Mom. The girls learn that they, too, can leave the Isle of the Gods. Even they can take their children back home. This can make all the girls happy. Time in the Island of the Gods flows fast. Some of them have been here for more than 4 years. The shortest empress is more than 2 years old. So, homesickness is inevitable. Genghikuan Chu Xia also allowed them to take their children back with them this time. This signal? Is it to integrate all the forces of their natal families? Chu Xia's wives and concubines were all excited. That night, Empress Hancock, Momuzagi, the daughters of the beasts, and the daughters of the ants, all left the Island of Gods together. They also brought their own children. This time I went back to my mother's house. They don't just go back and have a look, miss the end. At the same time, it is also to go back and show off. Chapter 114. Holy Land Marie Joys. The highest floor of the World Genfo office building in Pangu City. Bel reboarded the CPO's long white coat and returned here wearing an expressionless mask. He had to go back to the family meeting. So Bel confuses everyone, including the 5 elders, with Kyōka Suigetsu's abilities. Everyone thought he was still in the Holy Land. But in fact, he has already returned to the Island of Gods. At this time, just got back to my office. Bel saw 5 people surrounded here with anxious faces. Lu Qi, Khalifa, Keiku, Jabra, and Brook looked worried. Because 5 elders sent someone to find Bel not long ago, saying that he was summoned for something important. But several people looked around. But he couldn't find Bel at all. This made the 5 of them anxious. Fortunately at this time, Bell came in from outside the office. Khalifa looked at him immediately. The blonde-haired Ryūjin looked anxious. Master Aizen, Master 5 Elders summoned you. Listen to Khalifa. Bell nodded. Jian and the 5 of them understood what had happened. He turned and walked straight out of his office, toward the right between. The 5 Khalifa had no idea what 5 Elders was looking for him for. According to common sense, Bell, the undercover agent, should be full of panic now. He even ran away in a panic. 5 Elders summoned him just as he was leaving. He delayed for a while and didn't go. This is a person who would doubt him. Not to mention those 5 wily old guys. No more than 180. Bell is not nervous at all. He enjoys the feeling of walking on the edge of danger. Only in this way, Bell finds it interesting. Soon. Come to the door between the right. Bell knocked on the door and walked in without blushing. The 5 elders inside were discussing things. After seeing Bell walk in, the 5 of them silenced in unison. In. 5 elders with bald head, 5 elders with mustache, 5 elders with goatee, and 5 elders with fluffy beard. All 4 of them have gloomy faces. Even Bell's blonde 5 elders are most admired. The eyes are also dignified and complicated. Look at Bell. The blonde 5 elders said in a low voice. Bell, where have you been? I couldn't find anyone for a long time, what did you do? The blonde 5 elders' eyes fell on Bell. The other 5 elders also looked over. The 5 looked suspicious. If Bell doesn't give them a reasonable explanation today, then they really have to be suspicious. The blonde 5 elders is looking at people. The 5 elders all looked at him. The 5 people unconsciously released the power of the superior. The eyes are sharper than the other, as if to completely see through Bell. But, standing under the eyes of 5 people, the expression under Bell's mask was full of relief. His eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Looking at the blonde-haired 5 elders, CB, Bell spoke with no emotion in his voice. My lord, I'm sorry I'm late. I was delayed for some time because I went to see the commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong. Listen to Bell. The blonde 5 elders stared again. What are you going to see Sora for? The eyes of the other 4 people also became more dignified. Bell continued to respond, like an emotionless machine. My lord, my ability is to go back in time. After meeting Marshal Kong, I was going to test whether my ability could help him recover his arm. Hear this. The blonde 5 elders' eyes softened. Since Bell didn't disappear, then everything is fine. What's more, there is still such a witness. The other 5 elders also put away their sharp gazes. Looking at Bell, the blonde 5 elders said. Okay, that's it for now. Next, we have something important to tell you. The blonde-haired 5 elders spoke, and the other 4 also had no objections. Whether what Bell said was a lie, they will verify later. And now, they want to say a more important thing. Looking at the blonde 5 elders, Bell became interested. My lord, heavy. The blonde 5 elders didn't answer directly, but smiled. Just follow me, and I'll tell you as you go. Say it. The blonde 5 elders got up and stepped on the polished floor with his leather shoes. With Bell, the 2 gradually moved away from power. Within rights. See Bell leave. Mustache 5 elders picked up the phone bug next to him and called out. Let Kunlei take a trip between the powers. After all, he hung up the phone directly. The other side. Bell followed the blonde 5 elders and left the Ligong building of the World Genfu. Unconsciously. Everyone around the 2 disappeared. Bell looked at the ability of the blonde 5 elders, and couldn't help showing interest in his eyes. This ability. It's more like hiding yourself and letting others automatically ignore it. And exert influence on the surrounding. Keep them away unconsciously. It's a rather miraculous ability. No wonder the blonde 5 elders is in charge of all intelligence agencies in the world government. It turns out that his ability is also like this. I thought about it. Bell followed the blonde 5 elders from building to building. Finally. Come to the deepest and most mysterious old castle. The blonde 5 elders stopped in his tracks. Stand still and wait slightly. He seemed to hear something in his ears. The blonde five elders had a smile on his face. Turning his head, he looked at Bell, and opened his eyes appreciatively. Bell, what I'm going to tell you, don't tell anyone. Seeing Bell nodding, he continued. Bell, what do you think of the world government? Hearing this, Bell thought for a while. Kaido. If there is no world government in this sea, it will inevitably be devastated. The blonde five elders nodded in satisfaction. I understand why Lord Im summoned you. Master Im. The eyes under Bell's mask shrunk, showing rare emotional fluctuations. What is the identity of Im who can be called an adult by five elders? Bell thought of many things at this moment. The blonde five elders continued. Bell, as the supreme ruler of the world government, the five of us old guys actually know the corruption of the world government, the darkness and corruption under this huge authority. Also, know that the celestial dragons are a scourge. But so what? This sea needs the government of the world. Without the world's government, as you said, people will die. So, since the five of us are rulers, we must maintain the stability of this sea and make this sea more friendly to most people. So, the existence of the world government is necessary and meaningful. Except for us, no force can do this. Talking. The blonde five elders looked up with emotion. After all, we have existed for 800 years. Subsequently, stand in front of this castle. The blonde five elders talked a lot to Bell again. What family of D? What celestial dragons this bunch of crap? What is the relationship between pirates and marines? What history? Etc., etc. In short, the blonde-haired five elders presented everything in front of Bell openly and transparently. Bell was not a traditionally bred spy. So the blonde five elders made the move. It's not telling him the secret of the world government. It's brainwashing him. Let him take it for granted. Although the world government is somewhat dark, but his existence is necessary. There is no one who can replace the government of the world. I secretly lamented the brainwashing ability of the blonde five elders. Bell nodded and agreed to all of them. Seeing him nodding, the blonde five elders smiled with satisfaction in his heart. Okay, let's go in. Master Im wants to summon you. Remember, don't read, don't ask what you shouldn't know. Bell regained his spirits, nodded slightly with serious eyes. Because he stepped into the deepest castle. Chapter 115. The blonde five elders watched Bell's back silently. Looking at this kid that he valued. He smiled. I hope you can also be valued by Lord Im. With that, he turned and left. After entering the castle, Bell was gone for a long time. The surrounding passages are surrounded by all kinds of flowers. It seems that the owner here really likes these flowers. Soon, Bell was in the depths of the culture. A female assistant is waiting at the door of the room. The female assistant is wearing a black suit, standard five elders clothing. And Bell can feel the strong life energy from the opponent, not less than five elders at all. It seems that Im is a great big shot. No wonder my father is so afraid of the world government. He pondered in his heart. Bell felt that today he was going to approach the core secret of the world government. The female assistant bowed slightly to Bell and smiled. Just go in, Lord Im is waiting for you. Bell nodded and thanked him. The female assistant opened the door. I saw that it was full of darkness, as deep as it was far away. Bell stepped forward without any hesitation. For his own strength, he is very confident. Even if the five elders attack him together, plus the female assistant outside, Bell also has the confidence to fight and kill them. So, even if the mysterious Master Im is very strong, however, it is still not difficult for him to escape. A huge room filled with darkness. No. Saying it is a room is a bit of a misnomer here. To be more precise, this is a huge auditorium. It's just that the auditorium didn't turn on the lights, and it was very drowsy. Bell went straight forward and soon came to a step. Bell looked up. This is the moment. Lights lit up the ceiling of the auditorium. Those rays of light and lines were connected together, slowly drawing a star map. The star map is very real, just like the real universe starry sky. The scattered stars shed dim light, illuminating the craftsman on the stone steps. Belle looked up, and saw a slender man in a black robe, only showing a pair of red eyes. She sat high on the throne, looking down at Belle. Feel the other person's gaze on him. Belle wasn't nervous. He is thinking how to pull out your own Kyōka Suigetsu and let the other person fall into Shikai. This point makes Belle feel a little difficult to handle. After all, no matter what, he cannot omit the process of drawing the sword Shikai. So Belle did not act rashly, but gave a deep salute to the person on the throne above. Belle greets Master Im. On the void throne didn't respond. Those red eyes stared at Belle, sharp as a falcon, as if they could see through everything. Feel the breath of life energy from Belle. Im pondered for a moment in his heart, and said, 5 elders said that you have the devil fruit ability of time, show me. Belle's heart moved when he heard this. Could it be the reason Im summoned him? Is it because he has the extremely rare time-type devil fruit? Belle nodded without thinking too much. Yes. After saying that, he pulled out the long knife from his waist. There was an undetectable light on the long knife, and it aimed at his left arm and cut it down. Belle's left arm suddenly spurted blood, and half of his body was stained red. But the next moment, the streamer flashed. Belle's figure appeared on the spot intact. Im on the void throne's eyes brightened slightly when he saw this. Asking for flowers. But it's hard to see in dim light. Belle didn't bother to look at Im's expression. Instead, he chuckled in his heart. Just at that moment, he draws his sword and Shikai kills Kyōka Suigetsu at the same time. And once saw his Shikai. Then this Im can no longer escape his control. He chuckled inwardly, but Belle didn't show it at all. The gaze and expression under the mask are not the slightest bit strange. After 2 or 3 minutes, Im on the void throne said this. Not bad ability. Starting today, your position will be promoted to Vice President of CP0, and you will have the authority to report directly to me, bypassing the 5 elders. 0. There was joy in Belle's cooperative eyes. But mechanically Kaido. Yes, Master Im. Okay, you go back first. Im didn't say any more, and let Belle leave directly. Belle nodded, turned, and left the mysterious lobby. Push the door and go out. I saw Im's female assistant standing guard at the door, smiling at him. Congratulations, Mr. Belle, for passing Lord Im's test. If there is anything you need to report to Lord Im in the future, you can just come to Huajian to find me. Belle nodded slightly. Thank you. After Belle left, the female assistant entered the Hall of Nothingness and met Im. No one knows what the 2 men said. Then, the female assistant called 5 elders again. But what no one knows is, the corridor outside the Great Hall of Nothingness is now full of Belle's eyeliner. The flowers and plants that Im loves have all become his eyes and ears. Kyōka Suigetsu can trap any creature that sees it Shikai into the environment. This of course does not include flowers and plants. But if these flowers and plants also have eyes? Chapter 116. Outside the Void Hall. In the passage full of flowers and plants. The 5 elders stood here with puzzled and astonished expressions. Originally, I'm just heard about Belle's time ability from them. Some are interested, so I called Belle for a trip. Why are they summoned now after Belle has been summoned? What's the matter? The 5 of them were puzzled, but they didn't think much about it. They happened to have something to report to Im. But I felt that those things were not enough to come here. Right now coincides with Im's summoning, they happened to report to Im. The 5 of them walked into the Hall of Nothingness hand in hand. When they came to the center of the hall, the 5 of them glanced at Im on the throne at the top of the steps. 863 looked at the pair of red eyes full of indifference to everything. 5 elders' heart tightened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. They quickly knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. 5 elders, meet Lord Im. Im on the void throne nodded. Subsequently, the 5 elders reported on recent events at sea. Fight from the top to the straw hat, and then to a group of strong men who suddenly appeared on the sea in recent days. The 5 elders reported this to Im. Didn't answer when he heard the words, just sat there thinking quietly. Most of the reports from the 5 elders she didn't care much about. Standing on the top is like a child's play to her. In her eyes. Even decades ago, Rox, the overlord of the sea, coveted the king of the world. It's just a small thing. 5 elders can handle that easily. Now the battle for the top is smaller and less harmful. It's totally out of the ordinary for her. However, there are 3 things that bother now. One is the Pavilion Order Army. The Jiming Army is an organization that Dahai Haishang has grown up in recent years. Their purpose is pure. It is to overthrow the world government. Under the banner of the Cabinet's order, overthrow the rule of the world government and establish a new regime. However, the Jiming Army is still weak. Compared with Marine, they are like street rats. Although there is a dragon, the top powerhouse, sitting in the town, and he does not have the fruit energy in Legendary. But once the Pavilion Commander emerges, the world government will be able to deal with it. Didn't care too much about it. Second. It was the Straw Hat Boy who had recently gained fame in the sea. Monkey D. Luffy. Not just the D family. Also owns Roger's straw hat. What's more, he ate rubber fruit. That's something that makes I'm worth caring about. Joey Poi's threat cannot be ignored. But the growth of Straw Hat Boy is relatively slow now. I want to awaken the comparison fruit. It's still too far to inherit the power of Joey Poi. So doesn't care too much about it. She lived for more than 800 years. It can endanger the rule of the world's official government a lot. It's not like Joey Bowie didn't appear again. Like Roger. But these, she doesn't care. Because in front of the government of the world, in front of her, everything that threatened her rule was eliminated. Third. Thought about it. She slowly raised her head and looked at Zhou Tianxingdu above her head. Thousands of stars are mixed in it, converging into a beautiful star map. Wu Lao Xingjian looked up. The 5 of them also knelt and raised their heads, looking at the star map in doubt. This star map, they will see it every time they come to see But 5 elders had no idea what the star map was for. I always thought that looked at the star map. Just thinking about something quietly. But actually, Im's eyes quickly moved across the star map. The connection between each star is echoing, as if it is reflecting something. Suddenly, in Im's eyes, a few stars glowed slightly red. Made a slight reaction. Then my heart sank. Unexpectedly, he couldn't sense who the stars represented by those red lights were. The expression under Im's black robe changed slightly. She thought carefully about what 5 elders reported to herself just now. Standing on the top, the Straw Hat Boys, the 4 emperors are in turmoil, and the cabinet ordered the army to make trouble. All of these flashed in her eyes, and they were all eliminated by her in the end. Finally, Im's thoughts were fixed on one thing. On the sea, a group of mysterious strongmen suddenly appeared recently. These people seemed to have nothing to do with each other. But what they do? But they all seem to revolve around one thing. Fight for the top. Thought about it. Look at the star map again. She found out. Next to the huge star that symbolizes the sun, a tiny black spot appeared. That black dot, like a black hole. The sun has always represented itself. Represents one's own supreme status and powerful strength. Well aware of this. And that black hole. 0.9 looked a little shocked. On this star map. Unprecedented. A star appeared that could threaten her existence. Once upon a time. She is the sun. It is a figure overlooking the entire sea, like a god. Can now. A little black hole appeared on the star map. Even if only a little bit. But that's also a black hole. It represents the existence of the same level as her, or even a higher level. Bow your head. Looked at 5 elders, suppressing the horrified emotions in his heart. All of this, since it all revolves around Summit War. And Summit War revolves around Fire Fist Ace. So, he must die. Chapter 117. The 5 elders looked up. They were also looking at the star map overhead. 5 old guys are wily. Follow for so many years. They also probably understand that this star map has a certain function. Otherwise, it's impossible for I'm to watch it every time. Is it just a pleasure to watch the stars? 5 old guys are not stupid. Old and cunning, they have long thought of the scenario of this star map. But look at this star map. Among the 5, even an old man with a goatee. He is in charge of the entire history of this sea. He is also familiar with all the things in the past 800 years. Even 800 years ago, he knew it. But this star chart, he still can't understand. The 5 elders knelt on one knee, looking at each other. The scene on the void throne retracted his gaze at this moment. The black hole is still small. It means that although there is a threat to her, but not to the point of directly threatening her. So she must hurry up and solve this matter. Nip this danger in its infancy. I'm looked down at Wolao 27 seeing. That look flicked across 5 elders' faces. 5 elders felt uncomfortable with her gaze. Don't look at them as the 5 people who hold the highest power in the world's government from the outside world. But in front of I'm, they are no different from a dog. I'm spoke lightly, uneasy. That Fire Fist Ace, the son of Pirate King Gold Roger, his execution cannot be mistaken. Understand? When I'm said this, he glanced at the star map above his head again. After seeing that the black hole on the star map has not changed, I'm breathed a sigh of relief. 5 elders listened to Im's words. But they secretly looked at each other. They didn't quite understand the meaning of Im's words. Execution of Fire Fist Ace. It doesn't seem like a big deal to them. A son of the dead One Piece Roger. They didn't think Roger of One Piece was a big threat at the beginning, and Marine alone could solve it. A son of One Piece Roger, what cares? This battle for the top. The more purpose of 5 elders is to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Terrify the sea by killing Whitebeard. Ace, it can be said that it is just incidental. It's just a bargaining chip to force the Whitebeard pirates to come to naval headquarters for a decisive battle. Why are you so concerned about this now? This made the 5 of them keep thinking. Mustache 5 elders sweats on his brow. They couldn't figure out the exact meaning of Im's words, so they asked boldly. Master Im. My subordinates dare to ask, is Fire Fist Ace so important? Mustache 5 elders spoke. The other 4 also looked at Im, their eyes full of doubts and surprises. Im pondered for a moment, then whispered Kaido. I don't care what Whitebeard is. But this Ace, must die. The existence of that black hole. Let I'm a little scared. So. Since these things all revolve around Ace alone. So killing him should solve these things, right? Im's words made the 5 elders look at each other in shock. In Im's heart, Ace is more of a threat than Whitebeard? What is he capable of? Just being a son of Roger? It shouldn't be. When Roger was executed, I'm never asked about it. What's going on now? The hearts of the 5 were full of surprise and puzzlement. Mustache 5 elders nodded deeply on behalf of 5 people. Master Im, we understand. I'm on the void throne nodded. Go out. The 5 saluted again together, and then withdrew from the Hall of Nothingness. After closing the thick double wooden door, only then did the 5 elders heave a sigh of relief. They wiped the sweat from their brows. The 5 looked at each other solemnly. Subsequently, the blonde 5 elders turned to look at Im's female assistant. Your Excellency Mora, Lord Im summoned Bell just now. The blonde 5 elders just said this. Mora interrupted him with a smile. Your Excellency Venus, I don't know about this either. The blonde 5 elders nodded resignedly. He wanted to inquire about Bell being summoned by Im from Mora. But obviously, Mora didn't know either. And even if you know 073, Mora wouldn't necessarily tell them either. The 5 walked away. They were dressed in black suits with serious expressions on their faces. All 5 of them were thinking about Im's order. In the hallway between, they are not afraid of being overheard. 5 people discussed. Everyone, what do you think is the reason for Lord Im's order? Fire Fist Ace, did Master Im pay so much attention to West Road? I don't know, it stands to reason that Fire Fist Ace, Mara Fruit, are indeed somewhat related to the abilities in Legendary. However, Nika, the Sun God, I don't think Ace can achieve it. Don't say he's just Roger's son, even Roger, the One Piece King, can't reach it. Goatee 5 elders said emphatically. The others sighed and nodded. They also think so. Finally, the bald 5 elders made the final decision. Forget it, Lord Im's thoughts are not something we can guess. In order to ensure the completion of Lord Im's order, let's add an insurance in the dark. The remaining 4 people seconded their proposals one after another. Chapter 118. The top floor of the World Genfo office building belongs to Bell's CP0 office. Lu Qi and Khalifa are cultivating hard here. The entire office is very large, it is said to be a million public office. In fact, it is more like a writing room. There are office area, battle area, practice area, rest area, entertainment area, and so on. The walls and floors are also high-strength alloys. At this time, Lu Qi and Keiku are fighting each other, polishing each other's armament haki. Hit and hit. Lu Qi's face was serious. Once upon a time, he is the strongest genius of CP9 in the past 800 years. In the entire CP9, his talent and strength are the strongest, unrivaled. Under Lu Qi is Keiku. Keiku can be said to be the second talent in CP9. Both strength and talent are strong. But Keiku is compared with Lu Qi. That would look a little dim. With Lu Qi's strength, Keiku couldn't catch up with him before. Lu Qi is the strongest in the entire CP9. He has always stood out from the crowd. But since returning to the world government, enter CP0 and become Bell's subordinate, Lu Qi felt it. Keiku's strength suddenly soared. For a short time, has been able to compete with him for a long time now. What is the reason for this? Courtside, the Black Silk Royal Sisters Khalifa, Jabra, and Brooke also pondered in their hearts. They are all intelligence spies. Not bad brains. In terms of one's own talent, Keiku is definitely not comparable to Lu Qi, that is a gap that cannot be compared with horses. But now they can fight back and forth with Lu Qi, and even have a tendency to catch up with each other. This is a bit unbelievable. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Several people thought of the possibility of this accident. If something will affect the strength, then it is the matter of joining Bell and becoming CP0. Certainly. Becoming a CP is just a change of identity. It is impossible to affect their talent and strength. So, the eyes of several people suddenly froze. Everyone thought of the ball of light that Bell gave them when they were recruited. What is that light group? Few people have figured it out yet. They just think it's Bell's way of controlling them. Now it seems, the light group may not only have the function of preventing them from betraying. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Bell walked in wearing a faceless mask. Lu Qi and Keiku stopped fighting immediately. Bell glanced at the 5 of them. Get ready, we have something to do. He just went to meet the 5 elders. 5 elders puts insurance on the fact that Ace will die in the top spot. Let CP0 intervene secretly to guard Ace. When necessary, you can directly kill Ace. And this matter was handed over to a vice president of CP0. Meanwhile, the blonde 5 elders made it a point to get Bell involved. It is not only an opportunity for meritorious service, but also an opportunity for Bell to gain experience. Simple and the 5 of CP9 talked about the matter. The 5 of CP9 were a little surprised. 5 elders didn't understand why I'm cared so much about Fire Fist Ace. They also don't understand why 5 elders care so much about Fire Fist Ace. He must die. CP0 is dispatched. With 5 people, Bell boarded an unremarkable warship. A tall man stood on the deck of the warship. There are also 2 tall CP0 standing behind it. F#YF+. Don't think about it. The one who can follow the vice president of CP0 is also an official CP0 like Bell. Say what makes Bell different from them. They are emotionless machines. Inside CP0, most are also such machines. Except for the chief and deputy chiefs, all of them are like this. The deputy chief looked at Bell, laughing under the mask of his ape face. My code name is King Kong, you are the person whom His Excellency Five Elders values, so you can just call me my representative from now on. He knew something about Bel's identity. As a world noble in the past. Even if you are down and out. But the pride should still be there. So he directly put Bel's status on the same level as himself. Instead of simply seeing Bel as a subordinate. Bel didn't nod when he saw this, and Kaido was serious. Lord King Kong, you are the vice president, and I'm just a common member. There was laughter again from under the ape face mask. Ha 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 ha, you boy, you really deserve to be the person that Lord Five Elders values. At such a young age, he is valued by the Five Elders. It's rare to be able to be neither arrogant nor impetuous. In addition, Bel went to treat the left arm of Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army. Although not successful, Wang Niuzhao. But it also made King Kong admire Bel very much. Because he was before joining CP0. Is a lieutenant under the empty hand. Looking at Bel, King Kong was in a great mood. Aizen, what do you think about this mission? Kin asked Bel for his opinion on the task. It proves that King Kong has fully agreed with Bel. I have no intention of belittling Bel as an equal to myself. As for the Lu Chi 5 behind Bel. King Kong just glanced at it, and was not in office at all. What about CP9's strongest genius in the past 800 years? Put it in CP0, it is just an ordinary member of common. Welcome to this task. Bel murmured, and discussed in detail with King Kong to ensure that the mission was safe. Chapter 119. Time gradually passed. Evening. After leaving the Island of the Gods, I rushed to Momuzagi in Marine, and finally saw the outline of Marineford from a distance. She reboarded the outfit she wore as a Marine Admiral alternate. A cloak of justice is draped behind him, and a long knife is slung around his waist. Her hair is up, and as a mother, Momuzagi looks more mature and charming. Beside Momuzagi, a short-haired yin stood there in a white outfit. He looked seriously at the naval headquarters in the distance with his eyes, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. Yin couldn't help but secretly clenched the short sword around his waist. This time I went back to naval headquarters with my mother. It is to accompany mother back to her natal home and report her safety. Yin also wants to use his powerful talent to let his mother, Wolf, show off the limelight. Silver and Momuzagi aren't the only ones on board, though. I heard that the two are going to Marine. Another person followed. That is Zeroth. Among Marine 307, there are scientific madmen like Vegapunk. Claims to be 500 years ahead of the world. These few years. Zeroth had heard a lot about Vegapunk from Momuzagi. What a pacifist, what a man-made devil fruit house. These are all invented by the scientist Vegapunk. He is very excited. Concerned about hearing that Momuzagi and Silver are going back to Marine. Zeroth followed. He's going to meet that Vegapunk. It would be great if we could have another exchange in the scientific world with each other. The outline of Marineford slowly came into view. Momuzagi's eyes were slightly complicated. She has lived here since childhood. So this is pretty much her home. Thinking of the upcoming battle for the top. Momuzagi sighed inwardly. For now, she's just praying that the Porgas family will just come to save Ace. For Marine, for naval headquarters, let it go if you can. Even for her sake. Momuzagi thought so. The battleship was now approaching Marineford. The day after tomorrow there will be a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, all the Marines were tense, and the degree of tension can be imagined. A warship was spotted approaching swaggeringly. A warship patrolling outside the port suddenly became chaotic. Everyone on the ship looked terrified, thinking that it might be that the Whitebeard pirates had come to attack in advance. The colonel and officer on the patrol warship quickly reported the matter to the headquarters. Looking at the battleship, he suppressed his composure. This is naval headquarters. There are also 100,000 elite marines sitting inside. What is he afraid of? If it's the Whitebeard pirates, then they have no choice but to die. Force yourself to calm down. The colonel officer looked at the warship approaching, picked up the loudspeaker and said. The battleship opposite, who are you? Naval headquarters ahead, leave quickly. Because there is no pirate flag on the opposite ship. So the colonel officer did not directly order the shelling. Meanwhile, naval headquarters. Inside the marshal's office. Even if it is already evening. But the entire CHEC headquarters office building is still brightly lit. Sengoku's marshal's office is extremely busy. 3 admirals, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral T. Dolphin and Flying Squirrel, the headquarters Vice Admiral, are all there. Everyone discussed some details of the battle together. At this time, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. He picked it up calmly. Hello. As soon as he said that, Sengoku heard an unbelievable voice from the other end. Admiral Sengoku, there is a warship that does not fly the pirate flag, and it is sailing towards the headquarters, but it is unknown. The patrol boat has already given a warning, but the other party still does not leave. Is it sunk? Everyone in the marshal's office stopped discussing. They looked at the phone bug on Sengoku's desk, frowning slightly. Kizaru does not matter authentic. A pirate ship without a pirate flag. Is it still necessary to call here for such a trivial matter? Just hit it and sink it. Kizaru said, feeling really nonsensical. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates really scared the middle and lower marines. On the eve of this summit. Report this shit. Akainu and Aokiji thought the same way. Sengoku's eyes were serious. However, he also understood the behavior reported by the lower-ranking officers. After all, the battle for the top position is imminent, and no one wants to make trouble. He said in a low voice. First confirm the identity of the opponent. If it is a pirate, sink it immediately. On patrol boat. The colonel nodded while holding the phone bug. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. His figure was unconsciously straightened. The opposing warship, please answer your identities. If you don't respond, we will start shelling. He said it 3 times in a row as a warning. But on the opposite boat, no one responded at all. Not that Momuzagi didn't want to respond. But this battleship is just the most common battleship. Good speed and hardness. But there are no supporting facilities. The amplified phone bug is even more gone. Seeing this, the colonel on the patrol boat had a slightly dark expression. Marshal Sengoku, I'm about to start the bombardment. Sengoku in the marshal's office was about to nod. But the next moment, he heard a shocking and unbelievable voice from the phone bug. This voice made many people stand up directly. Chapter 120. Momuzagi felt a little helpless when he heard the voice from the opposite side. She has no way of responding to each other. Momuzagi's jade hand rests on the golden pira at the waist. Although now is already a mother. But Momuzagi's strength has not declined. Instead, it has been in the island of gods for a few years. Momuzagi's strength has grown a lot. It is still some distance from the admiral level, the top of the sea though. But now she also has the fighting power of the emperor's deputy. It may be a little weaker in terms of physical strength. He looked at his mother's hand on the long knife at his waist. With a serious face, Yin looked at the warship in the distance, and said while holding the short sword tightly around his waist. Mother, you don't need to take action. It's just a warship, I'll take care of it. As Yin said, there was a tendency to pull out the short sword from his waist. Seeing this, Momuzagi quickly stopped her. Although Silver is still young. But the strength is already very strong. At least at the vice-captain level. His shikai, some people who don't understand it are more likely to be tricked if they don't make mistakes. Silver, naval headquarters is not our enemy. Instead, naval headquarters is still her home. Momuzagi's voice fell quickly. Silver pondered slightly after hearing this. Knowing about my mother, I will have a sense of proportion. Just when Yin was about to make a move to frighten the opposing warship, Zeroth held his hand down. Yin was puzzled, and turned to look at himself, the 16th brother, in doubt. Zeroth didn't return his puzzled look. Instead, it took out something like a wireless headset. He handed the earphones to Momuzagi, laughing. And, use this to communicate with the other party. As a tech maniac, a small communication tool is naturally simple and easy for him. Momuzagi froze for a moment. Take the earphones and put them in the pinna. Momuzagi spoke quietly, and the sound of picking a rabbit came directly from the amplified telephone bug on the opposite warship. The warship opposite, this is Vice Admiral Momuzagi. In order to prevent the other party from hearing clearly, Momuzagi also said it 3 times in succession. Her voice came through the speakerphone bug, heard by the colonel and all Marines on the warship. At the same time, it was also transmitted to naval headquarters not far away through another phone bug in the colonel's hand. Inside the marshal's office. Listen to the voice coming from the phone bug. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Listening to the familiar voice, they immediately recognized that it was Momuzagi's voice. Crane Vice Admiral is the most certain. Cloudy, tired eyes suddenly lit up. Crane Vice Admiral got up, and walked to the desk in 3 steps and 2 steps. She picked up the phone bug on Sengoku's desk. Crane Vice Admiral's hands trembled a little. Momuzagi has been missing for more than 10 days. Marine has launched all the intelligence networks and all the relationship searches. But there has been no news. This made Crane Vice Admiral almost worried to death. If it weren't for the upcoming battle for the top station, she would have asked Sengoku for leave and gone to sea alone to find Momuzagi. Did not expect. Just at this juncture when there is only 1 day left in the battle for the top. Momuzagi is back? Crane Vice Admiral looked excited, and quickly said on the phone. Jun, is that really you? You're back. Inside the marshal's office. Watching Crane Vice Admiral's excitement. Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals all had complex expressions. They are also a little surprised now. At the same time, everyone's eyes were deep. Momuzagi was kidnapped by that hot god Natalia. Marine searched vigorously for so long but there was no news. Can now? Just at this juncture when there are only 2 days left in the battle for the top. Momuzagi actually took the initiative to return to Marine? This really made a few people think of something. Not that they are suspicious. But another admiral candidate with the same identity as Momuzagi. T. Dolphin, like Crane Vice Admiral, lost his mind. Momuzagi, that's his goddess. I remembered that the goddess was taken away in front of her face. At that time, he didn't even have the courage to resist Natalia. I don't know how long the T-Dolphin regretted it afterwards. He has been guilty in his heart why he was not brave in the first place. Why didn't it make a shot, leaving Momuzagi behind? Although that's the case, maybe his results will be close to Blackbeard's. The T-Dolphin's eyes are bright, and the eyes are full of the same hope as Crane Vice Admiral. After Crane Vice Admiral's voice fell, he nervously held the phone bug, his heart pounding. Finally, after 2 or 3 seconds, there came Momuzagi's surprised voice. Elder sister. Is it you? I'm back. Momuzagi heard the joy, surprise, and worry in Crane Vice Admiral's words. The mixed emotions made Momuzagi's eyes moist. Compared to Crane Vice Admiral, she hasn't come back for 3 or 4 years, and hasn't seen each other. Silver silently walked to his mother, silent. Inside the marshal's office. Again, it's Momuzagi's voice. Crane Vice Admiral couldn't take it anymore. Holding the phone bug, she didn't even think about talking to Sengoku and others. Crane Vice Admiral went straight out of the office and walked towards the exit of the office building. While walking, Crane Vice Admiral ordered in a deep voice. Patrol warship, I order you, never allow bombardment of the opponent, do you understand? Crane Vice Admiral ordered. On the patrol ship. The colonel straightened up at the order. Yes, Crane Vice Admiral. At this moment, his heart was also full of surprise and horror. I don't even know if Momuzagi on the opposite side is real. But this is not what he should consider. Now, only to obey the orders of Crane Vice Admiral. Then, the battleship Momuzagi was on was unimpeded. Drive all the way into the crescent-shaped port of Naval Headquarters. This is Port Oaks. Port Center. Crane Vice Admiral waited here early. Sengoku, Garp, San Admiral, Chafo, and others also came. Everyone is waiting here. Sengoku and 3 admirals are not afraid of bad people coming. This is Naval Headquarters. All the top executives from Marine are there. The opponent is just a battleship. Even if Whitebeard and his captains came, it would be a dead-end case. The battleship gradually docked. Momuzagi walked off the boat with Silver and Zeroth. Look at Momuzagi in the cloak of justice. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes suddenly became moist. She walked over quickly and took Momuzagi's hands. Crane Vice Admiral no longer cares about whether there is any conspiracy. She just wanted to take a good look at her sister. Even if the other party is fake. Sengoku glanced at Garp. Garp nodded and followed Vice Admiral quietly. With his strength. If the other party wants to do something to Vice Admiral, he can react immediately. But see Momuzagi for the first time. Everyone is basically determined. This person should undoubtedly be Momuzagi himself. At least in this appearance, it's not bad at all. Sengoku also thought of the clone fruit ability. But clone fruit ability user Bentham is still closed in Impel Down. It should not be the other party. A group of marine executives pondered. Momuzagi looked at Crane Vice Admiral, his eyes were a little moist. Naval headquarters is her home. The Crane is her only relative. Seeing her sister, Momuzagi also had difficulty suppressing her emotions. Finally, after holding Momuzagi's hand for a while, Crane Vice Admiral also suppressed the excitement in his heart. Sanity regained. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Momuzagi and began to verify his identity. Jun. She pulled Momuzagi aside. The two chatted about things that only their sisters knew. Finally, Crane Vice Admiral is absolutely convinced. This is my sister, Momuzagi, no doubt. Watching this scene, Sengoku, San Admiral, and others felt more and more abnormal. Momuzagi was kidnapped by that Natalia, but now she came back by herself? How is this possible? And those two kids? Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes to Yin and Zeroth. Zeroth was very indifferent. He is only interested in science, scientists. For the high level of this group of naval headquarters, Zeroth wasn't interested at all. Yin, on the other hand, straightened his back and stared sharply at him. Naval headquarters, this is my mother's natal home. He is back this time. It is nostalgic to follow my mother back. At the same time, it was also a forceful way to let his mother show off. Although his strength is not inferior among the brothers and sisters, even Byakuya is not as good. But he who masters Shikai, plus Ryūjin, who is already a lot at a young age. He is confident and easily defeats the Rear Admiral. Even the headquarters of Vice Admiral. He tried his best, but he might not be unable to fight. Looking at Yin's sharp eyes, Sengoku's eyes lit up slightly. You can have such eyes at a young age. Good. The three admirals also looked at each other. Both Akainu and Aokiji couldn't help showing their appreciation. Only Kizaru. He looked wretched and smiled slowly. Yo yo yo. The little boy's eyes are very sharp. It really scared the old man. While saying this, Huang Yuan's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Silver and Zeroth at this time. Instead, he looked at Momuzagi suspiciously. Momuzagi, these two children. Momuzagi replied with a smile. First look at Zeroth. Sister, this is Zeroth, a kid with potential I met on the way back. He was very interested in science, so I brought him back. After hearing this, Crane Vice Admiral and others nodded. They are the top marines. When you go to sea, if you meet a suitable marine seedling, they will both bring each other back. For example, Sengoku's former adopted son, Aokiji, Kabe, etc. Momuzagi looked at Yin again at this time, and the smile in her eyes became more intense. Opening his mouth, Momuzagi spat out a sentence that shocked all the marine executives present. This is Silver, and it is my child. Momuzagi's voice fell. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Momuzagi, thinking she was joking. Jun, what do you mean? His talent is very good, so he was accepted by you. Crane Vice Admiral said. This is also accepted by Sengoku et al. Possibility. If they meet a seedling with really good talent, he will also adopt him as his adopted son. The T-Dolphin also let go of his tightly gripped heart. Joke. How could this kid be Momozagi's kid? How long has she been missing? In more than 10 days, a child of this size was born? How can this be? The T-Dolphin looked at Yin with kindness in his eyes. In the past, he had no way to catch Momozagi, and he couldn't catch him at all. But it will be different in the future. Momozagi now has an adopted son. Then he can be nice to Yin. Momozagi Iwujuxia, maybe he will really consider him. Taking Yin as his future adopted son, the T-Dolphin's eyes are full of kindness. This kindness made Silver frown slightly. The way this greasy and wretched man looked at his mother made him very unhappy. My mother, but my father's. So far. Silver didn't hesitate at all. He is a genius boy. Although in the island of gods, this is nothing. But put it outside. Silver is very proud. He was so proud that even if the other party was an admiral candidate like his mother, he did not hesitate to attack. Pull out the short sword and aim at the wretched male T-Dolphin. Silver opened his mouth lightly, his eyes were cold. Shoot him, Shinso. The short sword stretches rapidly. This scene caught everyone off guard. It was completely unexpected that Yin would directly attack the T-Dolphin. The T-Dolphin almost didn't react. But it's okay. Silver's current Shinso is fast though. But not so fast that even the T-Dolphin can't react. On the nick of time. He held out a hand covered in thick armament haki. Ding! The long knife and the T-Dolphin clashed with each other, making the sound of gold and iron. 0. Next moment. The T-Dolphin was suddenly sent flying by the extended long knife. Even Silver can't break his armament haki defense. But the power of this Shinso is also very strong. Looking at the T-Dolphin that was knocked into the air by the Silver blow. Everyone present was a little dazed. Did they read it right? The long knife in that kid's hand stretched out directly, knocking the T-Dolphin into the air? How much force is this? Not to mention under-reaction force. Yinben should also be knocked into the air. But he didn't even step back. What does that mean? Genius. Peerless genius. Sengoku's gaze brightened sharply. Garp and the 3 admirals also looked slightly startled. At this time, watching the T-Dolphin being knocked into the air, Momozagi smiled and didn't care. Looking at Crane Vice Admiral, he jumped to ask the other party's question. No, Silver is not my adopted son. It's my own son. Momozagi's voice fell. This news was no less shocking than Cai Yin's blow to fly the T-Dolphin. What? Silver is Momozagi's real son. These 2 words emerged in the hearts of everyone present at the same time. Several people looked at each other and looked at each other. Crane Vice Admiral complex opening, cannot set the channel. Jun, I didn't hear you say what kind of children you had before. Or, you even hid my sister from me before. She instinctively thought. This is the illegitimate child of Momozagi on the sea before. Maybe this time when I went to sea, I encountered it by chance and brought it back. Or something happened to Silver's father. Entrusted it to Momozagi. So did Sengoku et al. Everyone didn't think that this was the child Momozagi gave birth to in the past 10 days, so how could it be possible? Not far away. The T-Dolphin also came back quickly. First, he glanced at Yin in surprise. Listen to Momozagi. He clutched his heartbroken chest. The T-Dolphin looked incredulously at Momozagi, the ramp. Jun, is that why you never agreed to my marriage proposal? Listen to the T-Dolphin and Crane Vice Admiral. Momozagi shook her head helplessly. First glanced at the T-Dolphin, Momozagi said bluntly. I don't promise you, it's just that I don't like you. No other reason. She looked at Crane Vice Admiral again, and finally her eyes fell on Yin. He is my own son. It's also my son who was born after being missing for more than 10 days. Momozagi fell behind. The people present couldn't understand at all. They just think Momozagi is bullshitting. Because if this thing is true, that is too unbelievable, right? Momozagi disappeared for more than 10 days and gave birth to such a big son? Will you live a day as a year? October pregnancy steps let you omit straight? A few people didn't believe it at all. Think Momuzagi is just messing with them. Can follow Momuzagi's explanation. Let everyone froze in place. Momuzagi didn't tell them about the island of the gods. He just lied that he was taken away and entered a mysterious island space. There, she met a man she liked, married him, and had a child. After 3 or 4 years, she went to sea again, wanting to return to the headquarters to report her safety. However, the outside world has not yet happened to stand on top of the competition. Listen to this. Everyone was silent. Chapter 121. This is the moment. Sengoku and all marine executives who were present agreed. Either Momuzagi is babbling, or is affected by some devil fruit ability. Even Crane Vice Admiral and Garp think so. After all, how could there be such a place in this world? Is it really like a day in the outside world and a year in the inside? Just kidding. Looking at the unbelieving eyes of everyone, Momuzagi was also a little helpless. She really didn't know how to explain it. Although the ban on the poor gas family has been completely lifted by Chu Xia. But she can't just tell each other, I'm from the poor gas family, right? The battle for the top has not yet begun. Momuzagi didn't want to volunteer to reveal anything about the poor gas family. She was afraid that the delay would affect Chu Xia's plan. But Momuzagi is really thinking too much. Because Chu Xia lifted the ban on the entire family, then he is ready for his family to be completely exposed to the sea. Even the founding of God's Island was brought up by Chu Xia. Even now, Momuzagi tells Sengoku and others about the poor gas family. It will not affect any of Chu Xia's plans. It's just based on Momuzagi's love and loyalty to Chu Xia. Even Marine. She won't say either. At this time, Kizaru, who usually doesn't like to talk much, suddenly spoke. He looked at Momuzagi with slightly bright eyes, as if thinking of something. Jun Vice Admiral, what you mean? After you were captured by Natalia, you were taken to a mysterious island by her. The time velocity of the mysterious island is almost 100 times that of our outside world. Do you mean this? Kizaru wasn't sure, so he asked again. Momuzagi nodded. After being affirmed, Kizaru's expression turned serious and he became thoughtful. Sengoku and others all looked at him. Does this fishy admiral know something? Sengoku couldn't believe it. 937 After all, Kizaru is not a regular guy. What reasonable answer can you expect him to give at this time? Just kidding. Counting on him, Sengoku might as well just believe what Momuzagi said. But this time Kizaru was destined to surprise Sengoku. Kizaru briefly thought about it, and then said, when I followed Dr. Vegapunk, I heard some secret things in the sea. Listen to what Kizaru said. Several people's eyes lit up one after another. Even Sengoku stares. How did he forget that Kizaru is the head of the science unit? And if this thing comes from the mouth of Vegapunk? So, Sengoku has believed 8 points. Kizaru said again. Dr. Vegapunk once said that there are many mysterious islands in this sea that no one else has ever been to. Those islands are isolated from the world, and they all require specific scenes and specific methods to enter. Some of those islands are in the deep sea, stranded according to the high tide of the sea and emerge. Some are in a separate mysterious space, and Tian Fen's mystery is unpredictable. Speaking of which, Kizaru looked at Momuzagi. The mysterious space that Jun Vice Admiral enters, I think it is such an island. Kizaru's words. Let the eyes of everyone present brighten up. But everyone still doesn't believe it. Because this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Garp, who had never spoken, said suddenly. Everyone, do you still remember the final island in Legendary? Listen to this. Sengoku, San Admiral, and Tsuru Vice Admiral all changed their expressions. The last isle, Raftel. Of course they know this, and it's loud and clear. That was the island that Gordy Roger himself sailed to in the past. It is said that there is a blank 100 years of history recorded on it. And Roger is precisely because he has been to that island. He was called the One Piece by the Sea. It has been 800 years since ancient times. There is only one piece like Roger. Think of the mystery of that island. Everyone couldn't help but change their expressions and looked at Momuzagi. Sengoku's tone was complicated and authentic. Jun, did you mean that you went to the island of the end? Listen to Sengoku. Even Momuzagi himself was dubious. Because she doesn't know what the island of God is called outside. Could it really be Raftel? Look at the half-belief on Momuzagi's face. Sengoku was instantly sure. What the other party said should be true. No matter how unbelievable it is. But in the end, it should really be like this. It's just that there is actually a mysterious island in this sea where the speed of time is 100 times faster than that of the outside world. This is too shocking. Sengoku, San Admiral, Garp, and he were all shocked. Slow down for a while. After everyone has accepted the shocking news. Garp laughed and looked at Silver. He bent down, came to Yin's side, and patted each other's shoulder. Ha ha ha, what a little monster. At a young age, you can knock the accumulator into the air with one blow. Your talent is unfathomable. This may become a Marine Admiral in the future. Garp was not stingy with his praise. Silver looks only a few years old now. Just like 2 or 3 years old. Such a young age, with such a powerful combat power. It's almost like a joke. This is not genius. It's a monster. Sengoku and San Admiral also thought of this at the same time. Without waiting for Sengoku to speak. Aokiji looked at Silver first, speaking softly. Silver, are you interested in following me? I will take you on a journey across the ocean, steadily becoming stronger. In the future, my admiral position is more likely to be yours. And this only requires you to worship me as a teacher. Aokiji spoke first and asked the cashier directly. Silver looked at Aokiji, his eyes were full of seriousness. He knows Aokiji's identity. One of Marine's 3 admirals, with hidden ice fruit abilities. The strength is very strong, but it is a top powerhouse above this sea. And although his own talent is very strong. But if you can worship such a strong person as your teacher, and travel this sea with him. That also has a lot of benefits for him. The most important is this Aokiji in the mouth of own mother. He is a man who insists on justice. Unlike Akainu. Too cruel. Yin agreed with heart. But before he could speak. Akainu, behind Aokiji, took a step forward. Akainu stood beside Aokiji, looking at Silver. There is no smile on his face is full of iron and blood, and his eyes are firm. Aokiji thought that Akainu was going to reprimand Silver. But he was obviously wrong. Akainu looked at Silver and said calmly. Silver, your mother is an alternate for Marine Admiral, and she has done a lot of battles with her own insistence on justice. And I, Marine Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki. I have the purest insistence on justice. If you want, I can teach you everything I have learned and understood in my life. Take you to kill pirates and make military exploits. In the future, you and I may not be able to enter the 4 Emperors group alone and destroy a powerful 4 Emperors pirate group. I think with your talent, you are definitely not far from the scene. 11. As for Marine Admiral, Akainu said, and glanced at Aokiji. It is no exaggeration to say that Marine Admiral is just your starting point. Marshal Marine, or even the Commander-in-Chief of the world's official government, as long as you have the qualifications, I will do everything I can to bring it to you. Akainu said firmly, without any hint of joking in his tone. Hearing this, Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku and others were stunned. Even Yin was stunned in place. He didn't expect that Akainu, whom his mother called Iron and Blood, and Sakazuki Admiral, who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. He actually solicited himself like this. Even promised the Marine Marshal, the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army? Silver froze. Sengoku, Garp, and Crane looked at each other. For Akainu and Aokiji's fight for Silver. They can all understand. After all, Evil Boy is too rare. With a talent like his, it is not impossible for a 10-year-old to have an admiral-level combat power. Still so young. As long as Aokiji and Akainu take it under their command. Then you can turn it into the successor of justice you insist on. This is what they value most. So even Akainu. They all promised without hesitation. Look at Silver. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru all laughed. This boy Yin is the new star of Marine in the future. All three of them thought of this in their hearts. But Yin himself fell into hesitation and entanglement. Looking at the tangled and hesitant Yin, Momozagi opened his mouth and said for his son. Kyūzen Admiral, Sakazuki Admiral. Silver just returned to the headquarters with me, although he will join Marine. But it's too early to mention apprenticeship now. Silver still has his childhood that he hasn't lived through yet. Momozagi's words fell. Akainu and Aokiji said in unison. Jun Vice Admiral, it's getting late. The two looked at each other while talking. Aokiji spoke first. I will take Yin to travel all over the sea and accompany him to spend his childhood alone. From now on, I will keep the back seat of my bicycle for him. Listen to what Aokiji said. Akainu's face darkened instantly. Because he didn't know what to say. He's not as laid back as Aokiji. He is not hunting pirates all day long, or he is on the way to hunt pirates. How can I have the time to wander around with Yin Manshija? So. For Aokiji this time. He couldn't give a strong counterattack. Could it be that he told Yin directly? Do I take you, who is still young, to kill pirates every day? Let you grow up in blood and fire, and become the second me in the future? Akainu is iron blood. But he is not stupid. So said. It's no wonder Yin can worship him as his teacher. So Akainu was in a dilemma. Aokiji looked at Silver and smiled. He was 80% sure that Yin was already tempted. Actually, Silver was also really tempted. He doesn't particularly agree with Akainu's iron-blooded justice. He prefers Aokiji like that, with a personality of justice. Even before on the Island of the Gods. He also heard a few big brother-sisters talk about these marine admirals. At that time, the big brother-sisters said that it is the sea. Their worst enemy is not the marine. Just the government of the world. Although marine is the official dog of the world. But if marine can be changed to another owner, they will be loyal to their Porgas family. That is also very beneficial to them. The generals in marine are not dirty world government. Although there are many fallen people. On the surface at least. Marine is not dark. In Akainu, Aokiji, Kizuru 3 admirals. Kizuru can't see through it for the time being. But Akainu and Aokiji duo. They all have their own justice. They are all doing what is truly righteous. Although Akainu's iron blood also killed many common people. However, this cannot become a drawback in the eyes of everyone on the Island of Gods. Because they have a common strong thinking. That is being strong. In the process of carrying out justice, there will inevitably be sacrifices. Although those sacrifices are also very uncomfortable. But, in this world, this cannot be changed. No matter how strong it is, it cannot be changed. This is even the youngest child of the Porgas family. One born. I will also be instilled with strong thinking by the big brother-sisters. Therefore, Silver is also quite acceptable to Akainu. At this time, watch Silver's tangle with Akainu and Aokiji. Suddenly, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. After the top stand, he is about to resign. Resigned from the post of Marine Marshal and retreated to the second line. And after he resigned, the position of Marshal Marine was naturally vacant. Among the current three major pieces, Akainu and Aokiji have the best chance of competing for the Marshal position. Kizuru doesn't fit at all. If the Marine Marshal is allowed to be him, the whole marine fishes collectively, and things like mixing wages will happen. Don't say he doesn't agree then. The 5 elders were all jumping in anger. So there are only 2 candidates, Akainu and Aokiji. Sengoku is partial to Aokiji in it. But the 5 elders' side favored Akainu. The 2 sides disagreed. There will inevitably be conflicts between Akainu and Aokiji. Even in the end, the 2 confronted each other by force, competing for the position of Marine Marshal. And as long as this duel is fought, the loser will definitely withdraw from Marine. As the top powerhouse in the sea, their arrogance will never allow themselves to stay in Marine and endure the humiliation. That scene was something Sengoku didn't want to see. Akainu and Aokiji. Everyone is essential to Marine. It turned out that he couldn't stop this from happening. But now, look at Silver. Sengoku suddenly thought of an excellent solution to this matter. What if Silver, Shizu, and Aokiji are teachers at the same time? So, both of them have the fetters of Yin, the future rising star of Marine. Even if one of them loses in the competition for the position of Marshal, there is Silver. Then he won't quit Marine. To carefully teach Silver. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes brightened. He glanced at Akainu and Aokiji first. Then he looked at Silver again. Sengoku smiled. Everyone, I have a proposal. After receiving everyone's eyes on himself, Sengoku continued opening 3.3. Whether it is Sakazuki or Kyūzan, you are the highest combat power in the world, and you all have rich life and combat experience. As for Yin, the facts have proved that he is definitely the rising star of my Marine, the Marshal's talent. So, stop arguing, both of you, and take a step back. Let Yin worship both of you as teachers at the same time, and you two will teach together. In this way, my Marine will have a Supreme Marshal in the future, wouldn't it be better? As Sengoku, his proposal will naturally be valued by everyone. He's still the Marshal of the Marine. Everyone has to sell his face. Even Akainu is no exception. What's more, Sengoku's proposal is also good for him. If you let Silver choose, then he will most likely choose Aokiji directly. And now, both sides take a step back. Collect cash together as apprentices, teach together, and cultivate a great marshal for the future of Marine. Why not? Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other. The two nodded to each other. Although on weekdays, the two compete constantly. The two factions under his command are constantly fighting. But just today, on the Silver thing, they can do it. Ha 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 ha. Watching the two agree, Garp laughed out loud, and the whole person was very happy. Shortly after, Marine Beauty Admiral Alternate Momuzagi returns to Marine. And brought back a biological son. This biological son is also a genius, and he is hailed by Sengoku as the Marshal's talent, and Akainu and Aokiji both accept him as apprentices. The news spread rapidly throughout the sea that night. The sea shakes. At the same time, Impel Down Impelton Prison. An ordinary warship has arrived here. But the few figures standing on the warship are not common at all. CPO Vice President King Kong and Bell arrived at Impel Down. Chapter 122. Looking at the steel behemoth in front of him, Bell's eyes were calm, but his heart moved slightly. With his strength, now he directly enters the deepest eternal hell of Impel Down, and it is not difficult to rescue Ace. The Vice President of CPO, King Kong, and the opponent's two subordinates are not enough for him at all. What's more, beside Bell is Blueno among the 5 members of CP9. Blueno's door fruit, if you want to take Ace away. It's as simple as eating and drinking. But Bell thinks, taking Ace away now is not in line with his style of conduct. Standing at the top is the general trend. The government of the world made it clear that it wanted to destroy a group of 4 emperors to frighten the sea. The other end, the establishment of the Island of the Gods, and the Portgas family's exposure to the sea are also the general trend. So many years have passed. Many people in the family were overwhelmed by Chu Xia's ban. Everyone wants to go to this sea very much now. To scramble. To fight for supremacy. So this battle for the top. Not only is it a great opportunity to frighten the sea in the eyes of the government of the world. At the same time, it is also an opportunity for the Portgas family to show their talents. If Bell saves Ace now, not only will his own identity be exposed, he will not be a CP. What's more, it will affect the various layouts of the father's marriage. He is not a fool, of course he would not do such a thing. So, seeing Impel Down, Seer was very calm. So much so that when he followed King Kong to Eternal Hell, Bell was in the same mood as always. No mood swings at all from meeting my Uncle Ace. CP0 Everyone walks in the Eternal Hell. Magellan was by his side. The pirates around saw that it was the guys from CP0 who came. They scolded Garp harder than they did back then. Because in this sea, no one likes people from the CP organization of the world government. The CP organization can be said to be beaten by everyone. Among them, CP is hated by everyone. Listen to the swearing. Magellan turned his head, BG on the iron bars with his baton. Seeing the director of Venom is really angry. This group of criminals did not stop at all. On the contrary, he scolded even more fiercely. In their mouths. CP0, the highest spy agency of the government of the world. Being scolded like an underground mouse. It's just that King Kong and Bell didn't care at all. Everyone walked all the way to the deepest part of eternal hell. The shouting became quieter. Can be locked in the deepest part of eternal hell. All of them were once famous big pirates in the sea. After seeing Garp, they might even say a few words. But met CPO. They didn't even bother to look. Only Jinbei looked at the group of CPOs with vigilance in his eyes. He looked at Ace in the deepest cell, and spoke solemnly. Ace, here we come. Should be escorting you to naval headquarters. Ace, you must be careful and wait for Dad's rescue. You must live. Jinbei solemnly blessed. Say it. Looking at Ace, who still kept his head down and said nothing. Jinbei sighed. Defeated by Blackbeard. It really hit Ace's heart completely. It never occurred to him. Chasing a traitor by himself will be countered by the other party. It also caused a huge crisis for the Whitebeard pirates. This is something Ace never expected. He regrets it now. Regret dragging the Whitebeard pirates into crisis. As for what Garp said to him that day, Ace didn't take it to heart at all. That BD Roger has only one heir. How could I have relatives? Could it be Roger's siblings? Do not make jokes. That Roger guy, never heard of any relatives. So everything Garp said that day, it doesn't matter in the slightest to Ace. All fake. At this time, King Kong finally arrived at the door of Ace's cell with everyone from CP0. Looking at Ace, the eyes under the King Kong mask turned to Magellan. Is this Fire Fist, Porgas D Ace? Magellan nodded. Yes, sir, he is Ace of the Fire Fist. King Kong nodded and said directly. Take him away, and bring him into your commissioner's office, and let us see him in person. Magellan listened and nodded again. He didn't dare to feel dissatisfied. Fire Fist Ace is at stake. 5 elders should add an extra insurance policy on this matter. Magellan personally took Ace out of the cell and escorted him to his commissioner's office. After arriving at the director's office, King Kong gestured to the next subordinate. The CP nodded. He quickly reached out and created a black transparent barrier to bind Ace. This is his ability. As long as he doesn't want to untie the transparent barrier, no one can untie it unless he dies. Although it is single, it is better to imprison people than anything else. Ace doesn't care about all the changes around him. He leaned numbly on the black transparent barrier, his whole body was like a walking dead. Bell watched him silently. Looking at his eyes filled with dead silence. Bell shook his head inwardly. He did nothing. But everyone present has quietly entered into his Kyōka Suigetsu. 5 elders like to add insurance to things and keep them under their control at all times. And why not Bell? Whenever possible, he will give everyone who touches him, to meet his own Kyōka Suigetsu. All is quiet in the Impel Down director's office. No one spoke. The CPO people quietly guarded Ace and respected the 5 elders' order. Same night. The other 2 teams returning to their parents' home from God's Island are not far away. But before that, within the power of the world government, the 5 elders assembled late at night. All because of a message from naval headquarters. The Admiral substitute Momuzagi, who was taken away by Natalia, returned to naval headquarters by herself. And also brought back a biological son. The biological son was also hailed by Sengoku as the Marshal's capital. In an instant, I got this news. The 5 elders were shocked. They rushed to the power room to discuss this matter. The 5 held detailed information from naval headquarters in their hands. Watch and watch. Their faces were extremely serious. Everyone, how much do you think what Momuzagi said is true? Did she really enter a mysterious space where the flow of time is 100 times that of the outside world? This mustache 5 elders was sweating on his forehead, and the scar on his forehead trembled slightly. Obviously, he was in a very restless mood. In fact, if this matter is true, it will be of great concern. The faces of the other 4 were also more dignified. Several people looked at each other. In the end, the blonde 5 elders who was the best at reasoning said solemnly, "Gentlemen, what Momuzagi said, I think there is at least a bit of truth. At least that Yin is her son, I don't think Momuzagi will lie. Because there's no need. And the fact that she went to that mysterious island, I think it's probably true." Listen to the blonde 5 elders. The other 4 raised their eyebrows one after another, and their faces became more solemn. They actually have the same idea. Now it's just pointed out by the blonde 5 elders. Because 5 people have lived for so long. They know too many secrets. The sea. There really is something that doesn't usually exist above the sea. A mysterious space that appears only in a specific period and in a specific way. It really exists. Raftel, the final island, is a prime example. 5 elders had a serious expression on his face. The 5 people looked at the information over and over again, and their hearts became deeper and deeper. In this silent atmosphere, the blonde 5 elders continued. After confirming that these 2 things are mostly true, we can give reasonable guesses and questions. 1. The identity of the person who married Momuzagi and gave birth to Yin. 2nd, it took less than half a month for Momuzagi to be kidnapped, and counting the distance, at most 4 years would not have passed in the mysterious space. 4 years, plus the pregnancy in October, the oldest Yin is only 3 years old. 3 years old, with a combat power comparable to Vice Admiral, what kind of evil genius is this? In Naval Headquarters report to 5 elders, the fact that Yin has the strength of Vice Admiral was indicated. As the blonde 5 elders spoke, his lips trembled a little. He had never seen such a terrifying and exaggerated genius. It's so damn heaven-defying. Shocked, the blonde 5 elders uttered his last question. 3. What is the purpose of Momuzagi's return to the headquarters? Listen to 3 questions from the blonde 5 elders. The last one is second. Especially the first 2, made the other 4-5 elders look dignified. Such a thing as a mysterious space is already unbelievable. And who is the one who married Momuzagi? Silver, and why is he so powerful at only 3 years old? The 5 elders were silent. They couldn't think of an answer to a question. They deliberately reported this matter to Im. After all, it is about a space-time mystery. It is still a time-space secret realm where the time flow speed is 100 times that of the outside world. This is really not enough to calm the 5 elders. Even Im was taken aback. They have to report this matter. But before reporting, as a subordinate, they also have to think and master more secrets about this matter. This is the best way to report to Im. The 5 of them sat in silence for a long time, silently thinking about this matter. At the same time, New World, the Field of Beasts. Wanakuni Ghost Island. Even if it's late at night. But the Ghost Island Palace is still brightly lit. Because Kaido is in a bad mood today. He summoned all the senior officials of the 100 Beasts group to drink with him. Not only because of the defeat of the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group in the Edward Sea area. More important, it was Kaido who went out to sea again these days to look for Yamato's trace. But still no news. With the joint influence of the 100 Beasts group and the Big Mom group, plus half of the underground world. Can't even take a picture of a person. Kaido once wondered if he was a fake 4 emperors. So he is very angry. So he found Sanji and Fei Liupeo to drink with him. Looking at Fei Liupeo, there are only 4 left now. This made Kaido feel even more depressed. While the top executives of the 100 Beasts were drinking wine. Suddenly, a real hit broke into the hall. Look at Kaido above. This name really slapped his face with excitement. Boss Kaido, and let's use them back. The top executives of the 100 Beasts group got drunk. No one, including Kaido, heard this sentence. Still drinking like crazy. Seeing this, Genda had no choice but to repeat aloud again. Here. The relatively sober Yin finally came to his senses. His head was full of alcohol and suddenly sober. Yin turned his head and looked at the real name with sharp eyes. What did you say? Makoto repeated what he said just now. Here. Even Kaido was dumbfounded. After a while, Kaido reached out and patted Jack on the head beside him. Jack's bandage-wrapped head suddenly ached, and he turned his head to look at Xiang Luo resentfully. Boss, why did you hit me? Kaido stood up slowly, exuding a surging momentum on his body. I'll beat you iron-headed boy to see if you're dreaming now. There are still people who are as stubborn as you, playing with Laozi, said Kaido, silently took out his mace. He wants to let the real name know. What is Thunder 8 trigrams? Seeing this, the real player almost didn't get scared. In order to save himself, he hurriedly said again. Boss Kaido, what I said is really true. Master Yamato and the others are back. They came back by themselves. He looked at Kaido, who didn't say a word, but still walked towards him, the majestic Kaido. I was so scared that I was about to pee. But Kaido was so drunk that he couldn't listen to his words at all. Totally thought he was amusing himself. Don't these people know that they are going crazy looking for Yamato? How dare they all make up nonsense? I really don't know how to write dead? But 703 was at this moment. Without waiting for the real name to continue to explain something, a familiar voice came into the hall, which made Kaido startled. A whole father, are you drunk again? After all, a woman with silver hair, horns on her head, and a heroic dress entered the hall. On her waist is a Kaido of the same style, but it is a smaller mace. Looking at Yamato in front of him, Kaido muttered confusedly. It seems that Laozi is really dreaming when he is riding a horse. With that said, he walked up to Yamato. Aiming at Yamato's head, Kaido hits Thunder 8 trigrams right down. This scene barely made Yamato jump off his feet. A whole father. Without waiting for her to fight back, a thin and dark figure rushed in with a jagged long knife on his shoulder. Watch Kaido swing the mace down. Zaraki was so excited that he didn't pass. Looking at Kaido, Zaraki went straight up without hesitation, and slashed upwards, helping Yamato block Kaido's attack. Boom! Zaraki, who was originally thin and dark, should be directly turned into a meat paste by Kaido in the eyes of outsiders. Actually it is. Zaraki's jagged long knife collided with Kaido. Kaido was sent flying with the mace in his hand by the huge shock force. Zaraki flew backwards and knocked down several wine tables before stopping. But even though it flew upside down, Zaraki was not injured at all. Turned over and stood up again. Eyes full of excitement looking at Kaido. This lunatic's fighting spirit was a little teased. Fortunately, a gentle voice sounded, calming Zaraki's excited fighting spirit. Zaraki, don't be rude to Master Kaido. The tall Black Maria walked in. By her side, there are also two daughters, Kojiki Hiri and Junti. Kojiki Hiri is accompanied by Byakuya, who looks like a noble boy, and Rukia, a cute girl. Looking at the scene in front of him, like a gust of cool wind blowing, Kaido felt himself sober. And the daughter Yamato in front of her is still there. Looking at Yamato, Kaido's eyes widened, and tears flowed from his eyes. Yet it was impossible to make him sentimental. Kaido looked at Yamato with a big laugh. Silly son, are you really back? A whole father, are you sure it's me now? Kaido is not seeing him for a few days. Yamato has not seen Kaido for 3 or 4 years. Although he often talks about his BD father. The BD father also put explosive handcuffs on her to prevent her from leaving Ghost Island. But, long time no see. Big Kazuya misses Kaido a lot. After all, there is a blood relationship. Kaido looked at Yamato and the people around him, and laughed out loud. Laozi can't be still dreaming. Ha 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 ha, silly son, are you all back? Kaido said in excitement and surprise, without the airs of a 4 emperors. San Calamity, Fei Liupeo, and the others also sobered up after watching this scene. They looked at Yamato and the others, and their hearts were shocked. Chapter 123. After confirming that he was not dreaming, Kaido immediately took Yamato's children to start a banquet. Even for Kojiki Hiri, this former daughter of Kojiki Oden, Kaido doesn't care much anymore. As for what Yamato and other women said about Kaido and Momozagi are basically the same. Not even because beasts, pirates and marine are different. They do not have a strong relationship with the world government. Females such as Yamato can talk to Kaido more. For example, Chu Xia, they all revealed their names to Kaido. All of a sudden. Listen to what Yamato and other women said. Kaido was stunned. He looked at his daughter and the others in astonishment, their faces full of bewilderment. What are you talking about? Silly son, all of you have become concubines of a man. Look at Yamato, Black Maria, Kojiki Hiri, and June are these four beauties with their own charm. Kaido was dumbfounded. What the hell kind of brat is this? Can he marry four top beauties including his own daughter as concubines at the same time? Even. Think of the daughters of the Big Mom pirates who were also abducted. Kaido was even more confused. The three disasters and Fei Liupeo were also shocked. Above the banquet, Plague Quinn and Jack both frequently see Kojiki Hiri very uncomfortable. After Kojiki Hiri fled, they found out the identity of Kojiki Hiri. Quinn used to be the #1 fan of Warren Zaizi. Now the other party is back, and like Yamato, he has become the concubine of a mysterious strong man. Even brought back 2 children. This made Quinn very unhappy. Jack simply can't understand Kojiki Hiri and the betrayal of Kaido by Black Maria and others. In his opinion, the actions of Black Maria and others are betraying Kaido. Yamato is Kaido's daughter. It's his half-niece. Jack doesn't think much of it. But the rest. Jack couldn't tolerate this kind of sand in his eyes. Drink more and more. The tone of Quinn and Jack became more and more uncomfortable. Coupled with Fei Liupeo's yin and yang strangeness, Kaido couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the table angrily, his face furious. Jack, Quinn, and you guys. Kaido turned his head and glared at Jack, Quinn and Fei Liupeo. I've said it all, Laozi will not pursue Kojiki Hiri's matter anymore, don't you understand? Or are you going to challenge me as the general manager? Kaido's voice was full of anger. He was listening to Yamato talking about the fast time flow in the island of the gods. And, inquire about the situation of his son-in-law. Jack and Quinn were chattering and talking non-stop. Almost blown Kaido up. Only. As usual. The beasts pirates saw Kaido so angry. They must have died down immediately, without much time to frown. But today is different. Everyone drank the wine, each of them seemed to be drunk, and they dared to say anything. In addition, Beasts Pirates has always been a place where the strongest reigns supreme. Here, we only talk about strength. Black Maria and others made a betrayal and are now back. Just say I'm back, and it's over? They are not convinced. Then, although suppressed by Kaido, but Quinn, Jack, and Fei Liupeo still looked at Kojiki Hiri and Black Maria. It was these 2 people. They even gave birth to each other's children. This is really a huge stain in their eyes. Kaido was almost annoyed when he saw this. The dreaded conqueror's haki emanates from it. Kaido looked around and looked at his subordinates. How? Is it difficult for Laozi to speak? Kaido's words were extremely cold and extremely angry. But, just when Kaido was about to take action to teach his disobedient subordinates a lesson, Black Maria and Kojiki Hiri, however, stopped Kaido. The second daughter came back this time, not out of anger. The time spent with Chu Xia. One of the things that Chu Xia talked to them the most. That's being his woman, being a member of the Porgas family. At any time, facing anyone, you can't be angry. Now that Quinn and the others made them angry, they will return it. Kojiki Hiri used to be quite patient. But now, Chu Xia, the Portgas family, and the island of the gods gave her a lot of confidence. The stubborn and unyielding nature in Kojiki Hiri's heart was fully inspired. Black Maria is even more so. But I haven't waited for the second daughter to do anything. Their children were the first to be dissatisfied. Byakuya had a stern face, and looked at Quinn with dark eyes. Zaraki's dark face was silly. He stretched out his left hand and touched a fish above his head. This is what he did when he couldn't help but hit someone. Zaraki looked at Jack, grinning. I heard that you were hammered by brother Hashirama not long ago. This time, let me kill you. Proud nobleman Byakuya and silly Zaraki took a step forward at the same time. Don't look at their young faces. But the aura on his body was not lost at all. The mighty Ryūjin surged and overflowed, making all the people present look shocked. Kaido looked at the two and raised his eyebrows slightly. Especially Zaraki. He knew that Zaraki was a ghost like himself. The ghost race is born with a powerful constitution. But feel the momentum of Zaraki. Kaido never expected that the other party possessed such a powerful aura at such a young age. Quinn and Jack on the opposite side were provoked by the two, and they couldn't stand it immediately. The fighting spirit between the two sides is on the verge of breaking out, and no one can stop it. Kaido glanced at Yamato, Black Maria, and Kojiki Hiri indiscriminately. I saw that the three women were not surprised that the two children wanted to fight with the three disasters. Even the eyes are full of interest and anticipation. This confused Kaido a bit. No matter how good the talent is, no matter how powerful it is, it's not so small that it can fight against the three disasters, right? But with him watching, there shouldn't be any problems. It is also good to let them beat each other and vent their anger on each other. This is his future talent for Beast's Pirates. What does he remember? Not so long ago. Naval Headquarters has a lot of hype. What to say, Naval Headquarters has a peerless talent. Get blown to the sky by some old guys from Sengoku. Return the capital of the Marshal? Fart. Kaido sneered in his heart. Both Byakuya and Zaraki didn't hesitate either. Facing the two major disasters, Quinn and Jack, they are not afraid. Even eyes filled with excitement. The battle between the two sides is imminent. Fei Liupeo was a cheerleader after the three disasters. The battle begins. Byakuya was the first to pull out the long knife, and the hair on his forehead was meticulous. He spoke with a stern face. Scatter, Senbonzakura. The long knife in his hand turned into sakura flower blades scattered around Byakuya. This very compelling scene stunned Quinn. Open your mouth and eyes wide. Quinn looked at Byakuya in surprise and raised his voice an octave. This is also, Yint is so handsome. Without saying a word, Byakuya launched a violent attack on Quinn. It's just that Quinn's strength as the three plagues should not be underestimated. The quasi-admiral top not far from the strength of the Emperor's deputy is not something that Byakuya Shikai can handle. He was quickly suppressed by Quinn, and he was about to be defeated. Byakuya gritted his teeth secretly. Standing behind him are his mother and sister. And my mother is different from Yamato, Black Maria, and June. They're all from the original Beast's Pirates. Only my own mother had an old feud with the Beast's Pirates. If you lose, my mother will never be able to hold her head up against the Beast's Pirates in the future. 1 cent. Byakuya looked up, eyes cold and full of killing intent. Bankai, Senbonzakura Fohei. During the battle with Zaraki, Byakuya never used Bankai. I have always used Shikai to fight that lunatic, polishing my strength and experience. Now Bankai. His Ryūjin skyrocketed several levels. Huge long knives protrude from the ground on both sides. Byakuya and Quinn stand between the blades. Byakuya is like a proud executioner. And Quinn is just a prisoner who is about to be executed. The huge blades on both sides shattered and turned into pieces of pink sakura flower blades. The sakura flower blades all over the sky swept towards Quinn. After watching Byakuya liberate the power, sakura flower blade changed from swarm to sky. Quinn himself was dumbfounded. I don't understand how this brat on the opposite side can be so strong. According to the narration of Yamato et al. How old is he? Quinn really didn't understand. Forced to be helpless. He used his fruit ability. Plus his technological prowess. Quinn barely fends off Senbonzakura behind Byakuya Bankai. Although this Bankai Senbonzakura is a bit weaker for him. Still can't break his defense. But he wants to break through this sky-high Senbonzakura, attacking Byakuya's body. That's also hard. The battle between the two sides reached a stalemate. In the eyes of the outside world, the shock that this battle between Byakuya and Quinn brought to them is unimaginable. A 4-year-old child. But he was able to completely contain Quinn, the disaster, with a flip of his hand. Isn't that kind of scary? At this time. Boom. Boom. The other side. Zaraki and Jack's battle also reached its peak. Zaraki doesn't have as many fancy moves as Byakuya. He has just the purest slash after slash. With disheveled hair and horns on his head, Zaraki looks like a real ghost from hell. His strength, compared with Byakuya, Yin, and others in the common state, it is much stronger. Jack just made a feat like hitting True several thousand hands head-on not long ago. So, before Zaraki could even use his full strength, Jack screamed proudly. Although the iron-headed baby did not retreat. But on the head and body, there are already many wounds left by Zaraki. Hit and hit. Zaraki even thought it was too boring. He looked at Jack and puffed out his resolute chest. Zaraki grinned. It's really boring to fight with such a half-crippled you. It seems that the injury suffered by Hashirama brother is not small. Come on, Jack, I'll let you chop. Saying that, Zaraki opened his strong chest and looked at Jack opposite. Jack exploded with rage. I ride a horse. Kill you. For the first time, he was so seriously insulted. Jack turned into a giant mammoth and rushed towards Zaraki without hesitation. As the famous drought master, he will not talk about martial arts with the enemy. You let me hit you, I won't hit you again. Isn't this riding a horse? Jack is not a bad pen. The gigantic mammoth, 7 or 8 meters tall, charged at the thin Zaraki. Zaraki is like a lowly ant holding back the steel behemoth. Without any doubt, he was instantly knocked into the air by Jack. He crashed out of the main hall and died for a long time. Jack turned back into human and animal form, like a conquered king, roaring to the sky. Fei Liu Pao roared loudly, extremely excited. But about half a minute passed. A thin and dark figure rushed in again. And accompanied by heart-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. That laughter seemed to come from the deepest part of hell, the imprisoned monster. Zaraki's eyes were excited, like a real beast. Let's have a real fight. A beastly growl escaped Zaraki's throat. Jack turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. Without waiting for his reaction, Zaraki cut it down with one blow. Zilla. Blood splattered. A huge wound was cut directly on Jack's chest by Zaraki. Jack suffered from the pain and struggled to continue fighting with Gang. The Battle of the 100 Beasts made the hearts of all those watching the battle tremble. Those are the two veteran disasters of the 100 Beasts. But they are all big pirates with a bounty of over 1 billion. But today, are they on par with 2, 3 and 4-year-olds? If it gets out, the 100 Beasts will lose all face, right? Only Kaido, who was watching the game, didn't care at all. Watch this fight. Yamato told Kaido about Kojiki Hiri. After listening, Kaido murmured. The Kojiki clan, indeed, were the orthodox rulers of Wanakuni. Silly son, since you have spoken, and it is Byakuya who will inherit the position of General Wanakuni. Given a chance, Laozi will kill Kurozumai Orokai and make him General Wanakuni. In this way, the Beast's pirates are truly masters of Wanakuni. As he spoke, he looked at Kojiki Hiri. Kojiki Hiri, Laozi has one condition. Kojiki Hiri's eyes brightened slightly. She never thought that her wish in the first half of her life would be fulfilled so easily. She opened her mouth warily. Kaido, what condition? Did not address the adults again. She is Chu Xia's concubine, her status is completely different. Kaido laughed. How about letting this boy Byakuya become a big disaster for my 100 Beasts? Kojiki Hiri was stunned. Big Kazuya laughed. Take the relationship between their sisters. Between Wanakuni and the Beast's pirates, they are completely inseparable. The two must let go of their grievances and unite around the core of the Island of Gods. Wang Lion. Right now this result is the best. Kojiki Hiri nodded. I have to ask Byakuya about this, and see if he agrees. I have nothing to say. Kaido laughed out loud. He turned his head to look at Yin, who had been watching the show. Yin, for public announcement, Beasts Pirates, have added 2 new disasters. The disaster of Sakura Flowers, the disaster of Evil Spirits. Look at both sides that are still fighting. Kaido determined their titles domineeringly. Also, call me Kurozumai Orakai, Laozi will kill him. Kaido does whatever comes to his mind, with a straightforward personality. Yin nodded slightly. Leaving the banquet hall, he was also doing these 2 things with shock in his heart. Excited at the same time. With the addition of Byakuya and Zaraki. 100 beasts, this is a sign of taking off. Tonight. Destined to be a sleepless night. Naval Headquarters first announced Momozagi's return after the evening, bringing a son named Silver. And Silver has the capital of the Marshal, and is regarded as the hope of the future by Naval Headquarters. The news has already shocked the sea. Shortly thereafter, in the dead of night, the 100 beasts actually released the news, waking them up from their slumber. Big newsman Morgans got out of bed in surprise. Hearing what the assistant said, he froze in place. What? Kaido of the Beast's daughter Yamato and others return. The 100 beasts have added 2 new disasters. Sakura Flower disaster? Evil Ghost disaster? What the hell is this? All of a sudden, the sea was shaken. And that's not even the end of it. After the group of beasts released the news that shook the sea, Anti-group also released a message almost at the same time. 4 emperors Charlotte and Linlin's daughters returned to Wanguo. Charlotte Linlin has her most beloved granddaughter and grandson. This night, it is destined that everyone will not be able to sleep. Chapter 124. Naval Headquarters. In the residential area behind the office building. It was late at night. But Sengoku's aide-de-camp wakes him up, the marshal. He straightened up in a daze. Sengoku's upper body is naked, revealing his muscular upper body. Looking at the adjutant guarding the door, Sengoku put on round glasses and said in a deep voice, "Come in." His tone was unconsciously serious. Anyone who is woken up in the middle of the night will definitely not be in a good mood. Even if this person is Sengoku. The adjutant walked in quickly, came to the bed, and reported. Marshal Sengoku, just now, 2 pieces of astonishing news came from New World. He was also awakened from his sleep. I fully understand Sengoku's depressed mood at the moment. But the stakes are high. He had to come and report to Sengoku. Listen to the adjutant. Sengoku frowned. What shocking news! His first reaction was that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors, or Senju and Shura, who were also known as the 5 emperors, were having trouble again. The day after tomorrow is to stand on the top. At this juncture, if they make trouble, it will definitely not be good news for Marine. Sengoku was right. Thinking about the shocking news, the adjutant said strangely. Marshal Sengoku, these 2 messages come from the Beasts Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. Sengoku frowned. You keep talking. Yamato, the daughter of the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and the 2 Vali 6 sons, Black Maria and Junti, plus Kojiki Hiri. The 4 returned to Wanakuni Ghost Island not long ago. When they returned to Ghost Island, they brought back 3 children. 2 men and 1 woman. Among them, a boy and a girl were Kojiki Hiri's children, and because of Kojiki Hiri's relationship with the Beasts Pirates, a conflict broke out. Kaido's 2 major disasters, Quinn the Plague, and Jack the Drow made a move against the 2 boys. Amazingly, both boys managed to contain 2 major disasters. According to the news, neither of these 2 boys is over 5 years old. What? Listen to the adjutant's report. Sengoku's eyes widened, pupils shrunk. This evening, he just released the news from Naval Headquarters. Admiral's alternate, Momozagi, returns with a boy with a picture of a marshal. Sengoku is proud of this. I was still dreaming just now. That is the scene where Marine dominates the sea and there are no more pirates in the world. This just woke up. It turned out to be such a thing. And Sengoku frowned. Why such a coincidence? Momozagi just returned to Naval Headquarters with her son. 820 over there. The sons and daughters of beasts pirates Yamato also returned. And also brought back the child. The talents and qualifications are still so high. This. The adjutant took a few deep breaths to suppress the shock in his heart. He continued to report. Marshal Sengoku, at present, beasts pirates released Shengming, adding 2 new disasters, the disaster of Sakura flowers and the disaster of evil spirits. And the Big Mom pirates. According to news, 4 daughters including Charlotte Tesmuji and Pudding have also returned to Wangguo. Among them, Pudding and Garrett brought back 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was named the 5th star of dessert by Charlotte Linlin, and the girl was publicly praised by Charlotte Linlin as his most beloved granddaughter. What? When the news broke again, Sengoku's pupils trembled. Not just beasts pirates. The daughter of the Big Mom pirates is also back? Sengoku's mind is in a mess at the moment. He thought of Momuzagi. Think of the Yamato girls. I thought of the Pudding girls again. There are too many similarities between them. What's more? Could the mysterious and powerful man that Momuzagi spoke of be the core of this matter? It's so possible. Looking at the adjutant, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Go and call the 3 admirals, Garp, Crane, and the 2 admiral alternates to the marshal's office. The adjutant nodded and quickly turned to leave. In a quarter of an hour. Inside the marshal's office. Several top executives from naval headquarters gathered. Listening to the information repeated by the adjutant again. Everyone looked at Momuzagi in a daze. Now this matter. Even an idiot can tell it has something to do with Momuzagi. Momuzagi's expression also seemed to have been expected. She smiled calmly and looked at Sengoku, Tsuru, and others. Marshal Sengoku, sister. I can't tell you anything about this right now. Everything, you need to deal with it yourself. Of course, my position in this fight will not change. Listening to Momuzagi's words, the brows of all the senior executives jumped. Akainu's expression sank. Jun Vice Admiral, what do you mean by that? His tone was cold. But it's not waiting for Akainu to make too much trouble. On the contrary, Kizaru looked at Momuzagi first, with a strange tone. Jun Vice Admiral, can this old man think you are betraying Marine now? His words were faint and his eyes were full of hostility. Momuzagi looked at Kizaru, spread his hands and smiled. Porisalano Admiral, I don't care what you think. Among the 3 admirals in Marine, Akainu, Aokiji, Dab, can be said to have their own justice. An absolute justice, a lazy justice born of corruption in the government. But no matter how these 2 people are, their position is firm. They all firmly consider themselves a Marine. They are loyal to the Marine and their own justice, more than the world government. At this point, it can be seen from the fact that Akainu became the marshal in the future and dared to anger the 5 elders. May Kizaru is different. Kizaru this admiral. It has not been Marine who has been loyal all along. It is the 5 elders, the ruler of the world. At this point, it can be seen from 5 elders making him the head of the science unit, dealing with Vegapunk. What an important person Vegapunk is in the eyes of the world government. Correspondingly, Kizaru naturally has a very close relationship with the world government. Listen to Kizaru's cold tone. Akainu didn't speak, and Aokiji just waited and watched. But Sengoku slapped the table in dissatisfaction. He looked at Kizaru with a hint of anger in his tone. Porisalano, this is my office. I am the marshal. Sengoku was implying that 5 elders' arms were reaching too far. Not to mention that Momuzagi is now only suspected of betraying Marine. Even if she really betrayed Marine, can Momuzagi contribute to Marine for so many years? Plus Crane Vice Admiral's relationship. Marine will not deal with her easily. See Sengoku is this attitude. Kizaru spread his hands and shook his head with emotion. Yo. Mr. Sengoku's authority is really great. As Kizaru said, he took out a phone bug from his pocket. He dialed 5 elders without hesitation. The phone beeped twice. That 5 elders was still thinking about it between rights. After receiving Kizaru's phone bug, the 5 quickly picked it up. Porisalano, what's the matter? Kizuru quietly reported the matter to 5 elders. At the same time, Your Excellency 5 elders, do you want to win the Jun Vice Admiral now? In front of all the high-level marines. Kizuru made no secret of his relationship with the 5 elders. Watching this scene, Sengoku nearly blows up. Once upon a time, although they all know the relationship between Kizuru and the world government, but everyone turned a blind eye. After all, it is quite normal for 5 elders to have an eyeliner in the marine executives. But in today's matter, Kizuru didn't give anyone face, and reported to 5 elders directly. Put them in a passive situation. This made Sengoku very unhappy. Garp, Crane Vice Admiral are the same. Several people looked slightly condensed. 5 elders listened to Kizuru's report. The 5 pondered and pondered again, and finally said, Sengoku, don't let Jun Vice Admiral Silver leave Naval Headquarters. Wait for our order. After the 5 of them finished speaking, they hung up the phone directly. Kizuru put the phone bug back into his arms with a smile. He shook his sleeves. He didn't care about the expressions of Sengoku and others. With a flick of his hand, he left the marshal's office and went back to catch up on sleep. Sengoku looked at Kizuru's back angrily. But he has no way. Crane Vice Admiral, Garp as well. Aokiji's eyes were complicated, and even Akainu's expression was gloomy, and he kept silent. Several people finally looked at Momozagi at the same time. Because of Momozagi's affairs, there was such a big gap between Kizuru and the others. She was also a little embarrassed. Marshal Sengoku, sister, I'm sorry. Momozagi said. Sengoku waved his hand. Jun, this is none of your business. The other end. Hang up Kizuru's phone bug. Between rights. The 5 elders all looked at each other. There was deep shock in the depths of the 5 people's eyes. With their wisdom. Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was the connection between the Beasts group, the Big Mom group and Momozagi. The mysterious man that Momozagi and other girls married. Most likely the same person. And the descendants of that mysterious man, who are only 3, 4, or 5 years old, can possess that kind of terrifying talent and strength. This is exaggerated. What kind of blood is this? One Piece Roger's blood is in front of him, so no fart. Don't talk about Roger. Even the rocks, 5 elders don't find that mysterious man scary. Or even the reincarnation of Joey Poe. None of them thought it would be such an exaggeration. Beasts Pirates 2 major disasters, the 5th star of the Charlotte family, and the capital of the future Marine Marshal. 5 elders' bodies shook at the same time. They are afraid. Yes, they are at this moment, and terrified at the same time. The 5 of them stopped thinking about anything. Go to Hwajian overnight, find Im's assistant Mora, and ask to see Im Tianren. And the outside sea. Although they also learned the news. But not as comprehensive as Marine. They just know. Tonight. First, Marine announced that it has a genius who is a marshal. Subsequently, the 2 4 Emperor's regiments were not to be outdone. The 100 Beasts announced 2 new disasters. The Big Mom group announced the 5th star, and Charlotte Linland's favorite granddaughter. The 3-party wrestling scene suddenly surprised Hi. Think it's an interesting thing. Just when the outside world has different opinions. New World. Wanakuni Ghost Island. It was late at night, but the banquet of the 100 Beasts was still going on. The whole Ghost Island is brightly lit. Everyone in the 100 Beasts knows about the return of the young Master Yamato. Kaido is very happy. They are also very happy about it. The bleary-eyed Kurozumai Orokai was awakened from sleep. He came to the Ghost Island Palace, his expression was full of ignorance. He had no idea what Kaido was looking for him for so late. Shall we have a party? Isn't it the fact that Kaido's daughter is back? Is it necessary to call him at night? He's General Wanakuni. Kurozumai Orokai felt a little dissatisfied. Step into the palace. He met Kaido and a group of high-level officials from the 100 Beasts. As soon as he entered, Kurozumai Orokai opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. Kaido, you didn't call me so late because of the return of Master Yamato, right? Seeing Kurozumai Orokai getting up very angry. The corner of Quinn's mouth curled up. I am worried about how to deal with Kurozumai Orakai. Here. Kurozumai Orakai gave them a chance directly. Boom. A finished wine bottle was thrown directly by Quinn. Kurozumai dodged vigorously. He frowned and looked at Quinn, angrily. Quinn, what are you guys doing? Quinn let out a shrill laugh. He. Kurozumai Orakai, the young master returned to Onishima today, and I, the beast's pirates, celebrated greatly. This matter, you actually think it's nothing? Do you really think of yourself as General Wanakuni? Rubbish. Quinn directly launched an attack. Anyway, even if they have no reason, they will take down Kurozumai Orakai today. What's more, there are good reasons now. Then there is no need for any hesitation. Kurozumai Orakai suddenly woke up after hearing this. He looked at Kaido warily. I saw Kaido drinking wine by himself, with a happy face, and didn't care about his affairs at all. Seeing this, Kurozumai opened his mouth tentatively. Kaido. Don't wait for him to finish speaking. A figure suddenly came in front of him. Flame Calamity Jin, who was dressed in black leather, kicked him flying and trampled him on the ground. There is a fire behind Yin. He looked at the Kurozumai Orakai who was stepped on the ground by himself, and sneered. Kurozumai Orakai, it seems that you really can't get your position right. All along, because of the specialness of Wanakuni, we pushed you to the front and let you be the general. However, you seem to have forgotten the priority. At Wanakuni, I, the beast's pirates, are the masters, and you are just one of our dogs. Understood? Otherwise, with your strength, you really can't even compare to Kojiki Oden. Sounds like I'm not as good as Kojiki Oden. Kurozumai Orakai's remaining sanity completely dissipated. He looked at Yin with eyes full of anger, and his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Yin pulled out the long knife from his waist. Naturally, Kurozumai will not sit still. Although he is a general who only knows how to enjoy himself all day long. But the strength is still there. Yin alone can't take him down. It's just that the big snake is puzzled. I and the beast's pirates obviously cooperate well. Why did Kaido attack him suddenly today? Yamato is back. Kill him for fun? What the hell and what? While raising his hand to block Jin's knife, Kurozumai Orakai turned his head and looked around. Next moment, he saw a man he had been dreaming about. That person who used to be named Warren Zaizi. Shock, disbelief, fear, and other emotions suddenly appeared in the eyes of Kurozumai Orakai. Could it be? What collaboration did Kojiki Hiri have with Beast's pirates? So Kaido wants to kill him? Kurozumai Orakai was taken aback. Because his position as General Wanakuni is ostensibly a legitimate succession. But secretly, the drama is absolutely dishonorable. If the Kojiki family wants to regain control of Wanakuni, then just get the approval of the Beast's pirates. It is really too easy to kill him. Kurozumai Orakai was taken aback, jumped up, and attacked Kojiki Hiri. Anyway, he's going to kill Kojiki Hiri at this moment. Just kill her and Rijiri will be over. Yin wanted to stop it. But Byakuya, a stern boy with an aristocratic air, glanced at him. Yin understood that look. That is the look that wants the other party to do it himself. Yin gave up upon seeing this. Byakuya took 2 steps forward and got in front of Kojiki Hiri. The long knife in his hand quickly sank into the ground, and he opened his mouth indifferently. Bankai, Japanese Sakura King Yan. The blades of sakura flowers appearing all over the sky, enveloping the Kurozumai snake. Zaraki laughed wildly and joined the battle group to help Byakuya kill Kurozumai Orakai. This battle. Even Rukia is involved. Under the joint efforts of the 3, Kurozumai Orakai was quickly beaten to death. In the end, he was beheaded by Byakuya himself. Chapter 125. Looking at the headless corpse of the Kurozumai Orakai in front of you. Byakuya stood holding the sword, panting. Even with the help of Zaraki and Rukia, it is not easy for the 3 of them to take down a quasi-admiral level Kurozumai Orakai. Winning and killing are 2 concepts. Yes. In the previous battle, Byakuya exhausted all of Ryūtsu's body and performed his strongest blow. That is, to hold Senbonzakura together with Ryūtsu to form his strongest sword. This sword successfully killed Kurozumai, who was seriously injured by Zaraki. But at the same time, Byakuya is also completely exhausted. But look at Byakuya standing there. Kaido walked over with a big smile, stretched out his big hand and patted Baizei's shoulder. Byakuya, from now on you will be the Wano country general. Congratulations to our Sakura Blossom. Kaido laughed. Quinn and Jack both echoed enthusiastically. The two are very straightforward characters. You are strong. Then we respect you. If you are not strong enough, we will bully you. It's that simple. That's how beasts pirates survive. In the compliments of many people around, Byakuya turned his head and glanced at his mother. Kojiki and Kazuya looked at him with eyes full of glory. It never occurred to her. One day, I will be able to take back Wanakuni with my own children. Byakuya looked at his mother with joy in his eyes. The joy soon dissipated. Because of being General Wanakuni, it doesn't look like much to Byakuya. He didn't even have the captaincy of the Gaudii 13th Division to make him happy. After all, compared with everything in the Island of Gods, this outside world, for Byakuya it was like going to the countryside. Is there anything to brag about being happy about? Byakuya doesn't think so. Shaking his head, Byakuya went back to his mother. Zaraki leaned over with a grin. Byakuya brother, was your sword strong just now? It made me feel life-threatening pressure. In the next fight with me, I want to see your move. Zaraki made no secret of his interest in Byakuya's move. But Byakuya shook his head. Zaraki, we are family. My strongest blow must not be used against my family. Looking at Zaraki thoughtfully, Byakuya sighed inwardly. He is Bankai now. He even developed the use of Bankai, and his strength surpassed Zaraki a little bit. But what about this monster? No FG Shikai yet. But it was on par with his Bankai. People are more than people, it's maddening. Byakuya's heart sank slightly, feeling that he still had a long way to go. The banquet continued. Byakuya has almost become the focus of the three calamities and Fei Liupeo of the 100 Beasts. Everyone fully recognized Byakuya's combat power. He became General Wanakuni. This will take the strength of Beasts pirates to another level. Everyone continued to drink in full swing. And after the banquet continued for a while, suddenly, Yamato, who hadn't had a drink all this time, went straight to the bathroom. Came back shortly after. Then he ran away again. Kaido and other men couldn't understand this scene at all. But the eyes of Kojiki Hiri, Black Maria, and Runty are slightly bright. Especially Kojiki Hiri and Black Maria. The second daughter is here. It is easy to see the strangeness of Yamato. The two girls looked at each other and followed Yamato to the bathroom. Seeing the other party retching in front of the sink, but unable to spit out anything, there was surprise in the eyes of the second daughter. Shortly after, the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more enthusiastic. Kaido listened to the doctor's words with a dazed face and was at a loss. What did you say? Yamato is pregnant. Laozi is going to be a grandfather. Kaido looked confused. Three disasters, Fei Liupeo and others also looked at Yamato in shock. Everyone was surprised. Get confirmation from your doctor again. Kaido burst into laughter all of a sudden, overjoyed. Oh Lolo, Laozi has become a grandfather. Laozi has become a grandfather. Oh Lolo. While laughing, Kaido suddenly remembered. Not so long ago, Big Mom Pirates also released a message. Charlotte, that old mad woman Linlin, got her most beloved granddaughter and grandson. That grandson was also named the fifth star of dessert, Ice Dragon, by the old crazy woman. Thinking, Kaido called the phone bug directly to Charlotte Linlin. It was quickly connected over there, and the music of the banquet came. Kaido laughed wildly. Old crazy woman, oh Lulu. Laozi is a grandfather, Laozi is a grandfather. Oh Lolo. Kaido anxiously shared his joy. Charlotte laughed on Linlin's end too. Well, 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 well. Kaido, my mother has already become a grandmother, and the 2 children are very talented, and my mother will train them personally, well. Kaido blushed at this. Old crazy woman, how can your grandchildren compare to Laozi's grandson? Laozi's grandson is definitely the most talented, believe it or not. Listening to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin bickering, Yamato and other women looked helpless. Yin reminded me kindly. Boss, young Master Yamato's body is critical, let her go back and rest quickly. When Kaido heard the words, he hung up the phone bug in his hand, and suddenly realized. Right. Silly son, go to rest and take a good rest. Laozi has a grandson, lol. Kaido was excited like a child. Yamato shook his head and smiled helplessly. Kojiki Hiri and Black Maria accompanied her to rest and took care of her. After Yamato left, Kaido looked around at everyone in the Beast's Pirates and smiled. Oh Lolo! To celebrate the fact that Laozi has a grandson, the party continues. And, the circle decides. Beast's Pirates are going to fight for the top. Didn't the silly son want to save Ace? Laozi help her. Ha, Laozi has a grandson. Kaido excited like a madman. All the beasts listened. Yin's eyes pondered. Boss, if you want to participate in the battle on the top and save Ace. We're about to leave now, otherwise we won't be able to make it to the battlefield the next day. Oh no, it's tomorrow. Looking at the time at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yin said helplessly. But Kaido shook his head. Need not. Laozi can go alone. With that old guy Whitebeard here, Laozi can go alone and save Yamato-ba Ace. After all, Laozi is not here to destroy naval headquarters, ha. Kaido was not in a hurry when he said that. If he goes alone as an Azure Dragon, you can arrive at the headquarters in half a day. Not urgent. The banquet on Ghost Island continues. All are in full swing. At the same time, Holy Land Marie joys deepest. The 5 elders walked into the castle in front of them together. Looking at the assistant Mora who was guarding the door. The 5 nodded. Mora in a black suit laughed. 5 elders, you go in. Master Im is waiting for you. The people looked at each other, and with the shock in their hearts, they stepped into the flowers together. Walking through the long corridor among the flowers, the 5 of them came to the deepest hall of nothingness. I'm still sitting at the top of the hall of nothingness. 5 elders knelt on one knee and saluted. The 5 began to report. I'm listened quietly, his eyes unchanged. Finished listening. She glanced faintly at the star map above her head. The star map is bright. Visibly. The black hole next to the huge sun expanded a little bit. Although only a little bit. But Im was terrified in his heart. At the same time, Im thought of the secret behind this matter. That mysterious man. Im's eyes narrowed slightly, and he once again ordered the 5 elders to execute Ace successfully. The 5 nodded and decided to send Kong secretly to naval headquarters when they decided to go back. Once something happens. If you are free, you can also stabilize 1 or 2. No. Even the CPO chief, they have to send to naval headquarters. The 5 of them walked out of the hall of nothingness hand in hand, and left between the flowers. Along the way, the Chu Xia discussed this matter of few words. Impel Down, inside Impelton prison. Wearing a faceless mask. The gaze under Bell's mask pondered slightly. After a while, the corner of his mouth curled up. It seems that Im has noticed father. Thinking of 5 elders sending both the Null and CP0 chiefs to naval headquarters. Plus him and the vice president of CP0. The combat power used by the world's government in this battle for the top is not insignificant. Looking at the surface alone, it would be difficult for the 4 emperors to gather together. Im sighed in his heart. But this time it's up to the top. It is destined that there will not be only the 4 emperors group. Against the behemoth of the world government. It was his poor gas family. The chess player like Im is also his godlike father attached to him. Bell smiled and didn't care too much. Both he and King Kong waited silently. Wait for tomorrow morning to escort Ace to the headquarters, and then keep Ace in secret. When necessary, kill the opponent directly. In the early morning, the sky is getting brighter. 10,000 meters deep under the sea, the Fishmen Island. Sunlight is transmitted to the Fishmen Island through the specific refraction of sea water. In the depths of the mermaid forest. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates still hold banquets here. The Red Hair pirates are still fighting for the Whitebeard pirates. As time goes by, 2/3 of the coding work on the 50 warships of the Whitebeard pirates has been completed. More and more pirates came here to have a banquet. Look at the powerful fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks sighed. Whitebeard, what an exaggeration. This battle, in terms of scale alone, is comparable to the previous battle on God's Island, right? Whitebeard listened. His gaze also turned back to that year. After a moment he smiled. Yeah, you weren't a kid just picked up by Roger. Compared with that battle, except for the number of top powerhouses participating, there is no disadvantage at all. On scale, it is indeed possible to have a touch with the battle on the Island of the Gods. 0 for flowers. I remember when I was still blonde. But now, I am old. Whitebeard looked emotionally. At this time, the intelligence officer of the Red Hair pirates suddenly arrives. The same goes for the Whitebeard pirates. Ben Beckman and Marco went to listen to the information on their own. After listening, the faces of the two changed one after another. They walked back again. Father. Captain. Something has happened. The two said in unison. Whitebeard smiled. What's the matter? Shanks didn't pay much attention either. Now in this sea, is there any big group that can compete with the top standing? Could it be that Impel Down was attacked? Ace escaped himself? Only. Listen to Marco and Ben Beckman narrate later. Whitebeard's and Shanks' faces changed drastically. What? Marine Admiral Candidate Momuzagi returned to the headquarters, brought back a child, and has the qualifications of a marshal. What? The young master of beasts pirates, Yamato, returns, and the women who accompanied him brought back 3 children, and Kaido named them 2 major disasters. What? The sons and daughters of the Big Mom pirates returned to the world, and Charlotte Linlin personally named the 5th star, Ice Dragon? And got her favorite granddaughter. What is this all about? Whitebeard talks to redheads. The two were completely shocked. They look at each other. It took a long time to digest the shock brought by this news. The lively atmosphere of the banquet fell into a long silence. Both Whitebeard and the redhead sat there, wondering what to do. For redheads. He had already heard from Whitebeard that Natalia was Glyceline's sister. Combined with the fact that Yamato's daughters, Pudding's children, and Momuzagi were all abducted by Natalia. They are now returning to the sea, bringing back many descendants of monsters with strong talents and aptitudes. This is puzzling and surprising. And all this revolves around a mysterious man. Who is this mysterious man? Redhead Shanks frowned. He felt more and more hopeful about the idea that Glyceline was still alive. At the same time, the red hair also became more and more curious about the identity of the mysterious man. Whitebeard aside. He knew about Natalia's surname Portkas. At the same time, also know the relationship between Natalia and Ace. Natalia calls Ace uncle. That is, Ace has a big brother. That big brother is the father of Natalia and others, and the head of the secret Portkas family. It was also that mysterious man. But what Whitebeard didn't understand was, what is the intention of the other party to let Momuzagi and other girls return to the sea? Sudden. Whitebeard thought. This battle for the top. It may have been beyond my control early on. No. He has never been able to control the rhythm of this battle before. In the past, it was controlled by the Marine and the world government. And now, things took a different turn. A dark hand emerged, wrestling with the government of the world. Gradually, the world government and Marine also lost complete control over the contest. It has become a game between the Portgas family and the world government. Yes. That's it. Whitebeard's eyes widened at the thought. And Shanks has been lacking key information. I can't figure out the key. He turned his head and glanced at Whitebeard. Only to find that Whitebeard's eyes are full of light, as if he has figured everything out. This made Shanks narrow his eyes and asked curiously. Whitebeard, what did you think of? He didn't know, things he couldn't figure out. How Whitebeard figured it out? The only explanation is, Whitebeard kept something from himself. What you tell yourself may not be complete. This made the redhead very curious. Because as long as you figure out the secrets of this matter, he will be able to determine if Gaiseline is still alive. At least it can increase the probability of the other party being alive. But the redhead stared at Whitebeard with burning eyes. Whitebeard's eyes were complicated. He can't say. This matter is too big. Even if he knew what the redhead was like. But there are so many people here, he can't say anything. The matter of the surnames of Natalia and others is the deepest secret of the sea at this moment. Whitebeard must not reveal. At this point, even the well-informed Marco, Jaws, and others can figure it out. No matter how much they drink, they won't talk about it. Look into Whitebeard's glowing eyes. Shanks just felt itchy. The other party clearly knows something. But I just can't tell myself. This made Shanks very uncomfortable. Finally, Whitebeard sighed, shaking his head. Shanks, you'll know all about tomorrow's top fight. Shanks murmured and repeated the words, looking at Whitebeard resentfully. That expression is clearly, I know so well. Anyone can figure out that these things are all about the battle for the top. But who wouldn't want to know these secrets now? But you just don't tell me how much. Chapter 126. There is only one day left before the battle for the top. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office in Marineford. Marshal Sengoku, 3 admirals, Hero Garp, Grand Staff Vice Admiral, and 2 admiral candidates all gathered here. In addition, there is Yin, a child who is highly valued by the Marine executives. Today is the last standoff meeting for Naval Headquarters. Orders were spoken from Sengoku and others, and passed on by the messenger. The sea situation is changing day by day. Many of the previous combat plans must now be adjusted appropriately. After all, standing up is not a child's play. This fight. It is even more about a super-large station competition involving hundreds of thousands of people. There is no room for anyone to be sloppy. The meeting went on for a long time, and what everyone said was a little dry. Sengoku behind the desk pressed his hand. Everyone, drink some water for the time being, and let's go on a rest day. We'll continue in 15 minutes. The rest nodded in unison. 15 minutes later, Sengoku continued to host the battle meeting. During the period, they discussed the big picture about this station battle. The general combat deployment is actually very simple. After all, how complicated is the competition? It is impossible for you to arrange a combat deployment in advance and fight step by step to win the battle. That's not called combat deployment. That's called talking on paper. The battlefield situation is ever-changing. It is necessary for the coach to personally sit in the audience at that time, and always issue the most beneficial deployment for his own side. It is even possible that a mistake by the coach will make the real result fall into the abyss. So this combat deployment is actually not particularly complicated. In the discussion by Sengoku et al. Unanimous decision. Let the 7 warlords of the sea stand on the front line as the first line of defense against the Whitebeard pirates. Because even if these pirates have a serious identity, but their essence is still evil pirates, it is impossible to help Marine in this battle. 523 So. Instead of letting them fish in troubled waters in the rear, it might as well be at the beginning of the battle. Let this group of fishing guys be the first line of defense against the first wave of Whitebeard pirates. This is the only thing that group of Shishibukai can do for Marine. It is the best use of everything. At this time, a deputy general walked in and reported loudly. Marshal Sengoku, Shishibukai was escorted from Marie Joyce. Listen to the report of the lieutenant general. Kizaru frowned and joked. 7 warlords of the sea is not a prisoner, so you can't use the word escort. Kizaru said with a smile. The lieutenant's expression froze. Sorry, Kizaru Admiral. Sengoku nodded, looked at Kizaru and waved. Polisalino, go pick up those Shishibukai and tell them the deployment. This is Naval Headquarters. There are not only 100,000 elite soldiers. It also has the top combat power in the sea, and the headquarters of Vice Admiral also has nearly 20 players. With such a terrifying lineup, no one dares to be presumptuous here. Shishibukai don't have the courage. Kizaru nodded and got up. Mr. Sengoku, I'll go then. He knew that he made Sengoku feel dissatisfied because of what happened yesterday. But Kizaru doesn't care. It was 5 elders who paid him, not Sengoku. So he naturally knows who he is loyal to. He doesn't care what Sengoku and the others think. With his hands in his pockets, Kizaru walked slowly towards the door. Look at his sloppy look. Sengoku, Akainu, and others frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. Before Kizaru walked out of the marshal's office, another deputy came in and reported loudly. Marshal Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace is escorted from Impel Down, and he will arrive at the headquarters in 10 minutes. Listen to the news. Ben smiled, and Garp, who didn't care about anything, froze. Crane Vice Admiral and Momuzagi turned their heads and glanced at Garp. Crane Vice Admiral had complicated eyes. Momuzagi also has slightly complicated eyes. But the complexity of the two has completely different meanings. But Garp didn't know. He only thinks Crane Vice Admiral and Momuzagi are caring about him. Garp forced a smile on his face, pretending not to care. Zaya Jun, you don't have to worry about this old man. The old man is fine. It can be said. Garp's hands trembled a little. The top powerhouse of the sea. Garp the Fist. He used to end the Sea Overlord rocks with Roger, and chased Roger all over the world. Now my hands are shaking. What a big joke. But in front of his grandson Ace, Garp couldn't help shaking his hands. Sengoku behind the desk casts an indistinct glance at Garp on the couch. After thinking about it, he looked around and said in a deep voice. Everyone, bring Shishibukai and Fire Fist Ace to the headquarters together, let's meet them together. The rest of the people nodded. Only Garp was a little reluctant. But Sengoku couldn't help it. He led the crowd out. In the end, only Silver and Garp are left in the room. Silver looked seriously at the hesitant look on Garp's face. Know each other because of Uncle Ace. Silver came to Garp and spoke. Vice Admiral Garp, I want to ask you a question. Listen to the question of the little guy in front of you. Garp was taken aback, then smiled. What is the problem? Silver spoke directly without hesitation. Vice Admiral Garp, you are a marine hero. Presumably, your insistence on justice is extremely profound. Garp scratched his head with a smile. To be praised by this little guy with the qualifications of a marshal. Even he was a little embarrassed. Yin continued as if he didn't see the embarrassment on Garp's face. Vice Admiral Garp, what I want to ask you is everyone's justice the same? After the words fell, Garp thought flashed in his eyes, and quickly gave an answer. Justice is of course not the same. Everyone has justice for everyone. As he spoke, he thought of the 3 admirals today. Akainu's absolute justice. Aokiji's lazy justice. Kizaru's justice for fishing. These are naturally not the same. But it's also justice. Silver nodded, looked into Garp's eyes and continued. And Vice Admiral Garp, do you think Ace is evil? Listen to Yin's words. Garp's eyes narrowed sharply. Then, a deep complexity gradually appeared in the eyes. This time, he thought for a long time. In the end Garp didn't say a word, he couldn't give an answer. Because. Is Ace evil? It's okay to say yes. Ace is a pirate after all. Also joined the Whitebeard pirates and became the captain. The 4 Emperor's pirates have been in the sea for so many years. Even the more righteous Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates. I dare not say that I haven't done anything wrong for so many years. In this sea, after all, the weak eat the strong. But to say that Ace is evil, Garp also disagrees. Ace is what he watched growing up. The other party has been clamoring with Luffy all day to become a pirate. Garp hadn't taken it seriously before. Thought the 2 kids were just talking. More importantly, Garp also knows the character of Ace and Luffy. 2 people are not bad at all. He is the kind of person who is extremely kind. Even if they were pirates, they must have done no bad things. Garp is absolutely sure of this. What Ace and Luffy did after going to sea also confirmed Garp's conviction. Although the two are in the pirate lineup, they have a bright heart. They are more like adventurers. Garp is well aware of this matter. However, he is a marine, and a marine hero. Marines and pirates are naturally hostile lineups. If he favors Ace because he is his grandson, so where did he put the justice he had insisted on for so many years? Where are the partners on the road of justice for so many years? Not to ridicule those comrades. The justice you uphold is nothing but a lie. Garp can't do this. So he has been struggling. I wonder whether I should choose family affection, or choose to stand firmly on the side of justice. Garp never came up with an answer to this matter. Silver looked at Garp, who was full of complex, hesitant, tangled, and painful eyes. He suddenly smiled. Although he is still young. But in the Island of Gods, everyone lives clearly because of Chu Xia. We all know what we want almost as soon as we are born. Also understand the nature of most things in this world. So, Silver's age is only a fraction of Garp's. But on this matter, he sees it better than Garp does. Watching Garp, listening to the disappearing footsteps at the end of the corridor, Silver rode. Vice Admiral Garp, if your justice is only superficial, you are not worthy of the title of Marine Hero. Yin spoke without hesitation, not caring at all that he was reprimanding a top expert in the sea. After all, Yin turned around directly. When he reached the door, he glanced back at Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, in this sea, the strong are respected. Justice is different for everyone, but it's all justice. Who said that justice cannot be carried out in the dark? Whoever said that justice is so absolute? Could it be that I am a pirate, but my nature is not bad? I saved a civilian and exposed my identity, was chased by Marine, and finally died in Marine's hands. Is this called justice? After Yin finished speaking, he left the marshal's office straight away, and quickly followed in the footsteps of his mother, Sengoku, and others. Inside the marshal's office, Garp was left with a dazed face. He sat there, his face stiff as a statue. After listening to Silver's words, Garp suddenly understood what he has insisted on for so many years. Although not entirely superficial justice. However, it is not much worse. Garp was silent for a moment, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He got up slowly, and Shifa walked out steadily. This time, there was no hesitation in Garp's eyes. Yes, only thick firmness. Once upon a time, because of justice, he had to exist in this marine and exert his influence and role as a marine hero. Now, facing my own grandson. 0. Garp this time. I just want to be a grandpa once. Do your duty as a grandpa. His iron fist will not swing towards Marine. But whoever hinders. If he is not allowed to save his grandson, then he will never allow it. Come to port. Garp saw Sengoku and others standing there from a distance. He silently walked to Yin's side and patted her on the shoulder. Garp said sincerely. Thanks, Silver Boy. Yin didn't respond, and flicked his shoulder in disgust. Garp's hands are greasy just after eating the senbei. This made Silver very disgusted. Garp laughed at this. In the distance, 2 warships, one large and one small, slowly approached. Large warships come from the holy land of Marie-Joyce. It's 7 warlords of the sea. The large warship slowly approached the port of Yuanyu. Sengoku and others saw several 7 warlords of the sea standing on the deck of the warship. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and that last one. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. Dover stands in the center, wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat. Seeing that all the high-level officials from naval headquarters came to welcome them, Dover laughed out loud. Foo 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 foo. I didn't expect me to have such a big face. Sengoku and Admiral all came to pick me up. Dover smiled. Gecko Moria also laughed he he he. Xiong and Hawkeye looked indifferent. At this time, in the rear cabin, 2 figures came out hand in hand and came in front of the 4 Shishibukai. Look at these 2 figures. The complexions of the senior officials at naval headquarters changed. Sengoku's pupils shrank and his eyes widened in disbelief. Did he read it right? Those two. Although one of the left arms was broken from the forearm. But wearing a cloak of justice, which reveals the hard-covered upper body muscles. His tall body and old and powerful aura showed his identity. Former Naval Headquarters Marshal. The current Commander-in-Chief of the whole world's government, Kong. Also the old superior of Sengoku et al. Looking at Sora, the expressions of Sengoku and others changed drastically. What's more? Besides Sora, that CP0 wearing a long white coat and a mask. It was a blank mask. What this identity represents, Sengoku and others are no strangers. The most mysterious spy agency in the world, the head of CPO. Wow! Even if the naval headquarters executives are well informed. The people who saw the Shishibukai were these two. All the high-level people also burst into laughter. Kizaru's eyes were shocked, full of astonishment. Hey baby, for Shishibukai, is it necessary to use these two to bring them in person? Your Excellency 5 Elders, what does this mean? Sengoku's heart was also full of bewilderment. 5 Elders, what do you mean? Soon, their doubts were all answered. The warship docks. Kong took the lead in jumping off the warship. The chief CPO took a look at Shishibukai. All 4 Shishibukai stepped off the warship and were taken away by the reception marine. Sora and CP0 chief came to Sengoku. Sora looked at Sengoku and said in a low voice. Sengoku, in order to prevent accidents in the top station. His Excellency 5 Elders ordered us 3.3 to sit in the headquarters secretly to ensure the normal progress of this battle and prevent any accidents. Of course, if only the Whitebeard pirates come to fight, we won't leave the people. As Sora said, Sengoku was a little confused. He was surprised and delighted. Before, Sengoku asked 5 elders for help, and asked the 5 to send more powerful ones. But those 5 old guys never agreed. How did you figure it out this time? Directly dispatched empty and CP0 total length? There are these two. Even if all 4 emperors come to attack naval headquarters, Sengoku is confident to fight. Overjoyed, Sengoku looked at Sora's left arm. Marshal Kong, your left arm. Sora laughed haha and didn't care. I don't know what happened to Gaisoline's little girl's knife. My left arm is out of reach. But Vegapunk has already been contacted. Come to the headquarters this time, and pick up a mechanical prosthesis from him by the way. From now on, I will be just like Zephyr. Sengoku nodded complicatedly. Damn pirate. Speaking of Zephyr, Sora also inquired about the other party's whereabouts. Why aren't you here this time? Don't you want to participate in the fish standing on the top? Sengoku nodded in response. Yes, Marshal Kong, this time Zephyr will not participate in the battle for the top station. He is already old, and he is not suitable to participate in such a large-scale competition. Plus he didn't want to participate, and went to New World to maintain stability in some areas for Marine. Listen to what Sengoku said. Sora nodded complicatedly. All the senior Marine executives present also had complicated eyes. After saying a few words, everyone turned their heads and looked at the small warship that was unwilling to come. That was the warship escorting Ace. Looking at this warship, everyone's eyes were full of firmness. Stand on top this time. Marine, must win. The Great War will begin. Chapter 127. The small warship slowly approached the port of Yuanyu. Inside the cabin, King Kong and Bell came out hand in hand. Behind them is Ace escorted by Marine soldiers. The opponent was wearing sea stone handcuffs. It is impossible to escape under the powerlessness of the whole body. Seeing myself and others have arrived at naval headquarters. King Kong breathed a sigh of relief. Look at the total length of CP0 standing at the port again. The face under the King Kong mask changed slightly. Bell also gave a dignified figure. Although he already knew about it. But the play that should be done still needs to be done. The two jumped off the deck, brought Ace, and soon came to the head of CPO. The two bowed in unison. The people behind them also saluted. I've seen Mr. President. Wearing a blank mask, Chief CPO nodded slightly. He first looked at King Kong. King Kong reported. My lord, Fire Fist Ace was successfully escorted to Naval Headquarters. Chief CPO nodded, and the voice under the blank mask sounded hoarse. This time, my mission is different from yours. You continue the mission of Lord Five Elders. King Kong nodded. Yes, my lord. After listening to King Kong's report, the chief CPO looked at Bell. He looked at Bell, a look of appreciation behind the blank mask. But he didn't speak. Bell's identity. Now the entire CP0 is confidential, and it is not allowed to disclose it to the outside world. As Sengoku and the others looked at the group of CP0s who were betting on Ace, their expressions changed again. They don't know Bell. But King Kong, the vice president of CP0, they had a lot of dealings in the past. Even more familiar than the total length of CPO. The ugly-looking admiral candidate came to King Kong's side, and the other party talked about the past in a low voice. Everyone didn't look at Ace who was being held. Because in their eyes, Ace is just a little guy. This fight, it also just needs the fuse of Ace to start. The goal of the stand-up competition has never been him. Everyone laughed and said a few words, and the atmosphere was very high. After all, there are so many strong players participating in this battle for the top. They Marine, must win. Present. Only Momuzagi, Silver, and Garp responded differently. Momuzagi and Silver. Although the two don't know that Bell is Bell. But looking at this CP0, the two also felt a certain sense of familiarity. I think this may be Chu Xia's hidden child in CP0. This is something they can figure out and understand. This battle. Although the Porgas family and Chu Xia are confident. But Chu Xia is just a younger brother like Ace. Is it normal not to arrange some insurance by his side? Unusual. So the CP0 in front of him should be Chu Xia's insurance. If only Momuzagi and Silver knew. This CP0 is Bell's words. I don't know what kind of expression the two of them will have. And Garp. There was nothing unusual about him on the surface. But deep down, he was full of dignity. First empty and CP0 total length. Then came King Kong, the vice president of CP0. King Kong's mission is completely different from that of CP0 chief. From the looks of it, it should be about Ace. This makes it more difficult for him to rescue Ace again. This made Garp very sad. However, his mind has been firmed up. No matter what. Even if it is a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair. He also wants to make a breakthrough for Ace. Everyone chatted briefly. Garp never looked at Ace. Ace also kept his head down decadently, without looking at Garp. Soon. Everyone finished talking. King Kong and Bell escort Ace to the makeshift prison below the Naval Headquarters office building. They'll be there too, watching over Ace until tomorrow's top stand. What's more? King Kong and Bell. At that time, special means will be used to hide on the execution platform. Always be ready to execute Ace himself if the executioner has a question. It can be said. The government of the world has made perfect preparations for this battle for the top. Sengoku and other high-level leaders in the headquarters also think so. How did Marine lose this battle? You can win no matter what. But actually, what they don't know is, in their self-conceived seamless deployment of standing and fighting. But in fact, it has already been riddled with holes. This day, on the Sabayati archipelago not far from naval headquarters. Because of the previous red hair incident, the celestial dragons on the Sabayati archipelago can't wait for a while. The Roswald Saints returned to the Holy Land. Ready to wait for the top station battle to end, after Marine stunned the sea, they went back to Sabayati to have fun and arrogance. So naturally there was no such thing as the Straw Hat Pirates making a big fuss about Sabayati archipelago. Even because of the redhead before. The Marines here have withdrawn a lot. Sabayati has truly become an island of chaos. Supernovas are rampant. Heaven is not afraid and earth is not afraid. I almost thought I was the four emperors already. The Straw Hat Pirates happened by chance. Came to Shuki's rip-off bar. And met Rayleigh and Shuki by chance. After learning that Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates are going to attack naval headquarters this time and rescue Ace, Rayleigh and Shucky became more and more fond of Luffy and others. During this period, the Straw Hat Pirates in the Rip-Off Bar hold a small banquet. Rayleigh and Shucky are also doing their best for the Straw Hat Pirates. And just when everyone was drinking enthusiastically, an uninvited guest came to this tavern. Wearing a flaming windbreaker, fiery red long hair shawl, a pair of red eyes full of domineering and strong, Natalia walked into the tavern by herself and sat at the bar. She glanced at Luffy and the others, but didn't care. He only stopped at Nami and Robin, then looked away. Natalia looked at Rayleigh and Shucky behind the bar and smiled. "Bring me a whiskey." When she speaks in the tavern, the day is silent, because everyone recognized her identity. God of Heat, Natalia. Rayleigh's expression was more solemn than ever. Looking at Natalia, she asked seriously, "Your Excellency, why have you come to my tavern?" He tensed slightly. "Because I saw this hot god with my own eyes." Rayleigh can feel strong in the opponent. That is, incomparable, unfathomably powerful. Natalia looked at Rayleigh but shook her head and smiled. "I said, bring me a glass of whiskey. If you don't bring it up, I will burn your wine." "Pluton, Rayleigh." She watched Rayleigh's mouth twitch slightly. This scene made the Straw Hat Pirates dare not breathe. Shucky quickly brought a glass of whiskey to Natalia. Natalia took it and took a sip. Just when the audience was silent, Luffy suddenly looked at Natalia and grinned. "Oh! You are that Natalia. You defeated Blackbeard and avenged Ace." Luffy's eyes widened. He came to Natalia's side, also picked up the wine glass, and slammed it familiarly with her. "I am Ace's younger brother, thank you for avenging Ace," Luffy said sincerely. Look at the sincerity in his eyes. Natalia suppressed the urge to beat her up. "Because claims to be Ace's younger brother. Ace is her uncle. Doesn't it mean that this is my uncle?" Natalia naturally didn't recognize it. She suppressed her anger and looked at Luffy with a half-smile. "Why, have you heard my bad name? If you've heard of it, then roll aside wisely. Otherwise, I will also abduct the 2 beautiful female crew members on your ship." Natalia threatened to speak. Luffy suddenly became serious. "Abduct Nami and Robin. I won't let you succeed." Looking at Luffy's silly look, Natalia shook her head helplessly. "What an idiot. That's all." She glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates. "Are you also going to participate in the battle?" Luffy nodded earnestly. "Yeah, we're going to head to the battlefield and save Ace." Natalia nodded. "Just on the way, let me take your boat." I heard that Natalia is also going to fight on the battlefield. The expression of everyone in the Straw Hats changed. But Luffy didn't think too much, and said directly, "Okay." The two hit it off. Rayleigh, Shucky, and the Straw Hats watching this scene. New World. Wanakuni. Byakuya stood at the top of Wanakuni with a stern face. Beside him, is his own mother, Momuzagi. In the rear are the top executives of the Beast's Pirates. Kaido came to him, laughed and scanned the audience. Today, Byakuya will become General Wanakuni. His mother, named Kojiki Hiri, was the daughter of Kojiki Oden and the granddaughter of Sukiyaki. Byakuya is a more qualified heir to General Wanakuni than Kurozumai Orakai. Kaido said. The people of Wanakuni below cheered. They have always opposed it. One is the powerful oppression of Kurozumai Orakai. The second is the external invasion of Beast's Pirates. Wanakuni and old-fashioned. All the people here think so. Wanakunis can only be inherited by their Wanakuni people. Now, the position of general was taken by Byakuya. Byakuya is the son of Kojiki Hiri, a member of the Hikari clan in disguise. Be their general. How could they not want to? Byakuya stands on the general's seat. Issued several orders in the capacity of General Wanakuni. First, Wanakuni and Beast's Pirates will only have a cooperative relationship in the future. Second, he will reject everything that persecutes the people of Wanakuni. Even the Beast's Pirates, if they dare to persecute Wanakuni again, he will lead others to resist without hesitation. Third, Wanakuni, the founding of the country. The issuance of 3 orders. It directly stunned the brains of all the people. The Chu Xia 9 heroes in the crowd were stunned. They endured humiliation for so many years. I have been thinking about waiting for the descendants of the Kojiki clan to appear, so that they can pledge their allegiance and regain Wanakuni. But now? What the hell? It's that simple and it's over? Look at Byakuya. Some of the 9 heroes of the Scarlet Sky, by Denjiro. The leader stood up, and it was to show allegiance to Byakuya. Byakuya is the son of Kojiki Hiri, heir of the Kojiki clan, Masamune Kojiki. If they don't come out to be loyal at this time, what are you waiting for? Among the beasts' pirates, listen to Byakuya's 3 commands. Many people in the beasts' pirates are somewhat reluctant. Even Kaido can't control this matter. But Byakuya glanced over with indifferent eyes, and said lightly, "Everyone from the 100 beasts, if you have objections, please raise them. I will use my knife to release it for you." Looking at Byakuya's arrogant look, many of the real fighters under Beast's Pirates Fei Liupeo were blown up. But looking at Kaido, the old 3 disasters, and the 6 volleys, they all have no objections. They didn't dare to say anything more. Because it's not just Byakuya. That aside, there is also Zaraki, a demon with a jagged long knife on his shoulder and scanning them with a grin. They have no doubts. If someone dares to stand up an object at this time, Zaraki can just rush in and kill. Kaido watched this scene without expressing his opinion. He doesn't care about Byakuya's strength and Zaraki's strength. But he cared about his daughter's relationship. He cared even more. It is Byakuya's father, the husband of Yamato and others. This is what Kaido cares most about. So he didn't see what Byakuya did to Wanakuni. Watching Byakuya become the 090 general, after being supported by the people of Wanakuni, Kaido glanced at the top officials of the 100 beasts. "Take care of Yamato while I'm away. Say it." He took off as an azure dragon. "It's time to go to naval headquarters and help my daughter save Ace. He has become a grandfather. This event should also be celebrated externally. There is no better place than to be on top of the battlefield." Watching the back of Kaido leaving, Yamato smiled, and for the first time felt that he, the BD father, still cared about her. The depth of the seabed is 10,000 meters. The Fishmen Island. The warm banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It lasted until the evening. Whitebeard laughed and stood up. "Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Watch Whitebeard get up." Shank's expression moved slightly. Unknowingly. Outside the Fishman Island, an extremely large-scale coated battleship group appeared there. That was the 50 battleships of the Whitebeard pirates. There was a look of shock in Shank's eyes. The red-hair pirates are just like him. Whitebeard turned around at the same time. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also got up, laughed and followed him. "Jaws, you BD, why did you take away the chicken legs I just baked?" Lajilu jumped up and looked angrily at Ziz leaving back. Jaws waved his back to him. "Brush." A chicken leg bone that was eaten was thrown over by Jaws. "See this?" Lajilu smiled. Whitebeard stood in the middle. Beside, they are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Marco, Jaws, Bista, Izang, etc. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates smiled as they watched the Whitebeard pirates leave. The Whitebeard pirates is the protagonist of this battle. The backs of their departure are like a magnificent picture scroll. Seeing this, Shanks also laughed. He looked around at the crew around him. "Brothers, the Whitebeard pirates are in trouble. As friends, what should we do?" "Hear the sound." The Whitebeard pirates paused as they left. Whitebeard looked back in surprise. Didn't expect the redhead to do this. Redhead Shanks laughed and stood up, pressing the griffin on his waist. The red-hair pirates shouted back. "Help them, save Ace." The red-haired Shanks waved the black robe behind his back. "Brothers, let's go to the top to fight. And, I'm going to meet your big sister too." "Ho ho ho ho!" Everyone in the red-hair pirates screamed strangely. Whitebeard watched the scene with the red hair, with the most sincere emotions in his tiger eyes. Red-haired kid, thanks. After saying that, he turned around and waved his arms. Little ones. Follow Laozi, set sail. Go to naval headquarters, let's save Ace. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 128. The next day. 8 in the morning. Naval headquarters, Marine Fort. At this time, the moon-shaped Oaks port was already full of people. An elite marine recruited from all over the world gathered together. They have only one purpose. That is to stand on the top and meet the Whitebeard pirates. All the marines looked tense. But under the mental brainwashing of the officers over and over again, they become fearless. For this battle, all they can feel now is shock. The young generation of marine including Kabe, Baru Meber, Smoker, and Hina stood in the crowd. Everyone stared solemnly at the interior of the moon-shaped port. The Whitebeard pirates shouldn't have come so early. But they were still very nervous. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are too strong. This fight. It is also unprecedented. Perhaps many people live their whole lives without being able to witness it. But they can see it with their own eyes and participate in it today. If you are not careful, you may die in this battle. Kabi and the others looked solemn. At this time, 100,000 elite marines are at the forefront. 7 warlords of the sea came together. Doflamingo wears a flamboyant pink feather coat. With arrogance and unruliness on his face, the corners of his mouth were grinning, and he laughed loudly in a frilly way. The bear is holding a comic book in his hand, with gloves on his paws, and a very calm expression. Moria, like Dover, laughed he. At the same time, he glanced greedily at the 100,000 elite marines. Today's top battlefield is bound to break out into a big war. And if the war breaks out, he will definitely harvest a lot of corpses and shadows. Just sneak them all back. Then he can arm a powerful shadow army. Maybe. I can also use these to go to Wanakuni, and I will take revenge. Moria grinned grimly. The last Hawkeye. He has a serious expression and the most peaceful eyes. Wearing a black-red cloak, Hawkeye with the Supreme Sword Knight on his back, and a black top hat, he looks like a British gentleman. Look around naval headquarters today. The 7 warlords of the sea have different ideas. Moria is the easiest. Want to steal some shadows and corpses, go back and arm your shadow army. Except for him, the remaining 3 have their own things in their hearts. Dover received a summons from the Golden Emperor not long ago. Senju and Shura told Dover that there was no need to abandon the position of 7 warlords of the sea immediately. Instead, Senju and Shura will also help the Golden Emperor and negotiate the position of Shishibukai with the world government. This Shishibukai location is more favorable for them to develop the underground world. And Dover originally wanted to find an opportunity to leave the world government and no longer participate in this summit. Hearing the news, he stayed. Continue to prepare for the top stand. Take a peek at naval headquarters' strong lineup. Dover pondered in his heart. After this battle, he will be able to meet his Senju father and Shura father. The king of the underground world, here he comes. Under Hawkeye's calm face, there was a strong expectation for this battle. After receiving the compulsory recruitment from the world government, he agreed without hesitation. Maybe some people outside will think that this is because they are afraid of the world government. But in fact, Hawkeye was just too lonely. And he already has the #1 position in the world. He is the world's #1 swordsman. So come this time, he actually wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Even old. But the fighting power of the opponent still cannot be underestimated. Maybe the staying power and resilience are not as good as when you were young. But Whitebeard's strength is still very terrifying. In the process of coming, Hawkeye heard about the deeds of Gaiseline, a talented kendo girl. But sorry. Before he reached Marie Joyce, Gaiseline was defeated by Kong and died in the sea. This made Hawkeye feel very sorry. Gaiseline is the one who can beat a redhead in kendo. He has also experienced the red-haired kendo many times. Although not as pure as his swordsmanship. But the red-haired sword is also very strong. It's the kind at the top of the whole sea. Celine can win over each other. It proves that her kendo is not far from her own. It was a real pity for Hawkeye to lose such a swordsman genius. The last bear. He received a brand new order from the dragon this time. Long told him that the Ge Mingjun already had a brand new ally. The brand new allies are very powerful, they are Senju and Shura who have gained fame in the sea recently. There is a mysterious force behind the two. So the dragon told him. The undercover mission in the world government can end. If there is danger, tell him not to be brave and come back quickly. Probably declined. He felt like he was in the world. When this 7 warlords of the sea. It can bring more intelligence, news, weapon information, etc. to the Ge Mingjun. Recently, he also got into Vegapunk. Vegapunk expressed a strong interest in him. Half of his body has been transformed into a machine. Just let the opponent completely transform himself into a machine. Then he's bound to get more from Vegapunk. Bring more useful information to the Ge Mingjun. Only. Just yesterday. The last time he saw Vegapunk. Suddenly discovered the scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world. For the first time in science, he was so angry that he jumped his feet. It's like arguing with some kid there. Xiong felt that it was very confusing, like a dream. The 4 Shishibukai have different minds. It can be said that there are 180 minds per capita. The Marines looked at the 4 of them. Both fearful and angry. On weekdays, these Shishibukai enjoy special privileges. Even if they meet at sea, they cannot be hunted down. Today, this group of privileged guys will serve as the first line of defense against the Whitebeard pirates. This is simply too exasperating. The Marine soldiers secretly gritted their teeth, feeling happy one by one. At this time, there was an uproar in the direction of the execution platform. The Marine soldiers looked excited one by one. Everyone turned their eyes to look. I saw Sengoku wearing a cloak of justice, wearing a martial costume, and the leader Shen Shi. Behind him. It is Admiral of the 3 headquarters. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. Behind them are the hero Garp, the headquarters chief staff officer Tsuru Vice Admiral, 2 admiral candidates, Momuzagi and the T-Dolphin. Beside Momuzagi, there was also a silver-haired boy in a death suit and a white haori. Behind everyone. It is Vice Admiral, the 16th headquarters of Naval Headquarters. Flying Squirrel, Hua Shaishan, Stolo Berry, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and others are among them. The Vice Admirals looked serious, showing the seriousness of the upcoming battle. That's Marshal Sengoku. Yet, there are 3 more admirals. It is said that the 3 admirals are all Logia devil fruits. They are so powerful that they can destroy an island. I don't know if it is true. At first glance, you are the first time to come to the headquarters, the first time to meet the 3 admirals. It's easy for them to destroy an island. And, you know what? This time we have to deal with Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. An admiral can completely deal with it. If the 3 admirals shoot together, Whitebeard will be suppressed in a short time. We will win this battle. Ha ha ha, is it true or not? Are the admirals so strong? Nonsense, what do you think is the highest combat power in the world government? The soldiers of the headquarters spread the horror of Marine Admiral to the soldiers of the whole world. This boosted the morale of this group of tense soldiers from all over the world. And look at Garp and Crane Vice Admiral, the 2 Marine veterans. They are even more excited. So many years. Garp and Crane brought out generations of Marine generals. Some of these generals stayed in the headquarters, while the other went all over the world. So within the scope of the 4 seas. The prestige of Garp and Crane is very high. Especially Garp. This marine hero is YYDS in the hearts of almost all soldiers. Sengoku took the lead and led the crowd all the way to the execution platform. 16 vice admirals lined up below the execution platform. The 3 admirals sat on the 3 chairs in front of the execution platform. It can be said. Sengoku, the resourceful general, played psychological warfare clearly. The 3 admirals just come. For marine soldiers, the fighting spirit will be extremely high. What's more, the 3 admirals are sitting there now, showing a confident attitude towards this battle. This made the lower-level marine soldiers more motivated to fight. Full of confidence in this battle. And it's not over yet. Although Naval Headquarters announced the fact that Silver, a genius, joined Marine the night before. But inside Marine, Sengoku was never officially announced. Just for this day. He wants to be before this battle begins. Awarding silver titles is also a powerful means of boosting the morale of Marines. Sengoku walked over to the execution platform. Ace hadn't arrived yet, he stood here alone, picked up the speakerphone, and spoke seriously. Start the global live broadcast. Sengoku gave the order. Many video phone bugs on the edge of the battlefield opened their eyes and began to operate. At the same time, a series of projection screens appeared in many places throughout the sea. The major pirate groups, Sabayati Archipelago, Rogue Town, Windmill Village, and even the official government of the world are among the powers. This battle, Naval Headquarters has been planned for a full month. The war is about to start, so they naturally want to promote a wave of Marine. Therefore, a prosperous age that can almost be called the World Live Broadcast has appeared. The Deputy General reported that the live broadcast has been fully activated. Everything works fine. Sengoku nodded, picked up the speakerphone bug again, and said seriously. Silver, come on stage, I will award you the title. Sengoku opened his mouth in a deep voice, which changed the expressions of many people. The Marine soldiers looked more and more excited. Marshal Sengoku! Marshal Sengoku! They yelled. Amidst the sound of mountains roaring and tsunami, Yin slowly walked onto the stage and came to Sengoku. Sengoku picked up the cloak of justice that the lieutenant had already prepared. The brochure on it is Rear Admiral. Sengoku put the cloak of justice on Jin's body with both hands. Silver is still so calm. But also in the eyes. A little emotion and excitement. He turned and scanned the entire naval headquarters calmly. At the same time, Sengoku spoke. Silver, officially join my Marine today. You don't know yet, do you? Silver came back to my naval headquarters that day, knocked out Admiral as a substitute, and knocked out the doctor. Afterwards, all of our high-level officials also verified Yin's talent, and finally confirmed that he is a genius with the qualifications of a marshal. So, I, the Marine Marshal, made an exception and promoted Yin to the headquarters Rear Admiral. Sengoku's voice fell slowly. There was an uproar in the audience. The Marine soldiers made another roar like a tsunami. Once you join the Marine, you will become the headquarters Rear Admiral. And, the capital of the Marshal? Sengoku personally admits that Yin has the qualifications of a Marshal. This is in line with all the previous rumors. They Marine, welcome a genius. Everyone shouted excitedly. After the investiture ceremony, Yin stepped off the stage and came to his mother. His expression was a little complicated for a while. No good, Sengoku and the three admirals attach great importance to this battle, and think that Marine must win this battle. Knowing how this battle would go, Yin could only sigh deeply. He can do it. Just try to avoid casualties of common Marine soldiers. This also lived up to the importance Sengoku placed on him. At this time, it was just 9 o'clock. Ace was led out wearing sea-stone handcuffs and anklets. His escorts were 2 executioners. Certainly. Bell and King Kong hide in the dark and follow beside Ace. The 2 used the special technology of the world government. Able to disappear for a short time. Ace was led to the execution platform, came to the front and knelt down. In this process, he kept his head down dejectedly. Look at Ace like this. The morale of the Marines has risen again. But at this moment, inside the crescent-shaped oak's port, gurgling, gurgling, the surface of the sea boiled like boiling water. Bubbles rise from the drum. Next moment, shadows loom beneath the surface of the sea. The shadow gradually expands. 3 or 2 minutes passed. The shadow has spread into dozens of lines, covering the entire sea surface. Sengoku on the execution platform looked at this scene with eyes sinking. Whitebeard, in this way, to attack. Really? As Sengoku expected. The huge whale bow of the Moby Dick suddenly emerged from under the sea surface. Next to it, are two slightly smaller whale ships. And at the same time, after Moby DK, 50 warships, large and small, emerged. In an instant, the Whitebeard pirates have invaded the headquarters of Oaksport. Standing on the top of the battle, it's about to happen. Chapter 129. Boom! Boom! In the silence of the audience, a steady footstep sounded. The captains on the deck of the Moby DK gave way. All the Marines looked at each other, their pupils shrinking. The common soldiers looked tense and swallowed deeply. Kabe, Barumeber and others were also sweating profusely. Even if Whitebeard hasn't appeared yet. But the power of the strongest man in the world has already swept through the entire naval headquarters. Regardless of the fact that Marine dispatched 100,000 elite Marines this time, the mid to high level combat power is even more luxurious. But all Marines including Sengoku, none of them can guarantee 100% that Marine will win this battle. Once upon a time, in Sengoku has always been the inner analysis. Marine's odds of winning this battle are 7. The odds of winning for the Whitebeard pirates are 3. Among them, the Whitebeard pirates have a 30% winning rate. Sengoku was never considered a faction of the Whitebeard pirates. And simply because of Whitebeard. Because the strongest man in the world. This title has never been just talk. The power to destroy the world has never been exaggerated. As the guy who fought Whitebeard for most of his life, Sengoku is well aware of the power held by the opponent. It is a bit of an exaggeration to say that the world will be destroyed. But if he doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, he wants to be buried with naval headquarters at the end of the battle. No one can guard against that. So Marine's 3 success rate. All because of Whitebeard. Sengoku has been taking a gamble. Bet he doesn't completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates here. Just kill an ace and Whitebeard. Whitebeard doesn't do things that extreme. The battle for the top in the original book also proved. Sengoku bet right. Although Ace is dead. But Whitebeard did not run away in the end, and did not drag Marine to be buried with him desperately. Instead, he chose to let Marco and other sons leave. It can be seen that it is playing psychological warfare. Sengoku is a maestro of mavens. But at this moment, the sense of oppression brought by Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is still extremely strong. In the eyes of common Marine soldiers, Whitebeard, much scarier than their Marine admiral. After all, New World is a place full of monsters. Countless pirates die there every day and are buried in the sea. But Whitebeard can become 4 emperors in that place. He has been standing in the sea for so many years, and he still has the title of the strongest man in the world. So, in the eyes of the Marine soldiers at the bottom, Whitebeard is a very scary guy. Scary to the extreme. They didn't dare to breathe at 480. Watching the Whitebeard who leaned on a razor and walked step by step to the front of the deck of the Moby DK. None of them opened their mouths, and they were all breathing heavily. Below the execution platform, 3 admirals on the spot. For the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's expression was gloomy like a pool of stagnant water. This is the moment Whitebeard enters the scene. Akainu admits. As Marine Admiral, based on the comparison of momentum alone, he is not as good as the opponent. At least Akainu can't. Letting myself play alone made the 100,000 elite Marines breathe heavily, and each of them trembled in fear. He can't do such a thing. So Akainu's heart became more and more angry. Wait, will. He had to punch Whitebeard's brains out. He is Marine Admiral. By suppressing Whitebeard's momentum, rise to the position of Marshal and lead the Marine. From now on, only one word will be circulated between Marine and this sea. Marshal Akainu, Sakazuki, is the man who crushed Whitebeard. Beside him, Aokiji had a solemn expression. Looking at the 100,000 elite Marines in the headquarters. Looking at the 50 warships and captains from the Whitebeard pirates. Aokiji sighed inwardly. He just thinks. No matter what, this battle of standing will make people miserable. But as Marine Admiral, Aokiji understood too. This battle must be fought. Now. In order to prevent more people from dying. He had to do his best to deal with the Whitebeard pirates as early as possible. But it's about fighting Akainu and fighting Whitebeard. Aokiji is not going to do it. As for Kizaru, he is the calmest of the 3 admirals. As fishing admiral, Kizaru lives clearly. He knew it was the 5 elders who paid him. His allegiance is also to the 5 elders. But Kizaru's allegiance, so be it. He didn't feel that he had to fight for anyone at all. Kizaru only thinks of himself at all times. The Whitebeard pirates and the headquarter duel. It is absolutely impossible for him to exert much force. Later, he shot directly, blocking 1 or 2 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and that was enough. As for Whitebeard, leave it to Aokiji and Akainu. He is not greedy for merit. Boom! Whitebeard leaned on the razor and came to the front of the deck. He looked up. The line of sight directly skipped Shishibukai, 100,000 elite marine, headquarters vice admiral, and the 3 admirals, and landed on the execution platform. Seeing Ace kneeling there with a decadent expression, the whole person is like a walking dead Ace. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curled up under his crescent mustache. Whitebeard laughed out loud. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Silly son, Lao Zi is here to save you. Looking at Ace, Whitebeard's voice penetrated the audience and resounded in Ace's ears. On the execution stand. Kneeling there, Ace was stunned with decadent eyes. He raised his head suddenly. This time, he has always been in a state of numbness. Ace doesn't care about everything in the outside world. He kept repeating in his mind, Whitebeard don't come to rescue him. The Whitebeard pirates don't come to rescue him. But this moment, Ace's dream seemed to be shattered. Hearing Whitebeard's heroic voice again, Ace only felt a sore nose. He looked up and saw Whitebeard directly on the Moby DK. And, the brothers around life. There is also the huge fleet of 50 ships of the Whitebeard pirates. Watching this scene, especially that tall figure, Ace burst into tears. He knelt there with his hands behind his back, tears gushing from his eyes. Daddy! Why did you come to save me? Daddy! Ace gritted his teeth, and the last sentence was out. Listen to Ace's tone of blame. Whitebeard on the Moby DK picks his ears. He turned his head and glanced at Marco, Jaws, and the others. Sons, what did Ace just say? How dare this stupid son blame Lao Zi? Depend on. Lao Zi is acting, do I need to report to him? Lao Zi is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he continued to laugh cool la la la. Marco and the others nodded. Jaws looked at Ace who was kneeling on the execution platform, clasped his hands to his mouth, and shouted like a big trumpet. Ace, Dad is doing things with our group of big brothers, do we need to ask for your opinion? Ha 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 ha. The Whitebeard pirates became a noisy mess. It was as if facing them was not an epic battle. Just come here and take my brother home. Look at Ace kneeling on the execution platform. Whitebeard had forgotten all about it. What power, what territory, what life. This moment, he just wants to take Ace, and go home. Whitebeard laughed with tears streaming from his tiger eyes. Ace, wait a minute. Wait a while, Tutu will take you home. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, Ace couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes. Daddy! His jaw trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered. Father, I was wrong. I was the one who brought the Whitebeard pirates into danger. His voice. The bug passed through the speaker phone in Sengoku's hand. Whitebeard's expression turned serious when he heard this. He looked at Ace who was kneeling on the execution platform, his eyes were fixed, full of fierceness. Ace! I, the captain, gave you the order to chase that guy Teach. Listen to this. Ace on the execution platform was completely moved. And Whitebeard's words spread to the entire Whitebeard pirates fleet. It also caused a lot of waves. Once upon a time, they also thought that Ace set out to pursue Teach privately, so he was countered by the other party and traded to the world's government, which led to the current public execution. It was Ace who pulled them into a dangerous situation. But now, Whitebeard said, he was the one who ordered Ace to hunt down Teach. Such, a bite, Words. They came to rescue Ace today, and all the complaints left in their hearts are gone. On the execution stand. Watching a few conversations between Whitebeard and Ace boosted the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku frowned. Those eyes full of wisdom were gloomy and watery. Glancing at Whitebeard not far away, Sengoku picked up the speakerphone bug, came to Ace's side, looked at the other side and asked. Fire Fist, Porgas D. Ace. Today, I, Marine, carry out a public execution on you. Do you really think that the one we want to execute is only that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates, Ace? Sengoku's words were faint, and spread throughout the audience and the world through the loudspeaker phone bug. Many people were stunned. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard's eyes were blank, with anger deep in his eyes. Knew it. Teach that BD, I don't know where to know Ace's true identity. And told it to the world government. Whitebeard sulked, but it didn't help. An Ace on the scaffold. Listening to Sengoku's faint words. His whole body fell into an ice cave in an instant. Ace felt cold all over, turned his head and looked at Sengoku tremblingly. My daddy is Whitebeard. My father is Whitebeard. Caught in Impel Down for so long. He's already figured out quite a few of these things, too. So for Sengoku to bring this up. The other party hasn't said anything yet. He's already messed up. After all. As the son of the One Piece Roger, this identity. Ace is extremely disgusting, extremely hateful. For so many years, he has always felt that he should not be alive. Fine. He was lucky. Met Whitebeard. Met a group of brothers like Marco and Jaws. Look at Ace who doesn't ask himself. Sengoku smiled. He looked around the audience and said in a deep voice. Everyone, I, Marine, have gone to great lengths to perform a public execution on Fire Fist Ace. Of course we're not just trying to kill a Fire Fist Ace. He's not qualified enough. Sengoku's words. It set off an uproar among many people at the scene and in the whole sea. Kizaru raised his brows, his eyes brightened. Yo, are you a little out of sorts? What is the true identity of this Ace? In the past, they had speculated about Ace's identity. After all, Ryū is just an ordinary captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Then the probability of Whitebeard coming to rescue him is about 30%. After all, there are so many Whitebeard pirate captains. If you Marine catch one, I'll go to the headquarters to save it. What the hell are we pirates? Even if Marco was caught, the probability of Whitebeard mobilizing troops to rescue is only 50%. If Ace doesn't have the rest of the things Sengoku and Whitebeard care about. So, there was a high probability that Whitebeard would not come to rescue him. You can shout loudly and go to take revenge by destroying several marine branches like Senju and Shura. That's enough. After all, pirates are not fools. But when Kizaru they see Sengoku is so confident. When I thought that the Whitebeard pirates would definitely come to save Ace. Kizaru and the others have already guessed. It's just that they still don't know about Ace's identity. Everyone turned their heads in unison. He looked curiously at Sengoku above the execution platform. Ace also turned his head and looked at Sengoku beside him. Look at what the other person is going to say. Ace hastily yelled. No, don't say it. I'm Papa Whitebeard's son, I'm just Papa Whitebeard's son. Ace's words. It looked extremely pale and weak. This made Whitebeard feel extremely distressed. His tiger eyes looked at Ace solemnly, and the depths of his eyes were full of tenderness. He also thinks so much. Ace is just his son. That way Marine wouldn't be following him. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku became the center of attention. Everyone is looking at him. Including the whole sea. Sengoku took a deep breath, picked up the loudspeaker phone bug, and was full of air. Fire Fist, Porgas D. Ace, the actual true identity is the former One Piece, the son of Gore D. Roger. His real name, it should be, Gore D. Ace. Sengoku let out a long breath after saying this. This sea is all about talent. Talent also has a certain relationship with blood. Even if it's not that big. But Roger's guy's son, who doesn't care? I learned about this from 5 elders. Sengoku was also shocked for a long time. It was completely unexpected that Roger actually had heirs living in this sea. Then, Sengoku was instructed by 5 elders to plan the battle for the top. Now the battle begins. He was finally able to reveal the identity of Ace. Kill Ace, then Whitebeard. Marine this battle today. No matter how big the damage is, it will not hesitate. Sengoku is smug. And the audience? Everyone fell silent. The entire huge Oaks Square, including the White Fleet in the port. Everyone's eyes widened and they turned to look at Ace in shock. Ace. He is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King. This matter. It's something they didn't expect at all. How is this possible? One Piece Roger actually has an heir? Porgas d Ace? Gore, d Ace? Everyone is full of doubts and incomprehension. Just when the audience was silent, kneeling there decadently, a voice sounded in the ear of Ace, who seemed to have lost his soul. Ace, your last name is Porgas, not Gore, right? Accompanied by this extremely magnetic words. Ace's pupils are dilated. In his spiritual world, images emerged one after another. That was the first time Roger and his mother Rouge met. Then leave Rouge, for what a man's adventure. After that, more than 10 years later, Roger became the One Piece and was terminally ill. He knows the secrets of this world, he knows everything. In the end, I chose to accompany Rouge for a period of time to express my guilt. But, after Roger left, Rouge became pregnant. See this. Ace is fried. Chapter 130. Roger, you're in a hole for stepping on a horse. Ace used all his life's strength to curse out this sentence. For so many years, he hated Roger. Hate each other for abandoning their mother. He hated the fact that the other party came back in the end and asked his mother to give birth to the other party's child. Ace feels that he was born in an undeserved way. If he hadn't been born, his mother wouldn't have died. Gritting his teeth, Ace kept yelling. In this world, he can curse at will. Finally. I don't know how long it has been. Ace is tired of cursing. He stopped cursing and turned his eyes to look around. I see. Naval headquarters at this time has been buzzing. Everyone is raving about the fact that Ace is the son of Roger, the One Piece King. It seems. No one noticed what he just yelled at. Across the way, Whitebeard from the Moby DK looked over. Looking at the joy on Ace's face, as well as the anger and fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Whitebeard laughed. Stupid son, the country is old. Father, I'll take you home now. In order to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from being distracted. Whitebeard directly chose to do it, to speed up the process. Because once the people of the Whitebeard pirates reacted. This time Whitebeard came to rescue Ace, there is something tricky. Then the morale of the army is bound to be slackened. Some people will also think that Whitebeard is biased. That's extremely detrimental to standing competition. With a little force, Whitebeard thrust the Sky Razor from the cloud into the deck. He clenched his hands into fists, and his arm muscles bulged. Aligning the air on both sides, Whitebeard punches out with both fists. Click! Caw caw caw! The air, like a mirror, was cracked like a spider web by Whitebeard. Immediately, the entire naval headquarters trembled slightly. Not long after, both sides of naval headquarters, the sea surface swelled, as if being pulled up by an extremely strong force. 2 tsunamis with a height of hundreds of meters were generated. It's like destroying the world. More like 2 giant hands covering the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The pupils of the marine soldiers trembled, and their eyes were full of fear. This moment, all they think about is, what the hell? Is Ace the son of Roger, the Pirate King? What does this have to do with me? I just want to keep living. Yes. In their hearts at the moment, only the idea of continuing to live. The pirates of the White Fleet also stopped talking. They forgot that Ace was Roger's son. Think instead. Only Papa Whitebeard's mighty. This riding horse is simply ruining the world. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates was once again high. But Whitebeard understood. This is just a stopgap measure. The fact that Ace is Roger's son. Sengoku has spoken out. This will inevitably lead to suspicion in the hearts of some people in the white group. Once suspicion is formed, it cannot be erased. It is bound to be deeply rooted. And he created the tsunami. It can also suppress marine morale for a while. Aokiji is still sitting there. This tsunami did not cause any harm to marine. Sure enough, Whitebeard was right. Sengoku looked down at Aokiji and spoke in a deep voice. Aokiji, what are you waiting for? Kizaru is just fishing. At this time, Aokiji is still here watching the play. Have you forgotten your identity? Reminded by Sengoku. Aokiji also seemed to be relieved. He stood up slowly, scratching his head. Ah, what a hassle. Next moment, he came directly over naval headquarters. Stretching out his hands, the pheasant felt cold all over his body. Ice Age. The terrifying cold air swept across quickly. See you in a few breaths. It completely freezes the huge tsunami of hundreds of meters produced by Whitebeard. Plus Oaks Harbor throughout naval headquarters. Here. Whitebeard pirates, don't even think about running away. They must stay and fight to the death. No one wants to leave until the end of time. Sengoku glanced at Aokiji with satisfaction, and heaved a sigh of relief. And the half-empty Aokiji. After freezing the sea, taking advantage of the trend, he was ready to launch a successful attack on Whitebeard. Tell the marine soldiers. Whitebeard is not a god. Marine Admiral can handle him. But this time before Aokiji made a move, a figure stepped on the air and floated up, reaching the minister. The eyes under the silver hair looked seriously at Whitebeard. With scorching eyes, Yin spoke coldly. Shoot him, Shinso. Before everyone has done it. Silver, the genius who was hailed by Sengoku as the marshal's talent, took the lead. The short sword in his hand extended rapidly, and attacked Whitebeard on the Moby DK. Look at this attack that spans thousands of meters. Whitebeard's expression didn't change much. He glanced at Silver with a dark sigh. This, could it be that Marine Tianjiao who was hailed by Sengoku as the marshal? Also, the last name should be, Poor Gas, right? After all, Momuzagi was also abducted by Natalie. Whitebeard and the others figured out Silver's identity early on. Must be a member of the Porgas family too. Most likely it was one of Natalia's younger brothers. In this case, it is normal to have such a talent. As for why he's shooting Whitebeard at this moment? Mostly because of Whitebeard's reputation. I want to see Whitebeard's strength. But even though it is a friendly army, no, let their coach do it so easily. Jaws flew out and stood in front of Whitebeard. Half of his body turned into a diamond. Ding! Silver Shinso. It is a blow that can knock the T-Dolphin into the air in an instant. Although it is only Shikai, its power should not be underestimated. Jaws not only used the shiny fruit ability, but also used armament haki at the same time. Even so, Josie felt as if he had been hit hard by a locomotive. Both feet made a deep groove on the deck, Jaws looked pained, and finally blocked Yin's blow. The long knife was quickly retracted. Jaws cursed. Damn it, it hurts to ride a horse. Watching this scene happen, the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates have different ideas. Marines think so. Silver Rear Admiral was young, not even a kid. But he was able to repel a white team leader directly. It can make Diamond Jotzi feel pain. This is too strong. And the white group? Then he disdainfully thinks that Silver is like that. What a marshal's capital! Could it be that he is a marshal after knocking back Captain Jaws a few steps without breaking the defense? The two sides have different views. The fierce duel is imminent. After Yin performed this attack, he was also targeted by many pirates. The opponents who knew Silver's identity did not make a move. But the pirate captains in the White Fleet don't have that scruple. A pirate captain who is good at gunfighting and can perform advanced attacks such as armed bullets flew up. Aiming at Yin, the flintlock gun in his hand fired 3 times in a row. Boom! 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 3 jet black bullets streaked across the sky and flew towards Yin. Seeing this, Aokiji's face changed greatly. Silver though ability is heaven-defying. But Haki and so on are not so good. Aokiji's guardian was eager to give up the attack on Whitebeard. Dodging, he came directly to Yin's side. An ice shield forms. Thick armament Haki wraps around it. Boom boom boom. 3 bullets hit it, making a heavy sound. Aokiji stood in front of Jin and looked back at him. Silver, today I will teach you the first truth. Before you become really strong, don't provoke the strong that you can't provoke. Human beings can only execute justice if they survive. Aokiji said. Silver eyes are complex. He just wanted to test Whitebeard's abilities. Although this move is a bit impulsive. But face Aokiji's kindness. He nodded. Understood, teacher. Aokiji was filled with relief. Look at the pirate captain who dared to shoot his apprentice. Aokiji condensed 3 icy spears in his hand and counterattacked. The pirate captain evaded in embarrassment. In the end, Foil Vista made the move, and the regiment successfully offset Aokiji's 3 skills. A brief trial for both sides. Let the mood of the entire battlefield become more and more enthusiastic. Everyone felt that their side would win. Pirates. He even took Yin as his target in this battle. That is the brat known as the marshal's talent. Kill him. They can blow for a lifetime. At the same time, it also made Sengoku and others feel sad for a lifetime. The pirates laughed wildly. And at this moment, suddenly, a high-pitched horn sounded from afar. Naval headquarters outside of naval headquarters. A pirate ship, riding the wind and waves. Go to the area frozen by Aokiji. A dozen or so people jumped off the pirate ship. A dozen or so people were laughing and laughing, clustered around a man in black robe. Everyone moved forward. The surrounding Beichuan people were extremely excited when they saw this. Red hair. The red hair pirates have arrived. Ha 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 ha. Marine, how are you going to win this time? Ha 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 ha. Inside the port. Listen to the arrogant laughter of the pirates. The expressions of all the marines changed in unison. Sengoku on the execution platform, the 3 admirals off the stage, even Garp and Crane all sank suddenly. Especially Sengoku. He was full of incredible. Before preparing for this battle, 5 elders had spoken to him. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. This time, they will give up part of the benefits, so that the other 3 big pirate groups will not participate in the battle. Among them redheads. 5 elders even patted their chests and assured that the opponent would not join the battle. But now, what's going on with this horse? Sengoku was short of breath. He thought of Kong and the chief CPO who came to the headquarters to support him. The reason why these 2 support the headquarters can't be because the red hair pirates are coming to fight, right? Meow. Sengoku cursed from the bottom of his heart. The people of the red hair pirates also slowly walked to the front of the white team lineup. Count redheads. Only 10 official members. 0, ask for flowers. But they appear. But it made everyone in the audience breathe heavily. Pirates are excited here. Marine was shocked. Shanks led the men to the Moby DK side by side with Whitebeard. At this time, Sengoku looked at Shanks darkly. Red hair, come here with red hair pirates, do you want to annihilate the entire army? Shanks didn't answer Sengoku's question first. Instead, take a peek at naval headquarters lineup. When seeing Hawkeye among the Shishibukai, Shanks raised his eyebrows and laughed. My Hawk, long time no see. It would be great if Gaisoline's final battle was with you. As Shanks spoke, he couldn't help but fell into a sense of loss. But the regret is also very fast, it only takes a second to pass. Hawkeye looked at the redhead. I am also a little surprised that he will come to participate in the top stand competition. Didn't this guy tell himself he wouldn't come? Why are you running now? What an idiot. For the red hair, Hawkeye felt helpless. Shanks raised his eyes again, and looked at the vice admirals in the headquarters, as well as the 2 admiral candidates, the hero Garp, the Crane vice admiral, and the 3 admirals. Most red. Shanks' gaze fell on Sengoku on the execution platform. Mr. Sengoku, if we come The commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong, will also come, right? If it comes, it's just right, I want to challenge him once. Look at both of us, who is stronger and who is weaker. Shanks smiled. The words made Sengoku feel unprecedented pressure. The redhead made the move. Obviously to avenge Gaisoline. Of course. It seemed to the redhead. Not revenge. Just a challenge to anyone that Gaisoline couldn't beat. 0-0. During the battle, it is normal to accidentally kill the opponent, right? It doesn't matter if Gaisoline is alive or not. Redheads have to do this. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku's expression was extremely gloomy. Redhead Shanks. You have to understand, what are you doing now? Now I can give you a chance. Take your people and leave immediately, I can pretend that you have never been here. Otherwise, you red hair pirates, together with the Whitebeard pirates, will be buried in Marineford today. Sengoku said word for word, tone absolutely. Can this? Shanks just smiled and shook his head. Mr. Sengoku, since I'm here, I won't be here. How about this? In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, please order Mr. Sengoku and Whitebeard to evacuate all people whose strength is below Rear Admiral. After all, when we came, it is no longer military strength that determines the outcome of this battle. Listen to Shanks. Sengoku's expression darkened suddenly on the execution platform. Damn guy! Sengoku gritted his teeth, feeling extremely angry. He knows how strong the red-haired conqueror's haki is. The most haki man in the sea. As long as he releases haki, all the people below Rear Admiral's strength here will lose their fighting power directly. And once they fainted, if the war continues, those people will die in vain. Finally, beads of sweat formed on Sengoku's forehead. Looking at the redhead who looked at him indifferently and asked to give him some face, Sengoku gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. All Rear Admiral soldiers, withdraw from the headquarters and wait for my order. Whitebeard also laughed and ordered. Redheads can come. He is very happy. Because even Whitebeard brought his fortune this time. You have to try your hand with Marine. That's still not enough. His subordinates are just a group of stragglers. Compared with the 100,000 elite sailors in naval headquarters, it is far behind. Now redheads make the move. It can avoid huge casualties between the two sides. And he can smooth out the huge gap between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine, why not do it? During the retreat of the common forces of both sides, Shanks glanced at Whitebeard with a smile. This battle, although he is here, ask Sengoku to do him a favor by withdrawing all common soldiers. This he did. Smoothed out the huge force gap between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. At the same time, meaningless casualties were avoided. But next, it is still not easy to continue to win this battle. They need to make a time difference. Rescue Ace before the world government reacts and sends strong men to support naval headquarters, and then withdraws. There is only such a way of thinking about standing up. Otherwise, wait for the strong men from the world government to arrive. Then this battle will be even more difficult. But, just when the redhead had such an idea, Sengoku on the execution platform saw that the common soldiers on both sides had retreated. He glanced at Shanks and smiled disdainfully. Red-haired Shanks, do you think we didn't respond to you breaking your oath and participating in the top competition? Sengoku's tone is confident. It made both Shanks and Whitebeard thump. Subsequently, the scene that caused the audience and the sea to be in an uproar again appeared. Chapter 131. Among the retreating 100,000 elite marines, Kabi and Barumeba are among them. The two of them are still majors now, and they are far behind the general level. So under Garp's order, the three of them retreated wisely. But what makes Kabi and Barumeba puzzling is, take the number of top players in naval headquarters. Even if another 4 Emperor's redhead comes, they don't need the other party to say anything, they just do what they do. Marshal Sengoku has no backbone at all? Red-haired Shanks said to let their 100,000 elite marines retreat. Sengoku really agrees? At this point, it made Kabi and Barumeba puzzled. At the same time, it is also a place of doubt for the 100,000 elite marines who are far away from the port. Although I am very afraid of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments. But they also retain enthusiasm for the fight. After all, it is an epic battle. They are involved. If it survives, it can blow for a lifetime. But the red hair comes. Open your mouth and let them back away. Even more surprising. Marshal Sengoku also agreed. Many Marines dropped their jaws in shock. Only a group of elite soldiers who were mixed in New World shook their heads and sighed. You guys don't know how scary that red-haired guy is. This group of veterans hang out in New World. Although most have never seen the red-haired Haki. But I also heard a thing or two in the battle with the pirates. The redhead's conquerors opened. All people below the general level in the audience will fall to the ground and lose their combat effectiveness. In other words, just start the fight. The redheads have a wave of conquerors' onslaught. Then the 100,000 elite marines carefully mobilized by Marine. Among them, those who can resist may not exceed a few hundred. Most people can't bear the horrible conquerors directly, and faint directly. And in the Whitebeard pirates, plus the Red Hair pirates and naval headquarters battles. They fainted and fell to the ground. What was waiting for them at 1:30? No doubt. Is death. Died in a coma, unable to exert any effect. So, Sengoku agrees to the redheads' proposal and lets them go. It's definitely not that Sengoku is afraid of redheads. It's just to avoid meaningless casualties. The veterans were tacit. Some recruits asked. They also spoke out about it. But many people don't believe it. What conquerors Haki? Can one person really be strong enough to suppress thousands of troops? What's more, they are 100,000 elite marines. Look at this group of unbelieving elites from all over the world. The New World veteran stopped talking, and quietly looked in the direction of the headquarters. From a distance, they can also see part of the scene on the headquarters. In addition to the live broadcast of the video phone bug, they can always grasp the trend of the internal competition in the headquarters. Sengoku's agreement to let them retreat temporarily wasn't exactly a compromise to the redhead either. More of a kind. Let these 100,000 elite marines ride hundreds of warships and surround the naval headquarters with this idea. Today, Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, stay put. The red-haired guy thinks he is kind and considerate of the weak. But let the 100,000 elite marines and 50,000 pirates withdraw. This is exactly what Sengoku wanted. Marine can completely catch the turtle in the urn with a strong force. As long as the high-level combat power is here, the winner will be determined. Well, they are today. The Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates can be completely wiped out here. This is a big victory. With a strong excitement in my heart, Sengoku on the execution platform picks up the megaphone bug. Looking at the many elites of the Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, while looking in one direction. That is, the highest part of the headquarters office building. Marshal Kong, please also prepare for my marine battle. Sengoku's voice set off an uproar in the audience and the entire sea. Headquarters vice admirals turned their heads in astonishment. The arrival of Sora and Chief CPO is a secret. So they didn't even know that the former Marine Marshal and now the Chief of the Army had also come to the headquarters. Pirate direction. Whitebeard and the Redhead also stared at each other. Following Sengoku's gaze, the two also looked at the headquarters office building. This moment, right at the top of the naval headquarters office building, at some point, there appeared an old man wearing a cloak of justice, who was as strong as a savage. The old man was more than 4 meters tall. Compared with the 3 admirals, the sense of oppression is stronger. Hear Sengoku's call. Kong didn't hesitate. The purpose of him and the head of CP0 coming to the headquarters is to prevent accidents in this competition. And now, the arrival of Red Hair pirates is indeed no small accident. Although they counted a novice crew, there were only 11 people in total. But each of these 11 people is a strong man who cannot be underestimated. Among them, the red-haired Shanks, the captain, is a well-deserved 4 emperors. Plus the enigmatic first officer, Ben Beckman. If he doesn't show up in this battle. Although some Marines fight. But when Garp was hesitant and tangled, unable to make a shot, and Sengoku had to be the coach Ryūjin. Marine's battle must be extremely difficult. So, he showed up without hesitation. He stomped his feet hard. The stone slab under Kong shattered. In an instant, he covered more than half the distance, slamming his feet on the scaffold, shoulder to shoulder with Sengoku. Kong stood there, arms folded. Can be seen. His original left forearm was empty. Now it has been connected with half a pitch-black strong iron fist. This black and strong forearm was built for him by Vegapunk with sea stone. It is the natural nemesis of demon fruit power. It is said that Vegapunk's assistant also added some special substance to it. Let this arm have a certain vitality, which can better fit the flow of the user's armament haki. In other words, now replace Kong with this arm. The strength may be stronger than before he broke his arm. The oppressive Kong appears. All the vice admirals from the headquarters who were present were looking at each other with blazing eyes. When they joined the marine, it was time for Empty to serve as marine marshal. Did not expect. This time, they will have the chance to fight side by side with Kongguya Division. Everyone was full of excitement and excitement. The solemnity brought by the arrival of the Red Hair Pirates was swept away. Now, all the Vice Admiral Rear Admirals only think that Marine must win this battle. And it was an unprecedented victory. Destroy the 2-4 Emperor's regiments. If this is true, then their achievements will be engraved in the history books. The temptation to go down in history. Let Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral all forget the horror of standing up. They only have a fanatical fighting spirit for this battle. Sengoku on the scaffold watches the scene. Looking at the uncontrollable fighting spirit on the faces of the marine generals. A calm smile appeared in his eyes. Look at the redhead and white beard. Sengoku couldn't help but look mockingly. Meet his gaze. Both the redhead and Whitebeard's heart sank. The two had previously discussed the strategic plan for this battle. First, the Whitebeard pirates broke into the Oak's port from the seabed coating. Afterwards, the Red Hair pirates forced their way in from the outside, suppressing Marine's aura. This is a large-scale battle. They have to act like they are strong. Marine's morale must be suppressed. Only in this way can they win. Naval headquarters after all. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 3 admirals, 2 admiral alternates, 16 vice admirals from the headquarters, and 4-7 warlords of the sea. Such a lineup. Even Garp won't make a shot. But it's already enough to beat the Red Hair pirates plus the Whitebeard pirates. Marine has always been the most powerful overlord force in the sea under the world government. Their middle and high-level combat power. Facing a 4 Emperors regiment, it can be crushed. Facing 2-4 Emperors groups, the winning rate is 70%. Only when facing 3-4 Emperors regiments. Marine's winning percentage will be knocked down by 55. F4. That's not at all possible. If such a big battle happens, it is impossible for the 4 Emperors regiment not to spread any information. Once it gets out, the government of the world will definitely send combat power to support it. So this fight. The Redhead is going to cooperate with Whitebeard internally and externally to hit a wave of marine morale. After he came, he hit another wave of marine morale and made the common sailors retreat. This will make the marine and the whole sea feel that they are in danger. Then, Redhead and Whitebeard rescued Ace again with lightning speed. Before the world government could react, they quickly withdrew. Can now. To the surprise of the Redhead and Whitebeard. The government of the world actually pays so much attention to this battle. Commander-in-Chief Kong. He actually came to this naval headquarters at the very beginning of the battle. How to fight this? All of a sudden, the pirates fell into extreme passivity. Everyone didn't speak, and all their faces were solemn. The elite marines who were evacuated around were also discussing enthusiastically, and their expressions became more and more excited. The pirate side is dejected and dejected. I knew I couldn't go on like this. Whitebeard stretched out his hand to hold the big razor Kong Yunki beside him, ready to directly use his powerful shock fruit ability to revive the morale of the pirates. After all, they are here. Not to destroy naval headquarters. Just to save Ace. If it is this goal, there are still some people who can fight. But before Whitebeard pulled Kong Yunki from the deck, a dragon's chant came from the distant sky. Then, it was a strong warning that resounded in observation haki among many powerhouses. A guy like a monster, sleepy. On the execution stand, Sengoku and Kong turned their heads in shock and looked at the distant sky. Below the execution platform, 3 admirals' expression also changed suddenly. Frowning all the time, Garp looked up with worry in his eyes. He had watched the redhead come to save Ace too. I am very happy. After all, the probability of Ace being rescued is higher. He can even do without a shot. In this way, since there is no need to violate justice, Ace can be kept alive, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But the appearance of Kong. It made Garp think of the CPO chief who was still hiding in the dark. Beside Ace, there is. The big men in the 2 CPS personally guarded it. Such a lineup. Even if he turned against the water at a critical moment, it would be extremely difficult to save Ace. So Garp is very worried. But this moment. Look to the horizon. Looking at the thick dark cloud and the huge figure shrouded in the dark cloud, Garp's expression froze. Everyone in the audience was also stunned. Shanks and Whitebeard exchanged another glance. There was shock in the eyes of both of them. As they have been fighting Kaido for so many years, naturally know who is coming. One of the 4 emperors. The strongest creature in the world. Kaido of the beasts. But Kaido, what are you doing at naval headquarters at this hour? Didn't the government of the world allow him to benefit? Can't. Is he here to stir things up? All of a sudden, Shanks and Whitebeard both looked down. The 2 were full of dignity. With the Kaido guy's temper, his arrival probably won't be a good thing. Kneel on the execution platform. Ace looked at the flying Kaido and was also a little confused. He never expected that he would have such a big weight. Whitebeard came to rescue him, Ace understands. The arrival of red hair later surprised Ace. The appearance of Kong makes Ace's rising hope like falling ice. At the same time, he hated Roger more and more in his heart. If it wasn't for his identity as Roger's son, then Marine and the world government would not attach such importance to themselves. Can now watch another 4 emperors Kaido come too. Ace was really dumbfounded. What virtue and ability did he have to attract the arrival of the 3-4 emperors? Beside Ace, Sengoku's complexion also suddenly sank, unprecedentedly heavy. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku cursed from the bottom of his heart. The BD Kaido is here. What are the intelligence agencies doing? Rebirth didn't receive any intelligence. Sengoku felt extremely angry. The marines and pirates in the surrounding sea were also shocked at the same time. Everyone has no idea. One of the famous 4 emperors, the strongest creature in the world, what is Kaido of the beasts doing here? Simple, just to join in the fun? Just when the audience and the sea didn't know what Kaido was doing. The Azure Dragon, shrouded in dark clouds, soars above naval headquarters. The dark clouds gradually dissipated. A moment later, a tall and strong man with a pair of horns and a rough face fell down. Kaido didn't slow down at all. Completely relying on free fall, falling from a height of several thousand meters. Boom! Like a meteorite falling, Kaido smashed the crescent port into a deep hole. Fortunately, everyone present left that area early. There were no casualties due to Kaido's arrival. The smoke cleared. Kaido sat deep in the cracked pit, scratched his head and got up. Patting his confused head, Kaido looked around the room. He turned his head first, looking at Whitebeard and the redhead. Yo, Whitebeard, Redhead 3.5, you guys are there too. Whitebeard and the redhead were speechless after hearing this. Especially Whitebeard. Standing on the top, he came to save his son. Can he not be there? Then, Kaido turned his head to look in the direction of the execution platform. Scratching his head, he saw more of Sengoku's kneeling Ace. Seeing this, Kaido smiled. Fire Fist Ace, you're my silly son's friend, aren't you? Lousy this time, it was that silly son who asked me to save you. Oh Lolo. Kaido laughed out loud after speaking, his head is not particularly smart. Listen to his intentions. Sengoku and Marine Kikai's heart tightened. Whitebeard and the redhead exchanged a glance. The eyes of the two were full of surprises. I just don't know how to deal with Kong, the great enemy. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Kaido also came, still standing on their side. The 3-4 emperors join forces. It is simply unprecedented. Slow down for a while. Kaido stood up from the bottom of the pit. Looking at the top players gathered in Marineford. Kaido is not in a hurry to rescue Ace. A battle of this magnitude is simply rare in 100 years. He was still a younger brother at the time of the Valley of the Gods battle before, so he failed to participate in the top battle. But this time, fight for the top. But he was able to participate as a top powerhouse. It's just so cool. Hard carefree. Kaido felt a little regretful. He turned his head, looked at a video phone bug, and said with a big smile. Oh Lolo. Old crazy woman, Lao Zi is here to fight. Our 4 emperors, 3 are missing 1. Old crazy woman, why don't you come join in the fun? Maybe today, we can destroy this naval headquarters. Listen to what Kaido says. The faces of all the Marines present changed drastically. Chapter 132. Listen to what Kaido says. Sengoku on the execution platform completely broke the defense. The eyes under the round-rimmed glasses widened, and the calmness of the resourceful general was no longer there. Kaido, UBD. Sengoku squeezed the words between the roots of his teeth. Kaido, this guy. The 3-4 emperors came to the scene and joined forces to attack him. Naval headquarters is not enough. What the hell, he still said that 3 were missing and 1 was missing, and invited that crazy woman, Charlotte Linlin, to come too. Are you guys trying to ruin naval headquarters? Once upon a time. Any one of the 4 emperors alone is enough to give Sengoku a headache. Now that 3 have arrived, Kaido still feels that it is not enough. Want Charlotte Linlin too? Sengoku exploded. The demeanor and calmness of Martial Marine was completely gone. The 3 admirals also have different expressions. Akainu's expression was as gloomy as water. Watching the 3-4 emperors grit their teeth. Aokiji looked extremely dignified. Obviously. Now even he feels that this matter is extremely difficult. Even if you have time and the help of the head of CP0. Marine faced 3-4 emperors in this battle, and the difficulty of winning was unimaginable. The last Kizaru. The calmness in his eyes completely disappeared. Instead, there is only caution and caution. Kizaru is thinking hard. Is the little salary I get really worth working hard for Marine? 2-4 emperors, this is already very dangerous. All 3-4 emperors have arrived. There's even a Charlotte Linlin who might come too. This. Kizaru really didn't know if he was worth it or not. At the same time. Just when the bottom floor was in a panic and Sengoku and others jumped their feet. On the Sabayati archipelago. 9 supernovas gathered. Because of this world-renowned competition for standing on the top. So they didn't immediately go to the Fishman Island, into the New World. Instead, I chose to watch the live broadcast of the station competition here. Seeing the 3rd of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts has also arrived. The 9 supernovas became more and more excited one by one. Kid was grinning all over his face, his eyes were full of solemnity, and the expressions of the rest of the people were also different. But they all have one thing in common. That is the great anticipation of the upcoming battle at Naval Headquarters. Also look forward to it. Will Charlotte Linlin, the last 4 emperors, accept Kaido's invitation to join the war in the headquarters? This is also the idea of everyone in this sea. The pirates are looking forward to it. The Marines pray that Charlotte Linlin will not come. The civilians firmly believe that Marine, representing justice, will definitely win this battle. The 9 supernovas are looking forward to it. Kid looked around, but didn't see the Straw Hat Pirates. 2 of the 11 supernovas, Luffy and Zoro, are not here. Where did they go? Kid asked his own question. Luo and the others looked around. Capone Beeg, who is good at intelligence, smoked a cigar. The Straw Hat Pirates. They appear to have taken a boat early in the morning and left the island of Sabayati. Several people were a little surprised after hearing this. The Straw Hat Pirates didn't even have the interest to stay and watch the battle at the top? Isn't this guy a little out of the ordinary? Kid didn't care anymore. I just think Luffy and the others are too ambitious. Didn't even pay attention to this matter. At the same time. New World. Wangguo, Tien Tran. Inside the castle in the center of Cake Island. Charlotte seated Linlin on the throne, and laughed out loud looking at the image in front of her. Well, Kaido, that BD, dare to call my old madam in front of so many people. This BD really doesn't want to live. Charlotte Linlin was full of annoyance. But when she saw her granddaughter, Tig, sitting beside her. Look at each other's two open eyes, and one closed forward eye. Charlotte Linlin's eyes showed doting, and she smiled. Tija, Grandma won't leave, Grandma must stay here and accompany our little princess Tija. A smile appeared on Tija's face. Not far away, Pudding had a happy smile on his face. Also in the New World, above the Edward Sea area. A giant golden ship is sailing on the sea. In a huge arena on the giant ship. The roaring sound continued. The Golden Emperor and a group of gangsters watched the two-man battle in shock. Finally, the battle, which lasted for a day and a night, was over. The Golden Emperor Tizero stood up in admiration, and looked at Madara and Hashirama respectfully. Master Shura, Master Senju. Your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. It's not just the fifth emperor now. It's called the fifth emperor of the sea together. Tizalo sighed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. Madara didn't care about that. Hashirama smiled. The two ended the battle, turned their heads and glanced at the huge projection screen beside the battlefield. Where is the battle for naval headquarters? Tetsalo hurried to Kaido. My lords, the battle for the top position has not yet officially started, but the combat power of the pirates and marines is constantly investing and growing. Tizalo reported the current general situation. At the same time, it also talked about Kaido inviting Charlotte Linlin to join the war. Listen to Tizalo. Madara glanced at him faintly. Tezuolo's little thoughts were seen through, and his heart tightened. Hashirama smiled slightly at this. For Summit War, although the two have some interest in their hearts. But for now, the Porgas family has put enough fighting power into this battle. Big sister Natalia, third sister Glyceline. And the second brother Bell who went to the sea and disappeared without a trace. Madara and Hashirama can also guess one or two. Bell should have gone to the world government. At this moment, they may also be paying attention to this battle for the top. So there are these three attention getters competing for the top spot. It doesn't matter if they go or not. If it goes, it may even lead this battle to an uncontrollable abyss. It was a sign that this battle was going to get out of control. If they then join in, that would make the fight completely out of control. The two found a place on the battlefield and sat down at will. Sitting behind him were the Golden Emperor Tizalo and other bigwigs from the underground world. They didn't dare to breathe. Watch the battle for the top with Madara and Hashirama. World government. Within rights. Look at Whitebeard first. Then red hair. Again Kaido. Five elders all looked a little ugly. It's not that the five of them haven't talked to Kaido and the red hair before. Both sides have said that they will not participate in this top stand competition. But now, Redhead and Kaido both come. Redheads they can understand. Can this Kaido? He obviously took their money, but it wasn't too heavy. This was about to explode the five of them. But think of their deployment for the Great War. The five of them were relieved again. The original combat power of naval headquarters can fight against 3-4 emperors' regiments. Kong is there again. Even if Garp doesn't do it, he may even turn back. But CP0 always exists. Even if Garp betrays him, he can't save Ace. What's more, Bell and King Kong are secretly guarding Ace. This fight. They are the government of the world, and they must win. With such thoughts in mind, five elders still watched calmly. But at this time, it was the sea area on the edge of the battlefield. The rear of the common pirate army under the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, the shadow of a pirate ship appeared. That pirate ship has a sunny little lion head. The nervous pirates panicked. The great pirate Golden Lion is here. But take a closer look. Everyone confirmed the identity of the visitor. In recent days, the Straw Hat Pirates have become famous in the first half of the park. Their captain, Luffy, is said to be Ace's younger brother. Think about it. The common pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates have a good impression. After Thousand Sunny approached, see Luffy wearing a straw hat and everyone in the straw hats on the boat. They did not stop them and let the straw hats go to the battlefield. Although the Straw Hat team's combat power is not high, but it can be regarded as a group of people who can play a role. Thousand Sunny driving forward. More driving. The people on the deck became more frightened. What did they see? Far away. Everyone first saw the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates with their backs turned to them. Popularized by Robin and Luffy. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Chopper, Usopp, and Brook looked at Luffy and Robin, their eyes widened in surprise. Luffy, what did you say? The Whitebeard Pirates are not the only ones involved in the top battle. The other 4 emperors, the Red Hair Pirates, were also involved. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed, filled with horror. Even Zoro and Sanji, who are always full of fighting spirit. Both of them frowned. Zoro clenched the long knife tightly and looked at naval headquarters cautiously. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaled a long eye socket, and relieved the stress. Thousand Sunny sails on. Gradually. They were also noticed by both the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates. Marco, Jaws, and the others looked back. Looking at the figure of the Straw Hats. There was a little surprise in their eyes, but it quickly subsided. Straw Hat Luffy is Ace's younger brother, often talked about by him. All the captains of the Whitebeard Regiment knew each other well. Take the bromance between Luffy and Ace. It is normal to take risks to participate in the top battle and rescue Ace. Only. Think about the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. The captains of the Beijuan didn't pay much attention. Their arrival, though, helps. But definitely not much, or even negligible. Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates also turned their heads. Look at the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Shanks froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He understands Luffy. Knowing that Ace was arrested, he will be executed publicly. How could he not come to the rescue? Thousands of sunny decks. Luffy held down the straw hat on his head with one hand, and waved his other hand at the Red Hair Pirates desperately. Shanks. Beckman, Lajiro, Hongo, Monkey. Luffy greeted them one by one. Finally, I asked happily. Are you also here to save Ace? Look at Luffy, look at the straw hat. Shanks laughed. Laugh. Yeah, Luffy. It's just that I didn't expect you, a fledgling kid, to dare to come to such a battlefield. Hearing what Shanks said, Luffy immediately became reluctant. Shanks, I'm pretty strong right now. Shanks smiled and shook his head, not paying attention. And at this time, thousands of sunny decks. Beside Luffy, Usopp with the long nose suddenly looked at one of the Red Hair Pirates and was stunned on the spot. The man also looked at Usopp. The two looked at each other silently. Next moment, tears welled up in Usopp's eyes. Dr. He even said a few words, but he couldn't say the word father. Usopp's life experience is actually very similar to Ace. Usopp abandoned his mother in order to follow Hong Fei. He even failed to see Usopp when his mother was seriously ill and dying. This man abandoned his wife and children, because of the adventure on the sea. So many years. Because of the ridicule of the people around him. Usopp has always been proud of his father as a brave sea hero. This is the source of his perseverance and bravery. But today, seeing his own father, Usopp, in person, Usopp froze for a long time. Tears welled up in his eyes. But the word father couldn't be said at all. He has always been regarded as an idol by his lips. After Usopp saw it with his own eyes. But in his heart, he only complained about the other party. Look at Usopp like this. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates turned to Usopp. Usopp looked at Usopp, and slowly lowered his eyes. He also misses his son very much. But in a person's life, some things are doomed to fail. He has always felt guilty about his wife and children. But this guilt can never be made up for. Usopp looked at Usopp. He raised his head again, and 2 tears flowed from his eyes, said, "Usopp, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry your mother." Hear Usopp's words. 010. Usopp could no longer contain his excitement. He knelt down on the ground decadently, weeping. Watching Usopp weeping. This time, none of the Straw Hat Pirates laughed at him. Men do not talk lightly when they have tears. Especially when it comes to the suffering and hardships that you have encountered. No matter how many tears and grievances there are, I have to grit my teeth and swallow them. But only emotionally. A man who cries is a real man. Everyone watched this scene silently. Usopp quickly stood up. He wipes away tears. All the blame and resentment towards Usopp in my heart dissipated. The moment I saw my father. He is enough. He still has relatives. And father. An ace on the scaffold. Father and mother, gone. Usopp turned to look in the direction of the execution platform. Empathy. He can best understand Ace's mood. Usopp also smiled, turned his head again, and looked in the direction of Marine. At this time, Thousand Sunny came to the interior of the port and officially came to this side of the pirate lineup. Luffy leaned on the side of the boat with both hands, stretched out half of his body, looked at Ace kneeling on the execution platform and laughed out loud. "Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace! Ace!" Luffy's shout. Let the decadent Ace rise again. Look at Luffy. Ace murmured silently, his eyes full of reluctance. Such a dangerous top on the battlefield. With Luffy's strength. If you come, you will die. But Ace also knows. No matter what I say, Luffy won't be leaving. The will to survive slowly emerged in his eyes. So many people have come to save themselves. If Ace is more decadent, he wants to die. Then he doesn't deserve to be a man. On the execution stand. Watching the arrival of the Straw Hat Boy. Sengoku didn't care much. Just an ugly glance at Garp. Garp looked embarrassed. He is a marine hero. Now the 2 grandsons are pirates and are enemies of Marine. His old face really has no place to put it. Kong glanced at Luffy. The Straw Hat Pirates. Is that the Straw Hat Luffy? He muttered in his mouth, thinking of the rubber fruit secret that 5 elders once told him. Looking at Luffy, his eyes gradually became dangerous. If there is a chance, he would have killed Luffy on the spot. Let Luffy and Ace reunite the 2 brothers underground. 3 admirals, as well as a group of high-level marines did not care about the arrival of the Straw Hats. In their opinion, the Straw Hat Pirates are still too young. Too tender. Supernova, maybe not an opponent of Vice Admiral, right? But just when everyone despised the Straw Hats. Inside Thousand Sunny's cabin. But suddenly a person walked out. She didn't attract anyone's attention at first. But when everyone glanced at it inadvertently and saw the fiery red, everyone's line of sight can no longer be opened. Chapter 133. This moment, the storm of the Straw Hat Pirates' arrival has subsided. Although Luffy is Ace's younger brother. But he is still too young. No one noticed. Both Shanks and Whitebeard turned their heads and stared at the Marines in front of them again. The 2 were analyzing in their hearts how to fight this battle. They have a rough idea. Whitebeard turned to look at Kaido, laughing. Cool la la la. Kaido, since you are here to rescue Ace, help Laozi hold the 2 admirals. Can you fight? Whitebeard knew Kaido's temperament well. No to the other side. Nice words are of no use at all. You must directly come up with the aggressive method. Only in this way can Kaido go all out. Afterwards, he took another chance to thank Kaido. Whitebeard's move made Shanks feel good. So wise. If Kaido can hold 2 admirals, then the pressure on their side will be relieved a lot. It is not difficult to rescue Ace. Just when Shanks also thought that Kaido would agree directly. Kaido looked at the Thousand Sunny ship between the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a deep shock in his eyes. The scene confuses Whitebeard and Redhead. Whitebeard thought his ploy had failed. But on the execution platform at this time, Sengoku glanced casually at Thousand Sunny. His gaze could no longer be moved away. Sengoku's eyes were wide open, looking at Thousand Sunny's deck in disbelief. Kong beside him had already seen that person. Kong's expression froze suddenly, and his heart was shaken. At the same time, Marines of the frontal pirate lineup. Out of the corner of their eye they saw the fiery red. After turning his gaze to that person, he could no longer look away. At first it was just Sora and Sengoku. Then, there are 3 admirals, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, Admirals Alternate, and many headquarters Vice Admirals. All Marines looked at the figure on Thousand Sunny together. They were all in a daze. At this time, Whitebeard and the Redhead were slow to react. Also noticed the strangeness of the scene. Straw Hat Pirates, let Marine make this expression? A little exaggerated? The two turned their heads in bewilderment and surprise. The Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates also turned their heads to look. This moment, thousands of sunny decks. Natalia is wearing a fiery red trench coat. The word gold on the back is extremely dazzling. She had the simple long knife with the purple hilt on her waist, and stood there indifferently. The red eyes under the fiery red hair quietly scanned the entire naval headquarters. Looking at the marine lineup of Marshal Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Sora, Admiral, and other high-level combat forces, there was no surprise, or fear in those fiery red eyes. Only the simplest peace. Natalia even raised her hand and yawned. Suddenly, on the Moby Dick nearby, Diamond Jaws roared. "FK! Big Sister Head, you are here! Big Sister, why did you come with the Straw Hat Pirates? Big Sister Head! Damn it, you really came to save Ace!" Jaws' spitting stars flew across the sky, his expression excited to the extreme. Beside him, Baista, Yizang, and even Marco were excited. They know Natalia is Ace's niece. Know that the other party will come with a high probability. But it looks like a war is about to start. But Natalia has not yet arrived. They don't know if something happened to the other party. If you can't keep up with the top stand, it will be even more difficult to rescue Ace. Can now. The Whitebeard Pirates were thoroughly excited. Jaws and many others shouted Big Sister Head excitedly. This scene made Natalia a little helpless. Look in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. She raised her hand and pressed it, and asked with a frown. When did I become your Big Sister Head? Jaws was breathless. Big Sister Head, of course you are our Big Sister Head. Yeah, Big Sister Head, we have such a relationship, aren't you our Big Sister Head? Yes, Big Sister Head. Before we were worried that this battle would be difficult to win, and the government of the world would not talk about martial arts ethics. In order to destroy us, the commander-in-chief of the whole army has been sent. But as long as you come, Big Sister, we will be relieved. Ace, he must be rescued. Yeah, Big Sister Head. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate team shouted, all enthusiastically excited. Look at them like this. Natalia shook her head helplessly and didn't care. If they want to call, so be it. And at the same time, Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. He finally recovered from the shock of seeing Natalia. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curled up slightly. He first looked at Natalia and nodded slightly. Natalia, I, Whitebeard, appreciate you coming to save Ace. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Natalia waved her hand. I'm here to save Ace, it has nothing to do with you. Her tone was blunt and domineering. But Whitebeard didn't care. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard turned his head, looking confidently at Sengoku on the execution platform. His gaze implied provocation. At this time, Sengoku and other marines, plus Red Hair Pirates. Both sides are a little confused. The Red Hair Pirates had previously heard about the relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and Natalia. Can now. Watching Natalia's blunt attitude towards the Whitebeard Pirates, Shanks and others frowned. Although it is called the Big Sister Head by the Whitebeard Pirates. But Natalia, it seems that the relationship with the Whitebeard pirates is not as good as expected. But she came to this top battlefield to rescue Ace together. What is the reason for this? Shanks couldn't figure it out for a moment. They couldn't figure it out. Marine didn't understand even more. Sengoku's face on the execution platform was extremely solemn. Looking at Natalia, he really didn't quite understand. How did this god of heat get involved with the Whitebeard pirates? Called the big sister head by the Whitebeard pirates? This is so amazing. The strength of this one. Sengoku and 3 admirals evaluated. He is an absolute top powerhouse in the sea. It even reaches the old admiral level such as Sengoku and Garp. So, she appeared on the top battlefield. Still friend and foe. This is tantamount to another heavy blow to Marine. Charlotte Linlin didn't come. But here comes Natalia. The strength of this one is no less than that of 4 emperors. That is, the current naval headquarters. Really confronted the 4 emperors. Plus the middle and high-level combat power of the 2 emperors pirate groups. I am Nima. Sengoku felt like crying. If it weren't for the world's official government to send Kong and the CP0 chief to support. Sengoku really doesn't know how to fight this battle now. But even so, Sengoku's confidence in this battle has also dissipated. He could no longer be confident in this fight. All the middle and high-level marines were even more confused. Hey, why did Natalia, the god of heat, come to the battlefield? Yes, hasn't she disappeared at sea these days? Is there another battle for the top? Yeah, it's over now. This person's combat power is no less than that of 4 emperors, and the 4 emperors level combat power will attack our naval headquarters together. Marshal and Admiral, can they stand up? Don't talk nonsense. Marshal Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, is here. What are we? Also Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, San Admiral, Shishibukai. What are we afraid of? In this battle, we represent justice. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. The lowest in the field is also the strongest in the rear admiral of the headquarters. They are not so easy to shake the morale of the army. Sengoku doesn't even need to open his mouth. They stabilized themselves. What about the hot god? What about the 3 emperors? Come today, let's all be buried here together. Estimate. If only Sengoku knew what the generals under his command thought. We were all moved to cry. He didn't even have the confidence that he would definitely win this battle. But the generals under his hands are extremely confident. Scan the rear admiral commodores. Sengoku has the heart to cry. Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, also raised his head. He looked at Natalia in disbelief. He didn't know the other party's intention to save him. Could it be? Ace turned his head abruptly, and looked at Kakuo standing beside the execution platform. Garp stood there with his arms folded in the cloak of justice. At this time, his face was dignified, with deep thoughts in his eyes. If Garp was just guessing before. Well now. Natalia came to the battlefield in person and showed that relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. What does that mean? She. Is it really Ace's relatives? Garp's expression suddenly changed. Crane Vice Admiral beside him glanced at him, then at Momuzagi and Silver. I saw that at this time, I was the only one who was not surprised. That's Momuzagi and Silver. Their eyes are calm. As if it had been expected. What's more? Crane Vice Admiral saw sincerity and enthusiasm in Yin's eyes looking at Natalia. What is the relationship between these 2 people? Crane Vice Admiral had some vague guesses. Sengoku on the scaffold isn't stupid either. After a brief shock, he also thought of this aspect. It just didn't wait for everyone present to think too much. Standing inside the big pit he smashed. Kaido looked at Natalia, thinking back to what Yamato and the others said. Although the things his children told him were concealed. The Porgas family name was not revealed. But Kaido can still think of some inside stories about this matter. For example, it was this Natalia who took away Yamato and other women. What is the relationship between Natalia and Yamato and other women, and Yamato and other women's children? Kaido lacks some key information. He couldn't figure it out. So carelessly, he looked directly at Natalia and asked. N.A. Thalia, what is the relationship between Laozi's son-in-law and you? What is the relationship between you and the child in Yamato's womb? Tell Laozi. Kaido said without hesitation. He doesn't know what to be jealous of. Listen to him. The expressions of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates changed. Jaws and the others looked at each other, thinking of the scene when the Whitebeard pirates and Natalia first met. Natalia didn't say a word, but she came up and attacked them. If it weren't for Ace's relationship, he and Marco might be dead. And now, Kaido provoked Natalia when he came up? Even Whitebeard dared to fight against Natalia directly. How can it be tolerated? The expressions of several people changed slightly. Whitebeard's heart sank as well, his eyes narrowed slightly. Almost everyone in the audience listened carefully to Kaido's question. They looked at Natalia, waiting for each other's answer. Only. Facing Kaido's provocative words, Natalia's expression suddenly turned cold. The fiery red domineering eyes looked at Kaido. She raised her eyebrows first, with a smile on her face. Yamato is pregnant. This is really a good thing. Hearing that he has another younger brother and sister, Natalia is quite happy. But... Question for Kaido. Natalia stretched out her hand and lightly put it on the simple long knife at her waist. If there is a disagreement, we must do it. She is such a character. Looking at Natalia who was about to do it, the rather wise Vista spoke quickly. Big sister, Kaido is Yamato's father and our ally in this battle. Please don't fight with him. Vista pleaded. Although I feel that my pleading is mostly useless. Natalia doesn't